The Earth is currently experiencing an ice age, with global temperatures dropping sharply and no signs of improvement. However, don't give up. The government will not abandon us. As long as we unite, we will get through this difficult time. A male reporter was broadcasting live from the scene when suddenly a plane crashed nearby, cutting off Han Feng's broadcast signal. At the same moment, a voice called from outside. Han Feng, holding a blood-stained iron rod, went to the window, looked through binoculars, and saw Li Huina, the girl he had long loved. Without hesitation, Han Feng opened the door. "Come in quickly, it's dangerous out there." Li Huina didn't enter. Instead, she opened the door wide and gave Han Feng a passionate kiss. She even boldly embraced and kissed him. In that moment of intimacy, Han Feng was suddenly attacked and fell. As he neared death, he overheard their conversation and realized that Li Huina had been plotting to betray him all along. He and that man had killed him and seized the supplies he had prepared for the apocalypse. Fortunately, Han Feng was reincarnated. He checked the date, June 28, and the apocalypse would begin on July 15. He had died and now returned before the end of the world. So he had been reborn, but something was strange. Han Feng looked at his right hand, which glowed red. Since waking, this light had continuously surrounded his right hand. Though slightly warm, it didn't seem to provide any special effect. He thought he might be hallucinating. A cold wind blew past, making Han Feng sneeze, and suddenly his hand shifted from red to blue. The blue light spread rapidly, causing Han Feng to panic. He didn't dare stay on the balcony and quickly ran inside. Han Feng wondered what this light was. Looking at his hand, he saw the blue glow gradually fading. His head felt dizzy, as if his blood sugar had dropped. "What the hell is this?" he thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Han Feng's mind. Perhaps this was like the stories of protagonists gaining special powers after reincarnation. He picked up a knife and tried to strike. However, the action had no effect, only draining more energy. His stomach growled and the fridge was empty. Han Feng feared he might faint from hunger, but luckily he spotted a jar of roasted soybeans on the table, food he had bought before the apocalypse. It wasn't enough to fill him, it was at least a small snack. Han Feng, holding his glowing green hand, picked up a soybean. Before he could put it in his mouth, the bean suddenly transformed into a plant. Han Feng felt his fatigue vanish and the green light disappeared. Could this green glow be connected to the transformation? He plucked a bean from the plant and opened it to find a soybean inside. Could this be my power? He wondered. This was a strange discovery that demanded further study. But for now, the priority was to stockpile supplies before the apocalypse. On his way to the supermarket, Han Feng reflected on recent events. After waking, his hand glowed red, then blue, speeding his heartbeat and leaving him exhausted. Then he held the soybean and it grew into a plant. What kind of power was this? While pondering, he suddenly heard a familiar voice calling his name. "Han Feng, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping too?" He seemed destined to meet. Han Feng was surprised to see Li Huina, the girl he had pursued for 3 years. He had tried to fulfill every wish of hers. Though he knew she only considered him a backup, he never expected her to betray him. Han Feng was furious but forced himself to stay calm, knowing this wasn't the time for revenge. The main issue now was supplies. Seeing Han Feng silent and worried, Li Huina asked, "What are you daydreaming about? I've been calling you." Han Feng smiled. "Ah, sorry, seeing you again caught me off guard. Annoying, since when did you learn to speak like that?" Thinking he had fallen for her, Li Huina suggested taking a walk. "Shall we go out today?" Han Feng understood her intent. She wanted to turn him into a walking ATM, so he refused and continued straight to Duma's supermarket. It was the largest supermarket in the area, but during the Ice Age, it had been emptied overnight. No one knew by whom. Han Feng needed to stockpile as many supplies as possible before the apocalypse. Food, thermal clothing, medicine, daily necessities, fuel. Han Feng stared at his meager bank account and felt anxious. At that moment, he received an advertisement from a loan app. Han Feng immediately downloaded several loan apps. "Anyway, I won't need to repay them later." Li Huina, frustrated by his refusal, suddenly saw a luxury car stop right beside her. "Is that your car?" Li Huina asked in surprise. "Yes, I just bought it," Han Feng replied. "My grandfather earned a lot abroad and gave me some money." Li Huina was silent for a moment, then her eyes welled up. "Were you seeing your father off at the airport today? I didn't know. I thought you'd take me for a walk." "Sorry, I was a bit cold earlier. Did you think I'd abandon a friend?" Seeing her act so dramatic, Han Feng didn't expose her and instead pretended to be affectionate. "Silly girl, how could I abandon Huina, someone so important to my heart?" Li Huina was secretly pleased and continued her sentimental talk. "Actually, in my heart, Han Feng, you're special too. I'm happy to go eat and watch a movie with you today. I want to know more about you. What do you think?" She looked up and saw Han Feng busy with the boxes in the car. "Still have to move all these boxes into the house." "Too busy," Han Feng said. "Why did you buy so many things?" Li Huina asked. Nothing much, just things I like, Han Feng replied. Oh, and this one is for you. Li Huina happily accepted it and quickly left. He didn't want her to know he was stockpiling supplies. These supplies were his lifeline during the apocalypse. As for those who killed me and her, I'll get my revenge later. Han Feng smiled wickedly. Now he was ready to face the apocalypse. On July 15, the apocalypse would begin. Snow would fall heavily and temperatures would drop to -20 degrees. Within a month, it would fall to -70 degrees, covering the world in snow, making it impossible to go outside. Han Feng needed to stockpile enough food. He also had to prepare sealed containers to hide his large supply stock. Some supplies needed to be transported at night when no one was around, as the electrical system would be unstable after the apocalypse. Han Feng had built a generator and stockpiled enough fuel for a year. Repair systems would stop working during the apocalypse, so he had to modify an independent system for the house, reinforce doors, renovate rooms, and reserve one room for storage. He completed all preparations by the 14th. The temperature dropped again as it did every other day. This was the most critical moment to solve the problem. To survive in this freezing environment, relying only on the supplies he had prepared wasn't enough. Therefore, his ability to turn beans into plants was his hope. At this moment, he hesitated as he looked at the soybeans on the table. His beans were created by his ability, but the power was very unpredictable, and he still didn't understand how it was activated. First, he needed to confirm whether they were edible. After checking, he determined that these soybeans could be used as food. This showed that his ability could at least create food, so he continued experimenting with other types of food to find a way to use them. However, after too many trials, he exhausted himself and fainted. When he woke up, his body was in a weakened state. While replenishing his energy, he took the opportunity to summarize his results. Before fainting, he had tried many types of food. Some showed no reaction, while others, like the beans, transformed from seeds into cooked food. There were also some that exploded and turned into a black substance similar to charcoal. Fortunately, this could be used as fuel, so he no longer had to worry about a lack of heat. He continued testing until he fainted again. The success rate is really too random, there's no clear pattern. There must be a principle behind how the ability works, it's just that I don't understand it yet. At least I've figured out the activation condition. The key lies in consciousness. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and imagined merging with nature. His body and mind seemed to become part of nature. When he opened his eyes, his hand indeed glowed with a green light. After testing it on plants, he moved on to try with meat. But as soon as he placed his hand on the piece of meat, the green light gradually faded. No reaction, does it only work on plants? Doubting this, he tried again but still failed. However, as he thought, he felt two different colors. I saw the red color earlier but didn't try it. Thinking this, he switched to the red light. The piece of meat was immediately covered by the red light, but just a second later it turned into a mushy mass. Panicked, he threw it on the floor. After calming down, he dared to approach and observe. Thought about the reaction between the meat and the red light. It seemed like it was just heating up, but it felt more complex, like the material was being decomposed. But B, holding the meat with his right hand, he activated the green light with his left and grabbed the beans. If green is evolution and red is decomposition, what happens if I combine the two? As soon as the meat and beans touched, they instantly merged into a much larger piece of meat. The beans in his hand disappeared. Did it merge with the meat? He observed closely and found that the piece of meat was very fresh, feeling and smelling just like real meat. Tried a few more times but then failed repeatedly. Why is this happening? Everything is failing now. Forget it, I'll study it later. At least I made some progress today. Once I understand this ability, I'll be at the top of this apocalypse. Lost in self-satisfaction, he suddenly remembered another issue. Food alone wasn't enough. He still needed a means of self-defense. Better pack up and head out. I need to find a weapon before the temperature drops. As soon as he finished speaking, snow began to fall. Walking down the street, he worried because in 1 week the temperature would drop to -45 degrees. I need to quickly find a gun, but buying a gun is illegal and I have no connections. What should I do? While he was thinking, he was startled by a shout from a man nearby. I'm working on a project, investing millions. Do you know old Wang's house from the Lu De Zai gang group? The boss over there is my brother. Han Feng recognized this man as someone familiar. His flashy dressing style earned him the nickname the Hoodlum. His real name was Li Ziyi, also known as Li Ji, who lived in the same neighborhood as Han Feng. He worked as a contractor and made quite a bit of money. Maybe he had a way to buy a gun. Thinking so, Han Feng approached him to start a conversation. Hey Li, long time no see. Li Ziyi glanced at him. Do we know each other? It's me, Zio Han. We've greeted each other before, don't you remember? Han Feng forced a smile. Oh, Zio Han. I've been busy with the project lately, my memory's bad, don't take offense. What's up? Han Feng looked around and then leaned in to quietly talk about wanting to buy a gun. Li Ziyi was startled. What, you need that? Han Feng was at a loss for words. Kid, I'm telling you, illegal things shouldn't be done. Guns are not something you can just mess with. Even if I have connections, I can't help you with that. Li Ziyi's face grew serious as he lectured him. Don't get worked up, you've misunderstood. I just have a little personal issue, I want to use it for self-defense. Feng recounted the incident when a man spat on his face and kept insulting him, after which he fought back. The man threatened to retaliate and then brought people to ambush him the next day. I've never been humiliated like this, so I want to get a weapon for self-defense. After hearing this, Li Ziyi immediately believed him, cursed a few times in anger and agreed to help. I'll help you with this, Li Ji. Let me contact my big brother and we'll go right now. Thank you, Li Ji. Let's take the bus. If my Ferrari wasn't in the shop, I'd drive you myself. Feng pressed the car remote and laughed. You can ride with me, it's snowing heavily. While in the car, Li Ziyi asked, not bad, how much did this car cost? About 700,000 yuan. Not bad, not too expensive. He took the opportunity to snap a photo and post it online, pretending it was his car. Following the directions, they quickly arrived at a contact in the underground world. Li Pang, why are you looking for me so late? I need to find Lu Zong for something. While speaking, Li Ziyi placed an envelope on the table. Speak quickly, I'm busy. Lu Zong shouted, but his tone softened. This kid here wants to buy something, he needs a gun. A gun? Lu Zong squinted at Han Feng. Qiang Zai, yes. The man took out a pistol. 6,000, Lu Zong quoted the price. I want one with a longer barrel with a sniper scope. You want a sniper rifle for what? You can't just have whatever you want. We only have this short one, take it or leave it. Seeing President Liu becoming agitated, Li Jie couldn't help but speak up. He thought this should have been addressed 5 years ago, related to his wife. After a moment, Li Jie thought to himself that it was ridiculous. How could the 3 children not be his? President Liu angrily slammed the table and scolded him, while Li Jie also felt the situation was absurd. Yet President Liu immediately believed it and said to Han Feng, wasn't it a sniper rifle? I'll help you arrange this, but it'll take a few days. He then ordered Kaingzi to arrange things for this younger brother and see if he could find a semi-automatic rifle, while also preparing a bit more ammunition. Li Jie turned to Han Feng with a smile, saying, see, I told you, it's all settled in no time. Suddenly, President Liu pulled a handgun out in front of Han Feng. Take it, it's a gift. Han Feng took the gun and replied, Brother Liu, my colleague in the government, revealed, recently, due to the unusual weather, the purchase of supplies needs to be restricted. Li Jie advised they prepare more supplies with their brothers. President Liu looked at Han Feng with a serious face and clicked his tongue. All right, got it. Now, he was irritated when he saw him. On their way back to the car, Li Jie proudly spoke to Han Feng about the help he had provided. See how well I helped you, your kind brother, I can even get you a cannon. Han Feng thanked him. Thanks, Brother Li, I'll buy you some cigarettes later. Li Jie declined. No need for cigarettes, my younger brother, helping people is my pleasure. Li Jie continued, but if you really want to give me something, just get me some chrysanthemums. You know, if you get me another kind, I'll be coughing. Don't buy too many, about 7 or 8 will be enough. Once your project is done, I'll take you to a sauna. Han Feng happily replied, but didn't pay much attention to Li Jie's words. In his mind, Han Feng was still deep in thought. The supplies and weapons were already prepared, and at least during the initial stages, they could get through safely. Next, he needed to focus on researching abilities well. If they could completely resolve the food issue, survival chances during the apocalypse would increase significantly. The snow made the roads slippery. Han Feng was lost in thought and didn't notice, causing him to slip and fall flat at the door. He shouted, ouch, my leg, I think it's broken. Brother, could you take me to the hospital? Han Feng was trembling in pain and quickly handed his car keys to Li Jie. Han Feng said, you don't have a license, oh no, you didn't bring it, you can't drive without it. Li Jie reassured him, no worries, I'll help you over there. He then used all his strength to lift Han Feng up. Han Feng just spoke one sentence, let's take a taxi, I have money. Meanwhile, at the hospital's office, Kai Yan, who was on duty, received a call. Head Hu, your shift at the main hall, there are too many patients. Kai Yan replied, all right, I'm on my way. Han Feng heard the doctor's diagnosis. You've fractured a bone and need to be immobilized. Afterward, stay for an hour to observe and then get your medication. Han Feng reluctantly followed the doctor's advice and went out to the lobby to wait. Jia had to leave due to other commitments but instructed, call me if anything happens, take care. Han Feng responded and observed his surroundings, noticing that due to the drop in temperature and snowstorm, accidents were increasing rapidly. Emergency cases were being added to the emergency room. Han Feng sighed in frustration. How long will I have to wait to get the medication? At that moment, a beautiful figure caught Han Feng's attention. The head nurse finished checking the injury and only responded briefly before moving on to care for another patient. Han Feng couldn't take his eyes off her, admiring her. So young and already the head nurse, excellent skills, a great attitude with patients, and beautiful too. When Kai Yan squatted down to talk to a young patient, her underwear was unintentionally exposed. Han Feng noticed and a lecherous man quickly appeared. A man sitting in the row next to Han Feng called out, hey, head nurse, over here. Kai Yan walked over and smiled. Sorry, we're short-staffed right now. Could you wait a moment for me to help you? He deliberately tried to distract Kai Yan's attention, saying, "Oh, my waist hurts again, it's been getting worse. Could you help me check the cause?" Meanwhile, his other hand hid a phone under her skirt. Kai Yan replied, "Sorry, we need to take an X-ray first to determine the cause." When he pressed closer, a heavy object suddenly flew at him, hitting him and causing him to stagger and drop his phone. Kai Yan said, "Sorry, it flew out because it was my first time using something heavy." Han Feng awkwardly picked up the phone, which made the man shout in panic, "Don't touch my phone, you little brat, give it back." Han Feng held up the secretly taken picture. "Uncle, you're really bold, filming a nurse without permission and even touching her." Han Feng warned, "If you don't want security to take you to the police station, you better leave. If I catch you doing this again, I'll expose you on social media." The man was furious but couldn't do anything, so he left the hospital. Han Feng looked at Kai Yan in surprise. Didn't he say his waist hurt too? He ran off so fast. I can't believe there are people so naive in the world. They pointed to the secretly taken photo of Kai Yan. Kai Yan was startled. "That was me, how did I not notice?" "Well, you can delete it or report it to the police, whatever you prefer." Kai Yan happily took the phone and said, "Thank you." Han Feng suddenly remembered his injured leg and asked, "I wanted to ask earlier, is your leg injured?" Kai Yan bandaged his wound and continued to care for another patient, reminding him before leaving, "Remember to come back for a follow-up in a week." Han Feng smiled and replied, "Okay." Han Feng thought to himself that he probably wouldn't see her again next week. The following day, emergency news broadcasts aired. A massive snowstorm and a sharp temperature drop would hit all of China within the next 24 hours. According to foreign reporters, global temperatures were plummeting. Experts from China and 46 other countries were urgently meeting at the United Nations to discuss the cause. They reported that the weather wouldn't last long, but natural disaster warnings still needed attention. The police and local authorities were arranging response measures. People were advised not to panic, not to believe or spread rumors, and not to hoard supplies. This disaster would pass quickly. Han Feng sighed after hearing the news on TV. The government always hides the truth, using fake news to calm the public. If Han Feng hadn't been deceived before, he would have believed it too. This time, he had prepared enough supplies, reinforced the rooms, and set up heating equipment, so he didn't need to worry too much for now. Han Feng was sipping tea when his phone kept receiving messages from the neighborhood chat group. He read through them quickly and was startled by a comment. "Everyone listen to me, this snowstorm isn't caused by the weather, it's coming from inside the earth." Han Feng thought to himself that this wasn't an ordinary natural disaster. The extreme cold on Earth was about to hit. He wondered who the person sending the message was and how they knew about it, continuing to observe the group chat. Residents from the apartment building were texting. He requested, "Could the building owner clear the snow in the neighborhood? The cars can't get out." Owner, "Yes, they're still rushing to the supermarket to buy food." "Have the condo fees been paid?" Owner, "Hurry up, clear the road in front of the neighborhood or the supermarket will run out of food." Snow is falling heavily and you still want to drive? Even if you reach the community, you won't be able to go anywhere. What should we do now? The temperature has dropped to -20 degrees. Can we walk out? It's hard to tell how long this snowstorm will last. Heard people are frantically stockpiling supplies. If we don't leave now, we might not make it. Where is the landlord? Someone come out and give us an answer. One of the landlord's staff responded, "Sorry, the outcome this time is too big and our manpower is limited right now." A resident in the apartment complex texted, "What are you keeping the landlords for if they can't even solve such a small problem? Give us back the community fee." "That's right, give us our money back." Han Feng thought to himself, this argument is meaningless. This snowstorm can't be solved by human power. At this moment, the landlord of Unit 1204 sent a message. "Everyone, stop arguing." Someone recognized the landlord of Unit 1204 and replied, "Classmate landlord of Unit 1204, what are you messaging about? With such heavy snow, even if it's cleared, it will be covered again in a few hours. Why argue? Why don't we all just shovel the snow together? It'll be cleared quickly." The landlord is also human, and in this kind of disaster, they can't do anything either. Besides, aren't you just venting your anger on them? This was met with a series of questions from other residents in the complex. "Who are you to lecture us? Are you the landlord? Why are you defending them?" "Yeah, are you one of the landlord's people?" The landlord's student replied, "Everyone, I'm not defending the landlord, just sharing my perspective. Right now, pressuring the landlord doesn't make sense. This issue can't be solved and we won't get the results we want." The residents in the complex found this reasonable and calmed down a little. "So what do you suggest we do? Right, are we just going to stand here and starve to death? At least we can't drive to the supermarket now." The landlord's student messaged, "Even if the roads in the community are cleared, who can ensure the outside will be cleared? I suggest everyone walk there, and if anyone agrees, I can go down to help the landlord clear the road." Han Feng thought to himself, I have some impression of this person with the surname Chuo. I remember before the apocalypse he was always very active." At that moment, someone messaged, "Well, this seems complicated. To go out, we need to clear the snow. If we don't go out, then don't say anything." This person sent the message and then went offline. Li Ziyi also messaged, clear the snow if you must, but why make such a fuss all day? It's really troublesome. I'll go down and help. Let's clear the road. I've got to meet my big brother to discuss a business deal worth millions. Han Feng smiled to himself and thought, that voice sounds like someone I know. With someone taking the lead, others quickly followed. I'll go too, me too. Among them, Han Feng also received a message from Li Huina. Li Huina messaged, I need to get something, the food at home is running out and I need to buy enough for the next few days. Even though I've caught a little cold these past 2 days, but Han Feng, you've set an example for me. I'll go down to help too. Some young men without girlfriends messaged, how can a man like that let Huina go down? You should stay home and rest, let her recover. Li Huina messaged, thank you for your concern. Well, I'll leave the cleaning to everyone. Han Feng read this and then closed the chat group, muttering to himself, she sure knows how to handle things. Han Feng saw someone send him a private message and opened it. It was from Li Huina. Han Feng, what have you been busy with these days? You promised to contact me. I'm still waiting for you. By the way, when you come to see me, can you buy some food from the supermarket? Buy more, I'll wait for you. Han Feng looked at the messages along with a suggestive picture from Li Huina and muttered, in this weather she's dressed like that. Is she trying to seduce me? Trying to turn me into her delivery boy? The price is too high. Han Feng thought for a moment and then replied. Not long after, Li Huina received Han Feng's message. Li Huina read Han Feng's message, angrily threw her phone on the bed and shouted, Han Feng, you jerk, you're a bastard. Time passed. Today was the second day after the snowstorm, and the temperature outside was minus 20 degrees. There's still heating and the internet, so people's normal lives continue. Han Feng just sat in his room, scrolling through videos to kill time. This was only the second day, and he already felt bored. Perhaps the biggest challenge in the apocalypse is learning how to endure loneliness. And the condition of his injured leg wasn't getting better at all. The tendons were injured and would take several months to fully recover. Han Feng sighed to himself, then scrolled through more videos and was attracted by one. In the science section, someone was saying whether anyone in the world knew how to heal injury. Doctor confirmed that this man, after jumping from the 15th floor, was found to have his internal organs and bones start healing. Is this real or fake? Stay tuned for the next episode. Han Feng thought to himself, why didn't I think of this? Han Feng silently shouted and grinned. The blue light from his hand shone on his injured leg. A few minutes later, the light disappeared. Han Feng sighed and laid back on the sofa. Looks like I was overthinking it. I thought the blue light could heal my injury. Han Feng yawned as he spoke, gradually falling into a strange sleep. In his dream, Han Feng was dressed as a native, riding the lead goat, leading a herd of goats running at full speed. Suddenly, he was thrown off the goat. His leg was injured as a result, and blood started to flow. Suddenly, a goat came up to lick Han Feng's wound. Han Feng used his hand to push its head away. The goat got angry. Its tongue suddenly grew long, wrapping around Han Feng's leg and pulling him up high. A second later, the contact point emitted a blue light. At the same time, Han Feng woke up from the dream. What was that dream? Han Feng looked down and was surprised to find his leg glowing blue. Han Feng thought of something, quickly removed the bandage and tried to walk. His leg seemed to not hurt anymore. Could it be that the blue light healed the injury while I was asleep? Han Feng tried a bit more. Han Feng took a knife, trembling as he made a small cut on his finger. In the blink of an eye, blue light erupted from his wounded hand. Han Feng saw this and smiled softly, saying, so that's how it is, I get it now. At that moment outside, the residents in the community were shoveling snow. They worked together to push a large tree blocking the road. Chu Ziyu clapped his hands. Everyone, you've worked hard. Uncle Liu, you've worked hard too. Even in such heavy snow, we still have to bother you. Liu Guangzhao pointed at the two people, Jin Taiwen and Jin Taiwo, and laughed. I don't have that much strength. The two Jin brothers laughed awkwardly. Just then, Jin Jai Ren slipped and fell to the ground. The two Jin brothers hurried over to help. One of them reached out. Are you okay? The ground has frozen, be careful. I'm fine, thank you. Jin Jai Ren smiled, grabbed the hand of the other person and was pulled up. Jin Taiwen said, then we'll go clear the main road first. If you need anything, just call us. Jin Jai Ren smiled. You guys go ahead, I can handle it. Elsewhere, Chu Zuyu spoke to Liu Guangzhao. The snow is getting heavier. We need to make use of the time to go shopping later. Liu Guangzhao agreed. Right, speaking of shopping, I just remembered something. Chu Zuyu asked. What is it, Uncle Liu? Liu Guangzhao scratched his head and laughed. Well, it's not a big deal. I heard a family in the community a few days ago seemed to be moving. They were driving a small truck, bringing a lot of things into the house. Chu Zuyu laughed. Isn't that normal? Maybe it's a new family moving in or the house is being renovated. Liu Guangzhao said, but I saw a gas tank and a stove. It doesn't seem like a regular move. Looks like they're preparing for the winter. Kim twins had just arrived when they reported that the main road was clear and passable. Lu Guangxiu spoke up. praising the twins for their hard work. Suddenly, a young man smoking a cigarette draped his arm over their shoulders and spoke. The young man asked what they had just said about preparing for winter, finding it interesting. A second later, a chunk of snow hit him in the back of the neck. Lu Yan brushed off his hand and reminded Wu Kuanyu not to be lazy and to work quickly. Wu Kuanyu angrily pointed at Lu Yan and shouted that he was the lazy one. Wu Kuanyu emphasized that he had done all the work alone while Lu Yan just stood by. Lu Yan waved him aside and said it was wrong to criticize others. Chu Zuyu intervened, telling them not to argue since the main road was clear, then loudly announced that everyone could take a break and prepare a little. Kim Jia Yan happily agreed and called out clearly. The Kim twins took out their phones, whispering about buying many things for home and texting their mother to see what was missing. Guangxiu asked Chu Zuyu what he thought about this and if it had anything to do with the disaster. Chu Zuyu was silent for a few seconds before laughing and saying he hadn't really paid attention. It was just a brief snowfall that would stop soon. Chu Zuyu explained that life would soon return to normal, so he didn't see the two matters as related. He continued thinking that if the snow didn't stop and someone hoarded a large amount of supplies in the district, it would be bad for their area. Guangxiu scratched his head and laughed, agreeing with Chu Zuyu. After a while, Chu Zuyu put on his backpack, held an umbrella, turned to the people behind him and called for them to line up outside without crowding. The snow fell heavier as everyone tried to return after 3 hours. They put on backpacks, held umbrellas, and followed Chu Zuyu. Inside, Han Feng was sleeping soundly when the knock on the door from Li Ziyi woke him. Han Feng, still drowsy, went to open the door and apologized for just waking up. Li Ziyi carried a long bag, smiling, saying that the magical cursed goods needed to be delivered, a semi-automatic gun. Li Ziyi handed the gun bag to Han Feng and reminded him that Lu Ka had asked him to say thanks. Han Feng took the bag, smiling, saying Lu Ka was being polite, and Li Ziyi sighed. Han Feng suspiciously asked Li Ziyi what was wrong. Li Ziyi replied that the supermarket in the eastern district had been emptied overnight. Han Feng asked in surprise if the supermarket had really been cleared in one night. Feng thought to himself that the event had indeed happened. Li Ziyi reminded him to dress warmly when returning to his room. Han Feng smiled, agreeing, and went back, pondering how the supermarket could be emptied overnight. Han Feng recalled stories from novels about the ability to absorb items into space. He wondered if spatial powers were real, feeling uneasy and needing to study his own ability. Han Feng realized that if someone else with powers appeared, he could at least handle it. He knew his ability could react with food to survive, but the success rate was low, 1 success in 10 attempts, and meat was even harder. While thinking, Han Feng held a soybean and used blue light. A few seconds later, the soybean turned into a black mass. He startled himself, thinking the failure rate was too high and deciding to clarify the method today. At 10:45 p.m., Han Feng panted, staring at the soybean in his hand with a pile of black matter beside him. Finally, he had grasped a bit of the usage method. Han Feng realized that when using blue light, the energy wasn't fixed. Each food required a different level, and mistakes led to failure. He recognized this resembled a famous rhythm game from over 10 years ago. Han Feng tested by comparing energy with the up, down, left, right buttons, noting all had to be correct. Once he found the limits, he experimented, resulting in a vibrant green soybean. Next, Han Feng experimented with different meats. Meat and vegetables behaved differently. Failure produced a horrific black liquid. He took a piece of meat, thinking the principle wasn't much different. Han Feng determined the energy needed for that type of meat. The process took longer than for vegetables. The piece of meat quickly turned into a pile of foul-smelling black liquid. Han Feng didn't give up, continuing to experiment many times. Eventually, his perseverance paid off and the original piece of meat became a much larger drumstick. Exhausted, he collapsed on the floor, thinking finally. Han Feng discovered the successful method for meat. The next day, he lay on the sofa watching TV news, which announced that it was July 17, the third day of the once-in-a-century snow disaster affecting the whole country. Areas were actively resisting and mitigating disaster damage, as the heavy snowstorm paralyzed traffic, electricity, and networks. People were advised to wait patiently for rescue. District governments provided relief supplies, and people were instructed to stay indoors unless necessary. Like in his previous life, everywhere was paralyzed. Han Feng sighed and checked the residential group chat on his phone. Feng saw people in the group starting to argue, thinking to himself how intense the quarrels were. The cause was reading the news. Some believed rescue would come, others debated how to save themselves. A message from Lu Guangxiu appeared in the group, catching Han Feng's attention. He wondered if people truly believed the news. If the situation matched the reports, rescue teams had arrived, yet supply trucks hadn't been seen. Han Feng heard friends say that many armored vehicles and heavy weapons were heading toward City A. He speculated that only war was likely imminent. He read Lu Guangxiu's messages. People in the group chat expressed panic and fear, asking if it was real and if they were doomed. Han Feng thought of a sudden outbreak of war, recalling hearing about this before. Fellow students messaged in the group. Students suggested that if Lu's predictions were correct, they should find ways to protect themselves. Some homeowners lacked enough food and had to endure hunger, and government relief supplies might not arrive on time. One student proposed forming a self-organized relief effort for those struggling in the district. For now, those with sufficient food would share a little with those in need. Go Tone, who sent a message saying that he would start donating half of his food supplies and encouraged anyone in need to come and ask for help. Chuang Hein found this reasonable and emphasized that everyone in the community could support each other to survive the crisis. I'll start by donating half of my food. Anyone who needs help can come to me anytime. On this cold day, no one should go hungry. If anyone participates in the donation, count me in. Lai Hu-na, sitting in her room, angrily looked at her phone and muttered, "Are you crazy?" and Go Tone who? The others didn't reply, so Hu-na angrily sent a message. Is it because I didn't agree to be your girlfriend before? Sorry, but we really have no food left in the house. A young man stood up and sent a message. Go Tone, who explained that he couldn't know everyone's food situation and only hoped for neighborhood unity. How would I know? I just hope everyone can come together. If we can't have true unity, then I won't bother donating. Some people agreed with the donation. Indeed, no one wants to be enemies. The chat group went silent for a while and everyone was thinking. A few minutes later, they decided in message, if the donation counts, include me. Also, does anyone need clothes? I have medicine at home, come and get it if you need it. Huang Hawk, who sent a message on behalf of the community residents, thanking everyone and explaining that due to the large number of people, a temporary emergency committee would be set up to gather and distribute supplies. I will thank everyone on behalf of the community. Han Feng sneered as he read the message, thinking that the temporary committee was just a trick to steal supplies from the residents. On July 19, the fifth day of the apocalypse, the outside temperature dropped below -40 degrees. The heating system had completely broken down due to the extreme weather, and everyone was trying to keep warm to maintain their body temperature. The situation was getting worse, except for Han Feng's place. Inside Han Feng's room, the heating was provided by a large stove using black material from failed power trials. He sat on the sofa playing games, with food and drinks scattered on the table. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Han Feng answered the phone. Hello, the person on the other end. Hello, is this the resident of Unit 1801, Han Feng? I'm in charge of the 8th floor area. In 20 minutes, we'll start clearing the roads. After clearing the snow, please come to the parking lot to check in. Han Feng cursed under his breath because of the heavy snow. It's snowing so much outside. You people are crazy. Clean up. I'll clean up your nonsense. 20 minutes later, he was still in the main room on the first floor, thinking that he shouldn't create tension with the neighbors. Forget it, don't make a scene with the neighbors. He decided to minimize the risk of his secret in the room being exposed and went out with the group. He was surprised to see the snow had piled up halfway up the door of the apartment complex. The others were equally shocked and exclaimed. They were stunned by the several-meter-high snow, even though it had been cleared just the day before. Someone suggested opening the front door. A man in a brown coat near the door tried to push but couldn't. He called Han Feng and a few nearby young men. You guys with the black hair, come over here and help. Han Feng and the young men went over and coordinated. I'll count to 1, 2, 3, let's push together. Under the brown-coated man's direction, everyone worked together to open the door. A blast of cold air rushed in. This snow is over the top, it's so cold, damn it. Everyone, despite wearing many clothes, was still cold and had to retreat inside to avoid the wind. Han Feng muttered, so cold. With weather like this, going outside would freeze you. The others trembled and said, going out to shovel snow in this weather will surely freeze us to death. With this amount of snow, it's impossible. Only a madman would go out now. Suddenly they heard a shout, I'm going. Han Feng was startled and thought, that voice. He turned around and saw Lai Tu Engia coming over. What are you cowards doing? You need some guts. Lai Tu Engia approached the door. The others advised, don't show off, this isn't a joke. Wait until the snow stops. But Lai Tu Engia didn't listen, took a long drag of his cigarette and rushed outside. In just a few breaths, he disappeared into the thick snow. After just a few breaths, they heard cries for help. Help, help, help! They rushed over, pulled Lai Tu Engia back inside and closed the door. Han Feng helped Lai Tu Engia. Lai, are you okay? He looked around and suggested, everyone go to the parking lot to check in with the person in charge. We'll think of something after the snow stops. Right now, the snow couldn't be cleared by manpower alone. A little while later, Chuang Haku stood in the underground parking lot among the crowd and said, there's really too much snow now. He continued, we'll wait for the snow to reduce and then start clearing. After that, the underground parking lot will be the point for donations and supplies distribution. Han Feng looked at Chuang Haku thinking, so this is the Chuang in the group. He's leading the emergency committee, thanking everyone for their help and expressing surprise that so many households were willing to donate supplies. Once again, thank you all for your help. I didn't expect so many households to be willing to donate their supplies. Your generous donations have been a great help to those in need. On their behalf, I thank you all again. The residents replied, everyone faces tough times, helping each other is the right thing to do. As long as we stay united, we will definitely overcome this crisis. Han Feng thought the disaster wouldn't stop, and sooner or later they would regret it. Lai Tu Engia shivered and said, Brother, I'm going upstairs now. Han Feng nodded. Okay, brother. Kim Tri Enheen carried a few boxes of goods into the crowd, tripping and falling backward. Han Feng quickly ran over to help. Are you okay? Thank you. Kim Tri Enheen looked up at Han Feng, surprised. Hey, it's you. How did your leg heal so quickly? Han Feng explained. I've had great recovery abilities since I was young. A normal injury heals in a few days, so that's how it is. Kim Tri Enheen believed him, her eyes lighting up as she gave a thumbs up. Han Feng took a deep breath and grabbed the boxes. I'll carry them for you, Kim Tri Enheen said. It's fine, it's fine. Boxes were very heavy. Han Feng smiled. I'm strong. Kim Tri Enheen replied, this is to thank you for helping me with the bandages. After saying that, she let go and Han Feng felt the weight shift. He almost dropped the boxes, straining to lift them as his body shook. He tried to force a weak smile. Can I ask what's in these boxes? Kim Tri Enheen smiled. You mean these boxes? Mostly medical supplies and things to be donated. Is it heavy? I can help you. Han Feng replied. No need, it doesn't feel heavy at all. Kim Tri Enheen reminded. Don't push yourself too much. My strength is much greater than other men. Han Feng asked in surprise, is that so? So you've had this kind of strength since you were young? Kim Jai Ren slightly lowered her head and softly replied, not exactly, there are actually other reasons. Han Feng, hearing this, seemed doubtful and asked, Kim Jai Ren regained her composure, smiled, and replied, it's nothing, sorry, it's just, there are some events that happened that I can't explain clearly. She glanced over the matter and asked, oh, by the way, I still don't know your name. Han Feng answered, Han Feng. Kim Jai Ren put her hands behind her but turned her face to look at him and smiled, saying, I'm Kim Jai Ren, nice to meet you. Her words made Han Feng blush, standing frozen for a moment. Kim Jai Ren seemed unaware of his embarrassment, continuing to smile and ask, so Han Feng, what do you do for a living? Han Feng replied, I'm unemployed. Kim Jai Ren suddenly exclaimed, wow. Han Feng was puzzled. What's so surprising about being unemployed? That moment, someone walked by and accidentally bumped into Kim Jai Ren, causing her to lose her balance and fall toward Han Feng. Her chest pressed against Han Feng's arm, making him blush once again. Kim Jai Ren quickly pulled back and apologized. Sorry. Han Feng replied, it's okay. At that moment, Li Huina, having seen the incident from a distance, walked over and said, Han Feng, why didn't you call me when you went outside? She then took Han Feng's arm and looked at Kim Jai Ren, asking, who's this, your friend? Han Feng felt his arm lighten and Kim Jai Ren quickly grabbed a few boxes and said, well, you two can talk, I won't disturb you, I'll just take the stuff over there. Thanks. Before Han Feng could say anything, Li Huina replied, oh, all right. Once Kim Jai Ren had walked away, Han Feng spoke, Huina, why are you here? Li Huina smiled and replied, I came down to get some supplies and you didn't contact me. I was worried something happened to you. Han Feng pretended to scratch his head and laughed, saying, I was going to text you, Huina. Li Huina let out a soft sound and said, you're such a trickster. I just saw you laughing and talking with that girl earlier. Then she smiled brightly and asked, by the way, Han Feng, do you have any extra food at home? We're almost out, could you share some with me? Han Feng smiled mischievously and said, I don't have much food left either, but I can share some with you. But the thing is, I texted you a few days ago and you didn't reply. How about you come stay at my place for a few days? At the end, he even hugged Li Huina. Li Huina was a bit surprised by Han Feng's unusual attitude and actions. She quickly pushed him away and awkwardly smiled, saying, at that time I didn't understand what you meant. If you wanted me to come and talk to you, you could have just contacted me when you got online. Han Feng turned around and left. He yawned and said, looks like you're not going to give in. Well, I'll just go back then. Li Huina quickly grabbed the sleeve of Han Feng's coat and called, wait a moment. Han Feng stopped, turned, and looked at her. Li Huina lowered her head and spoke, I feel like you've changed recently, Han Feng. I know that you take relationships seriously. You don't want others to think that you're only with me because I'm rich. So could you give me a little more time? Han Feng appeared moved and spoke. Inside, Li Huina's heart grew cold. It's not that after one time I truly believe it. I really want to rip off that fake mask of hers. If she doesn't want to look for herself, I'll just follow the path before my reincarnation to find the man behind her. Han Feng thought, all I need is for Li Huina to bring that man here herself. Han Feng laughed and said, I'm just kidding with you. Li Huina stared at him in surprise and softly exclaimed. Han Feng continued with a smile, I'll wait for you to respond to my question. I'll bring the food to you tomorrow. Li Huina happily said, really? Han Feng, you're the best. She then turned and left, saying, I'll go back first. If there's anything, just message me online. Han Feng waved, be careful, don't catch a cold. Hui Na turned around and smiled contemptuously. Unbeknownst to her, Han Feng was also smiling disdainfully at her from behind. 2 days later in Han Feng's room, his phone suddenly vibrated. A new message notification appeared. Li Hui Na, Han Feng, what are you doing? Earlier you said you wanted to give me some supplies. When are you going to give it to me? Why haven't you replied? Han Feng skimmed over the message, not paying attention. He continued to enjoy his hot bowl of noodles and said, this feels so good, so delicious. The weather's perfect for eating hot dishes like this. Time went on and the weather grew colder. People were worried about essential supplies. Only Han Feng was comfortably sitting in his warm room enjoying his hot food. Experiments over the past few days had confirmed 2 things for Han Feng. First, meats can't grow infinitely. Second, beans and similar items can be used infinitely. Previously, each time he created a sprout, he would take half of the seed to continue breeding. Similarly, Han Feng conducted experiments with meats. Under the effect of light, half a piece of meat combined with some beans could form a nearly complete piece of beef, and then he used this principle to continue. After several experiments, the results were as expected. Han Feng was delighted because from now on, he no longer had to worry about hunger. He continued to finish the bowl of noodles in front of him. After finishing, Han Feng poured himself a glass of red wine, then sat on the sofa to watch TV. Good morning, viewers. Today is August 2nd, the 19th day of snowfall. My current location is Pajuhiti Island in the Mandivar archipelago, 78 km from the equator. The average temperature here is -42 degrees. The entire island is almost completely covered in snow and ice. The seawater is freezing rapidly. According to experts, the thickest ice layer has reached 55 cm. The nearby countries near the equator have also been heavily impacted, just like everywhere else. Feng thought to himself, the real situation is much worse than what they're saying on the news. Suddenly, a loud explosion followed by a small tremor startled Han Feng. He quickly ran to the window to look outside. When he saw the mushroom cloud in the distance, Han Feng thought, this is the 7th explosion. What's happening out there? Then, he saw several military helicopters flying across the sky. Han Feng took out his phone, checked the chat group, and saw that the situation outside had caused a major crisis for the residents. People in the parking garage were trading supplies and food, but there were also many taking advantage of the situation to exert pressure, leading to many conflicts. Moreover, Han Feng saw in the chat group that some residents were having difficulties, waiting in line in the garage to receive supplies. After a while, Han Feng bundled up in several layers of warm clothes and went down to the parking garage. It's so cold, he thought to himself. If it weren't for wanting to gather information, I wouldn't come down here. Before my reincarnation, there was a riot in the neighborhood, but I didn't know the exact cause. This time, I need to understand the situation to minimize the risks. With that thought, Han Feng headed to the supply reception area. When he arrived, he saw many people already in line and thought, there are a lot of struggling families. At the front of the line, an argument was occurring. A man who had just received his supplies shouted loudly. At first, I had provided some supplies, but now he was asking me for more food. Facing that man, Zhang Zuyu sat at the table, chatting and laughing with everyone. Everything was being shared fairly. However, the man refused, shouting for the previously donated supplies to be returned. Zhang Zuyu replied, I'm sorry, we cannot return the supplies. With the disaster still ongoing, please consider the common good. Once the situation stabilizes, I will compensate you. Is that acceptable? Man yelled, who knows how long this disaster will last? I only want back the supplies I donated before. People waiting in line are impatient and unhappy. He said he'd compensate, but I still expect a little respect. Look at him, I want a bit more supplies, take the food and leave. Everyone is waiting for their meal, don't disturb him anymore, someone in the crowd said. He's asking for donated supplies back, shameless, another added. Yes, the committee has already worked hard enough. Fat bastard, get lost, Han Feng muttered sarcastically with a smile. We can't let them take back the supplies now, but it's truly shameless to use high-minded morality to force someone into giving more. Suddenly someone spoke up beside him. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Han Feng turned and was surprised to see Li Zi. He waved at Han Feng. Oh, it's you, little brother. Han Feng smiled. What a coincidence. Long time no see, how have you been? Li Zi laughed. I'm fine, just a bit weak and flustered. Han Feng looked at him speechless. You call that fine? Suddenly, Li Zi's stomach growled a few times. Looked distressed, rubbing his stomach and softly saying, lately, I've only been drinking tap water to stave off hunger. It's been really tough. Han Feng asked in surprise, you have no supplies left? Li Zi replied, yes, I donated all my supplies to the committee to help my neighbors. As a result, our remaining food ran out while the snow kept falling, and the committee only distributed a little. If I had known, I would have kept more for myself. Han Feng looked at Li Zi, thought for a moment, then smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Can you help me a little? He whispered into Li Zi's ear. Li Zi nodded repeatedly. Finally, he looked at Han Feng in surprise. Huh, that's it. Just 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Han Feng replied, yes, but don't complain it's too little, I don't have much left myself. Han Feng expected Li Zi to feel it was insufficient, but instead he was touched, almost crying, little brother, is this why you found an excuse to give me food? You will never forget this kindness, Han Feng said with a helpless smile. We're brothers, don't be formal. Li Zi suddenly clapped Han Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, little brother, I'll take care of it. Han Feng smiled, thanks, I'll see you at my place tonight for the supply. Li Zi turned and said, all right, I'll go get the supplies first. Feng smiled and gave Li Zi a thumbs up. He thought, these packs of noodles and sausages will help me. No need to gather intel myself anymore. Although a bit uneasy, no one just sits on the sofa eating good food and playing games, Han Feng said cheerfully, preparing to return to his room to enjoy a warm light. Suddenly, he heard someone call Han Feng, then a hand slapped him straight across the face. Huina looked at him angrily and said, you've really disappointed me. She questioned, why do you always ignore my messages? Her voice was loud enough to draw attention from everyone nearby. Han Feng was stunned by the slap, holding his face and thinking, I haven't even settled things with her and now she slaps me for no reason. Does she think I'm easy to bully? Seeing Han Feng still silent, Li Huina raised her voice, are you mute, duck? Can you hear me? Han Feng regained composure, took a deep breath and said, sorry Huina, here's what happened. After a moment, Huina exclaimed, what, stolen? Han Feng replied, yes, I left the supplies at the door and went to get the key. When I came back they were gone. Li Huina asked, have you tried to recover them? Han Feng answered, yes, but there are no clues. Li Huina worriedly asked, so do you still have any supplies? Han Feng replied, not much, 1 meal a day will last me a few more days. Li Huina greedily said, that's perfect then. If you eat 1 meal every 2 days you could give me half, right? Then we can survive this together. Han Feng thought, shameless, she actually said that. But he understood she saw him only as a tool. Smiling, he said, all right, I promised Huina, half for each of us. Li Huina exclaimed happily, really? Thank you so much, Han Feng. Can you help me bring it down? Feng replied, tonight I'll message you after I finish tidying up. Li Huina said, okay, I'll wait. I'll head back first and you go home soon, don't catch a cold. She turned and left. Han Feng waved, all right, see you tonight. That evening, Li Huina sat huddled by the elevator in Han Feng's building lobby, waiting and texting him. 20:15 Han Feng, can you come now? 20:40 Han Feng, where are you? 21:05 Han Feng, I'm at your floor lobby. 21:34 Han Feng, aren't you coming down? I'm freezing. An hour passed and Han Feng still didn't appear, nor did he reply to her messages. Huina silently cursed, what is he doing? Ignoring messages, not answering calls, probably standing me up. She looked up at the elevator, which had stopped working. Huina hesitated, then decided to climb the stairs to Han Feng's floor. She didn't want to leave empty-handed after waiting so long. However, because his room was on a high floor, she quickly became tired. But she had no choice, she had to keep climbing, muttering, Han Feng deserves to die. If it weren't for the supplies, I wouldn't be coming after him. I'm exhausted, haven't eaten for days. Reaching the 16th floor, Li Huina breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, at that moment the stairwell light suddenly went out. She gasped, the emergency lights are broken too. Then she heard a strange noise from above. Who's there? Li Huina stopped, looked up, and froze as a black bag fell onto her head. Minutes later, the lights returned. Covered in flour, she looked up and shouted, Han Feng. Han Feng appeared carrying 2 black bags identical to the one that fell on Li Huina, saying, sorry Huina, I overslept. When I saw your messages, I rushed down with the supplies. I didn't expect the lights to go out and I hit the railing. Li Huina angrily scolded, are you an idiot? You can't even handle a simple task. She tried to remove the sticky stuff from her hair, muttering, ugh, disgusting. Han Feng smugly thought, this is the gift I prepared for her. Then he handed the black bag he was holding to Li Huina and said, these are the remaining supplies. Li Huina took it and opened the bag. Seeing the messy contents, she asked, this isn't moldy, is it? Looks awful. Han Feng laughed and explained, these are leftovers I saved. Li Huina asked with disdain, it's this dirty, how could I eat it? You don't want it, give it back to me. As he spoke, Han Feng reached to take the bag. Li Huina quickly hugged it to herself, eyes alert, and said, who said I don't need it? Han Feng looked at Li Huina's jittery demeanor and thought, ah, this is the goddess I once risked everything to chase. Li Huina ignored his expression, took an apple from the bag, bit it and murmured, a little black outside but the inside is probably fine, cut off a bit and it's edible. Then she snatched the remaining black bag from Han Feng and said, I'll take the flour too. Opening it, she said happily, great, still half left. Carrying both bags, she went down the stairs without a word. Huina focused entirely on the 2 bags in her hand. Han Feng stood on the stairs, smiling as he watched her, thinking, these will give her a stomach ache for days. He then turned to leave but suddenly paused, his face hardening while his steps didn't falter. He continued down the hallway. As soon as he left the stairs, a figure slipped into the hallway behind him. Han Feng was already waiting there, grabbing the intruder by the collar and pressing them to the ground. What do you want? Han Feng shouted, raising his other hand to punch. The fist didn't land. Han Feng looked at the person on the ground, thinking, oh, a little girl. Feng looked at the bespectacled girl and asked, "Hey, are you spying on me? What's your intention?" She just stared silently. Seeing this, Han Feng gave a dark smile and threatened, "If you don't speak, I'll strip your clothes off." The bespectacled girl still said nothing. Han Feng released her, stood up and said, "It's fine if you don't speak. This time I'll let it go. Go home quickly and don't cause trouble." As he turned to his room, he suddenly realized his sleeve was being held by the girl. Han Feng turned to the bespectacled girl and asked, "What are you doing? Don't stare at me like that. If you're not going to speak, I'm leaving." She simply pointed in a direction. Han Feng asked, "You want me to follow?" The bespectacled girl nodded softly, "Yes." Soon, Han Feng was led to her room. Upon entering, he was surprised by the stacks of boxes filling the room and exclaimed, "So all these are what you prepare?" The spectacled girl nodded, "Yes." Han Feng asked, "Did you already know a snow disaster was coming?" She took off her coat and replied, "Yes, predicted it, resulting in an ice age." She pointed to the chat history in the apartment group and said, "It was mentioned in the group." Han Feng read the messages, surprised, and pointed at her. "So you're from the other building. Impressive. But why did you bring me here to show me this?" Han Feng asked. The girl pointed in a direction. Following her gaze, Han Feng saw surveillance screens showing him moving supplies into his room. "All this you've been watching me?" Han Feng asked, turning to her. She continued removing her outer dress, leaving only a nightgown, and answered, "Yes." Han Feng stared, forgetting to question her. Then he reacted, face flushing, and quickly said, "Hey, don't suddenly take off your clothes like that." She said, "Hot." Han Feng exclaimed, "No, I didn't mean that." Seeing she didn't stop, he immediately shouted, "Stop smiling, put your clothes back on." Shortly after, the girl had changed into comfortable clothes, sat on the sofa, typing rapidly while staring at her laptop. Han Feng sat beside her and said, "So you suspected I was stockpiling supplies before the snow and were watching me?" She nodded, "Yes." Han Feng said, "The purpose of watching me is to see if we can cooperate, right?" She nodded, "Yes." Han Feng asked, "By cooperate, you mean?" As he spoke, she suddenly reached for the top of the sofa, took out a device and said, "Teach me how to use the generator." Han Feng tested the generator and said, "That's it, do you understand now?" She nodded, "Yes." Han Feng asked, "So nothing else to do?" The spectacled girl looked at him for a moment and pointed in a direction. Han Feng looked and saw a water heater. They walked over and Han Feng instructed, "Adjust this way for hot water, but remember to turn it off after use." She nodded, "Yes." At the fridge, Han Feng explained, "Raw meat must go in the freezer and remove the packaging first. Leaving it like this is messy. Don't just stand there, help me." The kitchen, Han Feng instructed, "Be careful with the gas. Watch me. The flame must be strong to cook a good meal. When the green light comes on, the rice is done." Finally, a meal with 3 savory dishes was set on the table. Han Feng said, "All right, eat quickly." The girl ate silently. Han Feng slammed the table in exasperation. "I feel like I'm becoming a full-time nanny. My reasoning skills are too poor." The girl glared at Han Feng. He laughed, "Ah, I'm just joking." Then he began eating, sighing inwardly, so exhausting. After a while, Han Feng turned to the girl and said, "I'll leave after you finish eating." But he noticed she had already fallen asleep. "You can sleep right after eating," Han Feng chuckled, then gently placed her on the sofa and covered her carefully. Leaving her apartment, Han Feng thought, "She's like a child." The next morning, he was woken by knocking. "So early, what is it?" Lam Bam complained. Han Feng opened the door to see the bespectacled girl with stacks of supplies in front of his door. The bespectacled girl said, "These are gifts for you." Han Feng replied, "Ah, too kind." Seeing the towering pile of boxes, he thought, "So many." Feng asked, "Anything else?" The girl pointed at the generator and asked, "Can you teach me once more?" Han Feng said, "Ah, sure." And so a few more days passed. The heating system has completely failed due to the extreme weather. Everyone is trying to figure out how to stay warm and maintain their body temperature. It's just like before Han Feng was reborn, the situation keeps worsening, except for that old man's place. In Han Feng's room, there is a large stove providing heat, and the main fuel is the pile of black material from failed power experiments. He's sitting on the sofa playing a game with a table full of food and drinks. Suddenly, the phone on the table rings. Han Feng picks up the phone. "Hello." The person on the other end starts speaking. "Hello, is this Unit 1801, Han Feng? I'm the person in charge of the 8th floor. In 20 minutes, we'll clear the road. Once the snow is cleared, please come down to the parking lot to meet me for a roll call." Han Feng curses under his breath. "With this heavy snow outside, are you blind? Clear the snow, I'll clear your asses." Despite his curses, Han Feng still shows up at the main lobby on the 1st floor 20 minutes later, with a reluctant expression, grumbling to himself. "Get it, don't turn against the neighbors for now. I need to minimize the risk of my secrets being exposed." Walking with the group towards the door, Han Feng freezes when he sees that the snow has piled up over half the height of the door to the building. The others also stop in shock and exclaim, "This is insane. We just cleared the road yesterday. I've never seen snow this high in my life. After the surprise, someone suggests opening the door first. The man in the brown coat standing near the door immediately gathers strength to push, but the door doesn't budge, so he turns to Han Feng and the nearby young men and shouts, "You guys with the black hair, come here and give me a hand." Han Feng and the young men immediately step forward. He shouts, "I'll count to 3, push together. 1, 2, 3. At the command of the man in the brown coat, everyone works together to push hard, and finally the door opens. Immediately, a gust of cold wind like a blade rushes in, sweeping through the whole room. Someone exclaims, "This snow is just ridiculous. It's so cold, damn, I can't even open my eyes." Cries of discomfort follow. Even though everyone is wearing a lot of clothes, they still can't bear the harshness of the wind and snow, retreating deeper inside. Among them, standing far from the door offers some relief. Han Feng huddles in a corner, silently groaning, "It's so cold. If I go outside in this weather, I'll definitely freeze to death and fall asleep forever." The others are also shaking uncontrollably, murmuring to each other, "If we go outside to clear the snow now, we'll definitely freeze to death. Let the snow clean itself." With this temperature, only a madman would go out. Suddenly, a shout rings out, "I'm coming." Hearing the voice, Han Feng is startled and thinks, "This voice." He turns around and sees Li Jiayi walking over and speaking. "What's the matter with these cowards? Show some spirit, some style." Han Feng smirks, thinking to himself, "As expected, it's our Li bro." Then Li Jiayi strides toward the door. A few kind-hearted people advise, "Don't show off anymore. This is no joke. Yes, wait for the snow to stop first." But Li Jiayi still doesn't listen. He takes a long drag of his cigarette, then boldly charges outside. In just a few breaths, he disappears into the thick snow. And just a few breaths later, everyone hears his cries for help. 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 Hearing this, everyone rushes to help, pulling Li Jiayi, who is now purple, back inside and slamming the door shut. Han Feng steps forward to support Li Jiayi and asks, "Li bro, are you okay?" Then he looks around at the crowd and suggests, "Everyone should first go to the parking lot to meet the person in charge for roll call. We'll continue after the snow stops." The snow is now too much to clear by hand. After a while at the parking lot, Zhang Zuyu stands among the crowd and speaks up. "Right now there is too much snow, so we'll wait until it lessens before starting to clear. After that, the underground parking lot will be the receiving point for donated supplies and the distribution center." Han Feng stands in the crowd, staring at Zhang Zuyu, silently thinking. So this is the Zhang in the group. Was he the one who masterminded the emergency committee scam? Zhang Zuyu continues, "Once again, thank you all for your help. I didn't expect so many residents to be willing to donate so many supplies. Everyone's generous contributions have helped so much for the residents who are struggling. Once again, I thank you all on their behalf." Crowd responds, "Every family faces difficulties sometimes. Helping each other is the right thing to do, as long as we unite. We believe that we will definitely overcome this crisis." Han Feng silently thinks, "Just watch, the accidents will continue. Before long, you'll regret it." Li Shuyi stood beside him, trembling as he said, "Senior, I'll head upstairs first." Han Feng nodded, replying, "All right, go ahead." Just then, he saw Kim Jia-yan carrying several boxes into the crowd. Carelessly, she fell backward. Seeing this, Han Feng quickly ran over to support her and asked, "Are you okay?" "Thank you," she replied. Kim Jia-yan looked up at the person helping her. When she realized it was Han Feng, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's you. Your leg, how did it heal so fast?" Han Feng hurriedly explained, "I've had the ability to heal very quickly since I was young. A wound like this heals in a few days, that's why." Kim Jia-yan believed Han Feng's explanation without a doubt. She said happily, "So that's how impressive you are." Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then took the boxes from Kim Jia-yan, saying, "I'll help you carry them." Kim Jia-yan said, "It's all right, they're very heavy." Han Feng smiled, "I'm very strong. Consider this a thank you for helping me with the bandages." Kim Jia-yan replied, "If you say so, I'm troubling you." Saying this, she let go. Han Feng felt his strength falter, nearly dropping the boxes. Struggling to hold them, he forced a weak smile. "Can I ask what's inside these boxes?" Kim Jia-yan smiled, "You mean this box? Mostly some medical supplies and a few things to give as gifts. Are they too heavy? Should I come help you?" Han Feng couldn't help but notice her cute expression. Han Feng smiled, "No need, I don't feel it at all." Kim Jia-yan said, "Don't overexert yourself. My muscles are even stronger than many men," she continued. Han Feng asked in surprise, "Really? So you've been this strong since you were young?" Kim Jia-yan lowered her head gently, "Not exactly, there are a few other reasons." Han Feng, suspicious, asked, "Oh." Kim Jia-yan regained her composure and smiled, "Oh, it's nothing, sorry, just some things happened, but anyway, I can't really explain clearly." Kim Jia-yan changed the subject. "All right, I don't even know your name." Han Feng replied, "Han Feng." Kim Jia-yan placed her hand behind her back, looked at Han Feng and smiled. I'm Kim Jia-yan, nice to meet you. Her gesture made Han Feng blush and he froze for a few seconds. Kim Jia-yan seemed unaware. He continued smiling and asked, so Han Feng, what do you do for work? Han Feng replied, I'm unemployed. Kim Jia-yan exclaimed, wow. Han Feng asked, what's so wow about being unemployed? At that moment, someone passing by accidentally bumped into Kim Jia-yan, causing her to lose balance and fall toward Han Feng. Her chest pressed against Han Feng's arm, making him blush again. Kim Jia-yan also blushed and quickly stepped back, saying, sorry. Han Feng said, it's okay, not far from here. Li Huina had seen the awkward interaction between them and stepped forward, saying, Han Feng, why didn't you call me before going out? Then she reached for Han Feng's arm, looked at Kim Jia-yan and asked, who is this? A friend of yours. Han Feng felt his hand slip slightly. Kim Jia-yan quickly took back the boxes and said, all right, you two continue talking, I won't disturb you. I'll carry these over myself, thank you. Before she could say anything, Li Huina replied, oh, okay. After Kim Jia-yan walked away, Han Feng finally spoke. Huina, why are you here? Li Huina smiled, I came down to pick up these supplies. You didn't contact me, so I was worried about you. Han Feng pretended to scratch his head, smiling, I was about to text you. Li Huina snorted, you're such a trickster. I just saw you laughing with that girl too. Then she smiled brightly and asked, by the way, Han Feng, do you have any extra food at home? My supplies are almost gone, can you spare me some? Han Feng smiled slyly, I don't have much food left either. I can spare a little for you. It's just that a few days ago I texted you and you didn't reply. Or maybe you want to stay at my place for a few days. By the end, he even held Li Huina with one arm. She was slightly startled by Han Feng's unusual behavior. He quickly pushed him away, forcing a smile. I didn't understand your intention back then. You wanted me to come talk to you, but I could have found you online. Li Huina sighed, looked at Han Feng and said, all right, I'll head back first. Han Feng turned around to leave, yawned and said, looks like you don't agree, so I can only go back. Seeing that, Li Huina hurriedly grabbed Han Feng's sleeve and called out, wait a second. Han Feng stopped and turned to look at her. Li Huina lowered her head and said, Han Feng, you've changed lately. I know you're very serious about relationships. I don't want people to think I'm with you because you have a lot of money. So can you give me a little more time? Han Feng looked moved and spoke up. Deep down, he was quietly sneering. Didn't you say you trusted me? I really want to rip that fake mask off her face. If it weren't for finding the man behind her, why would I need to bother searching? I'll just stick to the original plan and let Li Huina bring that man to me herself. Thinking that, Han Feng smiled and said, I was just messing with you. Li Huina stared at him in surprise and blurted out, hey. Han Feng smiled and continued, I'll wait for you to answer my question. Tomorrow I'll bring you some supplies. Li Huina said happily, really? Han Feng, you're the best. She turned to leave and said, I'll head back first. If anything comes up, we'll talk online. Han Feng waved and said, be careful not to catch a cold. As Li Huina turned away, a scornful smile spread across her face, unaware that behind her, Han Feng was also watching her with a scornful smile. 2 days later in Han Feng's room, his phone suddenly buzzed with a new message notification. Li Huina, Han Feng, what are you doing? 2 days ago you said you wanted to bring me some supplies. When are you bringing them? Why haven't you replied to me this whole time? After reading it, Han Feng didn't really care. He kept enjoying the steaming bowl of meat noodles in front of him and said, this is happiness. So good. This kind of weather is perfect for hot food like this. Time kept passing. Outside it grew colder and colder and everyone was anxious about necessities. Only Han Feng sat leisurely in his room, not worried at all, savoring hot food. The experiments of the past few days helped Han Feng confirm 2 things. First, meat of all kinds cannot grow without limit. Second, foods like beans can be used without limit. For every time he sprouted beans, he would keep half the beans to keep turning them into sprouts, and use the other half to eat. Using this principle, Han Feng continued experimenting on meat. Under the effect of the 2 kinds of light, half a piece of meat plus a small amount of beans could produce almost a complete piece of beef. After that, he took that piece of beef, applied the same principle again, and the results still didn't change. He repeated the experiment many times and the final outcome matched his prediction. He no longer needed to worry about running out of food. Han Feng murmured happily to himself, then kept eating until he finished the steaming meal in front of him. After eating, Han Feng poured himself a glass of red wine. He went to the sofa to watch TV and said, good morning, viewers. Today is August 2, the 19th day of the snow disaster. My current location is Pajuhiti Island in the Mandivar Archipelago, 78 kilometers from the equator. The average temperature here is -42 degrees. The entire island is almost completely covered in ice and snow. You can see the seawater freezing with the naked eye. According to expert research, the thickest ice layer has reached 55 centimeters. Countries near the equator affected by this disaster are not much different from other places, Han Feng thought to himself. The real situation is many times worse than what they announce on TV. Suddenly, a loud explosion accompanied by a small tremor made Han Feng jump. He hurried to the window and looked outside. When he saw the mushroom-shaped cloud in the distance, Han Feng thought, that's the seventh blast already. What happened out there? After that, Han Feng saw several military helicopters flying across the sky. He took out his phone. He checked the situation in the group chat and noticed that what was happening outside was also pushing the residents here into crisis. People in the parking garage were trading various items and essential food. However, many residents were also taking advantage of the situation to squeeze others, and there was no shortage of conflict. Han Feng also saw someone in the group chat report that some residents were currently having trouble getting into the parking garage to collect supplies. Little later, Han Feng put on several layers of warm clothes and went down to the parking garage, thinking, damn it, it's way too cold. If it weren't to gather information, I wouldn't have come down here. Thinking back to before my rebirth, there was a riot in the complex. Though the cause of the riot was unclear, this time it was necessary to understand the situation to minimize future risks. With that thought, Han Feng went to the supply reception area. When he arrived, he saw many people already lined up and silently thought, indeed, there were many struggling households. At the front of the line, an argument was taking place. The man who had just received supplies shouted, I already handed over some supplies earlier, so why am I now only given this little food? Volunteer sitting opposite him smiled and said, everyone is receiving an equal share. The man refused and continued shouting, give me back the supplies I donated before. The volunteer said, I'm sorry, the supplies really cannot be returned to you. Right now, while the disaster continues, I hope you can consider the bigger picture. Once this crisis passes, I will compensate you. Is that acceptable? Man yelled, who knows how long this snow disaster will last? I just want back the supplies I donated earlier. People behind him in line also began to show irritation. Is this a problem or not? The volunteer said, he already said he would compensate you. You should give him some face, don't try to get more supplies. Everyone is waiting to eat, don't ruin things for him. Donated and still asking for it back, don't you have any shame? Someone in the crowd shouted. That's right, everyone on the committee has struggled enough. Damn fatso. Get lost. Standing at the end of the line, Han Feng chuckled to himself, thinking that the man shouldn't be allowed to take back the supplies. It was shameless to use his own moral high ground to force others to donate more food. Suddenly, someone beside him spoke. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Han Feng turned in surprise and saw Li Zi. He also recognized Han Feng, waved and said, oh, it's you, little brother. Han Feng smiled and replied, what a coincidence. Long time no see, how have you been? Li Zi smiled and said, I'm fine, just a bit weak and confused lately. Han Feng shook his head, looking at him without knowing what to say. Suddenly, Li Zi's stomach growled. He looked sad, rubbed his belly and said, lately I've only been using tap water to curb hunger, really too harsh. Han Feng asked in surprise, you don't have any supplies at all? Li Zi replied, yeah, at that time I thought of helping neighbors and donated all my supplies to the committee. As a result, the food at home ran out, the snow disaster is still ongoing, and the committee gives each person only a small amount. It's unfortunate. If I had known, I would have kept more supplies for myself. Han Feng looked at Li Zi, thought for a moment, then laughed, putting his arm on his shoulder. Can you help me a little? Then he whispered into Li Zi's ear. Li Zi listened and nodded repeatedly. Finally, he asked in surprise, just that simple. Just give me 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages, Han Feng replied. Yes, but don't complain it's little, I don't have much supplies left either. Zi was so moved he almost cried. Little brother, you must be finding an excuse to give me food, right? I will always remember your kindness. Han Feng smiled helplessly. We're brothers, no need for formalities. Zi suddenly slapped Han Feng on the shoulder and said, don't worry, little brother, leave this small matter to me. Han Feng laughed, thanks, come by my place later to get the food. Li Zi turned to leave and said, okay, I'll go collect the supplies first. Han Feng smiled and gave Li Zi a thumbs up. In his mind, he thought, these instant noodles and sausages have helped me. Later, I won't have to gather intelligence by myself anymore. Li Hu letter 1EC7 Na suddenly slapped Han Feng without any clear reason. Then seeing that he didn't respond, she continued to loudly question him. You mute or can you not hear me? Han Feng regained his composure, took a deep cold breath, then looked at her and said, Sorry, HU letter 1EC7 nah, here's what happened. A moment later, HU letter 1EC7 nah exclaimed, What? Stolen? Han Feng replied, Yeah, I placed the supplies at the door and went to get the keys. When he came back, Han Feng realized the supplies were gone. HU letter 1EC7 nah asked, So, did you search for them? Han Feng replied, I looked, but there's no trace left. HU letter 1EC7 nah asked anxiously, So, do you still have supplies? Han Feng replied, Not much left. If I only eat one meal a day, it could last for a few more days. Upon hearing that, HU letter 1EC7 nah greedily said, That's perfect. You only eat once every 2 days, so can you share half with me? Han Feng thought her words were shameless, but he didn't say anything. Han Feng realized in his heart that she only saw him as a tool when needed. On the outside, he smiled and said, All right, since I already promised you, we'll each take half. HU letter 1EC7 nah happily responded. Really, thank you so much, Han Feng. Can you help me bring it down now? Han Feng said, I'll go. I'll text you once I'm done cleaning up. Okay, I'll wait for your message. I'll head back now. You should come back soon. Don't catch a cold. He turned and left. Han Feng waved. All right, I'll see you tonight. That evening, HU letter 1EC7 nah sat near the elevator in the lobby of Han Feng's building, waiting while constantly texting him. 8:15 p.m. Han Feng, can I come over now? 8:40 p.m. Han Feng, are you there? Is your food ready? 9:05 p.m. Han Feng, I'm at the lobby. 9:34 p.m. Han Feng, aren't you coming down? It's so cold. An hour passed, but Han Feng still hadn't appeared, and he didn't respond to any messages. HU letter 1EC7 nah angrily cursed him in her mind. Messages unanswered, phone not picked up. She suspected she had been abandoned and looked up to see the elevator had stopped working. HU letter 1EC7 nah hesitated but decided to take the stairs up to Han Feng's place. His apartment was on a higher floor, so she quickly became tired due to lack of oxygen. No other choice, HU letter 1EC7 nah continued climbing. She cursed in her mind, Han Feng, damn you. If it weren't for the supplies, I wouldn't have come looking for him. She was exhausted from days of hunger. When she reached the 16th floor, HU letter 1EC7 nah sighed, finally, almost there. At that moment the lights in the stairwell went out. HU letter 1EC7 nah was startled. The emergency lights are out too. She heard a strange noise from above. Who's there? She asked as she looked up, frozen when a black bag fell and hit her on the head. A few minutes later the lights came back on and HU letter 1EC7 nah was covered in flour, shouting, Han Feng. Han Feng, holding 2 black bags similar to the one that fell on her head, said, Sorry, HU letter 1EC7 nah. I overslept, saw your messages, and rushed down with the supplies. I didn't expect the lights to go out and I bumped into the railing, causing the flour to fall. HU letter 1EC7 nah angrily scolded, Are you a pig? You can't even do something this simple. She tried to remove the stuff stuck in her hair and muttered, This is disgusting. Han Feng thought to himself, proud that this was the very thing he had prepared for her. He then handed her the black bag and said, Here, this is the rest of my supplies. She took it and opened it to see. Seeing the mess inside the bag, she asked, What is this? Aren't these things moldy? They look like garbage. Han Feng smiled and explained, This is what was left after I tried to save. HU letter 1EC7 nah disgustedly asked, With this filth, can you eat it? If you don't want it, give it back to me, Han Feng said, attempting to take the bag back. HU letter 1EC7 nah quickly hugged the bag to herself, warily looking at Han Feng. What? Who said I don't need it? Seeing HU letter 1EC7 nah's humble attitude now, Han Feng secretly mocked. Ah, this is the goddess I once desperately pursued. He ignored Han Feng's expression, took an apple from the bag, took a bite, and smiled softly. It's a bit dark on the outside, but it should still be good inside. She used a knife to cut a little to eat and snatched the remaining black bag from Han Feng's hand, saying, Give me that flour too. Let me open it and see, she said cheerfully. Wait, there's still half left. After that, she carried 2 bags down the stairs without saying a word to Han Feng, all her attention fixed on the 2 bags in her hands. She stared at the 2 bags. Han Feng stood on the stairs, curled his lips into a smile as he watched her go, and muttered, This mess will be enough to give you a stomachache for days. In weather like this, you can't even wash up, so just hang that sack of flour up. As he turned to leave, his expression suddenly went cold, but his steps didn't stop, and he kept walking toward the corridor. Just as he left the stairwell, a figure quietly followed out from the stairs and entered the corridor. In the corridor, Han Feng was already waiting. With one hand, he grabbed the other person by the collar and slammed them to the ground. He shouted, What do you want? His other hand lifted, ready to throw a punch. The punch didn't land. Han Feng looked at the person pinned on the floor and exclaimed to himself, Oh, a little girl. Han Feng looked at the bespectacled girl and asked, Hey, are you tailing me? What are you after? The girl with glasses only stared at him, not saying a word. Seeing that, Han Feng curled a dark smile and threatened, if you don't talk, I won't go easy on you. The girl with glasses stayed silent. Han Feng let go, released her collar, and stood up. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll let it slide this time. Go home. Stop messing around. After speaking, Han Feng was about to turn back to his room when he suddenly found his sleeve being grabbed by the girl with glasses. Han Feng turned his head and asked, "What is it?" He frowned. "Don't look at me like that. If you won't talk, I'm leaving." The girl with glasses suddenly raised her hand and pointed in a direction. Han Feng saw that and asked, "You want me to follow you?" The girl with glasses answered softly. Not long after, she led him to her room. The moment he stepped inside, Han Feng was stunned by stacks of supply crates piled all around and blurted out, you prepared all of this." The girl with glasses spoke quietly. Han Feng asked, "Don't tell me you knew a snow disaster was coming." The girl with glasses took off her outer coat, looked at Han Feng and replied, "I ran the calculations and the result was an ice age." Right after that, she pointed at her chat history in the residential complex group chat and said, "It was mentioned in the group." Han Feng looked at the messages and finally understood. He pointed at her and exclaimed, "So you were the one who posted that? You're impressive, but why did you bring me home just to tell me this?" The girl with glasses pointed in another direction again. Han Feng looked over doubtfully and saw several surveillance monitors installed there. On them, footage was replaying of him hauling stockpiled supplies back to his own room. "So this is, have you been watching me the whole time?" As he asked, Han Feng turned his head to look at the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses innocently took off her outer layer, revealing her loungewear underneath, and replied. Han Feng stared at her, forgetting to keep questioning. Only then did he snap back, his face instantly turning red as he hurriedly said, "Hey, don't just change clothes like that." The girl with glasses answered calmly, and Han Feng yelped again. "Oh, I didn't mean that." Seeing she had no intention of stopping, he immediately barked, "Stop changing, put your jacket on." A moment later, the girl with glasses was dressed in comfortable loungewear, sitting on the sofa, fingers clacking rapidly on the keyboard, eyes glued to the laptop screen. Han Feng sat beside her, glanced at her and said, "So before the snow fell, you saw me stockpiling a lot of things, got suspicious, and started following me." The girl with glasses replied. Han Feng continued, "Your main goal in watching me was to confirm whether we could work together." The girl with glasses replied. Han Feng asked, "What do you mean by work together?" Right as he was speaking, Ting Ling reached toward the back of the sofa, pulled a machine over in front of Han Feng and said, "Teach me how to use the generator." Han Feng understood, tried running it once, then said, "That's how you do it." "Got it," the girl with glasses replied. Han Feng looked at her and asked then, "There's nothing else, right?" The girl with glasses looked at him for a few seconds, then pointed in a direction. Han Feng looked over and saw a water heater, so he went with her again and explained how to use it. Han Feng patiently showed the bespectacled girl, step by step, how to adjust the hot water, reminding her to turn it off after using it. She still seemed to have a lot she did not know and only murmured, as if this were just the beginning. At the refrigerator, Han Feng showed her how to store raw food in the freezer, tear open the packaging, and put everything in the right place, reminding her not to just watch but to practice. Han Feng told the girl to come closer to help him, pay attention to safety when using the stove, and watch carefully how he did it. Even using the stove and the electric pot needed guidance. Only after it was heated enough would the flame burn strong for good cooking. Han Feng checked that the rice was done when the green light came on, and finally set the table with 3 savory dishes before speaking. "All right, eat up." The spectacled girl stayed silent and began picking up her chopsticks. Han Feng, a bit helpless, slapped the table and called out, "I feel like I am about to become a full-time nanny. My self-control is getting way too weak." The bespectacled girl looked at Han Feng with a vacant stare. Han Feng gave an awkward smile and said, I was just kidding." He started eating, sighing to himself that he was exhausted. After a while, Han Feng turned to the bespectacled girl and said, "Just so you know, after you finish eating, I am leaving." But Han Feng realized she had fallen asleep at some point, and wondered whether she could go right back to sleep after eating. Han Feng smiled bitterly, carried her to the couch, tucked her in carefully with a blanket, and left, thinking to himself that it felt like babysitting. Next day, Han Feng was jolted awake by pounding on the door and wondered, so early, what could it be? Han Feng opened the door and saw the bespectacled girl with several boxes of supplies outside his room. The girl said, "These are for you." Han Feng replied, "You really did not have to." Han Feng was surprised, thinking there was so much. Seeing the girl still standing there watching him, he asked, "Is there anything else?" The girl pointed at the generator and asked, "Can you teach me one more time?" Han Feng replied, "Ah, sure." The days after that passed in the same way. Han Feng realized the girl on the same floor lacked basic knowledge but was very eager to learn, so he came every day to teach her. Han Feng sat at the girl's dining table, adjusting his glasses, tasting the dishes she had made, and reluctantly said, "Ah, your cooking skills have improved, but no matter what these foods are, many people are still fighting over them. Peacetime, even dogs wouldn't touch these dishes." Han Feng looked at her and asked, "By the way, haven't you told me your name?" She replied, "Ta Wang Zhenyan." Han Feng lowered his head to continue eating and said, "Consider it unasked." Outside in the parking lot, people were scrambling for supplies. A chaotic brawl broke out over the supplies. People shouted, "Hey, what right do you have to take these supplies? Give them here, those supplies are mine, who can prove they're yours?" Chuo Zuyu activated a loudspeaker, which finally stopped the aggressive crowd. He raised a man called Fu to his feet and said, "Fighting over these leftover supplies to the point of bloodshed, isn't that ridiculous?" One retorted, "You dare say that? You were the one distributing the supplies and my household has only received one instant noodle packet in days." Chuo Zuyu calmly replied, "Exactly. If we don't take them, we'll starve." Let me summarize, the supplies weren't enough for everyone. Chuo Zuyu explained that the donated supplies were gone, so only a small amount remained. Someone said, "That's true, as I just said, it's ridiculous. This way, starvation is inevitable. Think carefully about who caused this situation." Chuo Zuyu picked up a loaf of bread, originally cheap but inflated in price by those with supplies, divided it into portions for auction, profiting from the disaster. Others not only spent all their money on food but also fought among themselves for the remaining supplies. Those with more supplies didn't share and the price inflators were among them. In the end, the starving were themselves. Chuo Zuyu urged, "Is this fair? Isn't the most important thing now to unite and reclaim what belongs to us?" His words shifted the crowd's criticism toward the hoarders. People reacted, "It's unfair, we must reclaim our supplies." Chuo Zuyu replied, "Exactly, just reclaim what's ours." Li Zhengyi, seeing the tension, secretly messaged Han Feng. Li Zhengyi messaged, "Brother, there's trouble, they're about to steal the supplies." Han Feng asked, "Who are they?" Li Zhengyi replied, "The Chuos. They use household heads to take others' supplies. Break door locks, carry weapons, and avoid direct confrontation if possible." Han Feng messaged, "Got it, be careful too," then checked the apartment anxiously. Although Han Feng had prepared guns for emergencies, if the supplies were discovered and confronted by aggressive neighbors, he feared being overwhelmed. Han Feng decided to prepare everything in advance. As he checked the door, the lights suddenly went out and moans were heard, "Power's out, contact the building management quickly." The building across was also dark. Communication failed and signals seemed dead. Han Feng observed outside the curtain, then added fuel to run the generator, thinking the power outage was inevitable due to the blizzard and overload. Heavy snow and low temperatures made repairs impossible. This blackout and network failure could last long, and if households realized there was no power, fear could escalate violence. Half an hour ago, Li Huina slurped hot noodles and said in the group, "I will buy all the supplies at 50 times the market price." The poor remained silent. These supplies cost just over 500,000. She auctioned a portion. The poor scrambled to buy, earning a small profit. She said, "See, isn't that the right thing to do?" Blonde man wiped Li Huina's mouth and she didn't resist, even holding his hand with a smile. This pleased him, thinking that with the supplies she would be in his control. Footsteps were heard outside. The blonde heard, "What's going on this floor? Every apartment has someone. Open this unit first and bring the gear over." Making noise so late at night, he pressed against the door to listen. "Yes, it's definitely this one." Blonde realized, "Definitely, I saw this person buy up supplies from dozens of households." He remembered this man was the first to inflate prices. Stop hesitating, kicked the door in. The door was broken down and a group stormed in with sticks. The protagonist tried to activate the electric trap system. Han Feng fumbled to trigger the electric trap, wondering why there was no power. The wires sparked. He thought, "Why is this so difficult if only there were network?" Then came a knock and he cautiously looked outside. Feng sighed, "What now?" The girl with glasses responded through binoculars, "Need help." He felt annoyed, recalling being betrayed in a past life, so he let go and didn't open the door. Han Feng said, "Listen, some households have started breaking doors to steal supplies. Go back, I won't open the door." Ta Wang knocked, but seeing no response, curled up and waited. On the stairs, voices urged, "Hurry or someone else will steal first." Floor 18 has a few occupied units. They decided to check each apartment. Seconds later, they reached Han Feng's floor but didn't see Ta Wang. Han Feng had pulled Ta Wang inside before they noticed. The other two apartments belonged to them. The man exchanged words with his accomplices and approached Han Feng's door. The man whispered to his partner, "Hand me the beam." They They knocked. "Hello, we're delivering supplies. Anyone home?" No answer. They tried breaking in but failed. The door was sturdy. Two exchanged, "Hey, try the next door first." They marked the apartment and left. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the door and handle had been carefully prepared. He couldn't help but laugh as he remembered the moment when he had asked for an extra 5 cm of steel for the door. The worker had been surprised and asked, "Are you hiding from debt?" At that point, he realized he was still covering Ta Wang's mouth to avoid making a sound. He quickly let go and anxiously asked, "Is everything okay?" Ta Wang bowed her head and Li Nai thanked him. After a moment when the outside was quiet, Han Feng finally spoke up. "It seems like they've left. Once I finish installing this, if they dare kick in my door again, I'll electrify them," Han Feng said, continuing his work. Ta Wang curiously asked, "What is this?" "An electric defense system." "Probably won't understand," Han Feng sighed. "I don't even get why this device is so complicated to make." Ta Wang looked for a moment and then explained, "This anti-tamper system uses electricity and voltage differences." "Do you know about this?" Han Feng looked at Ta Wang in surprise. "Cut off the power, wrap bare wires around the doorknob and insulate them. Then connect wires from the distribution box to the doorknob and finally turn on the power." Han Feng followed her instructions and was amazed when the system worked. "It really worked. How did you know all this?" Ta Wang answered, "My divine eyes can see through all truth." Han Feng sighed, "Forget it, I didn't ask. If you need something, speak quickly, I'm very busy." As he spoke, Han Feng began to clean up the mess of wires on the floor. Ta Wang took out some personal items and said, "The divine eyes of Ta Wang will reside here." Han Feng turned around, surprised. "What did you say? Are you joking?" "Absolutely not." "Go home right now?" Han Feng walked towards Ta Wang but tripped over the wires and fell, hitting his hand on the coffee table. "Ouch, that hurts." "Wait, it doesn't hurt anymore." At that moment, Han Feng noticed that the coffee table had become soft like fabric, and his hand was emitting a purple light. "This purple light be making the coffee table like this?" Han Feng picked up the hammer and realized it was also limp. "So the purple light can make objects soft." Han Feng looked up and saw Ta Wang staring at him intently. "Uh-oh, I forgot there's someone in the house." Ta Wang closed her eyes and stared at Han Feng for a moment before asking, "Are you also a messenger chosen by the divine eyes of Ta Wang?" Han Feng was startled, but to cover up he admitted, "I'm also a subordinate of Ta Wang, so strange occurrences like this are normal." Ta Wang stopped and gestured for him to be silent, her eyes glowing. "As fellow messengers, we should support each other. The resting area can be shared." Han Feng sighed helplessly, "A girl like you wants to stay with me." Before he could finish, the sound of a door closing rang out. Han Feng turned and looked at the door, scolding, "I haven't agreed yet. Do you think this is Ta Wang's den? But now that the person is gone, it's useless to say anything." He shook his head, ignoring the matter and focusing on his strange ability. "What is this purple light on my hand? It can turn things from hard to soft. It seems like I don't just have two types of light, I just haven't discovered the others." Han Feng thought for a moment, then clicked his tongue. "When I fell and hit the coffee table, it felt a little strange." At that moment, he noticed the purple light appearing again. "Maybe the purple light appeared because I remembered the dangerous situation earlier." After thinking for a moment, Han Feng stood up and walked into the kitchen, grabbing a large knife, wanting to test it on something else. In the blink of an eye, the knife in his hand was covered by the purple light, quickly softening like fruit jelly. Han Feng tested it on several other objects and concluded, "The longer I use the purple light, the softer the object becomes. But the skin doesn't change at all." He rested his chin on his hand and thought, "Maybe I should try combining the two types of light, blue and purple." Quickly manifested both types of light on his hands, combined them, and then grabbed the knife, wrapping it entirely in the light. When the light faded, the knife returned to its original shape, only shinier than usual. Han Feng furrowed his brow and pressed down hard on the object on the table. He realized that combining the two types of light could change the flexibility of an object. The hardness also changes. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a moment later, in a dark corner of the staircase, two deep voices sounded. One person asked, "Brother, you're not going to submit the supplies, are you?" The other person snorted coldly, "Only a fool would submit them, I can't even get enough to eat." Then they spoke about a secret that needed to be kept, or else danger would come. The person in front saw something and shouted, "Watch behind you." The other person turned around and saw the wall behind them moving, then a strange face appeared. The face continued to shift and then leaned close to one person's face. Not only that, but its hands also appeared and reached forward. The two men were terrified and trembling, muttering, "A ghost." They ran for their lives while the strange face continued to shake, and a voice said, "I can't breathe anymore." It turned out that the one causing this strange phenomenon was Han Feng, who had used his ability to soften the wall. Han Feng sighed in relief. "I used it on the whole wall, that's exhausting." He withdrew his ability from the wall and heard a small explosion as the wall returned to its original form. Han Feng panted, tired but didn't stop. He grabbed a large hammer, wanting to test it on the wall. Han Feng swung the hammer and struck the wall in front of him, hitting it repeatedly. Outside, the snow was falling harder, while inside, Han Feng was drenched in sweat, his hands shaking. The wall showed no signs of damage after many strikes. Inside, this is too exaggerated, but it can't be broken. A person returned with a small bag and placed it on the table, saying, "Many houses have run out of food, I just collected a little of this." The other person had just finished speaking when a hand was placed on his shoulder, and he was slammed onto the table. The person who did this was Tai Wo, who shouted, "Where did you hide the food you stole?" The man refused to confess and gritted his teeth, saying, "I didn't hide anything, everything I stole is here." Hearing those words, Tai Wo promised coldly, unwilling to speak further, so he decided to fight to settle things. Just as he was about to make his move, a hand stopped him. He turned in surprise and furrowed his brow when he saw the newcomer, thinking it was the master. One who arrived was his fellow student. He gently advised in a soft voice, asking to let go of Tai Wo for now and everything could be discussed later. Tai Wo angrily stated that this person had hidden everyone's food. The fellow student nodded seriously and replied, "I understand, leave this matter to me, all right." Tai Wo was slightly surprised, then nodded in agreement and released the man. Su Ling said, "For the master's sake, I will spare your life." The fellow student stepped forward and reached out to help him up. The fellow student asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The man trembled but did not speak. The fellow student smiled sincerely. The man truly believed him and quickly handed over the supplies he had stolen, speaking to the fellow student. The man said, "Sorry, master, my family has 5 mouths to feed and the food distribution isn't enough." Before he could finish, the fellow student handed him a box of food, saying, "Take this, it's my portion for today." He hesitated and asked, "Master, what are you trying to do?" Fellow student showed generosity. "The rules are the rules, what is collected must be submitted and then divided among the people. But I understand your difficulty. Hurry, take it." The man's eyes filled with gratitude as he shakily took the box. He whispered, "Thank you." He also mentioned that he would help if anything came up in the future. The fellow student nodded and said, "If you have any problems, just let me know." He then turned and walked back toward the others with 2 large bags of supplies. The fellow student told everyone to take the supplies and head home. The group complied and quickly left. Tai Wo approached him, suspiciously asking, "How could you make him hand over the hidden food? Why did you give him your portion?" The fellow student chuckled lightly and frankly stated that he simply reasoned with him, doing nothing else. Throughout the history of the Mo nation, there had been many instances of violent conflict due to the clash of interests among different classes. However, the nature of these conflicts was considered a collective social act. If no one was caught in the act, the participants were not charged. Therefore, the fellow student merely reminded the old king that if he broke the rules, the group would not support him. The man was just an ordinary thief. Before the law could intervene, the old king had to face the revenge of those he had robbed. In the distance, old Liu smoked a cigarette while watching them and silently reflected. In revolts, there is often someone who leads the action. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. Heroes or those who exploit others may not always be simple. Meanwhile, at Han Feng's house, he kept testing the hardness of the things he had reinforced in the house. His hands and feet shook, but he almost couldn't break them. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction, confirming the room had been fully reinforced and was sturdy. Just then, a knock sounded. Han Feng jumped in alarm, fearing the neighbors had come to steal supplies. He ran to the door and peeked through the peephole. At the door stood Hui Na, trembling as she said, "Han Feng, it's me." Hui Na said, "I've been thinking these past few days I can't betray your feelings." Han Feng furrowed his brow. The image from his previous life flashed before him, and her words were the same as before. There was also a man standing outside. Han Feng was furious, walking to the coffee table to grab a gun, planning to shoot the couple for revenge. But he reconsidered. The power was out. The enemy was in the dark and he was in the light. If he didn't strike a fatal blow immediately, he could be killed. He wasn't sure how effective the electric shock would be. He forced himself to stay calm and waited. The greatest danger was the mysterious man in the shadows. He needed to go outside to locate him and strike. Han Feng thought and realized that the man could be hiding in a corner behind the door. He felt along the wall and stopped at the corner. Though it took some time, it was feasible. He placed his hand on the wall, emitting faint purple light. Outside, Hui Na kept asking, "Are you in there? Please open the door for me." The man grew impatient and asked, "Is this kid worth the trouble of us stealing from him?" Hui Na nodded. "He still has supplies left. I remember that just before the disaster, he bought more stock." The man smiled. "Then this guy should be enough for us to eat for a few days." He didn't notice the strange phenomenon behind. The wall suddenly softened and moved closer. The man seemed to have noticed and asked Hui Na, "Did you hear something?" She frowned. "What sound?" He muttered, "I think I heard something behind us." He looked around, but before he could see anything, he was knocked back. Hui Na was startled and quickly went over. Hui Na asked, "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." He didn't answer. She saw the door to Han Feng's house ajar, and when she looked, she saw Han Feng holding a fire extinguisher. Ina was surprised, and before she could ask, Han Feng sprayed the fire extinguisher in her face, causing her to panic. She covered her eyes, but the pepper spray made it impossible for her to open her eyes, and she screamed, "Stop spraying." With no other choice, she backed out, coughing twice. She stared in horror when she saw the man trembling on the ground. He was still mumbling for help. Huina hesitated, unsure if she should help him up. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the smoke, pushing her outside. Huina ran away in fear. Han Feng watched her go, sneering and muttering, "Why run so fast?" The bastard got up, but Han Feng didn't give him a chance, saying, "Who told you to stand up?" He then raised his foot, preparing to kick. He blocked the kick with his hand, gritting his teeth and saying, "Do you know who my father is? If you dare touch me, I'll—" Han Feng didn't let him finish his sentence and kicked him in the face, coldly saying, "So what if I touch you?" He didn't care who his father was and pinned him down. Man, terrified, said, "Big brother, wait a moment." He trembled. "I have no grudge against you. Why are you?" Han Feng continued to strike, and he spat blood. Han Feng coldly said, "I'm still wanting to ask you something." He kept punching him, constantly questioning why he was trying to kill him. Only when his hands were covered in blood did he stop. On the other side, the man could not speak, his face swollen, blood everywhere, looking utterly pitiful. However, Han Feng had no intention of sparing him. He picked up a nearby baseball bat, slowly walked over, clearly intending to kill him. The man whispered, "Give me a reason." Han Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "A reason? Don't pretend anymore." No sooner had he finished speaking than he swung the bat into the man's head, blood splattering everywhere. Han Feng gritted his teeth and cursed, "Did you ask for a reason when you killed me?" Only after speaking did he realize that the man in front of him was dead. He covered his mouth in horror but couldn't control himself, gagging right there. At that moment, the sound of a door opening suddenly rang out. Han Feng startled and turned around to see the girl, Ta Vuong, sitting in the corner of the room. She quietly asked, "Do you need any help?" After that, the two of them handled the body of the bastard before returning to the house. Han Feng looked at the girl, feeling suspicious. Despite such a horrifying scene, she wasn't afraid, which made him feel that she was somewhat frightening. He thought it was best not to leave her in his house. He spoke up, "Those people could come back for revenge at any time. Therefore, you'll be dragged into it if you stay here." However, the girl remained indifferent, silently drinking water. Han Feng grew more anxious and asked, "Will you agree? I'm doing this for your own good." At this moment, the girl shook her head and replied, "No, I want to stay here." Han Feng angrily said, "But it's too dangerous to stay here, we could both die." As soon as he finished, the girl placed her cup down and nonchalantly said, "Don't worry, the Ta Vuong's true sight will help you. Ta Vuong energy is depleted, I need to sleep now." With that, the girl turned and went back to her room. Han Feng quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back, dissatisfied. "Stop torturing me with your second-person speeches. I'm talking to you about real issues." The girl glanced at the hand holding hers, then replied with a word that made no sense, "Advance." She then opened her room door. Han Feng looked at her suspiciously and asked, "What's next?" As soon as the door opened, his eyes widened in astonishment. Elsewhere beneath the building, a group of people was preparing to distribute supplies. They stood around the management table to collect food. At the same time, the woman, Huna, was also there. To receive supplies, she had used a fake name. Room 601, Building 4, the Liu family, one person. The management staff quickly handed the supplies to her. After she left, another person used the same room number to collect supplies. The management staff was surprised and questioned her. But Yuna didn't care, her mind preoccupied with what had happened earlier. The man who was with her hadn't returned all night, and why had he suddenly collapsed? Did Han Feng do something? However, what worried her more was that when Han Feng opened the door, there was still dim light and warmth inside, indicating that he had an electricity generator. She suspected he knew about the disaster in advance and had prepared for it. Thinking of this, she became even angrier. If that were the case, then he knew but hadn't told her, and even gave her unnecessary trouble. She thought she needed to find time to confirm the situation at his house. While she was thinking, not paying attention, she bumped into someone approaching. The person looked at her for a moment before speaking. "Wait, isn't that Huna?" The man smiled and said, "Huna, we're burning a coal stove in the lobby of Building 5. Would you like to come warm up?" She hid the supplies in her hands, turned around, and coldly said, "No need, I'd rather go home to warm up." But after taking 2 steps, the man grabbed her hand and pulled her back. He continued, "I have plenty of food. Why don't you come stay at my place for a few days?" As he said this, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Listen, I've always liked women like you." Enraged, she shoved his hand away and shouted, "Get away, what do you think I am? Who cares about your mess?" When that didn't work, the man sneered with contempt. "What are you pretending for? You really think no one sees you? You think you can pretend to be part of the management team just because of your looks? You want me to tear your mask off?" As soon as he said that, people around them immediately started whispering, causing Huna to panic. She hit the man in the face with the supplies in her hand and screamed, "Let me go! The man, not expecting her to act like this, froze. He was about to lash out when, this damn bitch, but before he could do anything, a hand slapped his face, sending him flying. An angry voice rang out, "Don't bully women." The people waiting for supplies frowned and murmured. All eyes turned to the man who had struck him, but no one stepped forward to help. The person who had slapped him was Jai Xian. She looked at Huna and asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Huna waved her hand and shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you." Jai Xian took out a business card and handed it to her with a smile. "Here, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, come to see me." Huna coldly replied, "No need, thank you." Then she turned to leave. At that moment the man woke up, angrily shouting, "You filthy bitch!" He grabbed Jai Xian by the collar, quickly slammed her to the ground and cursed, "You damn busybody." Despite her being beaten, Huna stood still, having no intention of stopping him. The man prepared to punch Jai Xian, but just before he could strike, another hand grabbed him and pulled him away. One who came was Ziyi. He heroically pushed the man to the ground and snorted, "The one thing I hate most in this life is men who hit women." At that moment, Zuyu also ran over. As soon as he saw him, the man immediately began to report. "Mr. Tang, this woman is impersonating to receive supply. I saw with my own eyes her and the second-generation group raising the prices of supply." Yuna hurriedly denied it. Ziyi, seeing this, was even more furious and prepared to charge at the man. "Why would a scumbag like you, who hits women, have the audacity to report?" Before he could act, the man's collar was grabbed by a hand. Zuyu shouted, "Do you think the supplies committee is a joke? Our duty and responsibility is to protect vulnerable groups and provide food for everyone to survive." The man quickly apologized. Zuyu ordered, "If there's a next time, leave this place." He then turned and walked to Jai Xian and Ziyi, saying, "I've already told you what I had to. Have you two really thought it through?" He turned his head coldly, saying, "I'm not interested in gathering people to loot. I won't join you even if I starve to death." Jai Xian also softly refused. "Sorry, Mr. Tang, I still can't accept this method. But if you have patience here, I can still help you." Zuyu looked at the backs of the two, sighing helplessly. At this moment, Yuna suddenly pulled his hand and whispered, "Mr. Tang, can I join with everyone?" As usual, she leaned close to Zuyu, starting to flirt with him. "Actually, I've admired you for a long time but never had the chance. But now things are different. We have plenty of time." Zuyu pushed her away bluntly, refusing. "Miss Lee, are you mistaken about something? It's two, one knows how to fight, the other has healing abilities, so what does she know? Right now, she has no value to be recruited." After saying this, he turned to leave. Yuna hurriedly, disappointed at her failure, shouted loudly, "Sure, what if I tell you I know where supplies are?" Elsewhere at Han Feng's house, his frustrated shouting could be heard. "How many times have I said it? It has propellers, 3 sides, a square shape, and a roof." Listening to him, the girl, Ta Wang, reached her hand into a spatial rift in front of her. He quickly pulled something out. Han Feng joyfully exclaimed, "Found it," but it was just a model. His face immediately turned displeased. "Isn't this a clothing store model? How is it related to what I just described?" Han Feng sighed, helpless, summarizing that this middle school girl had the ability to store space. She could open a black hole in front of her chest to suck in anything she saw, but it was easy to put things in, difficult to take them out. The chances of finding the correct item were very low. Han Feng frowned, suspiciously asking, "What's inside her black hole? Why is it so hard to find things?" He continued to inquire, and the girl shook her head. "I've never explored it." Han Feng asked again, "Can I stick my head in to see and help you find it?" The girl nodded slightly. Han Feng was stunned, and before he could calm down, the ground shook violently, causing everyone to fall. After thinking, he quickly stuck his head into the rift and swiftly entered. Han Feng opened his eyes and looked around. He was immediately astonished by the vast space in front of him, with so many items that he hadn't expected. Indeed, the ability had cleared out the supermarket in one night, but everything looked like the color of a stone at the bottom of the sea. Han Feng felt suffocated, his body trembling. He pulled back from the rift and breathed normally, kneeling on the ground, coughing. After a moment he questioned, "Why didn't you mention there's no oxygen inside?" He also felt like the water in his body had been drained. The girl, Ta Wang, remained indifferent. "I don't know." Suddenly, the girl let out a sound and after a moment, pulled something out. Seeing what was in front of him, Han Feng brightened up. "This is it, it really exists." The girl said again, "I found other things too." In the blink of an eye, his house had been covered by the items. Han Feng exclaimed in shock, "These things are in the dark stairwell of the building." A group of people were groping their way up to the 18th floor. The two people behind were trembling. "This 18th floor is terrifying. Do we really have to go up? What if we encounter a monster?" The person in front, dissatisfied, heard this. "It's the 21st century and you still believe in ghosts." They were sent by the Zuyu faction to investigate Huina's words. They didn't want to disappoint him. A person skeptically asked, "But what if that girl lied to Master Chuo?" The other person angrily scolded, "Stop talking nonsense." Master Chuo's judgment, resolve this quickly and return soon. They didn't know that their actions had already been recorded by Han Feng through the camera. Where did these things come from? of course, from the space of the girl, Ta Wang. Han Feng examined the items and suggested, "Start the second plan, I'll go start the fire, when I come back you go outside." The girl nodded slightly. He left, silently telling himself to time it perfectly. Clock showed 2 minutes remaining. Below the stairs the group felt something was off. Lion stopped and the person in front hesitated. "Do you hear something ahead?" The two trembled. Could it be a ghost? While they were in doubt, a bright light appeared above the stairs. Immediately after, a series of model cars sped forward, accompanied by fireworks. The group suspected they were toys. A car came right in front of him. He saw the fuse ignite but realized it was too late. The firework exploded and they were engulfed in smoke and fire, unable to see anything. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously. As if that wasn't enough, strange objects appeared above their heads, still with fireworks. The group screamed and ran. The model airplane continued chasing them. The camera, the girl Ta Wang observed the whole scene and asked in doubt, "Throw it now." Han Feng shook his head. "Wait a bit longer before throwing it. This time we have to teach them a lesson." About 15 seconds remained. The man turned around and used a stick to hit the airplane. Han Feng panicked. "Be careful, don't break the airplane." But it was too late. The left wing of the plane was damaged. The girl Ta Wang shook her head. "The left wing is lost, it's unstable." Han Feng hurriedly said, "Fix it, it's the only one we have." Time passed, only 3 seconds left. Han Feng told her to hang on a little longer. Only 1 second left. The building exploded with fireworks lighting up the snowy sky. The airplane was still flying, its right wing broken. Han Feng, find a place to land quickly, don't let it break. Girl Ta Wang struggled to control the plane, stopping outside a window on some floor. Han Feng stood up. "I'll go get it now, the plane is very important." The girl said again, "There's a body on the stairway." Han Feng was startled. "Zoom in, let me see." He leaned into the camera and saw a person lying at the foot of the stairs. "Isn't this Li? Why is he lying there? Was he shot?" He hesitated, opening the cupboard. He slowly said, "I'll be right back. I have a key, don't open the door randomly." He took something from the cupboard and at that moment something was placed in front of him. He asked the girl Ta Wang, "What is this?" The girl replied, "It's a communication device." Han Feng nodded, taking it and thanking her. He carried a gun and slowly stepped outside, hoping he wouldn't need to use it. Han Feng made his way down the stairs while the girl, Ta Wang, confirmed safety through the camera. Lower he went, the colder he felt. According to the airplane's readings, the outside temperature was degrees C. Without protection, a person would freeze to death in half an hour. The situation outside wasn't good either, so he had to finish his task quickly. Elsewhere, the scouts returned to report to the Zuyu faction. He nodded. "I understand, thank you for your hard work." He ordered thick clothing to be distributed to them. He handed 3 packs of supplies to 3 people, smiling. "We will never disappoint your contributions." The 3 people quickly accepted, thanking him. Hui Na, sitting in the corner, dared to speak up. "Sure, can I join everyone now?" The Zuyu faction shook his head. "First, we haven't confirmed that it was your friend who did this. Second, if Master Liu didn't see the person transporting the goods with his own eyes, I still don't believe you." He turned his head, speaking to the others. "We'll go upstairs and get the tools for Miss Li. Whether the news she shared is true or false or what her intentions are, he still hopes she will prove her worth in her next action." Wu Nang frowned upon hearing this, then stepped forward to pick up the stick beside her. She nodded firmly and said, "I understand." The students quickly gathered everyone, but Xu Zhen reminded them that every member was a vital resource for the group. "Be careful as you go up." Then they began moving up the stairs, with the students leading the way. Suddenly, the martial instructor shouted, "Sir, look, it's Lei Zi." Lay unconscious on the stairs. The students hurried to give him water. He regained consciousness as soon as he drank, but the water was so hot that he trembled and cried out. Once he calmed down, he realized the person who saved him was a student. He quickly stood up, coughing. Tai Wu immediately flew into a rage, scolding, "Li Zi, what kind of attitude is this? Someone saved you and you don't even thank them." Zi snorted coldly and replied, "If I'm to give thanks, it would be to those whose supplies you stole. Stop pretending to be heroes." Tai Wu grew even angrier, yelling, "You bastard." The student raised a hand to stop him, smiling. "Mr. Li, I genuinely want to invite you to join our group." He snorted coldly again, "Go to hell, how many times have I said it, I won't join." Tai Wu, even more furious, said, "Li Zi, don't be shameless." Zi ignored him, replying, "Oh, trying to force me to join your group." Then he turned and walked away. After just a few steps, he was pulled back by the student. The student smiled and said, "Mr. Li, have you misunderstood us? We only hope you will join and bring hope of survival to those weak ones." The student pointed at him, speaking directly, "That person, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Giving them only 1 meal every 3 days, how is that different from killing them? I have no parents, so don't think your tricks can fool me." At the same time, Han Feng on the stairs overheard and was startled. "Only 1 meal every 3 days? This proves the students don't care about them." Han Feng worriedly thought, to recruit young people, the management would have to take in the elderly and weak, and if this continues, internal conflict will soon erupt. Lo Tai Wu scolded. Z, don't be unreasonable. Do you want to join or not? If not, then don't block our way. Z, upon hearing this, rammed his head into Tai Wu's and said coldly, what if I stepped aside? The group behind, seeing him block the stairs, drew their weapons and prepared to rush forward. Seeing this, the students sighed and nodded at Tai Wu. Tai Wu understood and immediately signaled. The group stepped forward to push Z back. He glared at them unafraid, saying, come on, do you think I'm scared of you? Han Feng looked down from above, worried. It's dangerous, Li Ka is almost about to collapse, you have to help him. But their people are too many, even if you go, you won't be able to do anything. Han Feng hesitated, then pulled a pistol from his jacket, aiming down but didn't fire yet. At that moment, Z was pressed against the wall. Suddenly, he saw something, and as soon as he suspected it, a shot rang out. Tai Wu's stick fell to the ground. Tai Wu's face showed fear and he collapsed, trembling. The group behind panicked and hurriedly retreated. Han Feng from above aimed his gun at them, warning, quiet, no one move. Z looked at Han Feng beside him, suspicious. Brother, you are. The students dared not speak, trembling continuously. Among the crowd, Huina looked at Han Feng full of doubt. How dare he come out and he even has a gun? Feng handed the house key to Z, saying, let's retreat slowly. Z nodded quickly and followed Han Feng upstairs. The students could only retreat and ask the student what to do. Han Feng didn't give them a chance to speak, firing his gun to startle them. He warned, don't move, drop your weapons, Neil. Terrified, the group obeyed. Seeing this, Han Feng said to Z, quickly go upstairs. The two disappeared quickly. The students could only watch them climb step by step. At this moment, the student finally spoke. Does anyone know who that person was? Huina quickly replied. He is Han Feng, we're almost at his house. Tai Wu, dissatisfied, grabbed her collar and shouted, why didn't you say earlier that he had a gun? She shook her head in fear. It's my first time meeting him too. The student seemed to believe her, stepping forward to stop Tai Wu. All right, I trust Miss Li won't deceive us. Then he turned to reassure everyone. Everyone think carefully, with such important weapons, what would he do without the supplies? The group immediately nodded. The student continued encouraging them. Maybe he's the one who drove the supply prices up back then. The student recalled what old Liu had said. Most likely, the person he encountered was Han Feng. Suddenly, Tai Wu spoke. Brother Chu, we still follow the original plan, right? What if he fires the gun? No, if he dared to kill, he would have done it already. The student shook his head. He can't just stay in the room and never come out. Then he looked at everyone and said, everyone, the plan changes now. Let's return, prepare safety measures, then go back. They must take over Han Feng's room. Z hurried to open the door, but his hands shook too much to succeed. He apologized, but Han Feng refused advice. Don't worry, it seems they are not chasing us. A while later, Z finally managed to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he felt warm. Han Feng stood waiting, a little impatiently urging, go in. Z stepped inside and immediately realized the place had a repair furnace and generator, with supplies fully stocked. He walked around, surprised, asking, Junior, how is your house like this? Han Feng was about to explain when the door suddenly opened, startling Z. The little girl from the Shadow King peeked out, quietly asking, does the plane not sniff the pilot? Han Feng was startled, recalling, you forgot. Z became even more puzzled, asking, does the plane not sniff the pilot? 2 hours later, Han Feng recounted everything to Ziyi, who nodded while eating, saying he understood. However, he couldn't help but be surprised. The ability to predict the snowstorm was indeed impressive, and the preparation was extensive. Clearly, diligent study had its benefits. Han Feng chuckled softly and said, sorry, I was worried about the news of supplies being leaked, so I couldn't tell you the truth before. Ziyi didn't mind much. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, and bowed in gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead by now. You've helped me with everything. Han Feng was a bit surprised by this thank you. He hurriedly said, don't mention it. You've already helped me a lot. Please continue eating. I have plenty of food left. Ziyi looked at Han Feng with a grateful gaze and said, you really are a good person. After a brief silence, Ziyi sat back down at the table, eating while speaking. By the way, little brother, the situation in the residential area has changed a lot now. Do you remember the message I sent you? Since then, they thought they could use collectivism to loot supplies everywhere. Some agreed, but others opposed it. After some people left, they pretended not to care, but secretly sent Kim Taiwo to deal with those who didn't listen. Han Feng furrowed his brows and asked, you mean the twin brother of that college student? Ziyi nodded slightly and said, yes, their qualities are the same from the womb. Han Feng thought for a moment and said, it's no wonder the residential area management developed so quickly. Their methods are truly despicable. This guy is not easy to deal with. However, at this moment Ziyi suddenly snorted, saying, "Just as the saying goes, evil gets its own reward. Guess who they looted from?" Han Feng was surprised and asked, "Li Zhangzia." Ziyi replied, "Yes, it's the boxer who used to be their champion." Han Feng was stunned and asked in doubt, "So, the people in the committee were beaten terribly?" Ziyi shook his head and answered, "Not exactly, but they refused to admit defeat to save face. Those people were encouraged by that man, Mr. T, to continue confronting Li Zhangzia, but the result was they were knocked down. Because of this, Li Zhangzia gained 2 new followers. One of them was Zheng Yangwu, a former fan of Li Zhangzia, known for his speed in boxing. The other was named Kim Zhangzai, an ardent fan of Li Zhangzia, rumored to have extraordinary strength. With the credibility of these two, Li Zhangzia had built a force in the community, and this group really hated Mr. T. To shift the conflict, Mr. T found a way to steal supplies from Han Feng. Han Feng doubted, asking, "So pulling in his older brother was just a plan?" Ziyi nodded slightly, and Han Feng frowned in thought. No wonder that bastard Mr. T wanted to recruit Ziyi. It seems like he's not comfortable either. Just then, a sound startled all three. The little girl Ta Wang looked at the camera and said, "Someone's coming, it's Mr. T's gang again." Han Feng quickly stood up and said, "I'll go close the electric door." But before he could do anything, a hand pulled his shirt back. The little girl Ta Wang said to him, "It smells like sulfur." Han Feng was startled, and before he could regain his composure, the ground suddenly shook, causing everyone to fall. Han Feng angrily shouted, "Dare to blow up my house." The little girl Ta Wang calmly said, "They probably used local explosives, it's not too strong." Han Feng furrowed his brows and asked, "Do you know about this?" Just asked, then looked toward the camera. Soon, he recognized a familiar figure and couldn't help but sneer. So it was that Ahui Na who brought Mr. T here. After saying this, he walked to the shelf and started checking the electricity. He then suggested, "Everyone stand back from the door a bit." Once everyone moved back, he began drawing electricity. Immediately, a loud scream was heard, and the person standing in front of the door was knocked down by an electric shock. Mr. T was shocked by the scene, but quickly regained his composure and ordered, "Place the explosives at the junction between the door and the wall. This time, use 2 packages." Taiwo followed the order, placing 2 explosive packages in front of the door. A loud explosion rang out, causing the wall to crack, but the door still didn't open. Mr. T frowned, not expecting this to happen. He thought for a while and said, "The blast should have worked, but it seems Han Feng was prepared for this." He thought for a long time before speaking. "This time, use 3 explosive packages and I will designate a spot for the blast. If it still doesn't work, we will keep increasing the dosage. Today, we must break down Han Feng's house." Inside the house, Han Feng and Ziyi had barricaded many objects in front of the door. Just as they finished, the door began to shake again. Han Feng asked something, but Ziyi couldn't hear. A loud noise subsided. Han Feng startled and shouted, "What was that sound?" Ziyi hurriedly said, "The wall was breached, go get something to block it." Han Feng was worried, fearing that if it continued, the crack would only get worse. He thought for a moment and said, "Doing this won't help. Quickly move the stuff, I have a solution." Ziyi frowned in doubt. At a time like this, we're still moving things. Before Han Feng could reply, the little girl Ta Wang stepped forward. "I'll help." Ziyi looked at her and said, "Are you messing with me? Go back to the bedroom and hide." Just after speaking, Ziyi saw a space hole appear in front of the little girl. The more astonishing thing was that objects from everywhere were being sucked into it. After a while, all the items had been absorbed into the space. Ziyi shouted, "This is terrifying, everything has been sucked in." Before he could fully recover, he saw Han Feng's hand glowing with purple light. He tried to soften the wall to see if it could be reshaped but had to control the area. Otherwise, the freezing process would take too long. Purple light covered the wall. After a while, Han Feng opened his eyes and one of his hands turned into a green light. The 2 streams of light quickly merged, helping to repair the wall. Han Feng looked at the wall being gradually repaired with a satisfied gaze. Ziyi exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad, little brother, what kind of superpower is this?" Before Han Feng could explain, the little girl Ta Wang suddenly shouted, "Lie down." Immediately the ground shook violently and the wall that had just been repaired cracked, causing Han Feng to panic. The little girl Ta Wang quickly explained, "They're blowing up the front." Han Feng gritted his teeth and said, "It's useless no matter how much I fix it." After thinking for a long time, Han Feng finally spoke, "I have a dangerous idea. Do you all trust me?" The little girl Ta Wang didn't hesitate to agree. Ziyi quickly said, "Whatever it is, just tell us, little brother." Feng nodded in satisfaction and said seriously, "Then let's do it my way." Immediately, a deafening explosion rang out. The door to Han Feng's room shook violently and then cracked open. The group led by Taiwo slowly entered. Taiwo instructed, "Make sure to gather all the supplies from every corner." Zuyu behind also reminded, "Be careful, they might launch a surprise attack. Go check if there are supplies in the house." Soon after, the group began ransacking Han Feng's house in search of supplies, but found nothing. Taiwo emerged from the kitchen, carrying a box, looking displeased, and said that the kitchen only had some trash in the seed bin. Yu was surprised when he saw the seed bin. Taiwo scolded Huina, asking if she was lying to them. Huina immediately denied, suggesting that he might have hidden the supplies in his room. The two of them followed her advice and entered the room to search for supplies. They carefully stepped inside, not wanting to be shot. One man pushed the door open but felt an obstruction behind it. Before he could understand, he was knocked to the ground by a strong force from the door. Zai Yi charged out from the room. Using the door for leverage, he knocked two other men to the ground. Han Feng also stepped out, holding a gun. Upon seeing him, the group immediately shouted a warning. The two sides faced each other, and Han Feng spoke, issuing a warning. "Emmett, get out now or I won't be polite." Zhu Yu asked, "Have you ever been polite?" He accused Han Feng of hoarding supplies, causing the residents to suffer from hunger. He said they came today to seek justice and accused Han Feng of robbing others but still pretending to be righteous. Despite this, he continued to threaten Han Feng, demanding that he hand over the supplies so they could unite to fight the apocalypse. Han Feng looked at him, smirking. Although he spoke arrogantly, in reality he was just a liar. These fools believed him, like hungry wolves eager to get their hands on supplies. Now he had become their target for venting their anger. Han Feng immediately shouted, ordering them to stop talking nonsense. Huina retorted, claiming that he was hiding supplies. Huina said that the last time they came, Han Feng had a stove and lamps in his room. She demanded Han Feng confess or else he would die. Just as she finished speaking, a bullet slammed into the glass in front of her. Han Feng spoke, criticizing Huina. "If it wasn't for you lying to me to take the supplies in exchange for seeds, I wouldn't be in this situation." Taiwo believed Han Feng, turning to scold Huina. She fearfully denied, saying that she hadn't lied. Yu spoke up, advising that they should stop arguing. He suggested they check Han Feng's room. He pointed to the two men sitting on the ground, provoking Han Feng. Han Feng did not object, and after a moment the group came back with a report. The room only had a little trash and a young girl. The girl ran into Han Feng's arms, crying and saying she was scared and hungry. Han Feng comforted her and promised to find food for her after the others left. Finally, the group found nothing and had to leave, muttering in displeasure. Zhu Yu looked at Huina, demanding she explain everything. Huina didn't know how things had turned out this way and hurriedly explained that she hadn't lied to them. She looked at Han Feng with an angry gaze, thinking that it was all his fault. She glared at Han Feng, silently furious. She blamed him for everything. Suddenly, she shone the flashlight at Han Feng, causing him to flinch. The flashlight made his eyes uncomfortable. In the moment of distraction, she snatched the gun from his hand and pointed it at him, shouting angrily for him to hand over the supplies or she would shoot. The group watched, slightly stunned. Han Feng remained calm, sneering, and said that the truth was that his supplies had been tricked out of him by her long ago. Huina was furious and screamed, declaring she would kill Han Feng. However, she couldn't hold the gun firmly and immediately lost it. Taiwo stepped forward to apprehend her, causing her to struggle in defiance. Han Feng stepped forward to pick up the gun but was a step too late. Zhu Yu was quicker and blocked him. The two of them faced each other. Taiwo continued scolding Huina. Taiwo scolded Huina, saying she had deceived them. He intended to hit her with a stick, but Zhu Yu stopped him. Zhu Yu spoke seriously, saying that the management team wasn't a place for handling violence. Even if she had deceived them, she should still be given a chance to make amends. He then turned to Han Feng and spoke in a stern tone. Zhu Yu apologized to Han Feng for what happened today. He said they were all victims and promised to explain everything later. He handed the gun back to Han Feng. Zhu Yu continued to invite Han Feng to join the management team, telling him he didn't have to respond immediately, that he could think it over. Tomorrow, when the supplies were distributed, he could make a decision. Afterwards, Zhu Yu and the group left. Zai Yi asked Han Feng if he was hurt. Han Feng gently shook his head, sighed, and said that it was finally over. The three of them went upstairs to rest. Zai Yi lamented that she hadn't expected the little girl to have a room upstairs. Han Feng nodded slightly, saying that the girl's room was both big and spacious, more comfortable than his own house. And thanks to her, they were able to put on this act. Earlier, Han Feng had told the girl to leave some things in the house but not take everything. Han Feng told Zai Yi to open the window for some air, making the room look like it hadn't had food in a while. He wanted the people outside to break the door but find nothing. They wouldn't return empty-handed, as it would cause a strong public backlash. In that case, the public would turn on the weak. Moreover, Han Feng had a gun, so Huina would become the sacrificial lamb. Zai Yi worried about safety, but Han Feng was confident in the plan. Zai Yi asked what would happen if Zhu Yu shot. Han Feng smiled and said the gun only had one bullet and had already been used earlier. Zai Yi understood, complimented Han Feng, and asked if he had intentionally lost the gun. Han Feng answered straightforwardly, saying that it was part of the plan. Zai Yi nodded in agreement, saying that they just needed to pretend to live in hardship and make money quietly. Han Feng disagreed, saying that their goal was to overthrow the management team. Meanwhile, the management team was distributing supplies to everyone. The chaos distracted everyone, allowing them to quietly enter the supply warehouse. Inside, two management staff were coming out, assigned to inspect the warehouse doors. Feng and Yun Shen hid to the side, exchanging knowing glances and silently planning. According to Yun Shen's investigation, the first 4 floors were cleared, but floors 5 and 6 were occupied by building staff, making it impossible to reach floors 7 and 8. He guessed the warehouse might be above, with guards on the 5th floor. He would go first to distract them. Han Feng would use his staff to subdue anyone if necessary, avoiding firearms. They moved forward cautiously, yet strangely, they encountered no one. Continued to the 6th floor, still empty. Han Feng warned Yun Shen to be careful. Stopping at the 7th floor, they faced no obstacles. Han Feng hesitated. "Are you sure they left the supplies here?" Yun Shen shook his head. "We can't be certain right now." Yun Shen observed for a moment, then said if there were no guards, they should continue. But the lack of anyone seemed exaggerated. They had no choice but to proceed step by step. Yun Shen suggested splitting left and right, calling out if anything appeared. Han Feng nodded, advancing carefully, expecting combat, though this time it was only reconnaissance. Earlier, in the room of the little Ta King, 3 people had been eating while discussing plans. Han Feng said seriously, "There are too many in management. We can't defeat them alone. The only way is to dismantle them from within. You see, management is connected through the supplies. If they could locate the warehouse and let the little Ta King seize all the supplies, management would collapse. But no one knew which room held the supplies, so they had to be cautious of sudden appearances." While Han Feng pondered, Yun Shen ran over cheerfully. Surprised, he said, "Didn't I tell you to be careful?" A moment later, they stood before the warehouse door. Han Feng asked suspiciously, "It's labeled so clearly, don't you think it's a trap?" Yun Shen frowned. "The label says warehouse key in the lock looks like a trap, but I don't think so. Maybe they forgot to remove the key. Let's open it and see." He reached for the key, but Han Feng stopped him. "Wait." He saw a thin wire linking the key to the handle. A classic trap, Han Feng warned to be careful. Han Feng recalled the others had mentioned checking the warehouse door. It could be a trap. Don't touch it recklessly. Knowing the warehouse's location was enough. They could go upstairs and figure out how to open it later. Han Feng suggested this, and Yun Shen nodded. 2 others came out from a side door. Han Feng reacted quickly, pulling Yun Shen to escape. The 2 men caught up, one swinging a staff at Yun Shen. Han Feng blocked with his hand. Yun Shen kicked back. They pushed the door open and used an iron staff to barricade it. Han Feng clutched his arm in pain, asking suspiciously, "You said no one was there guarding the supplies." Yun Shen vaguely shook his head. "Who knows, last time they didn't let you into this floor." Footsteps approached on the stairs. Han Feng frowned. "Damn, someone's coming up." He suggested going ahead where fewer people were. They reached the 8th floor. Yun Shen anxiously asked Han Feng, "Your arm?" Han Feng shook his head. "I think it's broken." Calmly, he said they first needed a place to hide. Suddenly, Yun Shen pointed behind. "Behind you!" Han Feng turned, but before he could react, someone covered his mouth and dragged him behind a door, pulling him inside. The door shut and Han Feng couldn't call out. Outside, Yun Shen yelled worriedly, "Brother, are you okay? Wait, I'll save you." In front of Han Feng stood a tall man, commanding, "What are you doing here?" Han Feng watched him cautiously. Han Feng gritted his teeth. "We came to collect supplies." The man didn't believe him, kicking his hand, causing Han Feng to cry out in pain. He sneered, "Do you think I'm a child? You deliberately avoided floors 5 and 6, so you must know something about management, right?" Han Feng was surprised. "You've been watching us," the man sneered. "You think no one's guarding here?" Han Feng realized with a start that unconscious people lay in the corner. Had they been killed? Outside came angry shouts, seizing someone, rattling the rooms. Feng worried, "Damn, Brother Li is still outside." The man before him snorted, walking to a window and opening it. Han Feng gasped, realizing his intention. "This is the 8th floor, what are you doing?" Han Feng asked. The man calmly replied, "It's actually just the 4th floor. Snow has piled up to the 3rd and 4th floors, cushioning the fall. You won't die from the height." He looked at Han Feng, urging, "Jump or get beaten to death, your choice." Footsteps and door breaking drew closer. Han Feng looked at the window, the man was gone. The door was broken open. Han Feng climbed the window, gritting his teeth and jumping. As he fell, his hand glowed purple. He landed safely. Hearing the commotion, the man glanced to the other side. Han Feng looked up from the snow. The pursuers shouted, "He's alive, one more." The man passed by Han Feng. He crashed through a glass door, shattering it. Han Feng cursed under his breath. "Unbelievable, that guy's a beast." Without thinking, he followed the man inside. The pursuers went down as well, losing sight of both. Inside, the man started a fire to warm up. Han Feng sat beside him, thinking he was kind. Without him, Han Feng might have been discovered. The man was very experienced at escaping. Even if it defied logic, Han Feng had to accept it. While dazed, the man spoke. "What's the matter? Scared? It's only the dead." Han Feng was startled. "Why are you helping me?" the man snorted. Helping you, I just regret not being able to kill you myself. That shows they do have some sense. He wanted you to tell him everything you knew about the management faction, and he even warned that it was fine if you didn't speak. Either way, he'd get another human target. That proves they have a bit of wit. He wanted you to tell him everything you knew about the management faction. He didn't forget to warn you, of course, that remaining silent was fine, as he'd still gain another human target. Han Feng felt resentful. Judging from the people he had beaten mercilessly, Han Feng guessed this man came either to steal supplies or had a grudge against the management. The arrival of the two of them disrupted his plan. Thinking this, he looked at him and asked, "Are you working with them?" The man smirked and said, "If you say it exists, then it does. If it weren't for the secret on Jiang Zuyu." Before he could finish, Han Feng shouted, "What secret?" The man curled his lips in a mocking smile, standing in front of him. Lung said that you really do know Jiang Zuyu, and moreover, there's some kind of connection between you two. He warned you, either reveal information about the management or you'll become the second corpse here. Your choice. Instantly, Han Feng's expression darkened. Amid the flickering flames in the room, a story was unfolding. Han Feng looked at the man earnestly and said, "Then Jiang Zuyu brought explosives to my house, abducted the woman, and took my supplies. Set the gun on the table, took a deep breath, and continued, to take revenge on them, I used this item from the bottom of the chest. But relying on an ordinary gun wasn't enough to deal with them. So in the end, I had to use it to find a way to survive." The truth was tangled with lies, but how much could one trust this pistol? He silently waited for the man's reaction. After a moment, he finally spoke, "A battered pistol. It posed no danger to the management. He didn't take the gun but let him go. That was the clearest proof." Han Feng exhaled silently, seeing that the man believed him. Thinking this, he continued, "But why didn't he take it?" The man replied calmly. "First, it was just a show to maintain his leadership, or he has a more powerful weapon." He asked Han Feng, "This time you brought Zai Yi here to deal with Jiang." Han Feng nodded slowly. "Without him, the management would have a little less trouble. Originally, the management's intentions were good, at least helping some survive. But Jiang's view was that everyone should think the worse someone is, the more comfortable their life becomes. Haoyu's group slowly retreats, asking what they should do. Han Feng won't let them talk and fires again, making them jump. Warn them, I already said it, don't move. Drop your weapons and kneel on the ground. The group is terrified of guns. They can only obey you." Han Feng motions for Zai Engia to go up, keeping the gun trained on that group. In the blink of an eye, the two are gone. The group can only watch them step by step as they go upstairs. Only then does Haoyu dare ask, "Does anyone know who that guy was just now?" Yuna answers quickly, "That was Han Feng. We were about to go to his place." Tai Vo immediately gets furious, grabs her by the collar and shouts, "Why didn't you say earlier he had a gun?" She shakes with fear. "This is the first time I've seen it too." Haoyu seems to believe her and steps in to stop Tai Vo. "All right, I believe Ms. Li wouldn't lie to us." Then he turns to everyone, trying to calm them down. Think about it, with such an important weapon, how could he not have supplies too? As soon as he says that, the group behind him nods in agreement. Haoyu doesn't give up and continues to sway them. Besides, maybe he is the one driving up the price of supplies. Haoyu remembers what old Liu said. Chances are the person he met was him. Tai Vo suddenly speaks up. "Brother Chuang, are we still following the original plan? What if he starts shooting?" Haoyu shakes his head. "No, if he dared to kill people, he would have done it earlier. He doesn't believe they can stay in the room all day without ever coming out." After thinking, he tells everyone, the plan changes. "We'll go back and prepare safety measures, then come back." Their group has to take over Han Feng's room. At the door, Tu Engia returns and hurriedly tries to open it, but his hands shake so badly he can't manage for a long time. He apologizes. Han Feng doesn't answer, only says, "Don't worry, it looks like they didn't chase us." After a while, Tu Engia finally gets the key in. As soon as the door cracks open, he feels warmth. He stands there for a moment and Han Feng urges, "Get inside." Only then does he steady himself and step into the room. The moment he enters, he sees a furnace, a generator that every household needs, and more importantly, supplies stacked all over the room. Zai Engia takes a look around, eyes wide with shock. "Little brother, what on earth is going on with your place?" Han Feng is about to explain when the door suddenly opens. Door opening startles Zai Engia. The little girl Ta Vuong pokes her head out and asks softly, "Where is the drone?" Han Feng jolts, then remembers. "You forgot about it." Zai Engia is even more stunned and asks suspiciously, "What drone?" 2 hours later, Han Feng tells Zai Engia everything. Eats while nodding, so that's how it is. Still, he can't help feeling moved. This is truly astonishing. Prediction of natural disasters like snowfalls is now possible, and if preparations continue to be thorough, it can be seen that hard work truly pays off. Han Feng chuckled softly and said, "Sorry, I was worried about the leak of material information before, so I didn't speak directly to you." However, Ziyi wasn't particularly concerned. He put down his chopsticks, stood up, bowed to Han Feng and said, "If it weren't for you, I'd probably be dead by now. You've been so kind to me, really selfless and loyal." Han Feng was a bit surprised by his gesture and hurriedly replied, "Don't say that, you've helped me a lot too. Come on, eat some more, I have plenty of food left." Ziyi looked at Han Feng with a touched expression and said, "You really are a good person." Then he continued to sit down and eat. While eating, he said, "By the way, little brother, the situation in the residential area has changed a lot compared to before. Do you remember the message I sent?" Since that day, they thought they had exploited collectivism to steal supplies everywhere. Some people followed, but others refused. After some people left, they appeared to be indifferent on the outside, but secretly sent people to deal with them, claiming it was to reduce the threat. And Feng frowned and asked, "The twin brother of those college students?" Ziyi nodded slightly and answered, "That's right, they all have similar qualities." And Feng thought for a moment and said, "It's no surprise that the residential area management is developing so fast. Their methods are really dirty. This guy is not easy to deal with." At this moment, Ziyi suddenly snorted and said, "Just like the saying, the wicked will be punished. Guess what? Who will they rob next? They will rob Li Zhengxiang, the boxer who was once the middleweight champion." Han Feng was taken aback and asked in doubt, "But didn't they already get badly beaten by the committee?" Ziyi shook his head and replied, "It wasn't that bad, but they wanted to save face and refused to admit their defeat. Those people were encouraged by someone named Xiang to continue risking their lives against Li Zhenghao, but in the end, they were knocked out by him." Zheng Hao also recruited 2 followers because of this. One of them was Zheng Yangwu, a die-hard fan of Li Zhenghao, and the other was Kim Zhangzai, also a devoted fan. It was said that he had divine strength and a huge body like a monster. With the influence of these two, Li Zhenghao built his power within the community, and this group really hated Xiang. To shift the conflict, Xiang tried every way to steal from Han Feng. After hearing this, Han Feng doubted, so pulling in the elder brother was just an idea at the last minute, right? Ziyi nodded slightly. Han Feng furrowed his brows and pondered, "No wonder that jerk Xiang wants to recruit Ziyi. It looks like his side isn't doing well either." That moment, a noise from outside startled the three. The little girl, Ta Wang, looked through the camera and said, "Someone's coming, it's Xiang Hu Zio's group again." Han Feng quickly stood up and said, "I'll go close the door." But before he could do anything, a hand pulled him back. Ta Wang said, "I smell something strange." Han Feng was slightly startled. Before he could recover, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing everyone to fall. Han Feng angrily shouted, "How dare they blow up my house?" Ta Wang calmly said, "They must have used local explosives. These aren't very powerful." Han Feng frowned and asked, "You know about this too?" Ta Wang answered, "You only asked about my doll." Then he looked at the camera and quickly recognized a familiar figure. He couldn't help but sneer, so it was Miss Hui Na who brought Xiang Hu Zio here. After saying that, he went to the table and began to check the electricity. He suggested that everyone stand a bit farther from the door. After the two stepped back, he started to extract electricity. Immediately, a loud scream was heard. The person standing at the door was electrocuted and fell to the ground. Huo Zio was somewhat surprised by this sight, but he quickly regained his composure and ordered, "Place explosives at the junction between the door and the wall. This time, use 2 packages." Ai Wu followed the order and placed 2 packages of explosives by the door. A blast sounded, echoing once again. The wall started to crack, but the door still didn't budge. Huo Zio frowned, not expecting this to happen. The explosives definitely weren't the problem. It seemed Han Feng had prepared beforehand. He thought for a moment. After thinking for a while, he spoke up. "This time, use 3 bundles of dynamite and I will designate the location to detonate. If that still doesn't work, increase the dosage. Today, we must destroy Han Feng's house." Inside the house, Han Feng and his companion had placed many obstacles in front of the door, and just as they finished, the door began to shake. The two quickly covered their ears. Han Feng asked something, but Ziyi couldn't hear clearly. When the loud noise subsided, Han Feng was startled and exclaimed, "What is that sound?" Ziyi quickly said, "The wall is breached, go get something to block it." Han Feng was a bit anxious, fearing that if the explosions continued, the water stains would spread. After thinking, he said, "The explosion won't be useful. Let's quickly move everything. Do you have a solution?" Ziyi furrowed his brows and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean move things at a time like this?" Before Han Feng could answer, the young girl Ta Wang stepped forward and said, "I'll help." Ziyi glanced at her, thinking the kid was just playing around. He told her, "Go back to the bedroom and hide." But just as he finished speaking, a spatial rift appeared in front of him, and something even more astonishing continued to unfold. Objects were sucked into the rift. In just a moment, everything had disappeared. Zai exclaimed in shock. That's terrifying. Everything was sucked in. Before he could regain his composure, he saw a purple light appear on Han Feng's hand. He tried to soften the wall, see if it could be reshaped, but had to control the range, or else the freezing process would take too long. Immediately, the purple light surrounded the wall. After a while, Han Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. One hand switched to a blue light. Quickly, the two beams of light merged and combined to repair the wall. Han Feng observed the wall gradually being repaired, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Seeing this, Zai was stunned and exclaimed, "Not bad, little brother. What kind of superpower is that?" Before Han Feng could explain, the young girl Ta Wang suddenly shouted, "Get down!" It seemed that at the same moment the ground shook violently. The newly repaired wall began to crack, causing Han Feng to panic slightly. Ta Wang quickly explained, "They're detonating right in front of us." Han Feng became a bit angry and bit his lip. He thought for a long time and then said, "In that case, no matter how we repair it, it will be useless. I have a dangerous idea. Are you all willing to trust me once?" Ta Wang agreed without hesitation. Zai quickly said, "Whatever it is, you just need to say the word." Both nodded and Han Feng seriously said, "All right, then follow my instructions." In the blink of an eye, loud explosions erupted. Han Feng's room door shook violently and soon cracked. The group led by Tai Wo slowly entered. He reminded, "Make sure to scour every corner for supplies." Person behind them reminded, "Everyone be careful, they might ambush us, see if there's any supplies in the house." Soon the group began ransacking Han Feng's house for supplies. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be found. Tai Wo came out from the kitchen, carrying a box, and said with a displeased expression, "I thought the kitchen only had some trouble in this seed box." Zuyu was surprised to see the seed box. Tai Wo angrily shouted, "Huina, damn it, didn't you trick us?" She shook her head and denied it. "I didn't, maybe he hid it in the room." Hearing this, the two of them entered the room to search for supplies. They carefully entered, not wanting to get shot. One of them reached for the door and had a hunch there was something behind it. Before he could react, his face was forcefully pressed by Zai's leg from inside. With the door's force, Zai took down the two men. Han Feng also stepped forward, still holding a gun. As soon as they saw him, the group yelled, "Watch out!" Both sides fell into chaos. Han Feng warned, "Damn it, get out of here or I won't be polite." "Is he being polite?" Zuyu sneered after hearing this. Has he ever been polite? He had hidden the supplies, leaving the residents to suffer from hunger. He said that he came today to demand justice. Look at this hypocrite, stealing from others while pretending to be righteous, yet still brazenly using the name of the group to threaten Han Feng. If you still have any conscience, hand over the supplies. Unity is what will help us survive the apocalypse. Han Feng sneered at him. He speaks grandly, but in reality, he's just binding others with morality. People like that deserve nothing but contempt. Yet those fools actually believe him, like a pack of starving wolves with red eyes, ready to vent their anger. Now he has become their target for rage. All they need is a smooth handling. Thinking this, Han Feng immediately shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Which eye of yours sees supplies in my house?" Na couldn't believe it and immediately retorted, "You must have hidden them. Last time I came here, your room had a heater and lights. If you don't tell the truth, you're just waiting to die." As soon as she finished, a bullet pierced the forehead in front of her. Of course, Han Feng acted. He said coldly, "Li Hui Na, how can you say that? If you hadn't tricked me into exchanging supplies for seeds, I wouldn't have been cornered like today." Tai Vo seemed to believe him. He turned to Hui Na and shouted, "Damn it, you dare cheat us." Hui Na shook her head in fear. "No, I really didn't lie," seeing them argue. You spoke up to intervene, stop the internal conflict. I have a simple solution, you all go check his room. After saying that, he pointed to the two sitting on the ground, then squinted at Han Feng provocatively. "Han, you won't refuse, right?" Everything was prepared and Han Feng didn't object. A moment later, the others reported, "There's only a few odds and ends in the room and a little girl." The girl, called Little Ta Wang, rushed into Han Feng's arms crying loudly, "Brother, I'm scared." Hungry, Han Feng quickly comforted her. "Don't be afraid, once they leave, I'll find some food for you." In the end, they found nothing and left, grumbling in frustration. Yu glanced at Hui Na and said sternly, "Li, I need an explanation. Things have come this far. You must give everyone an explanation." Hui Na didn't understand how it came to this, quickly defended herself. "I really didn't deceive you, I saw it with my own eyes." She glared at Han Feng, furious. "Could it be he's playing tricks? It's all because of you that I ended up like this." The more she thought, the angrier she became, grinding her teeth. "It's all your fault, you damn brat." Then she suddenly shone her flashlight straight at Han Feng. The move startled him, the light hurt his eyes. Taking advantage of his unguarded moment, she snatched the gun from his hand. Huina pointed the gun at Han Feng, yelling angrily, "Tell me, where did you hide the supplies? You're playing tricks, aren't you? Tell everyone the truth or I'll shoot." Yu's group was stunned. Han Feng remained calm, smirking the truth. Han Feng said, "The truth is, the supplies were long ago taken by you through deception." Huina screamed, "You lie, you cheat, I'll kill you." Unfortunately, someone like her, unaccustomed to hard work, couldn't hold a gun properly. Before she could do anything, the gun was knocked away. Tai Vo rushed forward to restrain her, leaving her struggling helplessly. Han Feng saw his gun on the ground and stepped to pick it up, but he was a beat too slow. A hand grabbed it first. It was that bastard Zhu Xiang. No one knew what he planned. The two faced each other. Tai Vo still held Huina by the hair, pulling and cursing. "Rotten bitch, you dare cheat us. This is what cheating us looks like." Then he raised the stick to hit her. But before he could strike, Zhu Yu grabbed his hand and stopped him, sternly saying, "The management is not a violent organization. This is not the place for punishment. Even if she cheated, she should be given a chance to make amends." He turned to Han Feng with that pretentious look, saying, "Han, I sincerely apologize for today." He said they were all victims and promised an explanation later, while handing the gun back to Han Feng. He was a bit surprised by this gesture, but without hesitation he accepted it. His friend continued, sincerely inviting him to join the management team. He said he didn't need an immediate answer and could think it over. Tomorrow, when collecting supplies, the company would wait for his decision. Then he led everyone away. After the room was left with just the three of them, Ziyi asked worriedly, "Little brother, you weren't hurt, right?" Han Feng shook his head gently, sighing, "Finally, it's over." Then the three went up to the upper room of the little Ta Wang girl to rest. Ziyi couldn't help exclaiming, "I didn't expect she had a room upstairs too." Han Feng nodded in agreement. "Yes, the room is big and spacious, much more comfortable than my house." It was thanks to the little girl that they could stage this scene. Previously, Han Feng had instructed her to tidy up everything in the house. He told her to leave a trash bag and some packaging, not to clean everything. He also asked Ziyi to open the windows to lower the room's temperature. He said they needed to make it look like there hadn't been food for a long time and let outsiders try to break in but find nothing. They hoped to stage a big fight, and if it ended empty-handed, it would provoke public outrage. In that case, the public would blame the weak, and Han Feng had a gun, so that Huina girl would surely become the scapegoat. Ziyi frowned after hearing this, thinking, with so many people, even with a gun, it might not be entirely safe, right? Han Feng smiled lightly. For example, if the gun had been taken, that would be the worst case. Feng nodded and continued. After retrieving the gun, Jiang Zuyu can handle things peacefully, preserving his image. Ziyi asked, "But what if Jiang Zuyu fires the gun?" Han Feng chuckled. "There's only one bullet in the gun, and that bullet has already been used by me." Ziyi understood immediately and praised him. "You're brilliant, so you deliberately let the gun be lost." Han Feng replied, "Consider it part of the plan." Ziyi nodded. "Then next, we just need to pretend to struggle, earning quietly." Han Feng countered, "Our next mission is to overthrow that wretched management team." At the management base, they were distributing supplies. The scene was noisy and chaotic, allowing the two to sneak into the supply warehouse unnoticed. Inside, two management staff were coming out, assigned to check the warehouse doors. Han Feng and Ziyi hid to the side, watching them and quietly planning. According to Ziyi's investigation, the first 4 floors had been cleared, while the 5th and 6th floors were occupied by building staff, making it impossible to reach the 7th and 8th floors. Ziyi suspected the warehouse might be upstairs, with guards above the 5th floor. He would go first to divert attention. Han Feng would take action when the opportunity arose. Both planned to avoid using guns. According to the plan, they slowly went up the floors, but oddly they saw no one. They continued to the 6th floor, still empty. Han Feng reminded Ziyi, "Stay alert." They stopped at the 7th floor without encountering obstacles. Han Feng wondered, "Are you sure they store supplies on these floors?" Ziyi shook his head. "The situation isn't certain now." Ziyi looked around and said, "If there are no guards, we can skip, but having no one here is still strange." They weren't sure and could only proceed cautiously. Ziyi suggested splitting up to search. "Call out if you find anything." Han Feng nodded, then carefully moved in, expecting to fight his way up. For now, they were just scouting. Earlier, the three had eaten and discussed the plan. Han Feng said seriously, "The management is too strong, we can't defeat them alone. The only way is to destroy them from within." He continued, "The management is a network tied through supplies. Once they find the warehouse and let the little Ta Wang girl clean it out, the management will collapse immediately." Han Feng added, "Still, no one knows where they hide the supplies, so we must be careful, as someone could come at any time." Han Feng was thinking when he saw Ziyi happily run to the other side. He felt a bit helpless since he had warned him to be careful earlier. A moment later, the two stood before the storeroom door, and Han Feng asked with some suspicion. "Is written this clearly. Do you not think it looks more like a trap?" Ziyi frowned slightly, but according to what it says here, this is the storeroom. Even more surprising, the key was already left in the lock, very deliberately. One look and it screamed trap. Ziyi thought not necessarily. He lowered his voice and said maybe they forgot to pull the key out. "Just open it and we will know." After speaking, he reached out to unlock it, but Han Feng stopped him in time. "Wait." He noticed a thin wire looped between the key and the handle. This was a classic trap and warned him to be careful. When they mentioned checking the storeroom door, they were probably talking about this trap. In any case, do not touch it casually. Knowing it is here is enough. They would go up to the next floor to keep looking. Feng suggested they just confirm the storeroom's location and find a way to open the door slowly. Ziyi nodded in agreement. At that moment, they ran into two other people coming out through a door. The two sides stared at each other tensely for a long time. Han Feng reacted fast, grabbed Ziyi's hand and bolted. They sprinted straight ahead. The two men caught up. One swung a stick at Ziyi. Han Feng hurriedly raised his arm to block, seizing the opening. Ziyi kicked back at the attacker. Then they shoved open the door in front of them and wedged it shut with an iron rod. Han Feng clutched his aching arm and asked doubtfully, "You said there was no one up here when you sent the signal." Ziyi shook his head vaguely. "Who knows? Last time they did not let him come up to this floor." Now footsteps sounded on the stairs. Han Feng frowned and said, "Damn it, someone is coming up." He suggested going up first since there should be fewer people above. Right after that, they reached the 8th floor. Ziyi asked Han Feng anxiously, "Kid?" Han Feng shook his head. His arm seemed broken. But he said calmly, not caring much, "First we need to find somewhere to hide." Just then, Ziyi suddenly pointed behind him and shouted, "Kid." Han Feng turned around suspiciously, but before he could react, a hand clamped over his mouth. In the end, he was dragged behind the door. Han Feng was yanked off his feet and fell inside. The door slammed shut at once and he let out two groans. Outside, Ziyi pounded on the door and shouted in panic, "Kid, are you okay? Wait for me, I am coming to save you." Standing before Han Feng was a man. The man stared at him and demanded coldly, "What are you doing here?" Han Feng watched him warily and gritted out, "We are here to pick up supplies." But the man did not believe him and stomped on his hand. Han Feng screamed in pain. The man barked, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You deliberately avoided the 5th and 6th floors. So you must know something about the management, right?" Han Feng frowned and asked, "Have you been watching us the whole time?" The man curled his lip in contempt. "Watching?" Feng jolted when he noticed a group of people lying unconscious in the corner. Had this man killed them? Angry shouts rang out from outside. "Grab that guy, anyone else in there? Smash the rooms one by one." Han Feng grew frantic inside. "It is over, Brother Li is still outside." But the man in front of him stayed calm, snorted once and showed no emotion. He walked to the window step by step and opened it. Han Feng cried out in shock, "This is the 8th floor, what are you trying to do?" The man answered bluntly, "This is really only the 4th floor. The snow has piled up to the 3rd and 4th floors, and with snow as a cushion, the drop will not be fatal." He looked at Han Feng, "But if you do not jump, you will be beaten to death. Choose." As Han Feng hesitated, the footsteps and door smashing drew closer and closer. He looked toward the window. The man was no longer there. The door was being forced open. Han Feng climbed onto the windowsill. He clenched his teeth and jumped. In the instant he fell, his arm gave off a purple glow. The man landed safely. Hearing the commotion, he swept his eyes toward the other side. Lian saw Han Feng struggling to crawl out from under the thick snow. Up above, the pursuers were still watching and shouting, saying that he was still alive and there was another person there. Han Feng was still confused about what to do. The other man suddenly rushed past him, quickly slamming into the glass door, shattering it. Han Feng muttered under his breath, cursing, "Damn, what a fool." However, he didn't have time to think further as the snow kept falling. He quickly followed the man inside. Soon after, the pursuers arrived at the location, but they could no longer see the two of them. Inside the room, the man had started a fire to keep warm, while Han Feng sat nearby, thinking about the man. He felt that the man was quite decent. Without his help, Han Feng might have been caught by now. The man clearly had a lot of experience hiding, even though his actions seemed illogical, but in fact, his decision proved to be correct. While Han Feng was still lost in thought, the man suddenly spoke. "What's wrong? Scared? They're just people about to die anyway." Han Feng was startled when he heard that and quickly asked, "Why are you helping me?" The man smirked and replied, "Helping you? I only regret not killing you right on the spot." He continued, "The fact that you two haven't fallen into that stupid trap proves proves that you have some brains. The man wanted Han Feng to tell him everything he knew about the management gang. However, he also warned that if Han Feng didn't speak, he would take it as an opportunity to add another corpse to the pile. Han Feng felt dissatisfied. Looking at the unconscious people the man had knocked out, he guessed that the man might be here to steal something or had a grudge with the management gang, and their appearance had interrupted his plans. He thought for a moment and asked the man, "Do you have a grudge against them?" The man just shrugged and said, "Just say yes if it weren't for the secret the trainee has on him." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Feng shouted, "What secret?" The man smirked and stood in front of him, coldly saying, "As expected, there's some kind of connection between you two." He warned Han Feng that either he would tell everything about the management gang or he would become the second corpse here. The choice was his. Han Feng remained silent, his face turning serious. In the flickering firelight in the room, a story began to unfold. Han Feng looked at the man sincerely, then spoke. "The trainee brought explosives to my house. Then he took away the woman and supplies from me." At this point he placed the gun on the table, took a deep breath and continued, "To get revenge I took out something I had hidden, but just a gun wasn't enough to deal with them. Therefore, in the end, I had no choice but to use it to find a way to survive. In reality, everything was a mix of truth and lies, but with this gun, I didn't know how much I could trust it." Han Feng waited silently for the man's reaction. After a while, the man spoke. "A worn-out pistol, it's really nothing to worry about for the management gang. Didn't confiscate the gun and let Han Feng go." That was the clearest proof that he believed Han Feng's words. Han Feng sighed in relief. Han Feng continued, "However, why didn't he take the gun? I think there are two reasons." The man calmly replied, "First, it was just a show to maintain his leadership position, or he might have a more powerful weapon." He asked Han Feng, "Did you bring Ziyi here to deal with them?" Han Feng nodded and answered, "Without him, the management gang would be less troublesome." In fact, the management gang's original intentions were good. At least, it really helped some people survive. After the apocalypse, those who have lost their humanity cannot coexist with society. That's why Han Feng believes the management must be overthrown. This statement brought silence. After a moment, the man in front of him burst out laughing and said, "Overthrow them? What's the big deal? This world has always been survival of the fittest. Your idea is ridiculous." In the end, the residential area would descend into looting and slaughter. Han Feng frowned at him and asked, "Can you even imagine what will happen here?" The man suddenly asked, "Do you want to hear a third-party opinion?" Then he pushed the door and stepped outside. Indeed, someone had thrown something at him. However, he dodged it. Immediately, he threw a punch at the other person, but it was blocked. He frowned in surprise, quickly regained his composure, and prepared to strike again. His other hand was about to strike the man's head when Han Feng suddenly appeared and asked, "Are you Nurse Jin?" It was Zhai Nian. She looked at Han Feng, frowned, and called out, "Brother Han." She immediately went inside and quickly bandaged his hand. She spoke softly, "I came to collect Grandfather Li's supplies. When I first entered, I found he had passed away, and when I heard a knock from behind, I panicked and instinctively hid in the room." The man sneered, "His death is partly your doing. Little nurse, this so-called selfless dedication is just a joke." Zhai Nian sighed upon hearing this. "You are right to scold me, but I have no regrets. Call it cruel or heartless, whatever you like, but only by surviving can I save more people." The man remained silent after hearing her words. "For many like you in the apocalypse, what do you call it, living bodhisattvas, caring for others before even securing your own survival? Foolish." At this moment, Han Feng asked, "You got in here thanks to Jiang Zuyu arranging it beforehand, right?" Zhai Nian nodded gently and replied, "He gave me a pass and also supplied plenty of resources, so I couldn't refuse. But in the past few days, Zuyu drove out many elderly and weak people, and Grandfather Li was one of them. The time she realized it, it was too late." The man added, "Management would last longer if they removed one person. If it were me, I would do the same." Han Feng objected, "That's wrong. Li Ka said a new force has appeared in the residential area. Those people oppose management, and Jiang Zuyu might be eager to eliminate them. That's why he removes the elderly, women, and children to leave resources for the strong. He even planted bombs outside your house just to take supplies. He may be trying to provoke that force." These words shocked the other two. Han Feng sighed, "If that's true, I need to find the weapon's cache." The man sneered, "So what if you find it? You're just one person." "What if I find it?" Han Feng glared at him. "I won't be buried with the residents. As long as I locate the weapon's cache, I'll have a way to deal with it." The man stared at him for a long moment and said, "If you want to die, go ahead. In this world, Zuyu's management is just a small force. There will be many survival battles ahead. The last one standing will be the true survivor." With that, he left, leaving Han Feng stunned. After a while, Zhai Nian looked at Han Feng and asked, Can I help you with anything? Han Feng shook his head slightly. No, I don't want you dragged into this. But Jai Nian firmly replied, don't say that. If your judgment is correct, the residential area is in danger, and about you I feel very upset. Han Feng felt awkward hearing this, but her resolute eyes left him unsure of what to do. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said, thank you, I'll ask for your help if anything comes up. Meanwhile, the management team had returned to report that someone suspected Han Feng, though they remained confident. Suddenly, footsteps from behind startled them. They saw Han Feng walking toward them. Then he was thrown into a dark room. Soldier kept shouting, Master Jiang spared you once. How dare you come here to meddle with the supplies? I'll disable your other hand and see if you dare steal again. But at that moment, someone burst in from outside and stopped him. Something happened. Master Jiang told us to gather upstairs. Soldier hesitated, turned, and left, leaving Han Feng on the floor. Alone, he used his green immortal energy to heal himself. Once his wound was cured, he would search for the weapon's cache. This could not be delayed any longer. Soon after, his bindings were removed. He had recovered, but the healing left him exhausted, almost fainting. He would later need to study how to restore his strength quickly. At that moment, he heard noise outside. The door opened and someone bound was thrown into the room. The person quickly left. Han Feng heard footsteps and the door close. Opening his eyes, he looked toward the newcomer and recognized him as Zai Yi. He immediately untied him. He coughed twice and said, thanks, little brother, that slap of yours was really useful. But next time, hit the side that isn't swollen. Now the left side of my face has no feeling. Han Feng chuckled softly. All right then, what exactly happened to you? Zai Yi recalled the earlier events. After you were pulled inside, I saw the corridor door about to be broken down, so I unlocked the power distribution room and hid there. As soon as I entered, I saw something. There was a large hole inside, seemingly leading deep down. I thought they were opening the power distribution cabinet, so I climbed down using the wires. I expected it to lead to the basement parking, but it led to the second basement. Although no one was there, many boxes were stacked, all sealed tight. I opened one and saw it full of hams, each as large as my forearm. I was about to take one to inspect when I suddenly heard movement behind me. When I turned, Han Feng had awakened me. Eventually, I understood why management was so reckless. They even have stacks of hams, each very long. Han Feng frowned and asked suspiciously, does the packaging say ham sausage? Zai Yi shook his head. No words, just looks like ham sausage. Han Feng's expression turned serious. Something's not right. What do you think? Could this be Jiang Zuyu's secret weapons cache? Zai Yi was startled, so what did you see? At the same time, a strange voice rang from outside. Why does Master Jiang suddenly want us to eliminate Li Ziyi? Didn't he always want to recruit him before? Two men were startled when they heard a noise, realizing that they intended to kill in order to silence them. Immediately, the door was opened and the two men outside stepped in, but they found no trace of Han Feng, making them suspicious, as they had clearly tied him up here. As they continued searching, Han Feng and Zai Yi hid behind the door, waiting for the right moment. Seizing an opening, Zai Yi attacked and quickly restrained them. Han Feng frowned, signaling his intent to kill them. Zai Yi hesitantly asked, what should we make of this? Han Feng slowly replied, how should we deal with it? There are dozens of boxes. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. First, we'll meet with the girl from the evil king. At that moment, the voice of the evil king girl rang out. Han Feng suspiciously asked, did you just arrive? What's going on? The girl quickly responded, I came earlier, took your gun, and even wanted to kill you. Is that all right? Han Feng was taken aback when he heard the name of the illusion, Hui Na. He quickly shouted, don't open the door, it's Li Hui Na, not the sister you need to greet. But no one responded. Soon, the communication device was disconnected, and Han Feng felt the situation had become critical. Han Feng said, Li Ji, let's first go meet the evil king girl. The two carefully peeked outside but heard a commotion ahead. Zai Yi asked suspiciously, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? Downstairs, Tai Wo led a group of people, running hurriedly, continuously ordering them to stop them. Han Feng observed the actions from behind, wondering, had Li Zhenghao arrived? Zai Yi shook his head, uncertain. Currently, the situation was favorable for them. The two quietly blended into the crowd, speaking softly, wearing masks to blend in, and successfully left amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a noise rang out ahead, a man was thrown back, and then a group of people slowly emerged. It was Li Zhenghao's men. Zai Yi panicked, gripping Han Feng's hand tightly. Outside the room, Hui Na peeked from the doorway. Inside, it was silent, and she guessed that Han Feng had truly moved in here. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Jai Nian slowly walked over, asking suspiciously, what are you doing here? Hui Na was startled, stammering, I came to find food. Jai Nian frowned, surprised. Food? Then why bring so many people? Hui Na refused to back down. Yes, is that a problem? What about you? Why are you here? Jai Nian responded, I'm here to heal and save lives. Is something wrong? Huina was startled. Is Han Feng ill? Huina realized that the two were familiar with each other, then looked at the people around her, who seemed to be discussing something. A moment later, they moved towards Zhai Nian, causing her to step back and question them. Huina snorted and ordered, "What are you trying to do? Just capture her, and I don't believe Han Feng won't open the door." They quickly restrained Zhai Nian. One man said, "Ita Kim, sorry about this." Zhai Nian shot a glance at them, gritting her teeth and saying, "Let me go or I won't be polite." They didn't release her. Soon, the two holding her were sent flying in an instant. People behind Huina were stunned, staring in disbelief. Zhai Nian said, "I don't care what you want to do, but don't interfere with my work." Huina refused to leave and drew a knife from her pocket. Huina angrily shouted, "You monster!" and lunged towards Zhai Nian. She quickly defended herself, her clothes torn, stepping back. Huina warned everyone to be careful as the girl was very strong. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and the weapons of Huina's people trembled in their hands, unable to hold them. The weapons floated and were sucked into the spatial rift of the evil king girl. The girl made a hand seal and violent winds appeared around her. The clothes of Huina's people were sucked off, causing them to scream in terror. At the same time, a fight broke out in the building's basement. The chaotic battle ensued, with Han Feng being pursued. While running, Han Feng said, "Wasn't it just a punch to his face? Do they need to keep chasing us?" Ziyi clicked his tongue, "But bro, your punches are a bit too strong." Zhang, chasing them, angrily cursed, "Damn it, I'm going to beat all of you to death." Han Feng remembered the gloves that had powerful effects in emergencies. Meanwhile, they discovered that Han Feng and Ziyi had escaped. Han Feng panicked, thinking, "If I get caught again, it's over." He immediately shouted, "Li Ji, go meet the evil king girl. I'll hold them off. We'll meet at the agreed location." Ziyi hesitated. "How can you do it alone?" Han Feng reassured him, "Don't worry." He jumped onto a vehicle. The people behind gave chase. Han Feng stood on the vehicle, shining a flashlight into the sky, shouting, "You all listen up. I'm one of the people who raised the prices in the neighborhood so that the damned poor bastards would starve to death." As soon as he spoke, the people in front froze, then immediately became enraged, rushing forward to grab him. Han Feng quickly turned and fled, even though the entrance and exit of the underground parking lot were blocked by iron gates. Once the pressure on the snow at the iron gate was released, it would be dangerous inside. As he thought, a fist flew toward him. Han Feng didn't have time to react and was hit, coughing up a breath. He was knocked back and slammed into the wall behind him. The group quickly surrounded him, and the leader shouted, "You won't escape, you damn brat." Han Feng placed his hand on the door behind him. A light appeared on his hand, enveloping the door. The group was stunned, and before they could react, Han Feng vanished. He shouted, "Come on then, you trash." They moved forward, not noticing that the door had softened and bent inward. Snow poured in from outside, causing them to scream in fear. "Avalanche, run!" The snow flooded in quickly, and many were buried. They ran to a safe place. The basement quickly filled with snow. A hand emerged from the snow. It was Han Feng. After softening the area, he didn't feel tired. As he was thinking, a deep voice sounded, "Are you waiting to die here?" Han Feng was startled and turned around, only to see a man with strange markings as if staring directly at him. Under the snow, a person started to move, causing the man to immediately pull Han Feng to safety. A moment later, in the corner of the basement, Han Feng looked at the man and asked suspiciously, "Who are you really, and why are you helping me?" The man casually mentioned a name, causing Han Feng to startle and step back, asking in doubt, "Is he the one who fought with Su Zhu?" The man nodded slightly, replying, "Yes." Han Feng furrowed his brows as he looked at him. Han Feng asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" Zhen Hao straightforwardly said, "Cooperation." Han Feng continued, "But didn't you refuse before?" He smiled coldly, saying, "I've changed my mind." Han Feng didn't believe him and retorted, "Suddenly changed your mind? Are you trying to play me?" Zhen Hao answered coldly. Zhen Hao said, "As long as each of us gets what we need, hurry up, either do it or don't." Han Feng thought for a moment and realized that if he could persuade this person, the chances of bringing down Su Zhu would be higher. With that in mind, he nodded in agreement. Although he didn't trust him, Han Feng found cooperation reasonable since they had a common goal. Soon after, the two formally shook hands to cooperate. In another corner of the basement, this place was filled with military equipment, from tanks to weapons. Hai Wu approached and said, "Mr. Tsu, the convoy has arrived. Could you go upstairs and call for people?" Zhu Yu nodded and replied, "Okay, the Kim brothers will notify the members and their families to go downstairs first." Hai Wu continued, "The entrance door was blown open by the snow, the temperature dropped sharply, the crowd is dispersing, and the other two have disappeared." Zhu Yu frowned after hearing this, then shook his head and said, "It's fine, it won't affect our plan." Elsewhere, Han Feng saw the entire complex and asked suspiciously, "Why are there military vehicles here?" Zhen Hao nodded and replied, "I heard Tsu wanted to relocate the residents." Han Feng asked further, "But where are they being relocated to other than the ice and snow?" Zhen Hao smiled and said, "You'll find out if you ask." Tsu assigned it to you, then he ran off. Han Feng snorted, saying, "Why the rush?" On the other side, Zuyu ordered preparations to go upstairs and meet the people. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, causing the group to panic. Someone shouted, "What's going on?" "It's a gunshot, someone's infiltrating." Another person yelled, "Be careful, don't scatter." Immediately, a hand grabbed his face, knocking him outside. Seeing him, the group immediately opened fire, but before they could do anything, Zhen Hao lunged and punched the person in the face. The others, frightened, tried to flee. Tai Wu shouted loudly, "Don't run too far, protect Mr. Tsu." At that moment, Han Feng aimed his gun at the back of Zuyu's head, threatening him. Zuyu wasn't panicked and calmly said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Han Feng asked in surprise, "You knew I was coming?" Yu coldly replied, "Of course." The martial arts teacher saw the scene and anxiously called Mr. Tsu, but he waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Han Feng looked at Zuyu, remembering the disaster, and he had stockpiled many supplies. Zuyu said, "I thought you were one of the contacts, but I guessed wrong." Looking down, he noticed the eavesdropping device under his hand, which he had set up earlier. Zuyu said, "You think I'll hand over the gun to you? I know what you want." Han Feng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, asking, "Even if you know, what can you do? Who are the people you mentioned, and who was the one to pick up people earlier, and for what?" Zuyu smiled lightly and said, "Don't be nervous. If I wanted to deal with you, I would have acted long ago. You're smart, you can survive if you join them, and they'll continue sending people." Han Feng snorted and said, "You want me to be a shield? Sorry, I refuse." Zuyu sighed, "What a pity." Shortly after, a group of soldiers brought the hostages from behind. Han Feng was startled when a soldier aimed his gun at him. Han Feng turned and fled, bullets shooting after him. When he reached the wall, a hand pulled him into a hiding spot. He looked up, trembling, and said, "What are you doing?" "Retreat first," came the reply. Zhen Hao calmly spoke, "What's there to be afraid of? They're just 3 special forces soldiers." He suggested, "I'll distract them, you react accordingly." Hearing this, Han Feng was horrified and said, "Stop joking, they have guns." Zhen Hao stepped out, swiftly dodging the bullets, moving with incredible speed. The special forces soldiers couldn't do anything to him. Soon, Zhen Hao reached one of them. Zhen Hao grabbed the muzzle of his gun, kicked him in the stomach, and seized the gun. Han Feng watched the scene from the outside, marveling, "This guy is definitely not ordinary." In the chaos, the military vehicle started its engine. Zuyu ordered, "It's too late, drive straight to pick them up." Han Feng didn't give them a chance and quickly activated the signal light on his hand. He placed his hand on the ground, the light spread, causing the ground to soften, making it impossible to run. Zuyu asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Tai Wu shook his head, saying, "It looks like the right side is sinking." Zuyu looked back and saw the ground collapsing. Under the vehicle, Han Feng was stopping them from escaping. The light on his hand dimmed, shrinking in range, unable to make both wheels sink. At this moment, a grenade appeared in front of him. He was startled and stepped back. The person in the vehicle stuck his head out, coldly smiling at him. The grenade's safety pin was pulled and fire flared up. The explosion was deafening, and Han Feng was blown away by the shockwave. In the haze, he felt something cool, a group of goats licking his body. The cool sensation of their tongues was pleasant, but soon he woke up, seeing a large goat using its tongue to touch him. It wrapped around him, and a beam of green light enveloped his body. In reality, his body was also surrounded by green light, and his wounds started healing. The military vehicle was unaffected by the explosion. Tai Wu on the vehicle's side in relief. "Thankfully, this vehicle has a large engine. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape." At that moment, the window turned red, and a hand reached inside in the blink of an eye. Half of the side of the vehicle was shattered by the red light. Tai Wu grew furious and aimed his gun at Han Feng, cursing, "You little bastard." Han Feng looked at the muzzle, but it seemed like his gaze had no focus. He grabbed the muzzle, and red light surrounded the gun, corroding the clothes on the man's hands. Seeing the situation was not good, Zuyu immediately shouted, "Get out of the vehicle." Tai Vo's clothes were stripped off, and he shivered from the cold, unable to bear it any longer. Gritting his teeth, he cried out, "So cold, help me." Suddenly, he saw someone and was surprised. It was Tai Wen, carrying a staff, walking forward with concern. "Brother." He immediately charged at Han Feng to attack, yelling loudly, "You bastard." Han Feng glanced at him, and when the staff struck, he immediately blocked it with his hand. A red light enveloped the staff. Zuyu ran ahead, noticing the serious expression, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Hurry, go up and call for help." After dealing with Tai Wen's staff, Han Feng walked toward the car in front. The people inside the car, fearful, whispered to each other, "He's here, run him over." However, Han Feng seemed not to hear their words, continuing to move forward, placing both hands on the car. In the blink of an eye, the car was enveloped in purple light and quickly melted, causing the people inside to panic. "The car is melting, get out," one of them screamed. But it was too late, the car had already crushed them. The sound of desperate screams echoed. Just then, a bullet flew toward Han Feng's face, causing blood to spill, but the green light quickly healed the wound. Seeing this, the others immediately panicked and shouted, "He's not hit!" Meanwhile, Han Feng continued charging toward them. However, just after a few steps, gunshots rang out as Special Forces soldiers fired at him. They wanted to protect the man with the surname Chuo. Zheng Hao noticed the situation and wanted to save him, but the Special Forces soldiers didn't let him go, continuing their attack. He dodged while thinking, what is that bastard Chuo trying to do? Under the fierce attack from the Special Forces soldiers, Han Feng was forced to retreat, but he still didn't hesitate, swinging his hand downward. Purple light appeared from his hand. The soldiers felt the ground shifting beneath them. While they were confused, Han Feng rushed forward, grabbed 2 black gun barrels and broke them with his bare hands. The broken pieces of the guns in his hands immediately turned into something soft and vine-like. The 2 soldiers were terrified, trembling in fear, but Han Feng didn't care, using the item in his hands to attack them. Before they could react, their throats were slashed. They died just like that. After taking them down, Han Feng was panting. However, he didn't realize that Tai Wen was quietly approaching from behind. He attacked with the iron staff, causing Han Feng to fall and lose consciousness. Tai Wen coldly said, "You made your own bed, now die, you monster." After speaking, he raised the staff to strike, but before he could, a punch to the face stopped him. The one who struck was Zheng Hao, holding an unconscious Special Forces soldier in his hand. He pulled Han Feng up and asked suspiciously, "Did you pass out? You seemed to be going crazy earlier. What made you lose control?" While he was doubtful, a noise came from the other side. He hurriedly pulled Han Feng away as Zhu Yu and his group caught up. Han Feng looked at the group and spoke, "Everyone be careful, let's regroup with the 3 soldiers first." However, shortly after, he saw 2 soldiers lying in a pool of blood, clearly dead. At this point, someone asked, "Where's the other soldier?" Another person shook his head and said, "Can't find him, he's probably dead too." Tai Wo had died from the cold, leaving only Tai Wen and a few others from the car alive. Someone asked Zhu Yu what to do next. He thought for a moment before speaking. "Soldiers are all dead and we don't know the location of the main base. The plan has failed, they'll have to return empty-handed." A while later in a room, the warm fire crackled. Han Feng suddenly woke up, shouting, "There's a grenade." But after calming down and looking around, he frowned and muttered, "I'm not dead, where am I?" A deep voice came from behind. "Are you back to normal yet?" Han Feng turned around in shock. He asked, "Back to normal? We were in the basement, how did we end up here? And what about the wound on my body?" Zheng Hao heard and replied indifferently, "You don't even know yourself, how should I know? But I do have a bit of a lead on Chu's plan, let him tell you." With that, he pointed to the Special Forces soldier tied to a chair. He frowned and gave the soldier an order. "Just said you were sent by the base to negotiate with Chu Zuyu. What was the deal?" The soldier trembled and replied, "Weapons and food in exchange for the residents here." Hearing this, Han Feng asked suspiciously, "What's the deal for?" The soldier answered, "To help build the base." Han Feng grew more confused as he listened. "In this situation, we can't decrease the population. Instead, we need to expand the workforce. You can't just think we're idiots and mess with us." The soldier looked terrified, trembling as he said, "It's all for rebuilding civilization, saving humanity. What we're doing isn't evil." After speaking, one of his fingers was snapped by Zheng Hao. He scoffed and asked, "What happens if you fail the mission?" The soldier, sweating from the pain, gritted his teeth and said, "The base will send more people." Zheng Hao leaned in close, his voice commanding, "Will there be anyone with superpowers?" The soldier, terrified, avoided his gaze, shaking his head. "What superpowers? I don't understand." Han Feng frowned, pondering. Based on the soldier's attitude, it was possible that the base had someone with superpowers. Looking at what the base was doing, if they had someone with superpowers, they were more likely to be enemies. Zheng Hao is indeed ruthless, killing without a word. Han Feng frowned and looked at him, asking, "Is it really necessary to kill him now?" He gave no opinion, replying indifferently, "Do you believe the nonsense he said about saving people? Stop dreaming, this is just a new power. Who knows what they're planning to do? Now it's either destroy them or we'll have to leave and find a new hiding place." Hearing this, Han Feng nodded, "I'll go discuss it with everyone." After leaving Zheng Hao's room, Han Feng carefully headed to his intended destination. He walked deep in thought, wondering what Zheng Hao and his people might do next. If what the Special Forces soldier said was true, heading out to find the base might be the safest option. A while later, he reached the basement and began searching for something. He remembered there were several military vehicles and large bulldozers here, but now they were nowhere to be found. While searching, he noticed someone approaching. But when he peeked again, no one was there. It was a bait scent. Someone suddenly attacked him from behind. He quickly activated the light energy in his hand, raising it to block the attack. He couldn't help but frown, not feeling any pain. He suddenly realized that when both the green and purple light appeared together, the effect was like this. As the two struggled, a voice shouted, "Stop, we're all on the same side." Following the shout, the flashlight light also shone, and the person who came was Zhai Yan. Their group gathered together, and Han Feng recounted everything to them. "This is the situation, that's why I came back to find a way to leave the residential area." Zai Yi, hearing this, became indignant. Chu Zuyu is a scoundrel daring to trade residents for supply. Jia Yan hesitated, saying, but if we can bring the residents to a place where they can survive, it might not be a bad thing. Han Feng shook his head and replied, helping build the base is just one side of the soldier's story. If it were really a good deed, Chuo and his group would have fled long ago to avoid the disaster. Why would they need armed escorts? Besides, there are still many things the base can't explain. The words were both believable and not entirely trustworthy. The source of the information was still unclear, so Zai Yi continued questioning. Han Feng calmly replied, that's something for later. If we can't find a way to move, we have no way out. I'll need everyone's help. Zai Yi nodded lightly, then said, go check if those two cars have any usable tools. Jia Yan also went to the back to search. Han Feng approached the cars, but the keys had already been removed. As he felt despair, Zai Yi suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, come over here, oh my, look at all these weapons. Han Feng immediately ran over and saw a car full of weapons. He signaled Zai Yi, call that level 2 kid to gather these, we'll definitely need them. Zai Yi nodded, good idea. Han Feng examined the car in front of him, noticing it had melted into a different shape, probably due to his influence. As Zai Yi was about to call the little Ta Vuong girl, he saw two girls standing before a large curtain, murmuring suspiciously, what are they doing? Feng also looked over and suggested, go check it out. Quickly, the four gathered and observed. Han Feng asked suspiciously, why is there such a large covering? Zhen Yan chimed in, noticing some movement behind it. Han Feng asked the little Ta Vuong, do you have a brighter flashlight? She nodded and pulled one from the space. Han Feng and Zai Yi stood on either side of the curtain and counted down to pull it aside. Immediately, the curtain was removed. Inside, the four faces grew serious. Before them lay a tunnel leading into the unknown. At this moment, Han Feng was certain there really is a base here. He shone the flashlight into the tunnel, deep in thought. Realized that digging such a large tunnel under Sector E indicated these people were far from ordinary. Recalling what he had heard before, he worried. If the soldiers' words were just the tip of the iceberg, their sector was far too dangerous. Zai Yi looked ahead and shouted, everyone look over there, Han Feng observed, while Li touched a pipe and remarked, seems like this is the drainage system of the sector. He immediately held Ta Vuong's hair, it's dangerous, don't go in. Zai Yi saw the girl comply and shouted, stop that immediately. Han Feng quickly withdrew from the tunnel. Let's go back for now. Inside the room, Ta Vuong opened her bag, revealing tools on the table, and asked, besides these, should we prepare anything else? Han Feng turned and suggested, more weapons will be enough. Ta Vuong replied, right, add some food seeds to a piece of raw meat. She handed Zai Yi the gun and ammo tube, softly asking, what about the other items? Picked up a jacket, that's sufficient. This time we're just scouting. If anything happens, we'll return immediately. Han Feng looked at the girl and thought to himself how she was becoming increasingly skilled at using her abilities. Now they could easily locate items within the space. Before leaving, he looked at Ta Vuong and Jia Yan and reminded them, this room is mostly empty. No one will come for a while. Stay here. I've reinforced the firewalls, so even if discovered, they can't break through quickly. Han Feng grabbed his backpack and, seeing the two still watching, gently urged, it's not safe to stay outside for long, go back to the room. Ta Vuong quietly watched their backs, her lenses glinting. She pushed her glasses up and said, don't worry, Ta Vuong's eyes will protect his disciple. Jia Yan beside her was startled. Han Feng stepped down the stairs, deep in thought. In the current situation, every threat could come not just from others but also from the tunnel. He shone the flashlight forward and thought, if the sector is no longer safe, they'll have to try finding another survival point through this tunnel. Han Feng and Zai Yi stood at the entrance, deciding to examine before acting. Li's footsteps echoed through the tunnel. Though underground it should be warmer, it was just as cold as above. Han Feng exclaimed, it's all frozen over, how did they build this? Zai Yi lifted his head, shining the light ahead, and shouted, let's move forward and see. 15 minutes later, he and Li crawled up the taller tunnel. 30 minutes later, Han Feng saw a sewer pipe leading outside and shouted, this really connects everywhere. An hour later, he and Zai Yi reached the tunnel's end and climbed onto a sewer pipe. Li pushed the manhole cover up, shouting, snow has piled on this cover, there's no sign of movement at all. Zai Yi climbed down helplessly, looking around and asked, now we're wandering underground and lost, where does this lead? Han Feng shone the flashlight ahead and replied, judging by the water pipe layout, one side looks residential. The two moved quickly forward, constantly shining their lights. Suddenly, Li ran ahead and shouted, look, this is. Feng quickly reached Zai Yi, joyfully shouting, a map of the water pipe layout. Li approached the map and said, after half a day, it turns out we're in the basement near the sector. Ahead is the gym. Suddenly, he heard an engine and immediately raised his fingers. Turn off the headlamp now. Outside the tunnel, two vehicles drove in, rushing past Han Feng and Zai Yi. Inside, the two didn't dare make a sound, standing frozen. When the vehicles passed, Han Feng and Zai Yi cautiously approached. Li peered over and speculated, Those vehicles seem to be heading toward Han Cheng's sector. Han Feng beside him added, looks like military trucks, probably the comrades of the 3 soldiers in our sector. Ziyi frowned, in other words, these jeeps are transporting personnel to repair that base. Han Feng adjusted his headlamp and continued, following them will definitely reveal it, but tailing them risks being discovered. Li waved confidently, no need to follow those vehicles. Got a back route. Then Ziyi led him to the stairs and explained, a year ago an old woman in Han Cheng's sector fell into the sewer. I saved her. Han Feng doubted, you still remember a location from a year ago so clearly. Li held the stair rail. Of course I remember, my memory is good. Back in high school I was top of the class. At the top, Ziyi was about to lift a manhole cover but froze, shouting in shock. Feng sighed and decided to move forward cautiously. Li looked back and said, there might be slight deviations, let's proceed and see. Ziyi tried a few spots but couldn't lift any cover, saying, let me try. He smirked slightly. Hey, I've tried a few spots, does it work? Just as Li was struggling, the manhole cover finally shifted. Ziyi popped his head out and observed, careful, this is the underground parking of Han Cheng's sector. Li helped Han Feng up, proud. Look, I told you we need to clean up here first, then we'll go look for old Wang's granddaughter. You raised your hand to your mouth and gently reminded, speaking softly. After that, Han Feng and Ziyi quickly moved forward. Suddenly, you turned and froze. Han Feng looked at the body on the ground and said, it looks like there was a fight here too. The two immediately sought cover behind a car next to the body. On the other side, the group was tearing down the wall ahead. A soldier holding a rifle shouted, we were called here to guard and wait for the tunnel to be finished. This terrible place doesn't even have food. Another soldier sighed, who told us we were the assault team? Han Feng thought to himself, it seems like the people in this district are also controlled by these soldiers. Suddenly, you stopped, turned back and asked, it feels like it's shaking below. Ziyi immediately pointed in one direction. Hey, look there. Soon after, 2 soldiers raised their hands and ordered, make way, the tunnel is about to open. The wall in front of them began to crack. A loud crash, the wall shattered into pieces. From inside, a person with green eyes punched forward. Ziyi was startled and asked, is this guy human or a monster? Han Feng thought to himself, no wonder there's such a large tunnel, yet my district hasn't noticed a thing. He looked at the shattered wall and shouted, it's too dangerous to stay here, if we're spotted, we're finished. Over there, he drooled while looking at the soldier beside him and asked, hey, where's my snack? The soldier coldly replied, the tunnel isn't cleared yet, no snacks. Upon hearing this, Bao Bao went crazy, gritting his teeth. Slammed his fist down on the ground and yelled, I want to eat. Han Feng and Ziyi were startled, looking at the crack in the ground and hearing the soldiers' shouts. They stopped. That damn fat guy. You pushed Li forward and shouted, retreat. Han Feng and Ziyi crouched low and quickly ran. Suddenly, Li lifted his head and took a deep breath full of dust, causing Ziyi to cry out in pain. Han Feng froze in place, his eyes wide. The soldiers immediately noticed the 2 of them, shouting, catch those 2. Ziyi closed his eyes and quickly ran forward. Little brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in earlier. Han Feng urged, no time for apologies, just run. Suddenly you saw Bao Bao pounding both fists onto the ground and chasing after them. He caught up that quickly. Then, Bao Bao slammed the ground with great force, causing it to shatter. Ziyi was buried under the rubble, crying out in pain. Han Feng quickly helped Li up, shouting, you hurry and run, I'll stay behind to block him. Ziyi was startled and quickly responded, got it. Purple energy gathered in your hand as you thought. Now's the time. Han Feng slammed his hand onto the ground, using his purple energy to cover the surface. Bao Bao stepped on the ground covered by Han Feng's energy, causing his body to sink, only able to make a confused noise. Bao Bao grew furious, raised both fists, and relentlessly used his power to counteract Han Feng's energy on the ground. Little brat, you're also an ability user, if I catch you. He opened his mouth wide and yelled, my foot. Bao Bao pressed his hands down on the ground, continuously channeling his energy. After a while, the injury on his foot healed. He glared at Han Feng with a vicious expression, challenging, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Han Feng's forehead was covered in cold sweat, trembling as he could no longer hold out, thinking, this is bad, he's about to break free. Ziyi turned around, seeing Han Feng slowly losing strength, thinking, this kid is in danger. Li saw a nearby metal rod, his eyes lighting up. On the other side, Han Feng observed Bao Bao's every move, contemplating, his energy seems to be waning. If I push a little more, I might be able to hold him. Then he was startled, his eyes widening as he saw Ziyi charging toward the opposite side. Li raised the metal rod and struck down, little brother, I'm here to help. Ziyi used all his strength to land a devastating blow. Bao Bao was hit in the head, fuming with rage, staring at Li, gritting his teeth. Han Feng froze in place, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. His face turned dark as his eyes gleamed with madness. I will kill all of you. Seeing Bao Bao lose control, Han Feng turned to flee, with Ziyi quickly following. Ran with all your might, frantically asking, didn't I tell you to run? Li shouted back, "You're fighting, how can I run away?" Then the tunnel collapsed, turning into a chaotic mess with dust rising. The sound of coughing could be heard. Han Feng helped Ziyi up, asking, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Li bowed his head, sighing, "Finally, we got away from that fat guy." Ziyi turned and looked at the blocked path, saying, "But what if he suddenly appears from under that rock?" You covered your mouth and said, "From his expression, it might not be easy for him to escape right away, but we need to leave quickly." Han Feng looked ahead and continued, "First, we need to pinpoint our approximate location." Ziyi patted his chest in assurance, "Don't worry, I'm #1 when it comes to directions." Li boasted, "I've memorized the map, leave the navigation to me." Then Ziyi turned and led the way forward, this way, hurry up and follow me." 10 minutes later, Li pointed in one direction and shouted, "Look, this is the water pipe for our district, it must be this way." 20 minutes later, Ziyi pointed ahead and shouted, "Little brother, look, there are more and more pipes. Our district is right ahead." 40 minutes later, Li hugged his chest, looking up at the sky and muttering, "Strange, I'm sure we've been through here already." Han Feng sensed the wind, raised his hand and pointed ahead. "There's wind blowing from this direction." Ziyi was startled and asked, "Where are you going, little brother?" After walking for a bit more, Li exclaimed in surprise, "This is." Han Feng looked up. The wind just now seemed to have blown from above. Moreover, there was light ahead, it could be an exit. He used a flashlight to illuminate the space above. Ziyi immediately ran ahead, shouting, "If that's the case, why wait?" Li grabbed onto the rock face and began climbing, saying, "Be careful with your footing, it's slippery here." Ziyi climbed up and looked outside. "Little brother, look over there." Snow had lessened. Han Feng also climbed up, asking in surprise, "It's already like this outside." The buildings were frozen stiff. Ziyi immediately jumped outside. Li turned and looked back, shouting, "The snow here has frozen, little brother, hurry down." Han Feng stood still, raised his hand toward the tall tower, and shouted, but then quickly sighed, realizing that the building must be the Feng Mansion, the tallest building within a 5-kilometer radius north of the subdistrict. Feng's voice continued, explaining that they had just gone the wrong way, then pointed to a rock across the ice, saying that Happy Subdistrict lay within the city's southern third ring, while now they were near the northern fourth ring. He exhaled and said that under the current situation, the only way back to the subdistrict was to travel on foot, crossing a relatively high terrain of Jingshan to return. Han Feng looked up at Ziyi and judged that reaching their destination today would be unlikely. Li smiled and loudly reassured them not to worry, saying he had connections throughout Jingshan and would allow a rest before continuing. Ziyi moved ahead, shouting that the snowy path was not as troublesome as he thought. Then Li yelled as he slipped, and Han Feng smiled, reaching out to steady him. Instead to proceed slowly, noting that the snow was slippery, while looking up at the sky thinking the snow was falling heavier, and that they needed to find a place to spend the night. Beneath the white snow, they pressed forward. Ziyi encouraged that only 3 kilometers remained to Jingshan. Li tapped his staff on the ice, saying 1 more hour of effort would suffice, and after a while Han Feng's teeth began chattering. He hugged his chest, trembling, the snowfall growing heavier, emphasizing the need to hurry or risk freezing to death. Li beside him also shivered and replied that they were fully prepared, then both froze as they looked ahead. Before them lay 2 frozen corpses, and they stared in shock. After rummaging through the gear on the ground, Han Feng shouted that there appeared to be no food outside the equipment. They had no choice but to go outside for supplies, facing the blizzard with no shelter and risking death by freezing. Ziyi looked at Han Feng, commenting on the severity of the storm. They decided to spend the night at the Jingshan villa. Li worried aloud that freezing outside would be fatal. Han Feng stood and agreed, and both moved toward the villa, shining their headlamps. Han Feng looked up at the Jingshan villa, seeing no heavy snow inside, wondering about the people within. As they approached, the villas appeared frozen, and Ziyi shouted that someone was coming. Han Feng smiled and pointed, asking if they were acquaintances. Li scratched his head, flustered, and Ziyi ran ahead telling Han Feng to wait while he asked, and Han Feng raised his hand to call him back. He silently scolded the fool, noting the sudden arrival of 2 people was not a good sign. Han Feng was startled as Ziyi raised a gun, shouting for them to freeze, and Ziyi was restrained by Dai. Han Feng drew his gun, but Ziyi fired a shot near his feet, warning him not to move and demanding honesty. Dai yelled that they were injured but luckily carried up the mountain, while Ziyi shouted that seeing them not comply suggested they were hiding something, aiming his gun at Han Feng. Han Feng considered that if the man shot, his healing ability could save him from a bullet, but a glance at Ziyi meant Li would certainly die. The 4 climbed toward the mountaintop. Ji, following, asked why there were still wanderers, and Ziyi turned, saying it was lucky he was careful. Han Feng pleaded that their supplies had been stolen and asked why they couldn't be allowed to go, but the man shouted that those items were useless. Ziyi asked suspiciously what he meant. Han Feng speculated they might be used as food, and Yi Li jumped up, exclaiming not to scare him. He glanced around, assessing the area as good, staring at the distant city in thought, while Ko Zai used a remote to open the villa gates. Han Feng was startled to see electricity, thinking there must be a generator, and judged from the surroundings that the villas were newly completed. Two stared at the under-construction villa, large but still a project. He thought that if they could kill the men and seize the place with his powers and a high school girl, they could turn it into a fortress. Dai slammed Han Feng on the head, asking why he was grinning stupidly, then ordered them to start digging here. I pointed out that after digging, they would be released and given supplies. Han Feng asked if it was true, and Ji confirmed it. I warned them not to act up or there would be no mercy, then went toward the villa, with Ko Zai acknowledging. Ko Zai whispered that he would enjoy himself alone if the door was closed, ordering the two to work. Han Feng protested that they were handcuffed. Ko Zai shouted for them to continue, speaking little, using a shovel to strike the ground. Han Feng and Zai Yi kept digging, with Zai Yi asking if they would be released afterward. Han Feng replied he didn't know, saying they should just keep working. He then noticed the snow pile beside the vehicle, realizing frozen corpses were inside. Hand emerged from the snow, and Han Feng and Zai Yi stepped back into the pit. The snow covered everything when he noticed something strange and told Yi Li to look to the other side, with Yi Li curiously asking what it was. As soon as he realized what it was, Zai Yi's face turned pale as if he was about to faint. Han Feng quickly covered his mouth, lowered his voice, and whispered while An Li bent down and whispered seriously, asking, "Little brother, what is this about?" He wondered if they were the ones who killed all those people, then muttered, "It's very likely. We can't just sit and wait to die or we'll share the same fate." Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Han Feng leaned in. "Li Ji, I have a plan." A moment later, when the guard was resting outside, the sounds of an argument caught his attention. Zai Yi and Han Feng deliberately started a back-and-forth argument. Damn you, I've shoveled already, why are you still shoveling next to me? What's it to you, I do what I want." The guard approached, pointing his gun in warning. "Shut up, what's all this noise?" he replied. "I helped him shovel, but he still resents me." An Li cooperated with the response, "I'm the one who dug." The two continued their argument. "Hey, do you want to fight? You think I'm afraid of you?" The guard didn't care anymore, turned away, and simply said, "Keep arguing all you want." Before sunset, the two exchanged glances with the guard, waiting for an opportunity. When he wasn't paying attention, a shovel was raised high, and the guard reminded, "If this isn't done by the deadline, I'll shoot both of you." In the thick snow and cold wind, a distinct sound of a shovel striking was heard. Later, in the warm room with a fireplace, a youth was lying on a chair reading a book, though it was unclear what he was reading. He blushed and laughed foolishly, drool dripping from his mouth. Suddenly, a black gun barrel pointed straight at his face, causing him to freeze. Zai Yi and Han Feng appeared in the room, handcuffs removed, holding guns and wearing sly smiles. "Looks like you're having fun." After a bit of chaos, the two men were handcuffed, lying face down on the ground. The youth shone a light and asked, "So, you two are here because you came to collect a debt?" Zai Yi pointed outside. "The bodies out there are the ones you killed." Fearfully denied, "By heaven, we have nothing to do with this." Han Feng smiled, "So that's it. The people outside weren't killed by you." Tu confirmed, "That's right, really not us. How could we do something like that?" He holstered his gun, showing no intent to harm. "It seems you're not dangerous criminals after all." The two began to relax upon hearing Han Feng's words. He continued, "If that's the case, you can leave." Zai Yi, puzzled, leaned in and asked, "Little brother, are you serious? You really want to let them go?" Han Feng gave a cunning smile. And the two were let go, stripped of their clothes, shivering on the cold snow. Han Feng waved from inside the house. "Hurry up and go back to put on some clothes or you'll catch a cold." An Li muttered under his breath, "You're truly a devil." Once the task was finished, Zai Yi asked, "What should we do next?" He pulled out his gun and prepared, looking at his companion. "We still need to go back as soon as possible." Han Feng solemnly entered the observation tunnel before going outside. These surprises were causing further delays. He prayed in the thick snow, "I hope they are still safe." Switching scenes to the city, buildings covered in thick snow. Inside a room, 3 people were waiting. Jia Yan spoke up. "They've been in there a while but still haven't returned." Hao Wang reassured, "Don't worry. Han Feng is the envoy chosen by the True Eyes. He won't die easily." Zheng Hao sighed, trying to stay calm. "Instead of worrying about them, we should worry about our own situation." After Han Feng entered, a military force emerged from the cave, and among them was a terrifying earth manipulator. It seemed that Tang Zhu you had a good relationship with this army, so everyone in the district obeyed orders. He lit a cigarette. "Now we've become the common enemy of the entire district." He continued, "I need to understand the situation. Perhaps Tang Zuyu is mobilizing everyone to find us." Zheng Hao flicked his lighter. "Honestly, these apartment owners are truly foolish." Zheng Hao continued, "Do they think the army will come to save them? They'll probably be sold out before they even realize it." Ta Wang typed on the keyboard. Now, whether it's true or false doesn't matter anymore. Obedience will increase the survival rate. The girl mumbled dreamily, humans are creatures like that. Ta Wang, sleepy, closed his eyes. Jia Yan draped a coat over the girl. Thur, don't sleep like that without covering your legs, you'll catch a cold. Zheng Hao lost interest, stood up and walked to the window, hands in his pockets, deep in thought. His reflection appeared on the glass. Zheng Hao recalled the past when he was a young boxer, constantly dodging his opponent's punches. His trainer yelled from outside, "Dodge, damn you, how did I teach you? I didn't teach you to just stand there and take hits." Caught off guard, Zheng Hao was struck with a heavy punch, his mouthguard flying out. Lay flat, his opponent standing beside him and the referee counting seconds. His trainer screamed, "Get up, keep fighting, I've put so much effort into you." His trainer urged, "Do you want to go back to your old life? Get up, you don't have the right to fall down." The memories faded and he forcefully wiped the glass. Zheng Hao said to Jia Yan and Ta Wang, "Hey, get ready to move, they're checking every house. Dangerous to stay in one place for too long." A loud noise came from outside, the door was kicked open, white smoke flooded in, and the three inside the room were stunned with the girl waking up. The uncle, still in shock, said, "Has it been discovered already?" Ta Wang hesitated. "Is it time for lunch already?" His hand gripped the wall, his face terrifying, saliva dripping. "I smell living people, there's definitely someone here." Switching scenes, the metal rods were neatly stacked, the sound of a check being done. No problems. Workers were loading boxes onto trucks according to orders, packing the remaining items clear. In a nearby room, a subordinate's voice reported to the chief officer, stating that roll call was complete, with 97 refugees and 126 emergency food boxes accounted for. The chief officer leaned back, listened, praised the work, and ordered everyone onto the vehicles to return to base. The subordinate immediately acknowledged the order. The chief officer glanced at the person beside him, pipe in mouth, signaling them to continue reporting. He gestured and said, "All right, continue your story about the 3 members of the reconnaissance team we sent ahead." Student sat down seriously and began, "Actually, this isn't about me. They were killed by a man named Han Feng." The chief officer listened but didn't immediately believe it, raising a doubt. What kind of man could kill 3 elite soldiers? Even if you lie, there should be a plausible reason. The student hurriedly replied, face resolute, "He has superpowers. Many of us have witnessed him melt metal with a peculiar light." The student stood abruptly in anxiety, words stumbling. "I followed your instructions and prepared a lot of sausages. All of that was meant for people." The chief officer interrupted, signaling silence and caution. "There are things not to be spoken carelessly." Despite the cold, the student broke into sweat from worry. He tried to calm himself. "In short, I have no way out, so I have no reason to lie to you." The chief officer stood, placing a hand on the student's shoulder. "You are now one of us thanks to providing all that emergency food. Besides, I wouldn't harm my own people arbitrarily." Light from below made the chief officer's face more menacing. "I will send someone to find Han Feng, then we will confront him directly to clarify. I hope you won't lie." In the room with the other 3, the big man appeared with a hungry expression. "I smell living people, indeed someone is here." He asked, "Who among you is Han Feng?" Before he could reach out, Ta Wang was pulled back. Yihao stood up, shielding the 2 girls and warning, "Stay away from him, something's off about this guy." How worriedly, sweat streaming down his face, breathing hard, didn't just break the reinforced door Han Feng had fortified. His instincts told him the situation was serious. The aura of the big man was like a wild beast, not human at all. Yihao retreated, preparing to act. His strong arm smashed against the windowpane. Years of combat experience warned him, "This guy is extremely dangerous, we need to escape." However, as the glass shattered, Yihao's wrist broke. Touching his arm, gritting his teeth against the pain. "Why is the glass so tough?" the girl beside him explained. Han Feng reinforced the glass. Yihao turned back, resolute to face him alone. "I'll hold him off, you 2 run." As Yihao turned, the big man had already appeared in front of him. Politely, he asked, "No one here is named Han Feng, perhaps you came to the wrong place?" Surprised, the big man turned and left. "Seems I went to the wrong place, my apologies." Nurse Kim exhaled in relief as if finishing a task. Stepping outside, she checked the room numbers and realized she was in the right place. Meanwhile, the big man realized his mistake and returned in anger. "You're all frauds." The big man shouted, body slamming onto the floor, denting it and radiating force. "If Han Feng doesn't come out, you'll all die." Yihao, bandaging his hand, gripped the shattered window bar from the impact. Yihao grabbed Ta Wang and Jai Nian, ordering, "Let's go." Then he used all his strength to throw them out of the room. Nurse Kim panicked in the snow and wind. Brother Lee has arranged for the 2 girls. As Yihao turned back, the big man approached, raising both arms powerfully. He roared, "I hate Cow the most." A loud explosion erupted in the room, followed by curses. "You untrustworthy fools." Cold wind still blew hard outside, snow thickly covering the roof. Han Feng and Zai Yi slid on boards over frozen mounds. Below them, ropes held ease their movement. Han Feng leaned, sliding gracefully, cheerfully praising, "Brother Li's snowboarding idea is brilliant. I underestimated you." They left the cliffside house behind. Brother Li explained, "I negotiated multi-million contracts and often travel to ski resorts." Then they returned, leaving footprints in the snow. Han Feng and Zai Yi struggled through deep snow. Han Feng said, "Finally back, let's find the window and squeeze in." At that moment, Han Feng struck the room with a powerful blast. A roar sounded, "I hate the untrustworthy the most." The two below were shocked, not understanding what was happening. Suspended in midair, Ta Wang quickly created a magic sphere and chanted a spell. Soft rolled-up mats appeared, letting Ta Wang and Zhai Nian fall swiftly to the ground. Zai Yi and Han Feng jumped back hurriedly, shouting, "Get out of the way." Luckily, despite the fall from a great height, the snow and mats prevented injury. Zai Yi quickly jumped into the pit, asking, "Is everyone all right? What happened?" Nurse Kim, still trembling, recounted. A huge monster stormed into the room, trying to grab him. Before she could finish, through her glasses, the giant figure leaped from the window. It's back. Just as Nurse Kim finished, a loud noise erupted from the adjacent ground, snow flying. Han Feng, confused, asked, "What now?" Suddenly, a strong pull knocked him down. Zhai Nian dragged Han Feng and Ta Wang, running frantically, shouting, "The monster's back!" The big man heard this and roared, "I am Bao Bao Guan, you are the monster." He chased the three. The girl shouted, "Nurse Kim, keep going, he's almost catching up." Zhai Nian ran fast, exhausted, complaining, "You handle yourselves." She carried Ta Wang, urging, "Mr. Han, think of something." Zai Wang ran beside her, echoing, "Yes, think of something." Han Feng panicked. "What could I possibly think of?" Behind them, the big man continued the chase, roaring, "I'm starving, I want snacks." Han Feng suddenly stopped, turned to face the big man, and warned the three, "Go ahead, I have a way to deal with him." Then he pulled a cloth bag from inside his coat. The Bao swung his hand, hurling a glowing object forward, and shouted, "Try this." The Great White, crouching nearby, snapped at the flying cloth pouch immediately. Great White chewed messily, food scattering around. The taste of golden beans was delicious. Han Feng reined in his anger, smiling lightly, regretting not preparing more carefully. But before he could rejoice, one side of the Great White's cheek suddenly spiked painfully, making it falter. Suddenly, a flurry of branches burst from the Great White's mouth. Its enormous body trembled as leaves sprouted from its throat and flung outward. It tried to grasp the foliage, but sharp thorns stabbed from within. The Great White spat out all the branches, blood spraying into the wind. Its mouth was coated in blood, eyes wild with rage. "Damn it, I'll smash you to pieces." But while struggling with the foliage, the four of them had vanished without a trace. The Great White's fury intensified, stomping the snowy ground, leaving only Nho Fu fleeing. Soon after, heavy footsteps thundered across the snow, accompanied by commanding orders. "First team, pursue me, the rest, seal the perimeter." Dressed in full uniforms and gear, they charged through the snowfall. The chief officer passed by his troops, saying, "They can't get far, they'll only hide in the nearby building." He stood before the Great White, examining its state, and asked, "How did you get injured like this?" Bao Bao held up a branch to report, "I ate the bean he threw and this sprouted in my mouth." The chief officer plucked a bean branch, intrigued. Interesting, with this ability, food shortages could be solved quickly. Then he activated his radio. "Send the recently captured prisoner downstairs, understood." Yan asked, "What exactly happened? Why isn't Li Zhenghao with us?" After the two departed, a group of soldiers arrived, assuming that Jiangsu Yu had guided the local residents to them. Nurse Kim speculated, "They must have learned about you from Jiangsu Yu, so they sent that monster to find you." She emphasized, "That monster destroyed the door you reinforced effortlessly, then charged inside." Feng was stunned. "What? Impossible. That door, even with explosives, couldn't have been blown open." Jia Yan continued, "Li Shu stayed behind to buy us time while rescuing us. Whether he survived is still uncertain." He fell silent for a moment, the air turning cold. "The dead cannot come back. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. We must escape at all costs." "I'm going to kill you." Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, trembling as he couldn't hold on anymore. "This is bad." He's trying to break free. Zai Niang turned his head and saw Han Feng gradually losing strength. "This is bad. This kid is in danger now." Brother Li looked ahead, his gaze stopping at a nearby metal rod, while Han Feng carefully observed Bao Bao's every move. "His energy seems weaker now. If I hold on a little longer, I can completely restrain him." He was startled and widened his eyes when he saw Zai Niang charging toward the opposite side. Brother Li raised the metal rod high and prepared to strike. "Little brother, I'm coming to help you." Zai Niang gathered all his strength and landed a blow like thunder. Bao Bao was struck on the head, filled with uncontrollable rage, gritting his teeth and glaring at Brother Li. Feng stood motionless, watching the scene, his mouth wide open as if he could fit an egg inside. His face turned black, his eyes gleaming with a crazy light. "I'm going to kill all of you." Han Feng saw Bao Bao lose his mind and turned to run, with Zai Niang quickly following behind. ran with all his strength, shouting madly, "Didn't I tell you to run?" Brother Li heard this and shouted loudly, "You're fighting, how could I abandon you?" Moments later, the tunnel collapsed, turning into a chaotic mess. The dust cleared slowly and a hoarse cough echoed. Han Feng reached out to support Zai Niang and asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Brother Li lowered his head. He sighed and said, "Finally, we got rid of that fat guy." Zai Niang turned to look at the blocked path and said, "But what if he suddenly shows up from under that rock?" Hearing this, Han Feng covered his mouth and shouted, "Looking at his posture, it may not be easy to escape in a short time, but we need to leave here as soon as possible." Han Feng looked ahead and continued, "But first, we need to determine our approximate location." Zai Niang patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry when it comes to direction, I'm number one." Brother Li pointed to his head, bragging, "I've memorized the map already, so leave the navigation to me." Zai Niang turned around and led the way forward, saying, this way, hurry up and follow me." 10 minutes later, Brother Li pointed to a spot and shouted, "Look, this is the water pipe for our neighborhood, it must be this way." 20 minutes later, Zai Niang pointed ahead and shouted, "Look ahead. Pipes are getting more and ahead is our neighborhood." 40 minutes later, Brother Li hugged his chest and looked around, muttering, "Strange, I'm sure I've passed this place before." Han Feng glided through the wind and thought to himself, "There's wind." He pointed ahead and thought, "It's blowing from this direction." Ai was startled by a voice calling from behind, asking where his younger brother was going. As he moved forward a bit, Li was astonished and shouted. Han Feng looked up. The wind just now seemed to blow from above. A light appeared ahead, maybe we can go outside there. He shone his flashlight straight into the space above. Zai Yi immediately moved forward and shouted loudly, "Then what are we waiting for?" Li grabbed the cliff and climbed up, warning his younger brother to be careful because the ice below was still slippery. Zai Yi shouted, looking outside, the snow was thinning. Han Feng also climbed up, astonished, asking, "Has the outside changed like this?" The buildings outside were all frozen. Zai Yi immediately jumped outside. Li turned his head back and shouted, "Snow here has hardened, come down quickly." Han Feng stood still, pointing at a tall tower and shouted, "Wait, that tall building seems to be Feng Manor." He sighed and said, "Feng Manor is the tallest building within a 5 km radius north of our neighborhood." Han Feng's voice added, "Meaning we went the wrong way earlier." Han Feng pointed at a rock across a stretch of ice and said, "Happy Neighborhood lies in the southern third ring of Hangshuan City, and now we are near the northern fourth ring road." He exhaled and continued, "Given the current situation, the only way back to the neighborhood is on foot, crossing the high terrain of the Jingshan area. Only then can we return." Han Feng looked at Zai Yi and said, "At this pace, it will be hard to arrive today." Li smiled and shouted loudly, "Don't worry, little brother, in Jingshan, I know people everywhere. Once there, I'll let you eat, relax a bit, then continue the journey." Zai Yi bravely moved forward and shouted, "I've walked this snowy path many times, it's not as troublesome as you think." Immediately after, Li shouted as he tripped and fell. Han Feng chuckled slightly, raised a hand to help Li and said, "Let's go slowly, the snow is quite slippery." He looked up thinking, the snow is falling thicker now. Seems like we need to find a place to stay overnight. On the white snow-covered ground, the two continued forward. Zai Yi looked straight and encouraged, "Little brother, only 3 km to Jingshan." Li tapped the ice with a stick and shouted, "Just keep going for another hour and we'll be there." Then Han Feng's teeth chattered, hands clutching his chest, shivering uncontrollably. Snow was falling heavier. "We have to hurry or it will be really dangerous." Li beside him also shivered like a paper doll and replied, "No, it can't be, we were fully prepared." Suddenly, they were startled to see 2 frozen corpses ahead and stopped staring. After searching, Han Feng looked at the gear on the ground and exclaimed, "Looks like there's no food." They had no choice but to go out to find supplies, encountered a blizzard and couldn't find shelter, so they froze to death. Zai Yi looked at Han Feng and asked, "Little brother, this blizzard is huge. Let's stay one night at Jingshan Villa and then continue." Li worriedly added, "Otherwise, Yi would really freeze out there." Han Feng stood up, wiped his sweat, and agreed, "Then let's go quickly." The two immediately headed toward the villas. They used headlamps to illuminate the villas. Han Feng looked up. Jingshan Villa had little snow, wondering how the people inside were. As they approached, each villa was frozen. Zai Yi saw 2 figures in the distance and shouted, "Someone's coming." Han Feng smiled slightly, pointed toward them, and asked, "Aren't these the people you mentioned?" Li scratched his head awkwardly, "Probably." Zai Yi ran quickly toward them, saying, "Little brother, wait here, I'll ask." Han Feng behind immediately raised his hand, calling back, "Hey, wait for me." He thought to himself, this idiot with 2 people appearing now, it's not a good sign. Suddenly Han Feng widened his eyes in shock. Damn. Super Zai raised a gun at him and shouted, "Freeze." The robber, Zai Yi, was restrained by Dai, gun pointed at his head. Little brother, Han Feng pulled out his gun from behind. Immediately, Super Zai fired a shot right next to his foot. The man shouted loudly, ordering them not to move and to obey his demands. Dai, standing beside, angrily shouted, "This idiot, he's already injured." Yuzi yelled, "Go ahead and carry him up the mountain." Han Feng listened carefully, thinking that the man might be hiding something. The man approached, drew his gun, pointed it at Han Feng and shouted, "What's this? Show it now." He thought to himself, if he attacked now, his self-healing ability might save him from one bullet. But if not, Brother Li would definitely die. Han Feng glanced at Zai Yi, worried. If Brother Li got shot, he definitely wouldn't survive. All four of them began climbing to the top of the mountain. Brother Li walked behind, wondering why there were still people wandering in such a situation. Ziyuzi looked back and commented, "Good thing I was careful, otherwise I'd have been caught by this guy." Han Feng pretended to beg, "You've taken all our supplies, why not just let us go?" The man shouted back, "Killing these won't help, but catching you guys does." Zai Yi curiously asked, "What does he mean by that?" He replied, "I don't know." Han Feng whispered, speculating, "Maybe they're planning to use us as food." Brother Li jumped up in shock, "Don't say that, don't scare me." He looked around, then added, "But this is a good place." Han Feng glanced towards Hanxuan City, thinking, "From here we can see the entire urban area." Ziyuzi opened the gate of a villa with a remote control. Han Feng was surprised, thinking, "There's still electricity, the city's without power, but this place has it." He looked around, guessing, maybe they have a generator or something. Surrounding villas seemed to have just been completed. They were startled to see a nearby construction project. Han Feng thought to himself, how could we ever make this happen? Ai thought, if we kill them and take over this place, with my abilities and the high school girl, this could become a fortress. Dai swung his hand and hit Han Feng's head, shouting, "Why are you laughing?" He ordered, "Dig this spot for me." Dai pointed to a spot and shouted, "Once you finish digging, not only will I let you go, but I'll even give you supplies." Han Feng clenched his fist and asked, "Really?" Dai replied, "Of course it's true, but don't try any tricks, otherwise I won't show any mercy." I walked toward the villa and ordered, "Ziyuzi, watch them, I'm going to rest for a while." Ziyuzi quickly responded, "All right, brother Dai." Ziyuzi mumbled, "He's enjoying himself, just ordering me around." He raised his gun, pointing it at the two of them, shouting, "Hurry up or I'll shoot both of you right now." Han Feng pretended to be pitiful. "Brother, we're handcuffed," Ziyuzi shouted. "Just do it, talk less." They continued to dig, throwing dirt outside. Zai Yi turned around and asked, "Little brother, if we finish this, will they really let us go?" He answered, "I don't know, let's just keep digging for now." Han Feng glanced at a pile of snow near a car, then looked at it curiously. A hand emerged from the snow. Han Feng and Zai Yi were bent down digging, with snow falling all around. Han Feng suddenly saw something strange. Feng pointed to the other side, saying, "Li, look over there." Brother Li looked over, curiously asking, "What is it?" When he realized what it was, Zai Yi's face turned pale. He was terrified, as if his soul was about to leave his body. Han Feng quickly covered Zai Yi's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. "Shh, keep quiet," Brother Li whispered. "Little brother, what's going on here?" Zai Yi mumbled, "Did they kill all these people?" Han Feng answered, "It's possible. We can't just sit here and wait to die, or we'll meet the same fate." Feng whispered to Zai Yi, "Li, I have an idea." A moment later, the sound of arguing broke out, drawing the attention of the guard. Zai Yi and Han Feng deliberately argued. "I've dug, why are you still digging next to me?" The guard walked over. With one hand he aimed the gun, the others barked a warning. "Boss, why the hell are you making a scene? You're not done acting yet." He kept talking for a few more lines. I'd already helped him shovel the dirt, and he still blamed me for it, while Mr. Li played along and fired back. "I'm the one who was digging, okay? This punk is talking nonsense." The two kept up the dramatic argument, neither willing to back down. "What, you wanna fight, like I'm scared of you?" The guard couldn't be bothered anymore and turned to leave. He only said, "Argue all you want, but it has to be finished before the sun goes behind the mountain." At once, both of them shot a glance toward the sentry. It looked like they were waiting for the moment. When he wasn't paying attention, a dirt shovel was raised high, while the sentry kept nagging. "If you don't finish before the deadline, I'll shoot both of you dead." Thick snow fell as the icy wind screamed. A dull thud rang out sharp in the pitch-black cold. Moments later, they were inside a warm room with a stove. Little Brat sprawled on a chair reading. No idea what he was looking at, but his face was red as he giggled, drool even dripping. Suddenly, a black gun barrel pointed straight at the brat's face and made him freeze. Somehow, Zai Yi and Han Feng were already in the room. Their shackles were off, they held guns and wore knowing smiles. Having a great time, huh? After the chaos, the other two were cuffed, kneeling on the floor, faces drooping like soggy crackers. Shone a light on them and started questioning. "So you're here because you came to collect debts?" Zai Yi pointed outside. "Were those bodies out there killed by you?" They panicked and immediately denied it. Heaven and earth can bear witness, we had nothing to do with it. That's right, we didn't even know. Han Feng suddenly shifted his attitude and smiled faintly. So that's how it is the people outside weren't killed by you. The two hurried to confirm, right, it really wasn't us. How could we possibly do something like that? Drew the gun back to his chest, looking less guarded. Seems you're not any kind of dangerous criminals after all. Hearing Han Feng say that, the two men's faces gradually brightened. If that's the case, then leave. Seeing this, Ziyu was even more confused and leaned in to whisper, you really believe them? You're seriously going to let them go? Flashed a sly grin like he'd thought of something fun. Of course. And sure enough, right after that, the two were released but stripped completely naked, shivering as they stepped onto the snow. It's freezing. Behind them, Han Feng stood inside and waved. Hurry home and put some clothes on or you'll catch a cold. Seeing that, Mr. Li cursed under his breath. This guy was the real devil. After dealing with it, Ziyu turned and asked, what should we do next? He drew his gun to get ready and shot a look at his clueless teammate. You still need to ask. Obviously, we have to get back as soon as possible. Han Feng's face hardened as he moved toward the tunnel to scout before going out. But those unexpected incidents delayed them for so long. He had no idea what the situation was in the residential complex now. Heavy snow still fell and the wind howled. His prayer rang out, I hope they're still safe. The scene shifted into the city. Tall buildings coated in thick snow, everything drowned in a bleak white. In a room, 3 people waited. Jia Yan spoke first. They've been in there so long and they still haven't come back. Could something have happened? The Dark King reassured them. Don't worry. Han Feng is an envoy chosen by the true-eyed Dark King. He won't die that easily. Zheng Hao sighed. Even though he was anxious, he forced himself to stay calm. He said that instead of worrying about them, they should worry about their own situation. Went on, they really couldn't relax. After Han Feng went in, an army came out from the cave. Among them was a terrifying person who could control Earth. Jiang Zuyu seemed close to that army, so now everyone in the residential complex obeyed them without question. He pulled out a cigarette between his fingers and continued. By now, they had become the common enemy of the entire residential complex. So he needed to understand the situation clearly. Maybe Jiang Zuyu was mobilizing everyone to hunt them down right now. King Hao flicked his lighter, his tone edged with sarcasm. Honestly, those apartment owners are idiots. They actually think the army came here to rescue them. They'll probably die without ever realizing how they were sold out. Ta Vuong couldn't sit still, his hands constantly tapping the keyboard. By now, the question of what was real no longer mattered. Even if he doubted, there was nothing they could do. Choosing to obey greatly increased the chance of survival. The little girl murmured dreamily that humans really are creatures like that. After speaking, Ta Vuong couldn't fight off sleep, closed his eyes and quickly slumped down. Kai Engin saw this and draped a coat over her. Sleeping without covering your legs, you might catch a cold. Qin Hao lost interest, stood up and turned his back. In his mind, he silently complained that these 2 vases were really troublesome. Walked toward the window, hands in his pockets, standing silently in thought. The reflection of his bearded face was clear on the glass. A question formed in his mind. Obey. His thoughts drifted back to the past when he was a young boxer. His opponent was attacking relentlessly, forcing him to dodge. The coach outside shouted angrily, dodge, damn it, haven't I taught you? Didn't teach you to stand there and take it. Caught off guard, Qin Hao took a punch to the face. His mouthguard flew out and he fell to the mat. The opponent stood nearby, the referee's whistle blowing each second. The coach yelled, pounding the edge of the ring with both fists. Get up, keep going, I've invested so much in you. Do you want to go back to your old life? Stand up, you don't have the right to fall. The memory slowly faded like a spent cigarette. He smashed it hard against the glass. Qin Hao turned to try Enhin and Ta Vuong. Hey, get ready to move, they're checking each house one by one. Staying here for too long will be very dangerous. As he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from outside, catching all 3 off guard. The door was kicked open forcefully, white smoke pouring in. The 3 in the room startled and the little girl woke up from the loud noise. Seeing the scene, he still hadn't fully recovered. Already discovered so fast? Ta Vuong rubbed his eyes and asked dreamily, is it time for dinner already? A pale hand clung to the wall, a terrifying expression, drool dripping down. I've smelled living humans, there really are people here. Cut to another location, steel crates neatly stacked. A voice checking the area called out, no issues. Workers were loading the crates onto 2 trucks under the instructions of their superior. Pack the remaining items, understood. In a nearby room, a subordinate's voice reported. Reporting to the chief, the roll call is complete. 97 refugees, 126 emergency food boxes. The chief sat with his legs crossed, praising after hearing the report. Good, load everything onto the trucks, take them back to the base. The subordinate immediately acknowledged. Understood, Chief. Then the chief looked at the person next to him, pipe in mouth, signaling them to present the situation. All right, continue your story. Where were the 3 members of the advance team we sent there? Who sat upright and said, this really doesn't concern me. They were killed by a man named Han Feng. The chief didn't immediately believe it, questioning, what kind of person could kill 3 special soldiers? Even if you're lying, you should find a more reasonable explanation, right? Who quickly defended himself, face serious. He has superpowers, many of us have witnessed him. He can melt metal with a kind of purple light. Who was so anxious he stood up, speaking increasingly frantically. I followed your instructions and prepared a lot of sausages, all human-based. The chief signaled for silence, warning, there are things you shouldn't speak of recklessly. The cold was biting, but Haku was sweating with worry, trying to calm himself. In short, I have no way to back out now. So I have no reason to lie. The chief stood, placing a hand on his shoulder. You've supplied us with a lot of food, you've become one of us now. Moreover, I won't randomly kill my own people. The light shining from below made his face even more terrifying. I will send someone to find Han Feng. We'll confront him directly to clarify. I hope you're not lying. Dai Trang appeared, a hungry expression on his face. I smell living humans, there really are people here. He opened his mouth, drool dripping down, asking, who are you guys? Who is Han Feng? Before the large white hand could reach out, the evil king was suddenly pulled backward. Zheng Hao stood up to shield the 2 girls, pushing him away, sensing that something was wrong. His expression turned serious, sweat of worry streaming down his face. Breathing heavily, he not only destroyed the reinforced door Han Feng had secured, but Zheng Hao could clearly feel the danger. His breath was like that of a wild beast, completely inhuman. He stepped back, ready to strike, his powerful arms smashing against the window glass. Zheng Hao's years of combat experience warned him that this guy is extremely dangerous. We need to run immediately. However, instead of the glass shattering as expected, Zheng Hao's wrist bone broke. He held his arm, gritting his teeth against the pain, wondering why the glass was so hard. The girl beside him spoke up. Han Feng reinforced the glass already. Zheng Hao turned back, determined to handle it alone. I'll stop him. You 2 find an opportunity to escape. Noticed Jai Nyan had moved in front of Big White without him realizing, politely asking, there's no one named Han Feng here. Perhaps you're in the wrong place. Faced with his threat, he turned and left, indeed at the wrong location. Sorry for the trouble. Nurse Kim exhaled in relief as if a major task had been completed. As he stepped outside, he noticed the room number. Zhang stopped, seeing room 1804, telling himself he hadn't come to the wrong place. He turned back, rage uncontrollable. You scammers, he shouted, slamming his massive body onto the floor, leaving a dent. A powerful force radiated outward. If Han Feng didn't get outside, he would be in danger. Zheng Hao, wrapping his arm, grabbed the broken window frame caused by Big Zhang's strength. He used both hands to seize the evil king and Jai Nyan, saying, let's go. He threw them out of the room with all his strength. Watching Zheng Hao fight Big Zhang alone, Nurse Kim shouted in alarm through the snowstorm. Brother Li has arranged for the 2 girls. Just as Zheng Hao turned back, Big Zhang approached, raising his massive arms. What I hate most. Another loud explosion rang through the room, his roar revealing pure anger. Dishonest fools! The cold wind outside still howled. Snow fell thickly, covering the roof. Meanwhile, Han Feng and Zai Yi were moving on a sled, sliding over the ice mounds. Beneath their feet were 2 loops, making movement easier and safer. He leaned forward, gliding smoothly. He excitedly praised Zai Yi. Brother Lei, you really came up with this snow sled. I've underestimated you. They left the house on the cliff. Brother Li's voice echoed. I've negotiated billion-dollar contracts, often taking clients to ski resorts. Quickly, they returned from the happy zone. Footprints were clear in the snow as Han Feng and Zai Yi trudged through the thick layer. As he moved, he said, finally back, let's find a window and squeeze through. At that moment, Han Feng triggered a big explosion from the room. Jai Nyan was thrown out the window with a roar. What I hate most is dishonest people. Those below still didn't understand what was happening. The evil king quickly formed a magic sphere, murmuring a spell. Soft cloth rolls appeared and the 2 girls fell swiftly. Cold wind and snow filled the space. As they hit the ground, Zai Yi and Han Feng leapt aside immediately. Shouting, move quickly, oh my god! Though falling from a great height, the snow and soft cloth cushioned Jai Nyan and the evil king, keeping them safe. Seeing his teammates, he jumped into the pit, asking, is everyone okay? What happened? Nurse Kim, still trembling, recounted. Suddenly, a huge monster stormed into the room to capture him. Before she finished, in her glasses, a massive figure leapt out from the high window. He's back, she said. Nearby, a loud noise erupted, snow flying into the air. Han Feng still didn't understand what was happening. What was it this time? Suddenly, a strong pull twisted his face. Jai Nian dragged Han Feng and the evil king, running hastily. With a worried look, a shout rang out, "The monster is back again." Those words reached the big guy's ears and only fueled his rage. "I'm a good kid, you're the monster." He chased the three of them with his huge body. The little girl shouted sincerely, "Nurse Kim, you can do it. He's almost caught up, big sis, hurry." Yon ran with her head down, grumbling, "Just run for yourselves already." She carried the evil king on her back, urging as she ran, "Mr. Han, think of something. This death god chasing right beside us is a disaster waiting to happen." "That's right, think of something, because you're carrying an important responsibility." And Fong panicked. "What idea am I supposed to come up with?" Behind them, the big guy kept chasing, his booming voice panting, "I'm starving. I want something to eat. I want to eat you guys." Hearing that, an idea immediately popped into Han Feng's head. "That's it." He suddenly stopped, turned to face him, and reminded the other three, "You go on ahead. I've got a way to deal with him." Han Feng pulled a cloth pouch from inside his coat. 5 glowing fists were slowly building momentum. "Big baby, swing your arm and throw it as hard as you can straight ahead. Here, eat this." Just then the big guy was already crouched down, mouth open, and he snapped up the cloth pouch perfectly. He chewed noisily, drool and crumbs smeared everywhere. "Yellow beans, so good." Seeing that, Han Feng reined in his anger and smiled in relief. Sorry for the poor hospitality. But before he could celebrate, one side of the big guy's cheek suddenly bulged, and he froze as he started choking. A huge mess of branches suddenly burst out of the big guy's mouth. His enormous body trembled. Leaves sprouted from his throat, jutting straight outward. He struggled to grab the mass of leaves. Sharp punctures pressed out from the inside. Then the big guy suddenly heaved and ripped all the plants out. Blood spraying into the wind. His mouth was full of blood, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "Damn it, I'll smash you into minced meat." While he was wrestling with the plants, the 4 of them had vanished without a trace. The big guy grew even more enraged. He stomped hard on the snow as the fugitives could only run for their lives. Right after that, heavy, rushing footsteps appeared, pounding across the snow. Along with them came a commander's order. "First squad, follow me, pursue them. Everyone else, seal off the area." They wore military uniforms and rushed through the snow, fully equipped. "Yes, sir." The captain strode past his ranks. "With snow falling this hard, they can't have gone far. They can only be hiding in one of the nearby buildings." He stepped up in front of the big guy. Seeing his condition, he couldn't help asking, "How did you end up hurt like this?" Big guy held up the leaf-covered branch and reported, "He threw me some beans to eat, and then this stuff started growing in my mouth." The captain reached out and snapped off a bean shoot, interest rising. "Interesting. With an ability like this, we could solve the food problem in the short term." After that, he switched on his radio and said to the other end, "Take the prisoner we just captured downstairs." "Yes, Captain." Inside the room where the others were hiding, he finally asked what had happened. "What exactly happened? Why isn't Li Yong-ho with us?" Jai Yon spoke up. "After the 2 of you left, a unit of soldiers showed up. That scholar guy led the residents to join them on the spot. Nurse Kim guessed they must have heard about you from that scholar guy, so they sent that monster to come find you." She also stressed one thing in particular. "That monster destroyed the door you reinforced way too easily. And then it barged inside." That left Han Feng completely stunned. "What? No way. That door, even with explosives, it shouldn't have blown open." Jai Yon continued, "Then Uncle Lee stayed behind alone to buy time and save us. Right now, we don't even know if he's alive or dead." He fell silent for a moment. The air grew colder. "The dead can't come back to life, and we can't let his sacrifice be for nothing. We have to escape no matter what. We have to keep running, otherwise everything will have been wasted." Nurse Kim immediately objected, stressing that they still hadn't found Lee Daeshu, while the evil king also insisted on not leaving his uncle behind and decided to go back to save him, convinced that he was still alive. Zaya stood up and patted his shoulder, showing his agreement with their brotherly bond. Han Feng could only sigh. "No, we still haven't found Lee Daeshu. We need to go back and save him. He's definitely still alive." He wasn't ignoring that possibility, but facing such a monster, surviving would already be a miracle. After a while, the officer's team found Zhang Hao and brought him over. "What you're saying is, but facing such a monster, surviving is the real wonder." Led the group, using a megaphone to announce everywhere that they had found an injured man, seemingly Han Feng's friend, and had bandaged and treated his wounds. "Mr. Han Feng, we've found an injured man. He seems to be your friend, and we've bandaged and treated his wounds." The officer looked up at the tall building and loudly stated that everything that happened before was just a misunderstanding and that they had no malicious intent. Jai Yan, hearing this, was eager to rush out because her uncle was indeed still alive. "I know you're nearby, we meant no harm. What happened before was all just a misunderstanding." He reminded her to stay calm, warning that going outside would mean certain death. while Zai helped hold back Nurse Kim. I need to save him, you try to calm her down. Stay calm, he's lying to us. Going outside now is certain death. Evil King observed from the window and confirmed his uncle's presence. The officer continued to sweet-talk Han Feng, trying to convince him to join their organization. Mr. Han Feng, our organization needs talents like you. They promised that if he agreed, his wife and children would receive special privileges. Everyone in the room looked at Han Feng, asking about his wife and children, causing Han Feng to be surprised and deny it. As long as you agree to join, your wife, children, and brothers can receive special privileges. That's not true. After an unsuccessful attempt to sway him, silence enveloped the room, making the officer feel strange and ask Zheng Hao about life and death. He smiled smugly. Your good brothers, don't they care about your life or death? Zheng Hao revealed that they had only known each other for a few days, and the officer slammed his uncle's head for daring to risk his life to protect his wife and children. Actually, I just met that kid a few days ago. Zheng Hao added that those two weren't his wife and child, just new acquaintances. He angrily kicked him down into the snow, cursing. Those two aren't even his wife and child, they're just new acquaintances. Damn it, what a waste. The officer changed his approach, promising Han Feng that he wouldn't have to worry about losing his life and could choose any woman he wanted. Mr. Han Feng, you don't need to worry about dying for a stranger. If you like women, we have as many as you want at our base, choose whichever you like. Yan tried to stop him, warning that if he went outside now, he would die. Want to jump down there? Surrendering wouldn't be bad either. We can't be driven by lust, stay calm. The chaotic scene left the evil king helpless. Then the girl proposed a way to save her uncle and asked for everyone's help. I have a way to save my uncle, can everyone help? Down below, the officer stepped heavily on the injured uncle's hand, which was still bandaged, intentionally moving it. Hey, tell me, why don't you even answer a single word under normal circumstances? Zheng Hao continued to remain silent, trembling in pain. There wasn't enough food to feed so many people in these conditions. This kid is really cautious, is it because he doesn't look like a good person? The officer smiled cunningly, saying that saving lives was a responsibility while selfish people wouldn't understand. Zheng Hao looked skeptical. But you guys have been searching for residents everywhere. What exactly do you want to do? I spit. Who are you fooling? The officer got serious and leaned in close to Zheng Hao, saying that since he was about to die, he might as well reveal this, then asked about the most common animals in the city. Anyway, you're about to die, so I can tell you. What animals are the most common in the city now that can eat endlessly? Zheng Hao panicked, blood dripping from his nose. The officer grabbed his hair and shoved a gun in his mouth, explaining that the living consume food while the dead become food. Sure enough, you guys are searching for residents too. Only the living consume food while the dead become food. Prepared to pull the trigger to finish him off, but someone shouted out that they saw something falling from above. It was a cigarette. Look, something is falling from above. The falling items included liquor, food, vegetables, and meat, which excited everyone. The soldiers scrambled to grab them, and he emphasized that no one was allowed to steal the rice. It's all for my good baby. No one can steal it from me. Rice, this is rice. Officer shot a round into the air to restore order, scanning the surroundings in preparation for the possibility of a soldier's riot and surprise attack. Don't cause a ruckus, come back here. The officer noticed the room above, where the snow was unusually falling off. A green-colored bulldozer rushed out of the building. Han Feng was the one driving the vehicle, daringly charging forward. Thur recalled how she once scattered food from above onto a herd of goats. Here, first, I scattered food down to lure the livestock from above. Feng understood the plan, explaining to everyone that throwing food from above would cause confusion among the soldiers. Thur added that Han Feng attacked in the form of a massive steel monster. It means throwing various types of food and supplies from above to create chaos among the soldiers. Han Feng then attacks in the form of a huge steel monster. They rescued the lost animals and directed them toward the new house, while Han Feng would drive the vehicle straight into the crowd to save Zheng Hao and escape together. Basically, I'll take this opportunity to drive straight into the crowd, rescue Zheng Hao, and escape together. Han Feng looked smug and Thur pointed ahead, signaling everyone to start moving. Han Feng stepped forward to grasp the tip of her witch's hat. You'll get used to it the more you hear it. Everyone, according to my orders, let's start the action. Wait. They hadn't discussed the crudeness of the plan or the possibility of soldiers being distracted, so Han Feng asked Thur about the source of the vehicle. Thur explained that she had previously picked up a huge steel monster. The bulldozer crashed through the ice with sounds of discontent coming from inside. I previously found a huge steel monster. Where's the good vehicle? Isn't this the bulldozer? Han Feng excitedly grabbed the steering wheel and drove the vehicle into the group of soldiers grabbing food, pushing them and the snow aside as they screamed for the rice. Driving this vehicle is really refreshing. Let's go, it's time for the battle. My rice. Bulldozer turned toward the officer, who raised his gun to order a stop. The soldier stood up, using his hand to block and push while shouting, "No one can be stronger than me." Inside the vehicle, Han Feng reached over and shifted the gear lever, shouting, "You want to challenge a machine? Are you out of your mind?" The engine roared, black smoke billowing out. The bulldozer suddenly lifted its front blade, tossing the stubborn guard aside. He spun around a few times before crashing into the snowbank beside him. The chief officer then used his authority to threaten him, stepping on his head with one foot, pointing down and saying, "If you don't want to die, stop right now." Inside the vehicle, Han Feng couldn't hear these words as he was covering his ears. He shouted, "What did you say? I can't hear you." The bulldozer moved closer to the chief officer and the officer's assistant. Seeing the bulldozer charging toward him, he was terrified, sweating heavily, veins popping out on his face. Immediately, he abandoned his assistant. Jumped aside, saying, "You're ruthless." The officer's assistant struggled to sit up on the ground, looking at the bulldozer and screaming in fear. The bulldozer passed by, leaving a deep track in the snow. The officer's assistant lay in the middle, his back on the bulldozer's blade, panting heavily. The bulldozer's blade was surrounded by a layer of purple bubble. The officer's assistant turned his head, reached out to touch it, and said, "It's softer now." Suddenly, Han Feng shouted, "Hold on tight, I'm about to accelerate." Seeing the bulldozer still heading toward the wall, the officer's assistant screamed, "Where are you going?" Just before crashing into the wall, the bulldozer unexpectedly turned sideways and stopped. Han Feng opened the driver's door and shouted, "I'm here to pick you up." Kai Yin jumped down first, followed by Zai Yi pulling Thur off the roof of the vehicle. "We're here." Suddenly, the vehicle was under a continuous gunfire attack, the sound of bullets ringing out like a torrential downpour. Zai Yi, on the roof of the vehicle, holding Thur, looked back and saw 4 cars chasing them. He bent down and informed Han Feng, "They're chasing us." The 4 cars behind were fully armored with bulletproof padding. The chief officer in the car ordered, "Fire." He then turned to the man beside him and ordered, "Hurry, chase them down, we can't let them escape." The car sped forward. Due to the icy snow, the vehicle slid off the road. The soldier panicked and reported, "Captain, the snow is too thick. The tires are slipping, we can't go any faster." Hearing this, the chief officer angrily shouted, "Damn it, where did they get such a big bulldozer? We don't even have many of those at our base." The driver hesitated and said, "Captain, it looks like one of our Vanguard team's vehicles." He couldn't control his anger, his eyes reddening. Veins bulged on his face and he pointed forward, ordering, "No matter what, we can't lose them, we must find them." Suddenly, there were many obstacles ahead. The driver exclaimed, "Captain." The chief officer turned to look. His face darkened and he cursed, "Damn it." As the vehicle approached, a gas cylinder fell from above, followed by many other objects falling onto the convoy. The 2 cars in front were wrecked and the path ahead became impassable, forcing them to stop. People inside the vehicle stepped out, the chief officer and the driver. The others followed, looking at the pile of debris in surprise. The chief officer yelled, "What is all this? Where did it come from?" On the other side, Thur was shrinking her space. She stood on top of the bulldozer, looking very cool, and said, feeling desperate, "This is the power of the evil king's true eye." That coolness didn't last long as she suddenly sneezed in the cold snow. The bulldozer continued to move forward where there was only snow and not a single person in sight. Thur caught a cold, shivering on Han Feng's back, watching her snot about to drip onto him. He helplessly said, "Your snot is all over my head." All 5 squeezed into the small cabin. Thur weakly replied, "The snot froze, I can't breathe it in anymore." Behind them, Zhang Hao shivered and sincerely said, "Thank you all for saving my life." Zaya stood beside Han Feng, reaching for the steering wheel and said, "Kid, let me drive this big vehicle for a bit." Kai Yin leaned forward and asked Han Feng, "Where are we going?" He tightly gripped the steering wheel, driving while answering. "Brother Li and I found a beautiful villa on the hillside, so I'm planning to hide there." "What do you think?" Zhang Hao spoke up first. "I think it's a good idea." Thur wearily responded, "Agreed." Zai Yi, his eyes not leaving the steering wheel, said, "I'm listening to you, kid." Kai Yin then noticed a warning sound and said, "There's an alarm on the dashboard, seems like we're running low on fuel, huh?" Hearing this, everyone panicked and exclaimed, "What?" Han Feng raised his head and asked Thur, "Little evil king, do we have any fuel?" Thur struggled to open her space, pulling out a bag and saying, "Here it is." Immediately, the space inside the vehicle was filled with bottles of bright yellow cooking oil. Her voice echoed in the space, "I'm not talking about cooking oil, put out the fire." Seeing the neatly arranged bottles of cooking oil, Han Feng couldn't help but sigh. He held his head and said, "I told you to bring out all the fuel you've been storing, not this." Thur muttered, "Okay." Then she opened her space again. Under everyone's gaze, she reached in, rummaging for something. But she couldn't find anything. Han Feng urgently asked, "What's going on? Didn't you used to be able to easily take out whatever you wanted?" Thur thought back to the pile of stuff earlier and said, "I think everything was thrown out, even the refrigerator and the sofa, and the generator is missing too." Hearing her, the 4 of them turned pale and Han Feng trembled, looking at her and asking, "But what about the supplies I stored? Were they thrown out too?" She then suddenly pulled out a gas cylinder and said, there's still a little natural gas. Han Feng groaned, if you can use it to start the vehicle, I'll call you Dad. Then Thur pulled out a bucket filled with something black and said, everything you stored is still here. Han Feng lifted it and said, what's the use of this junk? Feeling discouraged, he suddenly had an idea. Han Feng rested his chin thinking, when plants form a substance like coal it can burn. So the strange black liquid formed from meat could burn too, right? After thinking this, he quickly turned to Thur and said, hurry, get me a bucket and a piece of meat. Soon, a bucket was placed on the floor. The four of them watched Han Feng closely, wondering what he was going to do. He, while using his magic, thought, turning the larger piece of meat into this is very difficult. Green light emanated from his hand, and the piece of meat quickly transformed into a black liquid that flowed into the bucket. Han Feng smiled smugly, but if I deliberately fail, it's much easier. Soon, the bucket was filled with the black liquid. Han Feng reached into his jacket pocket, feeling for something. The four of them quickly stepped back, covering their noses in fear. Zheng Hao spoke up, kid, what did you just make? It smells awful. Han Feng pulled out a lighter, holding it over the liquid in the bucket, and replied, just a little experiment. The black liquid stuck to the edges of the bucket, and when it touched the flame, it gradually burst into flames. He laughed and said, this stuff can burn too. Zheng Hao asked, wait, are you planning to use this to replace fuel? Han Feng replied coldly, right now, there's no other option. If we don't try, the vehicle will be covered in snow in no time. Han Feng continued, without it, we'd have to abandon the vehicle and walk. He then poured the liquid into the vehicle and returned to the driver's seat to start the engine. Soon, the vehicle roared to life with black smoke pouring out of the exhaust pipe. Ziyi happily exclaimed, kid, you did it, you're amazing. Han Feng smiled proudly and reminded, stay humble. Zheng Hao sat behind, thinking, is this really possible? What other secrets is this kid hiding? The vehicle continued moving forward, the headlights illuminating their path. The snow plow slowly pushed the snow aside. Inside the vehicle, Thur rummaged through her space and asked, Kai Yian, want a snack? She eagerly replied, want some? Thur pulled out a bunch of stuff and handed it to her, saying, what do you want to eat? Ren asked in surprise, even this do you have? Han Feng, sitting in front, replied, I want some too, give me a little. Yihao curiously pointed at the small space and asked the kid, how much more stuff do you have in there? Suddenly he realized and said, wait, I heard a supermarket emptied overnight. Could it be yours? Thur held up 2 fingers and smiled. Han Feng excitedly called out, stop the car. Ahead is the villa on the hillside we mentioned earlier. Ran looked ahead and smiled, finally, we're here. Ziyi shouted excitedly, come on, little brother. Han Feng shifted the gear, saying, watch me go straight across the river. Then he pressed the accelerator hard. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, black smoke pouring endlessly. Another, stronger explosion followed, with black smoke curling from the car roof. All 5 in the car froze. Han Feng said, the engine's blown. Han Feng shouted angrily, damn it, we were so close. So all 5 of them walked through the snowstorm up to the villa. On the way, they saw others frozen mid-step. Finally, after much effort, they entered the villa. As soon as they stepped in, all 5 felt like they were about to freeze. Han Feng shivered, saying, I'm freezing to death. Ziyi lay on the floor, teeth chattering, saying, finally, we've arrived. They lit a fireplace. Then 4 of them wrapped themselves in blankets around it, saying, we're safe now. Yihao stood by, observing them quietly. Once feeling returned, Han Feng exclaimed, this feels amazing. Ziyi, overjoyed, almost crying, said, there's nothing left for me to regret in life. Yihao looked at them and smiled, saying, this villa is a good place. The wind blows snow down the mountain, but it won't accumulate here, so the house won't get buried, and it's hard for people below to reach here. It's easy to defend but hard to attack. He looked at Han Feng, asking, are you planning to make this a long-term base? The people ahead ignored him. They started moving things and rearranging the room. Thur pointed, put it over here. Kairan replied, I think it's better a little further away. Han Feng turned to the next room, saying, I'll go start the generator. Thur sat down and began opening the space to take things out. As she did, she pointed, the TV goes there. Trinine nodded in agreement. Okay, Ziyi hugged the game console, sitting beside it to fix it, saying excitedly, this is a 9th generation XBS game console. Watching them busy, Yihao sighed, I won't ask then. In another room, constant ticking sounds could be heard. Han Feng stood by the electrical equipment, pressing buttons and muttering, I didn't expect that middle school girl to discard several generators. If the previous occupant hadn't prepared generators and fuel, this villa would be troublesome. After setup, he pressed the start button. The machine shook violently and the dark living room suddenly lit up. Everyone shouted, we have power. Han Feng walked over, asking, is everyone hungry, or should we cook a feast? As he entered, Thur pulled out a water heater, saying, I want to shower, teach me how to use the water heater. During the mention of a shower, Trinine's eyes lit up. She shyly approached them, saying, actually, I really want to shower too. Since the blizzard, I haven't bathed once. Hearing this, Han Feng blushed, imagining her bathing. He grinned oddly, saying, got it. The room was full of ice and snow, covering the walls, pipes, and items inside. Seeing the chaotic scene, Thur said, "How do I use this water heater?" Han Feng said, "The pipes are frozen and the water heater is broken." He turned and opened the next room door, saying, "Let's see the bathroom situation." Inside, the bathroom looked grim. The wall-mounted shower was covered in thick ice. Han Feng sat down to examine it, then said, "As expected, the pipes here are also broken. There's still a bathtub, that's something." Thur also sat down, touching it, saying, "This side's broken too." The red fan radiated heat. He said, "First, turn on the heater fan." The fan and heater ran at full power. Han Feng pointed at the bathtub, saying, "Scrape off the snow, then it's the Demon King's turn." Thur opened her space and pulled out a stick, saying, "High-power heat stick." Then she placed it in the bathtub to melt the ice. Afterward, the two of them sat down, focusing on the bathtub. Han Feng asked, "Don't you think the water is heating too slowly?" Thur nodded. "Yes, it's way too slow." Then he dipped his hand into the water, saying, "It's basically still ice. How long until it heats up?" Suddenly, an electric shock ran through his hand. Han Feng yelped, pulling it back, saying, "It's leaking electricity." Looked at his hand, thinking there was a red glow just now. Shortly after, Thur touched the water lightly, saying, "The water's hot now." Han Feng, in disbelief, said, "How is this possible?" He looked at his palm, guessing, could the red glow really have this effect? The bathroom filled with steam. Trinene's cheerful voice rang out, "Shower, shower." She began undressing, saying, "Finally, I can shower." Thur quickly undressed, standing by the bathtub, looking at Trinene, asking, "Do you need to be this excited?" She hesitated, saying, Well then." Thur pulled out a box from her space, saying, "I have some bath salts here. Kim, which scent do you like?" Thur laid out a table of cosmetics, saying, "I have many brands of shampoo, conditioner, body wash, skincare oils, and moisturizer sets. Kim, which brand do you prefer?" Seeing the items, Kainene couldn't contain her excitement, hugging Thur tightly, saying, Thur, I love you so much." And the two of them each leaned on one end of the bathtub, soaking. Kainene relaxed, exclaiming, "This feels amazing." Thur muttered, "Heavenly." Kainene looked at Thur in the tub, saying, "You're so petite and cute." Thur replied, "Don't treat me like a child, I'm 21. Kainene, taken aback, continued, "Only 21, then you're a young friend." Suddenly realizing, she froze, eyes wide in shock, rushing to Thur, exclaiming, 21 years old." Thur, unsurprised, explained, "The talent's power keeps me forever young." Trinene, extremely surprised, muttered, "Forever young," she said skeptically. "Don't lie, your face looks like a kid. I can't see that age at all." "Really can't tell your age." Outside the bathroom, Han Feng blushed while eavesdropping. He was also shocked by this fact, thinking, a 21-year-old high school girl? Impossible. Just then, Ziyi came out, waving, "Little brother, what are you doing there?" "Play a game?" Han Feng pretended nothing, leaning sideways. Ziyi immediately understood, stepping forward and pointing at him. "Ah, you're peeking, aren't you?" Han Feng weakly denied. No, I was just passing by." Ziyi stepped up, hand on the door, saying, "No way, little brother, a real man watches properly." Then he raised his hand, saying, "I'll demonstrate it for you." Han Feng hurriedly pulled him back. Li Ji, I want to play the game." "Let's go play." They returned to the living room to start the game. "Little brother, cover me." Then he shouted, "Demon dance, die." Yihao sat on the sofa behind, asking, "In this situation, you two still have the mood to play games?" Yihao sat quietly for a long time, then looked at the two playing the game, sighing. Han Feng replied while playing the game, "We have food, drinks, and even electricity, so why not enjoy the game?" Ziyi turned back and asked, "Old man, how about trying to write for fun?" Han Feng responded, "We'll be here for a long time. If we don't find something to entertain ourselves, we might just die of boredom. How about you? Will you stay here or go find your people?" Jing Hao remained silent, and Han Feng continued, "I know you're not an ordinary person, but I just want to live my own life. Just don't interfere with me." "You can stay here as long as you like." Ziyi suddenly interrupted, "Little brother, stop talking. I'm about to get shot. Calm down, I'm here to save you." Zheng Hao placed his hand on his chin and said, "Now I can tell you my real identity. Actually, my specialty is investigating people with abilities." Han Feng turned around and gestured for him to stop. "I don't want to know what kind of person you are. I told you not to drag me into this." The two of them stared at each other in silence while Ziyi kept shouting, "Little brother, save me, little brother." Zheng Hao sighed, nodded, then stood up and said, "Once my arm heals, I'll go down the mountain. I won't tell anyone about this, don't worry." Zheng Hao left and Ziyi kept playing the game, losing and then yelling, Han Feng, little brother, can you take this seriously? You've killed me." Han Feng apologized. "Next round, I'll play better." Door to the room opened. Jai Xian and Thur came back after their shower. She smiled and said, "We're done showering. Are you two going to shower?" Ziyi put his arm around Han Feng's shoulder and said, "Little brother, let's go together, save water." Han Feng turned pale and protested, "I'm not showering with a man." Bubbles rose and popped in the bath. In the end, he was forced to shower with Lika. Sitting in the tub, Han Feng bitterly asked, "Do you think this water smells good?" Zai shyly replied. I just hit a few slaps. Everyone had a long-awaited feast. The room had warm blankets, soft cushions, and heating lamps. Finally, they slept soundly. In the following days, Han Feng repaired the walls, roof, and fences of the villa, while converting the top floor into a steam room. He could steam while observing the situation at the foot of the mountain. Inside the steam room, Han Feng ate watermelon while using binoculars. Suddenly, a figure staggered up. He said, "Someone's climbing up here." The person took a few steps before collapsing onto the snow-covered road. They brought the man into the living room. Han Feng pointed at him and asked, Li Ji, do you really know this person? Zai repeated. From General Liu's side, didn't you meet him? Han Feng suspiciously asked, which General Liu? Zai replied, the boss who helped you get the gun. At that moment, Han Feng remembered and exclaimed, oh, that's General Liu. Just then, the man woke up, clutched his head and asked, am I still alive? Where am I? Brother Qiang, you're awake. Qiang was startled and shouted, Li, why are you here? Zai instinctively stepped back. Brother Qiang, calm down. He turned to Han Feng and said, and you're the brat who bought the gun. Han Feng didn't know what to say, just raised his hand and greeted, hello, Brother Qiang, I'm Han Feng. Then Zai sat down next to Qiang and asked, Brother Qiang, what happened? Qiang clenched his fists and recounted, a few days ago our office was attacked. Countless brothers died and General Liu. Before he could finish, Zai interrupted, what happened to General Liu? Qiang continued, General Liu listened to Han Feng's advice, stocked up on supplies, helped us survive the crisis and saved hundreds of civilians. A group of soldiers attacked us unexpectedly, looted and killed innocent people. To protect everyone, General Liu led us into a fight to the death. Countless brothers died. General Liu was shot in the leg and captured by the soldiers. In the end, we split up and met at the place where General Liu kept the supplies, which was this villa. Han Feng thought to himself, no wonder he showed up at the foot of the mountain. He came to meet his teammates. Zai stepped forward, put his hand on Qiang's shoulder and asked seriously, Brother Qiang, General Liu is still alive, right? Qiang stepped back slightly and said, he should be alive. I want to capture General Liu alive. Zai sighed with relief. That's good, General Liu is still alive. He bowed his head, his eyes filled with tears, and said, if it weren't for General Liu, I would have died long ago. Zai quickly regained his composure. He grabbed Qiang's hand firmly and said, Brother Qiang, take me to find General Liu. We'll rescue him together. Qiang protested angrily, Li, are you crazy? You know how many people and guns are over there? Just the two of us, how are we supposed to rescue General Liu? Zai didn't care, putting his arm around Qiang's shoulder and said, Brother Qiang, pull yourself together. As long as there's hope, we can't give up. I'll always stand by you and fight together. Qiang furrowed his brows in helplessness and said, Brat, if you want to die, don't drag me along. Zheng Hao spoke from afar, are you talking about General Liu from Zai's side? Zai looked at him suspiciously. Zheng Hao, do you know General Liu too? Zheng Hao lowered his head, feeling nostalgic, and said, back then I was fighting in underground boxing, and General Liu saved me and gave me my freedom. He removed the bandage from his right hand and continued, if you want to rescue him, count me in. Qiang jumped up, pointed at Zheng Hao and said, you're the mad dog in underground boxing. Zai shouted, mad dog, you're the mad dog, a legend with 39 straight wins. Han Feng, who was drinking water, couldn't help but laugh, spitting water all over the table. He pointed at Zheng Hao and teased, mad dog. Zheng Hao put his hand on his hip, cleared his throat, and explained, that's my nickname in boxing, don't mention it. He then stepped forward and introduced, I'm Li Zheng Hao, don't call me by that nickname again. Qiang stepped forward and shook his hand, saying, yes, yes, Brother Li. Zai stood behind and said, with the mad dog's help, General Liu will be saved. Han Feng thought to himself, is General Liu really a righteous person? Everyone wants to save him. If we don't go, it won't be good, but this is too dangerous. Life is more important. Han Feng pointed at himself and innocently said, it seems like I'm also being hunted, so I'm not going anywhere this time. Zai looked at him and asked, Uncle, aren't you going with us? Han Feng took a step back and replied, I can't go, but to help rescue General Liu, I can support with supply. He threw his arm around Zheng Hao and Zai's shoulder, whispered quietly to his two brothers, saying that he had something important to share. In his heart, he reminded himself to keep the secret about the high school girl. A moment later, Han Feng sat by the dining table, watching Qiang eat. Qiang ate slowly, still not full. He thought that today's meal must not be very delicious to avoid arousing Sengji's suspicion. He kept eating, happily thanking. Then Han Feng led Qiang into a room. He introduced, this is the bedroom I've prepared for you. In his mind, he thought only essential items should be placed in the bedroom, not too lavish. Qiang walked in and thanked him. On the table, there was a backpack, a gun, and cigarettes. The three of them were hastily preparing. Qiang looked around with interest and marveled that Han Feng had prepared everything, probably knowing about the upcoming freezing disaster. He pointed to the backpack and said, I understand the gun and compressed biscuits, but what are all these cigarettes for? A Qiang frowned, recalling past cigarette transactions with outsiders. He replied, money is worthless out there now. When large powers trade supplies, cigarettes are the true currency. With skateboards on their feet, all three were fully equipped with helmets, clothes, and gear. Hao took the lead and waved his hand behind. Han Feng said, see you again, brother. Zai Yi happily waved goodbye. Little brother, I'll be back. A Qiang nodded and responded, also waving. Before leaving, a Qiang lowered his head and said, Han Feng and also your sister-in-law, we will definitely repay your kindness. Han Feng hurriedly waved his hand. Everyone left. Zhai Nian turned to ask Mr. Han, do you have a wife? He replied, no. Zhai Nian asked again, then why did that person call you sister-in-law? Thur pulled her shirt, explaining he's referring to Sister Kim. Zhai Nian was stunned, blushed, turned around and shyly said, that's a misunderstanding, I'll definitely explain it next time. Han Feng didn't understand and asked what's wrong with her. Thur briefly answered, no idea. Then, to monitor the situation at the foot of the mountain better, he had installed surveillance cameras around the villa to detect any outside developments in time. Then the three returned to their relaxed lives until one day a nightmare arrived. Han Feng was playing a game when he suddenly heard a scream. Jia Ying was holding a knife, panic-stricken, running out to the living room. She urgently said, Mr. Han, it's bad. He immediately stood up and asked what happened. Jia Ying trembled, stammering, Thur, the cabbage. The kitchen, Zhai Nian clarified. Thur said this was the last cabbage. Han Feng looked at the cabbage split in two, horrified. He turned to Thur and asked how many types of vegetables and fruits are in there. Thur calmly replied, a lot. Han Feng looked at the carts full of vegetables and asked, is this what you call a lot? You've emptied the supermarket already. Thur nonchalantly said, I don't like cabbage, I just took a little. Ai Ying looked at the pile of cucumbers and wondered, why are there so many cucumbers? Thur replied, because I like eating cucumbers. Han Feng looked at the two vegetable carts and said, if we keep going like this, we'll run out of food soon. He thought to himself, now we can only rely on wheat, soybeans, broccoli, and meat. All other vegetables and fruits are gone. Thinking that, he picked up a cabbage, muttering, only one cabbage left, I must find a way to get more. Jia Ying stood behind and said, Mr. Han, our future happiness depends on you. In the messy room, Han Feng looked at the cabbage, tightly holding a cabbage leaf, green light radiating from his hand. With a serious expression, he prayed, may the heavens protect me. The cabbage leaf in his hand turned black and crumbled. Han Feng didn't give up, plucked another leaf and muttered, damn it, try again. But the leaf turned black and crumbled again. Jia Ying and Thur curiously looked from outside, a green light emanating from the room. Han Feng shouted, try again, if cabbage doesn't work, then carrots, peppers, potatoes. Finally, after some effort, there was only a pile of black crumbs left. Han Feng sat in disappointment, exhausted, sighing, why is this happening, not even one success. Jia Ying laughed awkwardly, walked over. Waving her hand, she asked, Mr. Han, are you all right? Han Feng stared blankly, then suddenly looked up and said, I'm afraid there won't be any more vegetables to eat in the future. It's all over. Zhai Nian thought to herself, is it really that serious? At this moment, Thur was chewing a cucumber and said, there's still plenty of cucumbers, do you want to try? Besides, you won't die from not eating vegetables, just take vitamin pills. Zhai Nian suddenly had an idea and said, Mr. Han, how about we try planting vegetables? Han Feng looked disappointed and asked, plant vegetables? It's so cold outside, how can we plant them? He recalled the vegetable garden on the roof before. Zhai Nian explained, I've planted vegetables year-round on the balcony. As long as we ensure the temperature and light, the plants will grow indoors. We need stands for the vegetables, soil, and nutrient solution. At the same time, use LED lights to supplement the light. Han Feng immediately perked up, saying, Nurse Kim, you really are a vegetable growing expert. Thur, sitting beside, uninterested, continued chewing cucumber and spoke up. So where do we buy this stuff? Zhai Nian and Han Feng simultaneously turned to Thur, their faces full of hope, asking, do you have it? The scene shifted outside the villa. The shovel hit the ice and snow but couldn't penetrate because it was too hard. Han Feng said, the mud is completely frozen, we can't dig. Zhai Nian raised the shovel high and confidently said, watch me. But with too much force and a hard ground, the shovel broke and flew past Han Feng. She anxiously asked, what should we do now? Han Feng calmly replied, it's too cold outside, let's go inside and think of another way. As they entered, he immediately asked the high school girl, how many vegetable bins have you made? On the floor were piles of plastic boxes, plastic bottles, and water bottles cut into small bins. Thur sat there and said, I'm not lazy. Han Feng praised her, you've worked hard. Picked up a bottle and thought, although there were no flower pots with all these plastic bottles, it's enough. Zhai Nian patted her back and praised, Thur, you're amazing. The girl sighed, don't treat me like a child, didn't you go to dig the soil, where's the soil? Han Feng explained, the mud is too frozen, we can't dig. Thur had an idea, we can use a heat rod to melt the mud. He shook his head, the heat rod can't go into the ground. I think the effect of adding heat is limited. Zhai Nian sighed and said, if only there were a way to melt the ice instantly. Thur stood up, reached out to Han Feng and said, "It's time to use your real power." He suddenly remembered and said, "Oh, I got it." Han Feng looked at the red light in his hand. "Last time, when boiling water for a bath, the red light appeared. If we can find a way to use this red light, it could melt the mud." Thinking that, he put his hand into the water. 20 minutes later, everything remained unchanged. Han Feng sat there completely exhausted, unable to find any pattern in the red light. He began recalling the moment in the bathroom and compared it with last time, wondering what was different. Han Feng's gaze followed, and he wondered if he had been electrocuted last time. Immediately, he asked Thur, the high school girl, "Do you have something that could give me a shock?" She pulled out an object and said, "If you touch this high-power outlet after turning it on, it could be life-threatening." Han Feng waved his hand. "I don't want to die. Last time the water was hot because I accidentally got shocked, so I want to try again." Thur replied, "I see this primary lightning magic wand can cause a mild paralysis effect." She took out a low-voltage wolf deterrent stun baton. Han Feng asked skeptically, "I remember the last shock was very strong. Is this really only mild?" Thur answered, "Primary magic power is very small, so it's safe." Han Feng took the device, flipped the switch, and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time." Instantly, electricity ran through his hand along with the red light of Dung Hoa. Han Feng trembled, tilting his head to the sky. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." But it seemed effective, smoke rising from the water. Cut to outside the mansion, he sat with the red light and the stun baton. Han Feng flipped the switch, watching the sparks fly, and thought, "I don't understand the principle, but as long as it works, that's fine." Electricity surged through his hand with a small pop. The snow beneath him melted and scattered. He retracted the red light and grabbed it firmly. Han Feng raised his hand happily. "There's soil." Following the plan, the bottles were filled with soil, and he smiled. Thur asked, "I have a lot of seeds. Which ones will you plant?" Han Feng replied, "Of course, I'll plant them all." Thur reminded him, "The indoor temperature isn't high enough for many vegetables." She added, "These types of vegetables don't need high heat. Try planting them first." He admired, "No wonder you're a vegetable growing expert." In a room, the lights were fully on for planting. Han Feng said, "The basement is the best insulated. From now on, I'll only grow vegetables here." Nurse Kim doubted, "Even with 4 heaters, not sure if it's warm enough." She sat, touching the soil. "If the temperature is low, the seeds won't germinate." He held a bottle. "My green energy can affect these seeds." "Try directly," he said. "There are still many viable seeds." Han Feng closed his eyes, channeling green energy carefully, adjusting the output pace. Opening his eyes, he shouted, "Grow!" The seeds in the bottles quickly sprouted. Han Feng tried various seeds with green light, and though slightly unsuccessful at times, he kept adding new viable seeds. Eventually, dozens of seedlings grew. Kai Ren celebrated with him. However, a few days later, all the seedlings froze and withered. Nurse Kim checked the thermometer. Even with 4 heaters, the temperature is only around 10 degrees. She suggested, "We need to raise the temperature to 20 degrees. Han Feng asked, "What if we add 2 more heaters?" Kai Ren said, "If the insulation isn't improved, more heaters won't help much." He explained, "The mansion basement is the best insulated." An idea flashed in Han Feng's mind. "The deeper we dig, the warmer it gets. Can't we dig the basement deeper?" Nurse Kim enthused. "No problem, I'm confident." He asked, "You really plan to dig a tunnel?" Han Feng drew 2 energy sources. "Let's see if this light can affect the rock. If not, we'll have to dig by hand." Previously, he knew green and red light couldn't affect rock, but purple light softened it. He tried purple light, soft as mud but still hard as stone. Han Feng combined the 3 lights and adjusted the heat, but failed. The plant turned into solid black matter, flesh into black slime, and the rock remained unchanged. It was likely the difference between organic and inorganic matter. Days later, in frustration from failure, a miracle occurred. Han Feng angrily slammed his hand on the ground. "Damn it!" The rock suddenly shattered. He was surprised that the light exceeded limits and could break rock. Han Feng placed both hands with red light on the floor, wondering if his effort from 2 days ago was wasted. He released all the red light, expanding the crushing range. The area was controlled and shattered. Han Feng increased the force, breaking the soil and rock into even smaller pieces. He lay down, looking at the pit ahead, sighing. Effective, but already exhausted after one use. Han Feng wondered how many times he could do this daily. He decided to continue digging for a few days, with Nurse Kim taking care of removing the soil. After 7 days, they dug tens of meters deep, completing a new basement over 20 square meters. With a little more renovation, the underground greenhouse would be ready. The two observed as the seedlings were moved down. Han Feng high-fived Kai Ren. "Good work, Nurse Kim." She responded cheerfully, "Thanks to Mr. Han's effort." He pondered. Now came his favorite part. Han Feng tilted his head, looking at Kai Ren's large buttocks with silent amusement. After arranging everything, the two climbed up. Nurse Kim above said, "If all goes well, vegetables can be harvested in 2 months." Hearing this, he grimaced. 2 months? Han Feng thought it had been over half a month since planting. He sighed, the previous vegetables were already eaten and they'd been eating cauliflower for 4 days. Han Feng walked up the stairs, looking at his hands in despair. If it's 2 more months like this, I can't endure this life. Kai Ren looked down and suggested, Mr. Han, try mung beans, they'll be ready in 3 days. Suddenly she slipped into the broken soil, causing Nurse Kim to fall, and a table was about to hit Han Feng's face. He only let out a single shout. Kai Ren clasped her hands awkwardly. Sorry, are you okay? Han Feng's face flushed, blood spurting, waving his hand. I'm fine, she continued innocently. But Mr. Han, you're bleeding from your nose, let me check the wound, I'm a nurse. Hurriedly walked, covering his nose and saying it was fine, he was really okay. Upon entering the room, Han Feng suddenly stopped, startled. Jia Yan followed, looking and asking what's going on. Inside, runic symbols were drawn on the ground, surrounded by lit candles. Thur stood performing a spell, declaring herself the envoy of His Majesty and issuing a summoning order. She kept saying that during this temporary period, she would act with His Majesty's omnipotence to complete the mission. She formed a seal and said, appear, fifth diviner. Han Feng, curious, stepped forward and asked, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Thur replied, I'm performing a diviner summoning ritual. She pointed at the screen and explained, there's an uncontrollable diviner, I'm preparing to summon a new one. Han Feng looked at the laptop screen and said, so it turns out the surveillance camera at the foot of the mountain had a malfunction. I really got startled. This mountainside villa has a steep slope on one side and a road up the mountain on the other, so placing a camera on the road can detect climbers. At this moment, Han Feng and Jia Yan were climbing down. The only issue was that due to frequent wind and snow, the camera often malfunctioned, so he was climbing a ladder to repair the surveillance camera. Feng complained as he climbed, when will this weather ever end? No sooner had he finished than he heard a strange sound from the forest. Han Feng startled, looking over and asked, damn, what's that sound? He stared into the night but saw nothing. Jia Yan asked, Mr. Han, what's the matter? Han Feng replied, I don't know either. A white mist appeared on the other side of the mountain. After repairing the camera, he told Nurse Kim, there's definitely someone over there, it could be dangerous, we should return quickly. The next morning, Han Feng initially ignored the happenings in the mountain. He just wanted to start planting vegetables. After waking up, he went down to the basement and infused energy into the seedling. While working, he muttered, let's see if this rhythmic energy can stimulate the seeds to sprout faster. Results were disappointing. He was frustrated, this rhythm clearly didn't work. He decided to try another method. After 30 minutes, Han Feng continued his efforts to accelerate the growth of the plants. He sighed and complained, how can this be? He looked at the soil before him, wondering why the vegetables bathed in his green light had all died. He rubbed his head and looked ahead, the other vegetables, untouched, were growing better. Wondered if weak green light could promote plant growth. Reality proved his theory correct. As long as green light shone for more than 30 minutes, the vegetables would stop growing. He couldn't mature the vegetables in one session, only shining the green light daily. Luckily, 2 girls sat with him, so he wasn't too bored. After 5 days, the first batch of vegetables was ready for harvest. Han Feng cheered, my Napa cabbage has grown. Jia Yan held up a radish shaped like a foot and asked, is something wrong with this radish? Thur next to him also said, this tomato has a really strange shape. Thur looked toward a corner, impressed. The giant cabbage in the basement corner was truly amazing. Han Feng asked, do cabbages normally get this big? Nurse Kim replied, maybe it's a new variety. He thought, apart from the Napa cabbage, the other vegetables were strange. Could my green light be the problem? Han Feng looked at the Napa cabbage and happily thought, having vegetables to eat is enough. Jia Yan suggested, today we'll have radish rib soup and stir-fried beef with tomatoes. The dining table was almost empty, everyone full, leaning back in their chairs. Han Feng exhaled in relief. After half a month of busyness, he finally had a break. Thur said, I want to eat strawberries and melons, plant more fruits. Thur continued, humans take vitamins, but a demonic god needs strawberries and melons. Jia Yan pointed at the big bowl of vegetables and asked, what about the cabbage and melon, won't anyone eat them? Han Feng turned his face and said, I'm tired of it, and so is the little girl. She doesn't like cabbage. He remembered his cousin Li and said, if Li were here, that would be great, he would eat everything. Han Feng sighed, Li's group has been down the mountain for over half a month. Who knows how they're doing? The compressed biscuits I sent them must have been eaten long ago. Sighed again, hoping they were safe. Suddenly, an explosion rang from the hills, smoke rising like a mushroom cloud. Thur said, the Demon King's roar has appeared again. Jia Yan added, today is the 6th day this roar has appeared. Han Feng asked, what's happening over there? He asserted, it's nothing to do with us. He leaned back, saying, after all, it's just a daily roar, no major impact. 3 days later, the explosions occurred repeatedly. Blasts shook the hill. Inside the villa, Han Feng couldn't take it. Holding his head and cursing, the villa shook slightly too. He held his face, clenched his fists, and complained, how many times has it exploded today? It never stops. In shifts outside, someone was being captured. Han Feng climbed onto the roof, muttering, "I really want to see what's going on." He climbed to the rooftop, took binoculars, and observed. Through them, he saw smoke rising thickly from multiple spots between the hills. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but wonder what is happening. Under the approaching blizzard, Han Feng, small and alone, climbed the roof to get a better view of the explosions ahead. He raised the binoculars and asked himself, who did this? Han Feng fixed his gaze on the chaos. He thought, causing such a commotion on the mountain, wouldn't he be afraid of being detected? After a while of watching, Han Feng sat down, putting the binoculars aside, muttering. Though quite far away, if these explosions reached his place, it would be troublesome. Han Feng stood up and slid down. He worried, wondering if this fortified house could withstand such a strong blast. On the way, Han Feng noted, this wall seems too low and thin, needs reinforcement. Soon after, he held a shovel and pointed behind him, saying to the two in front, even though we don't know what's happening out there, I'll build a thicker, taller wall to make sure we don't get blown up. Thur asked, what will you use to build the wall? I don't have cement in my storage. Jia Yan remained stunned, not understanding what was happening. Han Feng grinned slyly, Tran An, don't worry. He immediately led them to a pile of stones left after digging the basement and pointed. Aren't these materials ready to use? Han Feng and Jia Yan quickly began stacking the stones. Worked while instructing, first let's pile up the stones. Han Feng took a bucket of water and poured it over the top stones. He guided the line, pouring water. In no time the water froze, forming a white wall. Han Feng looked proudly at the result and said, once the water freezes, it will become a wall. Suddenly, he tapped the wall with the shovel, but it didn't crack. The two others watched Han Feng's actions as he continued explaining endlessly. Temperature was extremely low, causing the wall, made from stone harder than concrete, to freeze. The three of them then used all their strength to lift and reinforce the wall. When the materials ran out, Han Feng had to destroy the neighboring villa to gather more. After 3 days, a massive ice wall was completed. Han Feng looked at the result with pride and said, with such a thick ice wall, we can rest easy for now. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making Thur drop the bag. Hai Yan shouted, has it really exploded near us? He quickly climbed up the tall wall again. As soon as he arrived, Han Feng was startled, hesitatingly shouting, this is. He looked at the terrifying explosion in front of him, with thick smoke and dust covering the area, and vehicles along with some golden spots visible in the chaotic scene. Han Feng was terrified, sweating, and sighed inwardly, damn, it really exploded here. Suddenly, a strange object rushed by, causing him to freeze and quickly lower his binoculars. In an instant, several miles from the ice wall, a violent explosion erupted. Several nearby houses were blown apart. 2 shells flew towards Han Feng's construction, but they couldn't break through. Suddenly, a shell flew past behind him as Han Feng continued to look ahead. A second later, his eyes widened in realization of the danger, and he quickly climbed down the ladder. He sighed, luckily the wall is finished, or it would have been dangerous just now. Han Feng ran to the room, opened the door, and shouted, everyone hurry to the basement. The shelling has begun. 3 of them took shelter in the basement and quickly ate a meal. They hid underground for half the day before returning to the surface. The next night, while I was taking a bath, another round of shelling exploded nearby. He and Chen Runong, covering themselves with small towels, rushed out to warn, the shelling is back, get to the basement quickly. On the 3rd day, the neighboring villa was destroyed. A shell hit their house. On the 4th afternoon, just as I was about to use the restroom, the sound of shelling rang out again. Thur urged, hurry up, I need to use the bathroom. Han Feng sat on the toilet, covering his mouth, saying, can you knock before entering? Time passed, and the shelling continued with red alerts ringing constantly. He quickly put on his pants and cursed under his breath. Emmett, when will these days end? Han Feng hurriedly put on his clothes, sighing. Every day they hid in the basement, the food was bad and he couldn't sleep well. This time he took a long gun with him. Han Feng touched the gun, his eyes flashing with anger. He sneered and muttered, let's see who the hell keeps firing shells at this place. Then he went outside, waving to the others, be careful, I'll be back soon. He used 2 skis and poles, silently exploring the area around. Han Feng slid, leaving long marks on the white snow. As he moved, he glanced at a deep pit beside him. Han Feng picked up a piece of dirty cloth, examined it closely, and recognized it as military uniform. He suspected that the explosion a few days ago was connected to the army, and images of Bao Bao and the commanding officer flashed through his mind. Han Feng continued his journey, analyzing the situation as he went. The path was full of dangers, proving that the battle from earlier had been extremely fierce. When he reached the desolate area, he slowly climbed the mountain, an idea forming in his mind. To observe safely, he decided to reach the top of the mountain first, then survey the area ahead. Soon, Han Feng reached the peak, panting from exertion, hiding and using his binoculars to observe. Through the binoculars, he saw a deep cave under the snow, the entrance guarded tightly. Han Feng guessed that this was a military base. His eyes wandered and he noticed a long cannon. Feng cursed under his breath, Damn it, are these the two cannons that have been shelling us every day? He observed the soldiers standing at the entrance of the cave, ready to attack, wondering why they were acting so secretly. The soldiers holding guns ran into the cave and opened fire, catching him by surprise. Han Feng wondered, isn't this their base? Why are they fighting each other? Is there an internal conflict? Soon, an ethereal force sent the soldiers flying out of the cave. Screams rang out. Han Feng saw a soldier fly toward him, his anguished cries echoing. Unexpectedly, he crashed near Han Feng, causing him to panic and retreat, shouting, "Oi, oi." After a moment, the space became eerily quiet. He held his gun, aiming it forward, advancing to the pit where the soldier's body lay, confirming that he was dead. Curiosity rising, Han Feng continued to observe through the binoculars, wondering, did they wipe out all the soldiers? At that moment, three people slowly emerged from the cave. Han Feng was surprised to see a woman with platinum hair in the middle, flanked by a man and a woman, and wondered, why were all three coming out together? The woman with white hair and sunglasses looked tough and authoritative. Yiqing lightly adjusted her glasses and glanced at Han Feng, who was hiding, her lips curling into a faint smile. Han Feng's expression changed, and he began to sweat lightly, trying to reassure himself. Feng thought, could she have noticed me? No, I'm still several hundred meters away from her. It must be a coincidence. He lay down, looking through the binoculars, reassuring himself. It was definitely a coincidence. She couldn't have seen me. He saw the three of them turn to face him. Suddenly, Zai Hai slung a cannon on his shoulder, aimed it directly at the target, and smiled wickedly. A moment later, the cannon fired a shot. Shell attacked the spot where Han Feng was standing. Luckily, he slid down just in time to avoid the fatal blow. Han Feng looked at the thick black smoke in front of him, amazed, and exclaimed, I can't believe they actually found me. He quickly turned to regain his balance, thinking of another approach. Han Feng decided to retreat and observe the situation from a distance, as these people were too strained. The sound of rumbling continued behind him as the attackers kept firing, making Han Feng anxious. What is that sound? It turned out that the soldiers were running and shooting, attacking the three people ahead. A blonde soldier, shooting as he ran, shouted in panic, "They're chasing us!" His teammates also fired, and in the blink of an eye, Yiqing and her companions reached the place. The three of them remained utterly calm. Their faces showed confidence, enough to wipe out the group of soldiers in an instant. Yuan Yi slammed his hand on the ground, triggering an avalanche of snow that caused the soldiers to panic. Amidst the thick dust, the only sound was the screams, which only terrified Han Feng further. Han Feng shook his head and shouted loudly, unable to believe his eyes. His face was pale as he lay on the snow, thinking that this would definitely be the end. The situation was too dangerous. The area was continuously devastated by violent avalanches. Each place was engulfed by a thick cloud of white smoke, the smoke twisting and swirling before stopping right in front of a dam. Then, strong winds blew away any remaining debris. In an instant, the area returned to silence. Only the sound of the wind howled. A burst of red energy shot down to the ground, creating a struggle between the spiritual power and the snow that was gathering into a large mass. Han Feng was holding onto a soldier, coughing as he walked. He breathed heavily to get some oxygen and sighed, thinking that without this dam, he would have definitely suffocated. Han Feng looked at the dam in front of him, wondering where he would have been swept away if it hadn't been there. He thought seriously as the snow pressed down on him. The three others seemed to be standing on the snow. Could they control the ice and snow? Han Feng looked at the unconscious soldier with blonde hair, a thought flashing through his mind. He hoped this soldier could provide useful information. He dragged the soldier into an abandoned house nearby. Feng quickly tied the soldier up with a rope, sat down, pointed a gun at him, and called, "Hey, wake up." When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a black gun. The soldier trembled violently, confessing before being hit. "Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Han Feng was annoyed. He had thought of many interrogation methods but hadn't used them yet. Why did the soldier confess so quickly? Han Feng sat on a chair and said, "Don't worry, if you tell me everything about the girl and the child, I'll let you go." The soldier panicked and began explaining, saying they were clearly not human. New ice and snow magic could shoot energy waves and even cause explosions. The information he provided was unclear, which made Han Feng angry. He stepped hard on the soldier's face and said, "Be clear, start with the girl, tell me about her." The soldier was forced to recall immediately. "She knows energy waves, one move can knock us away." He recalled in horror the explosions before his eyes, while the child could use magic to make everything explode. The next person was Yuan Yi, and there was also a boy who could control ice and snow. The soldier tried to sit up and shouted, "They're not human, they're superhumans, mages, monsters." Han Feng stroked his chin, looking skeptical. Is it really that ridiculous? He looked at his hand and suddenly felt his face stiffen. It seemed that he didn't have the right to call others ridiculous. Han Feng compared the people he had met with these three and realized that many of them were like him, like the middle school girl or that big-headed guy. Pointed the gun at the soldier's face and asked, "Final question, were you the ones shelling the villas on the southern hill these past few days?" The soldier shook his head and refuted, "It wasn't us. Our camp was taken by them." The soldier glared, his voice full of anger. "This time we have reinforcements coming from headquarters. We're preparing to take our camp back." Han Feng thought to himself, could the explosions in the mountains earlier have been caused by them? Sure that the soldiers who had died in the mountain explosions had been killed by the woman and the child. Han Feng connected the dots and wondered if the ones who had shelled his villas were the same three people. But he quickly dismissed the thought and suddenly pointed his gun at the soldier's head, asking, "No, I don't know them." "Then why do they shell me every day?" The soldier trembled, crying, "Big brother, how am I supposed to know?" Feng sighed, seeing no other way out, closed his eyes and gave up. He turned away, not forgetting to call back, "Forget it, you can leave now." The soldier gratefully stood up, continuously thanking him. "Thank you, big brother, for sparing my life." He watched the soldier leave, still murmuring his thanks. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion outside. A series of rumbling sounds followed as a barrage of bombs fell on the area. One hit the house's roof, creating a large bang. Fortunately, the sturdy wall wasn't destroyed, only a few long cracks appeared. Han Feng immediately placed his hand on the wall, creating two streams of purple and green energy. He struggled to support it, his body trembling, concluding that these bombs weren't fired randomly, but were aimed directly at here. Han Feng wondered how did they find his location here in the mountain. Meanwhile, in the cave, the group led by Yiqing was still laughing and chatting happily about their success. Yuan Yi crossed his arms, impressed. "Big sis is too skilled." Zai Zai chuckled smugly, "Of course. Do this every day, why wouldn't I be skilled?" Yiqing lightly interrupted, adding, "After the shelling, his special ability didn't just vanish, it became stronger." The boy sitting on the ground sighed. The avalanche and artillery couldn't kill him, so he must be too strong. The girl holding the shells sneered, "With all these shells, what's there to fear? We'll blow him up for sure." She pointed forward and turned back to order, "Fire a few more shots. If he doesn't die, we'll go after him. If we let him escape, he'll bring more enemies." Yuan Yi asked worriedly, "If he's not afraid of shells, can we even defeat him?" Zai Zai patted the boy's head and teased, "What are you scared of? Your ability in this snowy area is unbeatable." The scene at the house where Han Feng was hiding seemed bad, with black smoke swirling around. He sat tiredly in a chair, sighing. The shelling finally stopped. "If I don't reinforce this room now, I'll definitely die." Han Feng stood up, looking through the window and wondering, what should I do next? Should I go confront those three with abilities? He thought further, if I hide at home, I'll definitely be bombarded every day. Suddenly his hand emitted bright red spiritual energy, his voice sharp. "To survive in peace from now on, the only way is to destroy them." Feng held a stone and drew on the wall, concentrating on what he had just drawn, then said, "In front of the dam is a snowfield with mountains on both sides. The enemy has three people, each with special powers. One has energy waves, one uses explosive shells, and the other can control ice and snow." He thought of Zai Zai and mused, "The girl can turn anything into a bomb, but my reinforced building should be able to withstand that." And Feng was worried, recalling Yuanya's sharp face, realizing that the boy who could control snow and create avalanches was the most dangerous. He thought about the possibility that the boy could control ice and snow from a distance, which could bury both him and the dam. Han Feng lamented, thinking how great it would be if he could hit a target from afar with his gun. Carefully fiddled with the gun, mentioning that he wasn't a professional marksman, so if the distance was too far, the chances of hitting the target were slim. Han Feng raised the scope to his eyes, thinking that even if they hid in the mountains on both sides of the dam, they wouldn't notice in time. He leaned back in his chair, sighed, and asked, "Is there any other way to deal with those three?" Han Feng looked around helplessly, wondering if he should set a trap on the path they would inevitably have to pass, but he wasn't sure which way was the right one. Moreover, among them was someone who could control ice and snow, so setting a trap would be useless. He nodded slightly, coming up with an idea. Lure them down to the lower part of the dam and open the water gates, that way they wouldn't be able to escape. Outside, the snow began to fall heavier. Han Feng walked over to the water release area to observe, thinking to himself, "But how can I get them down to the lower part of the dam? If I go lure them, who will open the valve?" He frowned, deep in thought. The water valve was huge, at least 7 meters. Han Feng placed his hand on his chin, concentrating. He had heard that when fishing in the Arctic, the ice had to be at least 2 meters thick, and the water level beneath the ice had to be higher than the valve. Finishing his thought, he punched down hard on the snow, leaving a red mark, and muttered to himself that for precaution he needed to check it out a bit. A pink light appeared from his hand, and he worried that if the valve didn't work at a critical moment, he would be in danger. The pink light flowed from his hand down to the foot of the cliff, and water gushed out from inside the cliff. The pink light flared up as if making way for the water to flow. Lion used his power to block the water, and Han Feng held on firmly, saying, "Perfect, there's still water. As long as I can get them down here, I'll win for sure." In the vast land, the snow continued to fall. The three-person group led by Yiqing sped through the forest, and she suddenly grabbed the two kids' hands. She observed and said, "He's in the second house on top of the dam." Zai, full of excitement, shouted, "Then I'll shoot him with a firecracker." Yiqing didn't respond, only commanding, "Kid, attack first. Wait for him to run out, then Zai, you'll fire." The girl, disappointed, replied, "All right." Yuan Nai obediently sat down, touching the snow-covered ground. The snow gradually gathered into a wave that surged toward Han Feng. He tried his best to hold it back, preventing it from breaking the shelter. It was cold, and facing this force, he was sweating and breathing hard. "They're here." The shelter was nearly buried, with only a cylindrical area left, blocking the exit. In the room, the light was strong enough to grow vegetables. Han Feng stood and said, "This basement has the best insulation, so we will only grow vegetables here in the future." Nurse Kim still doubted and asked, "Even with 4 heaters, I wonder if the temperature will be enough." She sat down and touched the soil. "If the temperature isn't high enough, the seeds won't sprout." Han Feng picked up a bottle and said, "If my green light works on these seeds, we can try to grow them right away. Why not give it a try? There are still plenty of seeds." Han Feng closed his eyes, sending green energy into them, reminding himself to control the pace. He opened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Grow now." The seeds in the bottle quickly sprouted. Han Feng had tried many types of seeds with the green light. Though there were some failures, by adding more seeds, he finally managed to grow dozens of seedlings. Ai Ren was always by his side, celebrating with him. However, just a few days later, all the seedlings were frozen and showing signs of withering. Nurse Kim looked at the thermometer and said, "Even using 4 heaters, the temperature in the room is only around 10 degrees. She turned and suggested, "We need to increase the room temperature by at least 20 degrees. Han Feng asked, "What if we add 2 more heaters?" Ai Ren added, "If we don't improve the insulation of the house, the heaters won't be very effective," he explained. "The basement has the best insulation in the whole villa." Han Feng came up with an idea and suggested, "The deeper we go underground, the warmer it gets. Can't we dig a deeper basement?" Nurse Kim raised her hand, excitedly saying, "No problem, leave it to me. I'm confident in my abilities." He asked again, "Are you really going to dig a tunnel?" Han Feng took out 2 of his energy sources and said, "Let me see if this light works on the stone. If not, we'll have to dig manually." Previously, he had known that the green and red lights didn't work on stone, but the purple light could soften it. He sat in the vegetable room and brought out the purple light. Although the stone softened like mud, it remained as hard as rock. Han Feng had to change his strategy, combining all 3 lights and changing the energy temperature, but all of them failed. The failures were the same. The plant turned into black solid material, the meat turned into black slime, and the stone didn't change. Perhaps this is the difference between organic and inorganic matter. A few days later, when Han Feng was still angry over the failures, a miracle happened. He slammed his hand down on the ground and said, "Damn it!" To his surprise, the stone shattered in his hand. He couldn't believe it. Once the light surpassed a certain threshold, it could shatter the stone. So were his efforts from the past 2 days in vain. Immediately, Han Feng extended both hands, releasing a stream of red light onto the floor, deciding to unleash the full force of that red energy. Then he maximized the crushing area to test its effectiveness. As expected, the square section was controlled and shattered. Han Feng continued to add power, causing the soil and rocks to break down even further. He lay there staring at the pit before him, sighing, "Although effective, I'm already exhausted after using it just once." Han Feng was drained to the point of foaming at the mouth, wondering how many times he could do this each day. Nevertheless, he decided to keep digging the tunnel in the following days. Nurse Kim was responsible for dumping the soil Han Feng excavated. 7 days later, they had dug down several dozen meters, and a new underground chamber over 20 square meters was formed. After some minor adjustments, the underground greenhouse was completed. The two stood observing after moving the seedlings from above. Han Feng clapped his hands excitedly and said, "You've worked hard." The nurse smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to Mr. Han." He frowned, thinking silently this was his favorite part recently. Han Feng tilted back to look at Tri En-heen's large hips and thought with delight, "Pretty big." Once everything was arranged, the two climbed up. Nurse Kim above said, "Everything goes well, we can harvest the vegetables in 2 months." Hearing this, he grimaced and complained, "It takes that long." Han Feng thought it has been over half a month since deciding to grow vegetables. He groaned because all the stored vegetables had long been eaten. They had eaten cauliflower for 4 days straight. Climbing the stairs, Han Feng looked at his hands in frustration. "If we have to wait another 2 months, I can't handle this life." At this moment, Tri En-heen looked down and suggested, "Mr. Han, let's pickle some bean sprouts, we can eat them in 3 days." That moment, she suddenly slipped on a broken patch of soil, causing Nurse Kim to fall straight down. Her hips were headed straight toward Han Feng's face. As expected, this time he directly benefited, only letting out a single shout. Tri Enhin clasped her hands nervously. Sorry, are you okay? Han Feng's face flushed red. He waved his hand and replied, it's fine, really. She tilted her head and continued, but Mr. Han, your nose is bleeding, let me check the wound a bit. I'm a nurse. He hurriedly stepped aside, covering his nose. No need, I really am fine. Entering the room, Han Feng froze. Tri Enhin followed, peeking in and asking, what's wrong? Inside, battle formations were drawn, candles were burning. Thur was performing a ritual. Great Evil Eye, I am your messenger, issuing a summoning command to you. The girl gestured continuously. Descend to the mortal world in your fullest glory, helping me complete the most difficult mission. Then she formed a seal and concluded, appear, fifth evil eye. Han Feng stepped in, curious, asking, what are you doing, have you gone mad? Girl replied it was a summoning ritual for the evil eye. Thur pointed and added, one evil eye lost control, so I'm summoning another. He looked at the laptop screen and said, so the surveillance camera at the foot of the mountain malfunctioned. Yes, it startled me too. This mountainside villa has one steep side. The other side is the road up the mountain, so placing a camera on the path can detect everyone going up. At this time, Han Feng and Tri Enhin were below. The only issue is that frequent strong winds and heavy snow often cause camera malfunction. So he had to climb a ladder to fix the camera. Han Feng grumbled while working, when will this damn weather end? Just then he heard a strange sound from the forest. Han Feng startled and asked, enemy, what's that sound? He stared into the night but received no response. Tri Enhin asked, Mr. Han, what happened? Han Feng replied, I'm not sure, a patch of white fog appeared on the other side of the mountain. After installing the camera, he told Nurse Kim, there must be someone at the other end of the mountain, it could be dangerous around, we should return quickly. The next morning, Han Feng initially didn't care about the mountain because he just wanted to grow vegetables soon. As soon as he got up, he went to the basement to energize the seedlings, muttering, using rhythm energy to try and make these seeds sprout. But the result was disappointing. As expected, rhythm energy discovered almost none were effective. So he resigned himself to figuring it out gradually. 30 minutes later, Han Feng was still diligently trying to find a way to speed up the growth of the crops. Han Feng stared at the mound of earth in front of him, wondering why everything had turned out like this. The vegetables wrapped in the green light in his hand were all dead. He rubbed his head, then looked ahead. Vegetable plants on the other side, which he had not touched yet, were still growing incredibly fast. He looked at his hand and wondered whether such a weak green light could really speed up plant growth. Reality proved Han Feng's guess was right. As long as the green light shone for 30 minutes, the vegetables would stop growing. He could not make the vegetables fully mature in one go. He had to use the green light every day. Luckily, there were 2 girls sitting with him, so he did not feel bored. 5 days passed and the first batch of vegetables reached harvest time. Han Feng shouted with joy, my Napa cabbage has finally matured. Xia Yan held up a radish shaped like a foot and asked, is there really nothing wrong with this radish's shape? QQ beside her added, the tomatoes look really weird too. She glanced toward the corner of the room and said evasively, the best one is in the basement corner. A gigantic cabbage grew there. Han Feng asked, are cabbages usually that big? Nurse Kim replied, maybe it's a new variety. He thought to himself that aside from the Napa cabbage, all the other vegetables were very strange. He wondered whether there was something wrong with his green light, but he quickly told himself it did not matter right now. As long as there was food, it was fine. Xia Yan suggested, today we'll have radish and pork rib soup and tomato stir-fried beef. The dining table was almost completely empty at this point. After everyone ate their fill, they leaned back in their chairs. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief. After being busy for half a month, it was worth it. Qiu spoke up, I want to eat strawberries and muskmelon, grow some fruit. Reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek. Qiu added, humans take vitamins, but an evil god needs to eat strawberries and muskmelon. Xia Yan pointed at the big bowl of vegetables and asked, there's still a lot of cabbage left. Aren't you going to eat more? Han Feng turned his face away and answered, I'm sick of it. The little girl felt the same. I don't like cabbage. He thought of his cousin Li and said, if Li were here, that would be great. He alone could finish all of this. Han Feng squeezed his eyes shut and said, Li's group has been down the mountain for more than half a month now. I wonder how they're doing. Those compressed biscuits we gave them earlier were probably gone a long time ago. He sighed and continued, I hope they can come back safely. There was an explosion on the mountain ridge and the dust rose up like a mushroom cloud. Qiu said the Demon King's roar showed up again. Xia Yan added, today makes the 6th day we've heard that sound. Happened over there, Han Feng said firmly. Whatever is happening outside has nothing to do with us. He leaned back in his chair and went on. Anyway, it only roars once a day, so it doesn't affect us much. 3 days later, a series of explosions shook the hills again and again. Inside the villa, Han Feng could not take it any more and cursed while clutching his head. The villa also trembled slightly. He covered his face, clenched his fists, and groaned. It has roared dozens of times today, and it still hasn't stopped. Then the scene shifted outside, and someone was being captured. As Han Feng climbed up, he muttered, "I really want to see what on earth is going on." He crawled onto the roof and took out binoculars to observe. Through the binoculars, Han Feng saw dust and smoke rising from many places between the hills. The sight left him full of questions. Wondered, what is this? With a snowstorm on the way, the small, lone Han Feng climbed onto the roof to get a clearer look at the explosions ahead. He raised the binoculars and wondered, who did this exactly? Han Feng stared at the chaotic fighting and thought, making this kind of huge commotion on the mountain. Isn't he afraid of exposing his position? After watching until he got bored, Han Feng dropped down to sit, lowered the binoculars, and muttered, even though it's pretty far right now, if it explodes over here later, it'll be a real headache. Han Feng stood up and slowly slid down, saying with concern, I don't know whether this house can withstand an explosion that powerful. On the way down, Han Feng judged, also, the wall looks too low and too thin. We need to reinforce it. Not long after, he held a shovel, pointed behind him, and said to the two people in front of him, even though I don't know what's happening outside, I've decided to build the wall higher and thicker so we don't get blown to pieces. Hearing that, QQ asked, what will you use to build the wall? There's no cement in my storage. Jai Yan just stood there blankly, not understanding. Han Feng gave a crafty grin. Don't worry. He immediately led them to a pile of stones stacked like a small mountain and pointed at it. Aren't the materials right here? Han Feng and Jai Yan quickly got to work stacking the stones together. He was both working and giving instructions. First, stack these stones, he said. Han Feng took some water and poured it over the top layer. He guided the stream, then sprinkled water over it. In an instant, the water froze, forming a solid white ice wall. Han Feng looked at the result with pride and said, once the water freezes, won't it become a wall? Suddenly, he tapped the wall several times with a spade, but it didn't crack. The others watched as Han Feng continued. The temperature is extremely low. This wall is even harder than concrete. Then the three continued working to thicken the wall. When they ran out of materials, Han Feng even had to demolish a nearby villa. After 3 days, the massive ice wall was complete. Han Feng gazed at the grand result, feeling satisfied, and exclaimed, this ice wall should keep us safe for now. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing Thur to fall, and Jai Engyang shouted, has the explosion reached us? He quietly climbed the tall wall. Upon reaching the top, Han Feng froze, hesitating as he shouted, this is. He stared at the terrifying explosion ahead, smoke and dust engulfing the area. Golden sparks flashed through the chaos. Han Feng panicked, sweat pouring down, breathing heavily as he thought, damn it, the explosion has reached here. Suddenly, a strange object flew past, freezing him in place. He quickly dropped his binoculars, and in an instant, a massive explosion occurred a few miles from the snow wall. Blasts continued, destroying even peaceful houses. 2 shells flew toward Han Feng's structure, but failed to penetrate. Suddenly, a shell shot past, right behind Han Feng while he was still looking forward. A second later, Han Feng's eyes widened as he realized the danger. He quickly climbed down the ladder, relieved, thinking, luckily the wall is finished, or that would have been dangerous. Han Feng ran into the room, opened the door, and shouted, get down to the basement, everyone. Now the 3 stayed in the basement, eating quickly. We hid underground for half a day before returning to the surface. Next night, while I was showering, another shelling occurred nearby. He, bare-chested with only a small towel, ran to warn, shelling again, get to the basement. On the 3rd morning, the neighboring villa was blown up, and 1 shell hit our wall. By the 4th afternoon, as I prepared to use the bathroom, shelling struck again. Thur walked in casually, yawning, urging, hurry up, I need to use the bathroom. Han Feng sat on the toilet, covering his mouth, saying, can you knock first? Time passed, and the shells continued striking this area. The red alert blared continuously. He hastily put on pants, cursing, damn it, are these days ever going to end? Han Feng hurriedly put on his shirt, complaining, every day stuck in the basement, can't eat properly, can't sleep peacefully. He carried a long gun, fingers touching it, eyes flashing with anger, smiling faintly as he muttered bitterly, let's see who the crazy person is sending these shells here. Han Feng stepped outside, waving to the others, be careful, I'll be back. He took his 2 poles and sticks, silently exploring the surrounding area. Each step left a deep trail in the white snow. While walking, he glanced at a deep hole nearby, then picked up a dusty piece of fabric. He studied it carefully and concluded, "This looks like a uniform. Could the explosion a few days ago be connected to the military?" Images of Bao Bao and the chief officer immediately appeared in Han Feng's mind. He wondered, could it be them? Han Feng continued his journey, analyzing the situation as he went, seeing many casualties along the way. The battle earlier had clearly been fierce. Upon reaching a desolate mountain region, Han Feng slowly climbed up the mountain. An idea formed in his mind. To safely observe, he first needed to reach the summit. After that, he would observe the situation ahead. Soon, Han Feng reached the top, his breath becoming heavy due to the exertion. Han Feng hid and raised his binoculars to observe. Through them, he saw a deep cave hidden beneath the white snow. The cave's entrance was heavily guarded on both sides. Han Feng guessed that this cave was large, resembling a military base. He observed for a moment and then saw two large cannons. Han Feng cursed under his breath, "Damn it, are these the cannons that fire at me every day?" He noticed the soldiers standing on both sides of the cave entrance, preparing for an attack. Han Feng wondered, why do they look so sneaky? Suddenly they ran into the cave, firing their guns wildly, which caught him off guard. Isn't this their base? Why are they fighting like this? A civil conflict. Soon the soldiers were thrown out by a mysterious force. Their screams echoed through the area. Han Feng saw a soldier fly toward him, screaming in agony. To his surprise, the soldier crashed into his position, causing Han Feng to panic and run back, shouting, "Oh no." After a while, the space became eerily silent. He held his gun towards the front and cautiously moved towards the deep pit where the bodies lay, examining them and confirming that they were dead. His curiosity grew. Han Feng continued to observe through the binoculars, wondering whether all those soldiers had been wiped out. At this moment, three people slowly emerged from the cave. Han Feng was surprised to see a platinum-haired beauty in the center, with a man and a woman on either side. He was confused. Why were three people walking out together? The white-haired figure with sunglasses looked very thuggish, his appearance imposing. Manhwa Than lightly pushed her glasses up and glanced at Han Feng, who was hiding. The corner of her mouth curved up as if she was smiling at him. Han Feng turned pale at the sight, sweating profusely. He reassured himself, thinking, could it be that I've been spotted? No way, I'm hundreds of meters away from her. It must be a coincidence. Han Feng lay down and observed through the binoculars, telling himself that it was just a coincidence. He couldn't have noticed me. He saw the three of them facing towards him. Suddenly, Zai Hai carried a cannon on his shoulder, aimed directly at him, and grinned wickedly. Moments later, the cannon fired, launching an explosive shell directly at Han Feng's position. The shell landed and exploded violently. Luckily, Han Feng managed to slide down just in time to avoid the fatal strike. He stared at the thick black smoke, stunned, never expecting her to be capable of such a move. He quickly regained his balance and sought another way. These people were too strange, so he decided to hide and observe from a distance before making any further decision. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from behind him. It seemed like the attack was still ongoing, which made Han Feng feel anxious. The sound came from the soldiers running and shooting at the three people. A blonde soldier was firing while shouting in panic, "They're chasing us here." His teammates continued to fire relentlessly. In no time, Manhwa Than caught up. The three of them remained calm, their faces showing confidence, as if they could wipe out the entire group of soldiers in an instant. Gaiern slammed his hand on the ground, triggering an avalanche. The soldiers couldn't react in time, falling into chaos. Amidst the thick smoke, only the sound of their desperate cries could be heard, making Han Feng even more terrified. Han Feng shook his head and muttered, "I'm dealing with ghosts. How could this be happening?" His face turned ashen, lying on the snow, thinking that this trip was probably doomed. Each area was affected by the violent avalanches. Everywhere was swept by a dark cloud of smoke, stretching out and then suddenly stopping before a water dam. Soon, a strong wind blew away all the remaining dust. Just 1 second later, the area fell into complete silence, with only the sound of the wind whistling. Red energy beam shot down to the ground, followed by a struggle between the spiritual force and the mass of white snow that had accumulated into a mound. Han Feng was holding a soldier's leg who had walked out while coughing. He took a breath of oxygen and sighed, "I almost suffocated to death." Han Feng looked at the dam in front of him, thinking to himself, "At least I was stopped here. Who knows how far I would have drifted if not." He observed and pondered with a serious expression. When the snow buried them, the three of them seemed to still be standing on top of the snow. Could they control the snow? Han Feng glanced at the unconscious soldier with blonde hair, and an idea suddenly crossed his mind. He hoped this man would provide some useful information, and then dragged him alone into a nearby empty house. Han Feng quickly used a rope to tie him up, then squatted down, aiming the gun at his face and called out, "Hey, wake up." He slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw the black gun in front of him, causing him to shake with fear. "I'll talk. Don't kill me, I'll tell everything." Han Feng turned his face away, feeling a bit disappointed. I had thought of so many interrogation methods, but before I could use any of them, he already confessed. Thinking this, Han Feng sat in a chair and spoke. "Don't worry, if you tell me everything about the girl and the child, I will spare you." The soldier lying on the ground hurriedly said, "They are clearly not human. They know ice magic, can release energy waves, and can even cause explosion." Information he gave was both plentiful and jumbled, making Han Feng angry. He kicked him straight in the face. "What are you babbling about?" Han Feng shouted, "Start with the girl, tell me about each person." The soldier's cheek was pressed down, and when he thought of Nathan, he jumped in fear. Han Feng repeated the condition. "If you tell me everything about the girl and the child, I will spare you." The soldier anxiously said that they weren't human, knew ice magic, could release energy waves, and even create explosion. But he spoke so confusedly that Han Feng became furious and stomped on his face. "What are you babbling about? Start with the girl, tell me about each person." Pressed and terrified, he immediately remembered Nathan. She used energy waves, and with one move, she sent us flying. Then he stunnedly mentioned the child. "It knows explosion magic, it can turn anything into a bomb." He continued with the next person, Yuan Yi. "There's another kid, he can control snow and cause avalanches." He struggled to sit up, raising his voice. "They are not human. They have superpowers, they're mages, they're monsters." Han Feng stroked his chin, looking skeptical. Han Feng thought to himself, is it really that absurd? Then he looked at his own palm and froze, realizing he had no right to criticize others for being absurd. He compared the people he had met to these three and realized there were quite a few who were similar to him, like the middle school girl and even the big-headed guy. He pointed the gun straight at the soldier's face and interrogated. "One last question. Who has been shelling the villas on the South Hill these past few days?" Han Feng pressed, "Was it you guys?" The soldier shook his head, denying it wasn't us. "Our base was taken by them long ago." The soldier glared, his voice full of rage. "This time we have reinforcements from headquarters coming, ready to retake our base." Han Feng couldn't help but wonder. So those explosions in the mountains earlier were from them fighting. He silently concluded that many soldiers must have been blown apart in the mountains. It must have been caused by that woman and the child. Han Feng pieced together the clues and came up with a suspicion. The ones who bombarded our villa area were also those three, right? But he immediately dismissed it, pressing the gun to the soldier's head and questioning, "No, I don't know them. So why are they shelling me every day?" The soldier trembled and cried as he spoke. "Boss, how would I know?" Han Feng closed his eyes and sighed. Han Feng turned and began walking away, calling back, "Forget it, you can go now." The soldier quickly stood up, grateful. "Thank you, boss, for sparing my life, thank you." Han Feng turned to look at him leaving, his mouth still mumbling, "Thank you," when suddenly, outside the door, a loud explosion went off. A series of rumbling sounds echoed as bombs rained down on the area, one of which struck directly at the head of the house. A booming blast shook, but luckily, the sturdy walls held up, and the house didn't collapse, though several long cracks appeared. It turned out Han Feng was inside, immediately placing both hands on the wall, releasing two streams of purple and green energy. He braced himself, his body trembling, realizing that this artillery was not just random, but was aimed directly at this spot. Han Feng wondered, this place is between mountain ranges, how did they find my location? At the cave, Nathan and the group were still laughing and talking happily about their recent victory, while Yuan Yi hugged his arms, full of admiration. "Your sister is pretty impressive," Zai Zai said with a smug smile. She replied, "Of course I do this every day, how could I not be skilled?" She mentioned Nathan and blocked others after the artillery fire. His supernatural power didn't just remain, it grew stronger. The boy sat on the ground, amazed. Avalanches and artillery couldn't kill him. "Then he's really strong," the girl said, holding a shell in her hand, sneering. "So many shells and he still isn't dead." She pointed forward and then turned to give orders. "Fire a few more rounds. If he doesn't die, we'll hunt him down. If we let him escape, more enemies will appear," Yuan Yi asked anxiously. "He isn't afraid of artillery, can we really defeat him?" I patted the boy on the head teasingly. "Afraid of what? Your power in this snowy area is unmatched." The house where Han Feng was hiding didn't look safe. Black smoke swirled around. He sat wearily on a chair, complaining. Finally, the artillery stopped. "If I don't fortify this room in time, this mission is over." Han Feng stood up, looked through the window, and thought, what should I do next? Face those three powerful people, or hide at home and face artillery every day? Suddenly, his hands glowed with red energy. His voice was full of killing intent. "If I want to survive peacefully, I must eliminate them." Feng picked up a stone and drew on the wall, staring intently. Ahead is a snowy field, flanked by mountains on both sides. He continued, there are 3 enemies, each with a special ability: Kai power, explosive shells, and ice and snow. He thought of Zai Zai and reflected, a girl who can turn anything into a bomb, but my reinforced buildings can withstand her. Han Feng continued, weighing the dangers. He recalled a woman with strong Kai waves capable of long-range attacks, very dangerous. He considered Yuan Yi, a quick-thinking girl, and the boy, the most dangerous, can generate ice and avalanches. Thinking of the boy, Han Feng analyzed potential risks. If he can control ice from a distance, he could bury both me and the dam at the same time. Han Feng worriedly thought further, if he can control ice from afar. He sighed and murmured to himself, if I could use this gun and hit targets from a distance, it would be perfect. He fidgeted with the gun and continued, but I'm not a professional marksman. If the distance is too far, the chance of missing is very high. Han Feng raised the scope to his eyes and said thoughtfully, even if they hide in the mountains, I would have difficulty spotting them in time. He leaned back in the chair, sighed, and said, is there another way to deal with these 3? Then he wondered, or should I set traps along their path, but I don't know which path they'll take. Since one of them controls ice and snow, traps would be useless. Han Feng considered another approach. Or I could lure them downstream of the dam and open the spillway. Then they wouldn't escape. Outside, the snow kept falling heavily. Han Feng approached the spillway area, looked around, and groaned, but how can I get them downstream? If I lure them, who will open the valve? He scanned the area and thought further. This spillway is huge, at least 7 meters. Han Feng placed a hand on his chin, thinking intently. I heard when fishing in the Arctic, ice must be at least 2 meters thick. The water under the ice must be higher than the spillway. He slammed the ice, leaving a red mark, and thought to himself, to be safe, I need to check a bit. Pink light emitted from his hands. He thought, if the spillway doesn't work at the critical moment, I'm done for. Pink light gradually flowed down the cliff, touching the base, and water spurted from the rock face. Pink light flared, directing the water. The water is flowing. Han Feng used his power to stop it. Han Feng smiled slightly and said, perfect, there's still water. If I lure them down here, victory is assured. On the vast land, snow continued to fall heavily. Nathan's 3-person group ran quickly through the forest. Suddenly, she pulled the 2 kids back. He is assessing the situation and reports that he is in the second house on top of the dam. Zai Zai angrily shouted, then I'll fire a shell at him now. Yathan didn't respond to her but instead ordered Yuan Yi to attack first. When he runs out, Zai Zai will fire. The girl replied disappointedly, all right. Yuan Yi obediently sat down, touching the snow beneath him. Immediately, the snow began to gather into a wave. The snow wave moved forward, finally reaching the place where Han Feng was hiding. He was trying his best to stop the snow wave from breaking his hideout. The cold was biting, and facing this force, he sweated, tears fell, and he muttered. It's here, in the chaotic snow. Han Feng's shelter was almost buried. The cylindrical house was also concealed, leaving no door to exit. Han Feng held the gun, aimed through the scope, and observed the snow-covered forest. He told himself that he would locate a few people. With a quick aim, Han Feng shot a bullet into the head of Yating, confirming the target. He said, let me see, I'll find out where a few of them are. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The golden bullet shot out quickly from the barrel, speeding toward the group of 3. The long, sharp bullet flew closer to its target. The group noticed the object flying toward them but remained calm. When the bullet was about to hit, a shield appeared, protecting all 3 of them. Yating, advancing forward, said, it seems like the avalanche couldn't destroy the house he's in. The young girl confidently replied, no problem. Han Feng observed through the binoculars, seeing them run toward him, smiling smugly as he said, from now on, everything depends on you. Han Feng had been waiting for them for a long time. He turned to prepare in the room, placed a table in front of him, jumped onto the chair, and activated the table. From there, he used his energy to break through the ceiling and climb out through a large hole. He said, I've been waiting for you all for so long. He stretched his muscles, thinking that his self-made curses would surely anger his opponents. Then, Han Feng shouted thousands of insults so loud that Yating, Zai Zai, and Yuan Yi, even from a distance, were stunned. The young girl got furious. That bastard dares to curse at us, I'll blow him up. Looking at her hands, she noticed the gun was gone. Yuan Yi and Zai Zai saw Yating holding a gun. Ding Quang opened fire, cursing, you're the bitches, your whole family are bitches. The shot flew straight at Han Feng. Han Feng quickly dodged and continued cursing, ugly hag, first wash your ass, I'll be back. Zai Zai pointed to the sky and shouted, sister, he's trying to run. Yating ran toward Han Feng, I must kill him. Yuan Yi joined in, let him die. The young girl calmly advised, sister, calm down first. Han Feng used a puppet to land on the prepared trap. On the cliff, he started the flowing water and said, slowly, house of the character, see you again, everyone. A torrent of water rushed from the cliff. A large wave surged from Han Feng's pink light. He ran to another location while saying, "One isn't enough, let's add a few more." The water waves surged in sequence, the second, third, and fourth. From distance, the three approached. Zai Zai and Yuan looked around while Yating focused on advancing. The young girl pointed and shouted, "Found that bastard." But upon contact, she was confused, saying, "This isn't right, there's no energy fluctuation here at all." The young boy turned back and asked, "What's that sound?" The water followed the snow, rushing toward them. Zai Zai shouted, "It's a flood," Yating said, "We've fallen into his trap." The young girl stood beside them. Yuan Yi, hurry up, quickly. The young boy sat down, touching the snow to create a platform to lift them higher. The waves rushed toward them as if trying to swallow them whole. Yating created a shield, ordering, "Go quickly." Zai Zai encouraged, "Keep going." Yuan Yi sighed, "I've done my best." Helplessly, he said, "The snow around us has melted, there's not enough left." The water mixing with the snow made the platform unstable and they fell forward. Yating quickly grabbed the two boys' clothes. Ting held the sphere like a shield, protecting all three of them. The water enveloped the sphere, submerging them. In the quiet forest space, the water continued to rush. Han Feng stood on the cliff, observing and saying, "Though the view is blocked by the mountain, I can't see the lower reach, but even if they don't drown, they'll certainly freeze to death." Han Feng thought for a moment and leisurely turned back. "Now I can go back to the cave." He planned to destroy the cannons without any worries. He happily imagined eating watermelon, enjoying the fresh air, and thought, the beautiful days are about to return. Han Feng's shoes were made from dry twigs tied together, a cushion for walking on the snow. Taking slow steps, he said, "If only I could walk on the snow as if it were flat ground, that would be great." He left a long trail in the snow. Han Feng held the gun, sitting in a hole. Exhaled cold air, holding the gun, examining it. Han Feng walked toward a tunnel, carrying the gun and thinking carefully, "There shouldn't be anyone inside." He imagined, "I don't think any group of people would jump out and shoot me." He pressed his hand on the ground, creating a pink light, and moved toward the two cannons. Han Feng used his energy to move each object. As he neared the shell, he hesitated. "Wait, will the shell explode after it softens?" Worried about the explosion attracting others, he continued, "Forget about the cannonball, it's useless without a gun." Han Feng peeked through the cave door to observe inside. He slowly entered, wondering what could be inside such a large military facility. As he walked, Han Feng hid, looking at the pile of guns, shocked. Damn, there are so many types. Thought, luckily, he was only bombarded with mortars earlier. If they used bigger shells, it would have been dangerous. Looking at the ammo on the ground, he worried that they might be shot at again. The image of his house being blown up appeared in his mind. Even with reinforced walls, it would probably still be destroyed. Han Feng touched a large gun. He touched each gun, making them melt. After melting a series of them, he satisfiedly said, "Done." Han Feng continued deeper into the tunnel, seeing enough supplies to equip an entire army. Observed the crates and said, "No wonder those soldiers wanted to retrieve them." Then he continued, "With this much stuff, I can't carry it all. Leaving it behind is a waste, but it's dangerous if it falls into the wrong hands." He touched a crate, wishing, if the girl from the high school were here, she could pack it all up and take it. Han Feng delighted, "This painting is so beautiful, just thinking about it excites me." He looked thoughtful. "Maybe I should go back and bring her here. It's safer for these things to stay in my hands." After inspecting, Han Feng left the tunnel when suddenly rocks fell from the sky. A glowing red handprint appeared on the stone. He was stunned and yelled, "This is bad." The ground where Han Feng stood suddenly exploded. On top of the tunnel, three masterminds appeared. Zai Zai laughed triumphantly, "You still want to kill us? Let's see if we can blow you up." She turned to Yating and asked, "Sister, see if he's dead." She was shocked as she watched the rocks fly wildly from the explosion. A loud crash echoed as a heavy object slammed against the wall. Through the thick smoke of the explosion, a figure stepped out, hand reaching forward slowly through the haze. As the smoke cleared, a person emerged, surrounded by two streams of blue and purple light. Han Feng stood amid the smoke, his entire body enveloped in blue and purple energy. He exhaled, empowering himself. Yet confusion flickered in his eyes as he realized the stone had just exploded, terrifying him. Han Feng looked down at his hands and clothes, feeling satisfied. He was relieved that he had empowered his clothes as well, or he would have been dead. He glanced toward the cave entrance, thinking, the stone must have fallen from above, they must be right above this cave. Han Feng concentrated energy into his hands, gradually covering them in blazing red flames. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and pressed his hands against the wall, thoughts racing. "Don't think you can ambush me from outside, and I won't know how to deal with you." The red flames in the cave swirled violently, producing deafening sounds that displayed their power. The cave began to shake. Fragments of stone fell along the path of the flames. The fire gradually spread, encircling Yuan Yi, Zai Yi, and Na Qing. Na Qing sensed the danger and quickly warned, "Not good." The ground around them began to crack and shatter. The three were buried beneath the rubble in horror. Rocks kept falling with thunderous crashes. Yuan Yi, Zai Yi, and Na Qing all screamed as massive stones plummeted. landed in different ways. Zai cried out in pain, "My butt," Yuan Yi yelled from the impact. "My head." Nuqing struggled to stand, commanding firmly, "Get up, the enemy is still here." Nuqing pulled Zai Yi and Yuan Yi away from danger. At the same time, Han Feng raised his gun, aiming straight at them, continuously firing at Nuqing's group. The three struggled to climb the rocks. Bullets kept striking the stones around them, producing piercing explosions. One bullet suddenly struck Nuqing's leg, making her scream in pain. Bullets continued to rain down, forcing all three to dodge and slide to the ground. Zai Yi screamed in pain, "Kid!" Nuqing turned and demanded. "Wait!" Han Feng patiently aimed, ready to attack at any moment. Nuqing decided to speak. "We surrender." This surprised Han Feng, leaving him speechless. Zai Yi grabbed a rock glowing with red flames and shouted angrily, "Bastard, let my sister go." Han Feng recalled empowering his clothes, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. He considered the power of the stones but also worried about the defense of his jacket. He thought if he attacked Nuqing first, he wouldn't have time to defend against an explosion from Zai Yi. Images replayed in Han Feng's mind. He attacks Zai Yi, but Nuqing strikes back simultaneously. Han Feng's train of thought continued. He predicted that if he attacked the girl first, Zai Yi would retaliate. He thought of Yuan Yi, worried about being ambushed by him. After considering this, Han Feng remained on high alert. He aimed his gun at Nuqing and Zai Yi, exclaiming in astonishment, "Honestly, we have no deep hatred. Just stop throwing bombs at my house. Stop and we can live in peace." Nuqing, confused, asked, "Throw bombs at your house?" Zai Yi also spoke in surprise. "Is it really that?" Zai Yi recalled previous incidents, her voice awkward. "Are you the one living in the villa on the other mountain?" Han Feng, enraged, immediately aimed his gun and shouted, "Keep talking. If it weren't for you throwing bombs at my house, why would I check the situation? Was it because the weather was nice and I wanted to go up the mountain for fun?" Nuqing curiously asked Zai Yi. "Zai Yi, why do you blow up his house every day?" Zai Yi replied, "It's really fun to set off fireworks. If I don't shoot every day, I feel restless." Zai Yi glanced and continued, "Besides, I think the people in that villa are rich, so I want to blow them up." Han Feng, furious, shouted, "Are you crazy?" Nuqing turned to Han Feng and asked, "Aren't you and the ambush team on the same side?" Han Feng, annoyed, replied, "Look at how I'm dressed, I'm not a soldier." Nuqing, still skeptical, asked, "Then why were you with the soldiers?" Han Feng answered, "I was just passing by, pure coincidence. Do you believe me?" After Han Feng spoke, the atmosphere fell silent. Nuqing suddenly broke the silence. "Young master, sorry, we misunderstood." Han Feng still held his gun, replying, "Don't think I'll forgive you just because you're crying." Nuqing, still crying, said, "No, my leg hurts." Blood flowed from the wound on her leg. Nuqing continued, "My leg really hurts." In another part of the cave, Zai Yi was tending to Nuqing's wound. Yuan Yi remained asleep. Han Feng sat in the corner, observing. Han Feng thought to himself, "She's so calm, if it were me, I would have screamed from the pain already." He watched Zai Yi treat the wound, noting her skill, and suspected their situation was more complex than it seemed. Once Nuqing was treated, she gently placed her leg on the ground. Han Feng spoke, "From now on, you must stop bombing my house and I won't bother you either." Nuqing thanked Han Feng for forgiving them and agreed to his proposal. "We accept your request." However, Zai Yi objected. "Those things are what we earned. Why should we give them to him?" Nuqing warned Zai Yi, "If you hadn't blown up his house, we wouldn't have had such a misunderstanding." Her sister wasn't hurt at all. Seeing this, the girl became frightened and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Then Yun Shen smiled happily and said to Han Feng, "My younger sister is stubborn and doesn't understand things. I hope the gentleman can forgive her." Seeing this, Han Feng made a face as if in the desert, thinking to himself, "The change in expression is really fast." Then Han Feng warily spoke up, as if remembering something, "By the way, it seems that you two were always able to detect my location before." Hearing his question, Yun Shen still smiled gently and looked at Han Feng, pointing the gun at her and saying, "If we explain, can the gentleman put the gun down?" Zai, who was kneeling as punishment, also chimed in, "That's right, Han Feng." He then put the gun down in response to Yun Shen and Zai's embarrassment and discomfort. Han Feng still couldn't believe this. Yun Shen, instead of being angry, politely explained, "Actually, this is a technique using special abilities. If you want to learn, I can teach you." Hearing this, Han Feng asked, "Special abilities?" Yun Shen controlled the wind energy in her hand, forming a whirlwind, and said, "Before the climate became abnormal, there were people with special abilities. We call it special powers." The energy within her body gradually became visible as she explained. She continued, "Special abilities generate a special power field. As long as you can sense this field's fluctuations, you can locate the person with the special power." The three of them, Han Feng, Yun Shen, and Zai, were talking together. Different expressions appeared on each of their faces while Yuan Yi was still fast asleep. Then, they chatted a lot. Han Feng looked at Yun Shen calmly and asked, "If special abilities can become stronger depending on how well they are mastered, could it be possible to awaken them? Yan Shen thought for a moment and replied, as far as I know, different types of special abilities cannot be compatible. A person can only have one type of special ability. Upon hearing this, Han Feng remembered the 3 types of abilities he possessed and pondered. In other words, my special abilities are red, green, and purple light. According to her words, he had 3 abilities. Han Feng told himself he needed to study them further, then immediately stood up, walked toward Yan Shen, and politely said, "Allow me to introduce myself." Feng said, "I am Han Feng, formerly just an ordinary office worker. I look forward to a pleasant collaboration." Yan Shen happily shook his hand. "Huang Yan Shen, formerly a professor. I hope we can work together happily." Yan Shen smiled, "Can you finally put down the gun now?" Then her expression turned cold, and in Han Feng's confusion and fear, she continued, "Earlier you called me a slut. Ugly but cheap, do you want to explain?" At that moment, Zai Zai, who had been silent, suddenly burst into laughter. "I knew you wouldn't let him off easily." She focused her energy into her hands, while Yan Shen still held Han Feng's hand tightly. Girl was excited. "Sister, should we blow it up or not?" Han Feng was troubled. "Do you want to perish with me? Those explosions before didn't harm me." Even though he said that, Han Feng was worried, recalling how the surroundings had exploded simultaneously before, potentially injuring him. Yan Shen calmly held his hand, her expression dark. "Mr. Han, don't misunderstand. We've reached a cooperation agreement." They just wanted Han Feng to explain the harsh words he had said earlier. Han Feng and Yan Shen tugged at each other, one side trying to pull away, the other holding on tightly. Han Feng dodged and said, "What harsh words? I don't remember them at all." Then Han Feng complimented Yan Shen. He praised, "A refined, intelligent, gentle, and beautiful woman like Miss Kwang Yan Shen is the dream of all men. Surely, we must have misunderstood before." Yan Shen blushed and then looked at Zai Zai, signaling her. "Who told you to use your special powers? Don't hurt our ally, Mr. Han." The girl gasped and unhappily asked, "Can't we blow him up?" Zai Zai stood in front of Han Feng, irritated, and said, "Inky man, don't think I'll let you off just because you praised her." Han Feng smiled and continued sweet talking. "This young lady is so lively and adorable. Innocent, romantic, making people fall in love." Zai Zai was delighted and shy, her face flushed. "Really, your taste is not bad," she continued, "but I'm not easily charmed by sweet words. You do look like a good person. I won't hold your past foolishness against you." Both Han Feng and Yan Shen thought, this little girl is too easily deceived. Yuanyi was still fast asleep on the bed. Han Feng prepared to leave and said to Yan Shen, "I'll be leaving now. In a few days I'll bring people to get some supplies. I wonder what Miss Kwang thinks about that." Feng thought to himself that the generator in his wealthy house was running low, so it was a good opportunity to stock up. Yan Shen struck a seductive pose and said gently, "You can take as much as you want from here, but it's already late. Wouldn't you like to stay the night and leave tomorrow?" Han Feng blushed and rubbed his head, awkwardly responding, "Once again, Miss Kwang is so thoughtful." Suddenly, Zai Zai appeared in front of Han Feng, flames radiating around her. Zai glared at him and warned, "You want to stay?" Han Feng ran off, leaving only a trail of white smoke, shouting back, "I have matters at home, goodbye." Zai Zai looked at Yan Shen in confusion and asked, "Sister, should we not tell him about the special powers?" Hearing the little girl's question, Yan Shen calmly responded, "If we tell him now, how will he come to beg me later?" She looked at Yuanyi's bed, not noticing that Zai Zai was still thinking. Yan Shen called out, "Yuanyi, he's gone, stop pretending to sleep." Yuanyi sat up and calmly said, "I hate talking to strangers." Yan Shen then asked, "You've used your special abilities so many times today, has your body changed in any way?" Zai Zai approached Yuanyi to check his body and said, "Let me take a look." A small white peach appeared before Yan Shen, causing Zai Zai to quickly reveal it. Little girl laughed loudly and before she could say anything, poked it into Yuanyi's backside. Yuanyi was restrained, shouting, "Let go of me." Yan Shen calmly pouted, "Luckily, it grew on your backside, but for safety, we should try not to use our special powers much in the future." Elsewhere in the thick snowstorm, the howling winds created a shrill sound as a figure climbed to the top of the mountain. Han Feng's clothes were covered in white snow. He struggled to sit on the snowy ground, sighing wearily. Han Feng's heart kept beating erratically. He knelt down, clutching his chest, his face showing clear pain as his troubled mind thought, "It's so uncomfortable, I feel like I can't breathe." At that moment, Han Feng was struggling to endure the intense pain. He kept moving forward, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. He told himself he couldn't go on. He remembered there was a hidden surveillance camera ahead. Feng approached the camera, waved his hand in front of the lens, and shouted for help. "Help! Is anyone there?" The camera immediately turned toward him and started recording. Elsewhere, a computer screen displayed Han Feng waving desperately. In that room, the glow from the computer screen flickered. All the lights were off and no one was present. In another place, a boy with blonde hair slept soundly under the warm glow of bedside lamps. At the same time, in yet another room, a black-haired girl was also fast asleep. Han Feng sighed, he shivered in front of the camera, helpless. He muttered, "At this hour, could they all be asleep? It's over, I'm done for." Han Feng's heart throbbed painfully again. He collapsed onto the snow, his face contorted in agony. In his mind, only one thought remained. My chest, it hurts so much. He fainted, his body motionless, falling into the snow. After a while, his eyes slowly opened. Above him, a pale yellow lamp hung from the ceiling. In Han Feng's view, a pink-haired girl held a towel. He immediately sat up in panic, but she remained standing beside the bed. Han Feng staggered and fell to the floor. Helplessly, he asked, "What's going on? How did I end up back here?" Jai Yan stood by the wardrobe holding the towel. Thur sat on the bed, staring at Han Feng while shyly pulling the blanket over herself. Han Feng continued, "Why am I not wearing any clothes?" Jai Yan recalled the previous night when she had been half asleep in front of the computer, and replied, "Last night I suddenly felt very hungry, went out for food, and happened to see your image on the surveillance camera." She continued to describe carrying Han Feng back afterward. Jai Yan continued, her voice recalling the act of tossing Han Feng onto the bed, sending his clothes flying. "To help you restore body heat quickly, I had to remove your clothes." Thur sat on the bed snacking while Jai Yan stood beside her, worried. She asked, "Your body doesn't seem injured. Why did you collapse at the foot of the mountain?" Han Feng replied, "I remember my chest suddenly hurt so much." The three of them, Han Feng, Jai Yan, and Thur, sat down to recount the previous events. Han Feng briefly recounted what had happened yesterday. After hearing it, Jai Yan said, "It was probably the cold and your exhaustion that caused the chest pain." Thur gave Han Feng a thumbs up, as expected of someone chosen by the gifted eye taking on three alone. "Impressive," Han Feng angrily responded. "Can you pay a little attention to my body?" Han Feng excitedly told Thur, "Right, come with me. Those three are still waiting for me to return the items." Thur focused her energy, her body enveloped in a green aura, saying, "The mighty evil king is about to set out again." Jai Yan stood in front of them, looking serious, stopping them. "No, Mr. Han must rest now, avoid cardiac strain, and be checked daily until medically stable. Thur, don't bother Mr. Han these past few days either." Jai Yan cheerfully cared for Han Feng, who was helpless. After 5 days under Nurse Kim's care, Han Feng had basically recovered. Thur and Han Feng sat in the sauna. Thur snacked on melon and asked, "You've been practicing for days. Maybe the evil king abandoned you long ago." Han Feng frowned, "Don't distract me. I need to focus just a little longer." Han Feng focused his energy. The vague image of a girl gradually appeared in his mind. He said, "I sense Nurse Kim. What is she doing? Her posture is strange." In the bathroom, Jai Yan looked around in surprise and said, Strange. Why does it feel like someone's staring at me?" Han Feng, with a strange expression, said, "So that's it. Incredible." The surroundings were filled with large rocks lining the road, and three figures moved slowly. Nha Than sat in a wheelchair pushed by Yuan Yi, with Zai Hai beside her. Suddenly, she said, "I thought he would return soon, but waited 8 days instead." Nha Than continued, and brought along 2 other gifted ones. Zai Hai shouted in panic, "What? 3 gifted ones? Impossible." Yuan Yi calmly replied, "No need to fight, why worry?" The trio with Nha Than stopped, waiting for Han Feng's group to arrive. Jai Yan walked beside Han Feng. Thur sat in the wheelchair, slowly moving behind. Han Feng waved, "Long time no see, Quang Zio si. We're here to retrieve the items." Han Feng turned to Thur and Jai Yan, reaching out to introduce, "These are the 3 gifted ones I mentioned. We are allies now." Jai Yan politely greeted, "Hello, nice to meet you. I hope to learn from you." Thur simultaneously raised her hand, "Hello." Thur and Nha Than saw each other. Thur's greeting froze. To everyone's surprise, Thur turned the wheelchair to leave, saying, "If I had known, I wouldn't have come." Nha Than hurriedly stood, worried, "Sister, why are you here?" Everyone asked in unison, "Huh?" Thur feigned innocence, "Auntie, you've got the wrong person, I'm only 12. Nha Than ignored her and rushed forward, "You think I'm fool?" Nha Than questioned, "You suddenly disappeared from the lab. Do you know how worried I was?" Thur defended herself, "Dreams. I want to live in luxury at home and wait to die." Thur frowned, "Help me." Han Feng and Jai Yan looked at each other and asked in unison, "What is their relationship?" Zai Hai innocently replied, "I don't know." Han Feng wondered, "Are they really sisters?" Nha Than held Thur on her lap, "I won't hide it. Thur is my half-sister with a different father." Nha Than explained, "I was an orphan, adopted at 11. Thur became my sister then. We loved each other closer than blood sisters." Han Feng and Zai Hai stood up, pointing, "Wait, hold on. How do you look like the older sister?" Nha Than sighed and smiled. "Misunderstandings happen. Besides, Thur is small and cute." Nha Than opened her phone and showed a photo. Thur is actually a year older than me. Here's a picture of us as children." Zai Hai exclaimed. "She really looked older as a child, so cute." Han Feng questioned, "Impossible, a high school girl and she looks the same now. This woman is only 20 years old, but she's grown up so quickly." Zai laughed. Now the two of them looked more like mother and daughter than sisters. Seeing they were a bit upset, the little girl quickly turned her face away and stammered, "I was just joking." Yun Shen looked down and said, "After you left the research institute, a lot of things happened. Zhu asked. What happened? Seeing her glance at him, Han Feng appeared confused. If you want to talk, just talk. Why are you looking at me? He suddenly realized and thought to himself that they didn't want him to hear. Han Feng quickly turned to the door, stretched, and said, Nurse Kim, let's first take a walk in the cave to see if there are any supplies we can use. Jiren also stood up and replied, sure. Zhu jumped down and said, you two can't go. She stood in the middle of the room and declared that, as companions of the Chosen One, they could know everything. Han Feng scratched his chin and responded, since my comrade said so, I'll stay. Jiren doesn't object, so I'll stay too. Yun Shen sighed, if that's your request, I'll speak plainly. She began to explain. After you left, our research succeeded, but the professor was killed and the institute was destroyed. He listened with concern, thinking to himself, this is too complicated. The first sentence already has so much information. Zhu remained calm. Actually, I already knew this. That expression surprised Yun Shen. How did you know? She continued. There are forces in the city hunting down people with special abilities. If our identities are exposed, we could be hunted down. Zhu continued calmly. I knew this too. Yun Shen suddenly pulled down her collar and said, using too much special power will cause energy to crystallize inside the body. She continued with the marks on her neck. We researched methods to remove the energy crystals. Zhu cleared her throat, pointed at Han Feng and said, you had one near your heart a few days ago. I helped you remove it. Han Feng was startled. Is that true? His expression was confused, unsure whether it was real or fake. Come, I didn't know about this. You should have told me earlier, Yun Shen asked curiously. Are you saying that the technique helps people with special abilities sense the energy of others? You know about that, right? The little girl blinked and answered, I didn't know that. She hugged her pillow, feeling frustrated. Zhu sat next to her and comforted her. I really didn't know. If you're so skilled, teach me, Han Feng asked. Hey, what are you two talking about? Can you explain it all from the beginning? Zhu blinked. Yun Shen continued, earlier it was hell, are you sure you want to mention that? Han Feng looked puzzled, thinking this was the first time he saw the high school girl make that kind of expression. Yun Shen began, back then, I graduated from university at 18. She graduated with a master's at 19. Both of us were renowned female researchers, talented and beautiful. Han Feng felt a little bored, too much flattery. She continued, 2 years ago, the institute discovered people with special abilities who were frozen by their own power. Yun Shen recalled, last year my sister and I suddenly gained special abilities, but my sister disappeared. At the beginning of this year, the research institute successfully created artificial people with special ability, but a few months ago, the professor in charge of special ability research was assassinated in the women's restroom. Han Feng and Jiren asked, why in the women's restroom? Yun Shen continued, the remaining researchers either went missing or were killed. Then the research institute building was blown up, and only 3 people escaped using their special ability. Han Feng concluded, so the technology was targeted by someone else. They killed everyone and destroyed the research institute. Yun Shen replied, as far as I know, there is an organization in the city that calls itself a base, gathering many people with special abilities. I suspect they are the culprits. He recalled, shocked. Base, could it be them? Han Feng asked, the soldiers you fought, weren't they from the base? If we capture one, we can ask and find out. She lowered her head and replied, we captured a squad leader. He confessed that he wasn't from the base but a member of the Tuan Yitang. He was shocked. What? Tuan Yitang? Zai complained from behind. The uncle helped the whole area get through difficulties, but he was used as a bullet shield by Tuan Yitang. He's a cultured and gentle person. At first glance, he had an aura, he looked like a good person. Han Feng frowned, suspicious. Tuan Yitang uses people as bullet shields. Lai Ji and his group wouldn't do something like that. He remembered the faces of the members, silently deciding. Besides, how could Tuan Yitang have people with such a cultured and gentle demeanor? Han Feng curiously asked the 2 little ones, where is the prisoner? Can you take me to meet him? A while later, Zai led him to a place full of iron bars. She pointed at the cell. He's locked in there. Zai stood at the door and called, prisoner uncle, we have something to ask. To their surprise, it was Zhu Yu. He replied, little girl, I've told you everything I know. Zhu Yu sighed, Tuan Yitang captured me and my friends. To survive, we had to obey their orders. I was just a victim. Han Feng stepped forward sarcastically. I didn't expect you became a squad leader now. He looked up in surprise. He looked at him sitting, calling out Zhu Yu's name. Han Feng crossed his arms, speaking sarcastically. Isn't this Mr. Tong the good man? You used to take your brothers to eat well and dress nicely. How did you end up as a lowly prisoner? As I was startled looking at him, you know each other. Zhu Yu stared, then smiled. I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Han Feng. He stood up, explaining. At first, I wanted to save more people, so I took your supplies. I hope you understand. Han Feng responded, so it was my fault for not giving you the supplies. Zhu Yu stood up and waved his hands, explaining, that's not what I meant. In that situation, prioritizing self-preservation is understandable. Han Feng remained firm. Don't pretend. Do you think I'm stupid? He aimed his gun at him. Weren't you with the people from the base? Pretend to be from Tuan Yitang. Zai Zai was startled. What? He's from the base. The little girl grabbed the iron bars angrily. How dare you deceive us? Zhu Yu remained calm, sighing. He spoke. I didn't deceive you, it's a long story. Zhu Yu began. At first, I joined the base and was appointed as a squad leader, but when our team surrounded Tuan Yitang, we were ambushed. Explained that there was no choice left but to surrender and join them. Previously, the Tongyi sect had sent someone disguised as Hong soldiers to seize this underground warehouse. I also participated, but we were quickly defeated and I was captured. Han Feng frowned and interrupted. Stop. He remained calm. You don't believe me? I've run out of options too. Suddenly, he grabbed the man by the hair, yanking him so hard that his head hit the bars. He shouted, act like your little sister. Do you think I'm one of the brainless residents you tricked? Comrade trembled, trying to explain, I didn't lie to you. But immediately he received a powerful punch from Han Feng, sending him stumbling backward, losing balance and falling on his back. The comrade sat up unsteadily, wiping his face and said, Mr. Han, you've misunderstood. I didn't lie. Everything I said is true. He clung to the wall, stepping forward, his voice shaking as he explained, I was captured by your people and you also know my past, so to stay alive I wouldn't dare lie to you again. Han Feng frowned, smirked slightly, then exhaled. He then racked the gun. Han Feng pointed the gun at the comrade and said, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me everything you know about the base organization. Don't let me hear a single lie. Adjusting his glasses, the man replied, I just entered the base, haven't been here long, and was captured by the Tongyi sect, so I don't know much. Immediately, a bullet shot past the comrade's ear, startling him. Smoke from the gun dissipated. Han Feng's voice was serious. The reason I didn't kill you with that shot is that I think you still have value. He cocked the gun again and warned, if you don't tell the truth, then you have no value at all. Comrade trembled, clutching his arm. Walking down the hallway, Zai Hai looked at him and exclaimed, You're so tough. Just now when you hit that liar, you looked awesome. Han Feng replied awkwardly, No, you're overpraising. The two opened the door and stepped inside, and the girl excitedly shouted, Sis, we're back. Everyone playing cards turned to look at them. Han Feng entered and said, Nurse Kim, high school students, you two will never guess who that prisoner is. He announced Han is actually the comrade, which shocked the two, making them exclaim, What? Nha Than asked. Everyone knows that prisoner. Thur stood up and recounted, This happened, then that happened, like this and like that. Nguyen Engia listened, held his head and groaned, I can't believe we were tricked too. Han Feng added, The comrade is now a member of the base. He continued, The base patrol team is often harassed by the Tongyi sect, so they're gathering forces to encircle the Tongyi sect. Kai Ren realized, could the Tongyi sect be where Uncle Li works? Han Feng recounted, the comrade said the current leader of the Tongyi sect is Li Zhengyi. Both girls were incredulous at the name. Impossible, he explained. I didn't believe it either and thought the comrade was lying, so I ended up hitting him again. Nha Than asked, everyone was close to the Tongyi sect. You've all had such rich experiences. Thur stood and recounted again. Han Feng continued, according to the comrade, the base currently controls the international airport and has nearly 1,000 soldiers. Search for supplies and residents in the city, recruit young people into the army and provide ordinary food. As for ugly girls, the elderly, and the poor, they are secretly turned into food for the rest of the civilians. Hearing this, Nguyen Engia said in disgust, That's disgusting, while Nha Than felt nauseous and Zai Hai angrily said, The base organization is no longer human. I really want to blow them to pieces. Han Feng turned to the two girls and asked, Why do I feel like none of you are surprised? Kai Ren chuckled, Actually Li Zhenghao already told us a long time ago. Thur nodded beside him. Hearing this, Han Feng's face turned red with anger, clenching his fists and silently cursing. Damn it, that old man didn't tell me a thing. He then expressed his concern. Once the base destroys the Tongyi sect in the city, they might attack this underground warehouse. Also cautiously reminded, the mansion where we're hiding isn't far, so it might be exposed as well. Han Feng proposed, to prevent the base from achieving their goals, I want to take some weapons and equipment to assist the Tongyi sect. What do you think? Thur frowned and replied, I agree with your suggestion. The scene shifted to the weapons warehouse, previously damaged by Han Feng. He pointed and declared, Bring all the cannons and ammo and blast that damned base to pieces. Thur stood in the room, drawing all supplies into the space, shouting, Great demon eyes, show me your true power. Zai Hai was thrilled and exclaimed, This ability is so powerful. No wonder you're the older sister of your sister. Encouraged, Han Feng led Thur from room to room, as there were still plenty of fuel and provisions ahead. On this side, there was another weapons warehouse with numerous guns and ammunition. He gathered all of these as well as the remaining supplies. Standing there, he rubbed his chin, muttering, Let me think, what else should we take? Meanwhile, the girl trembled, groaning, I'm full, I can't hold anymore. Then a crate was set down. Nha Than told everyone, These are military radios with a 30 km range. Take them so we can stay in contact anytime. Arthur continued trembling and complaining, "No, I really can't fit anymore." Han Feng still tried to stuff them in. "This is the last box, you can do it, come on." Meanwhile, Zai Engia tried to explain, "The base is surrounding us, Li Zhenghao isn't here, so no need for this. I told you I can't do it, boss." Kwang kept trying to persuade, "Calm down, you can do it, come on." At that moment, someone pushed the door open and reported, "Boss, the damn base is putting our people into the armored vehicle as human shields. They're driving toward us now." The armored vehicle, a soldier's voice warned, "You're surrounded, surrender now, if not we'll shoot." The base's people continuously threatened, "You're surrounded, surrender now, we have thermal cameras, we've already seen you." Then gunfire erupted, causing the tied people in front to tremble in fear. Bullets were fired randomly at nearby buildings. Through the thermal camera images, someone questioned, "On the way, we didn't see a single living person on the thermal camera. Could they really be hiding nearby?" A soldier nearby reminded, "Don't talk nonsense, follow the captain's orders. If the captain says the Tongyi sect is here, then it must be here." He then spoke into the radio, reporting the 4th team found no targets. Captain replied, "4th team, follow the old plan, continue scouting that street." The team immediately obeyed. He continued, "Teams 1 and 2, report your status." Reports came in immediately. Team 1 found no targets, Team 2 found no targets. In the back of the vehicle, Zhang Dong scoffed sarcastically, "Captain Zhao, can you handle this?" He frowned, criticizing, "Last time you let a mutant escape and were punished by the commander. This time you can't even deal with a group of normal people." The captain, holding a cigar, replied, "This is an old city district with densely packed buildings. How could we find them quickly?" Answered, "Just follow the plan and we'll find them. We just need to tighten the perimeter, they definitely won't escape." Dong puffed on his cigarette and said, "No need to explain." He stepped out of the vehicle, arrogant as ever. "No more playing around with you guys." Dong flicked his fingers, a blue flame igniting at the tip. He lit his cigarette and walked off, taunting, "Hoping you can complete the mission. Good luck." After he left, someone in the car asked, "Captain, who is that kid? Why is he so cocky?" He replied, "He's not human." Captain Zhao continued issuing orders over the radio, instructing the teams to stay alert, tighten the perimeter, and check every room and basement carefully. The voice on the other end responded, "Roger, Captain." Scene shifts to the mountains near the Villa district, shadows moving across the snow, Han Feng, Thur, and Yuan Yi. He glanced through the binoculars, thinking they're already in the city so fast. His skills are really handy, the kid thought to himself. And they treat me like a vehicle. He recalled how Han Feng had used supplies to buy materials for Yuan Yi. These fresh foods weren't easy to get, and only a little effort was needed. Zai Yi had urged him to hurry and agree. "Hurry up and agree?" The kid thought, "If I don't see meat and vegetables, I won't help him." Han Feng pointed and signaled, "Cross 2 streets and we'll be there." They stopped at an entrance. He spoke up, "The sewer here can lead straight down to our sector. Lika and I have passed through here before." Yuan Yi continued using his abilities to move. In the sewer, they switched to walking. Han Feng drew his gun and warned, "Everyone stay close. The path here is complex and easy to get lost." He whispered, "Ahead is a residential area. There could be people hiding. Be careful, we might be attacked." Han Feng activated his red energy. Earlier, he reminded the 2 others to step back slightly. At Happy Sector 2F, the 3 entered and he breathed a sigh of relief, finally here. Looking inside, Han Feng murmured, "I never thought I'd return here." Memories stirred. Events from not long ago felt like ages past. Thur asked, "Where will we go to find Uncle Lee?" He rubbed his chin, thinking they're in the old City West district, but the exact location is unknown. An hour later, the armored vehicle continued moving slowly. Han Feng's voice sounded, "These soldiers are heading toward Li Ka. If we keep following, we'll surely find him." They stood atop the highest floor of a building. He wondered, "But we've been tracking them for hours, where has Li Ka gone?" Distant shockwave made Han Feng flinch. An explosion came from the other side. Through the binoculars, he saw a base vehicle destroyed. Then, he noticed the 2 Yitang group at a nearby building. "Li Ka, are they attacking the base?" He realized, no, they're under siege. Over there, a Qiang handed a megaphone to Zai Yi and Li shouted, "You bastards of the base, here's Li. If you're brave, come and kill me." Zai Yi turned to the others, "Brothers, even if we die, we'll take some of them with us." They shouted together, "We won't surrender, never surrender." Over here, the captain ordered, "Everyone fire, leave no one alive." Voice on the radio protested, "Captain, our superiors ordered us to seize the secret key from 2 Yitang." He scowled, nearly shouting, "Don't forget how many of our men have died. If they won't surrender, then let them die." From the armored vehicle, they immediately obeyed. "Roger, Captain, mortars loaded and ready." Aiming confirmed, awaiting orders. Captain Zhao shouted, "Fire." At that moment, another massive explosion erupted behind them, black smoke billowing. Peeked outside, yelling, "What's happening?" Han Feng rode the snow wave of Yuan Yi, letting out a shout before throwing a grenade at the base troops. He smirked, "The minions of the defeated, we meet again." Thur stood beside him, calmly producing weapons from the void for Han Feng to use in sequence. Explosions ripped through the street where base soldiers gathered. Screams echoed endlessly. The captain recognized him. Nearly shouted, "It's that kid again." He thought, clearly he wants to lure us, probably to save Tu Yitang, but he has abilities. Catch him and I'll be rewarded again. From inside the vehicle, Captain Zhao gave new orders: ignore those bastards from Tu Yitang, just chase that kid. The convoy quickly pursued the snow wave. Captain Zhao tried negotiating over the megaphone. "Mr. Han Feng, our commander says, surrender and you can become deputy commander." Yuan Yi complained, and yet they make a kid like me responsible for luring the enemy, totally inhumane. From the deep snow, a streak of red energy appeared. Han Feng and Thur leapt up. He stood on the opposite building, waving toward Tu Yitang, repeatedly signaling. And they finally reunited after so many days apart. Zai rushed forward, embracing Han Feng, sobbing, "Brother, I thought this time we'd die for sure, glad you're here." He pushed Li gently and warned, "We'll talk later, this place isn't safe." Those in front wondered, who is he? Did he really save us? A Qiang pointed and said, "This is our brother Han Feng, one of ours." Zai clapped him on the shoulder, adding, "We are blood brothers." Han Feng spoke, "Everyone follow me, I've prepared something good for all of you." Li asked excitedly, "Brother, what supplies did you bring? We've been starving." Zai looked over and widened his eyes in shock. He and the others exclaimed in amazement, "All cannons." A Qiang blurted, "How are there grenades in a place like this?" Han Feng added, "These guns were placed here earlier by a high school girl. Her abilities must remain secret." Li gave a thumbs up, "Got it, brother." Clenched his fists, cheering, "Brothers of Tu Yitang, it's our turn to strike back. Let those base bastards crumble." Thur stood beside him, encouraging, "The Dark King's true disciples have been chosen. Accept your mission and extinguish the karmic fire to cleanse the world's sin." Han Feng patted the girl's head, dismissing her. "All right, stop clinging." Zai ran over, excited, "Brother, you're seriously too cool." Meanwhile, a Qiang and the others discussed Thur's performance. Zai held Han Feng's hand and suggested, "Brother, quickly teach me to fire the cannons. I want to blow those bastards away." He replied, "Why would you think I can shoot? I only came to bring the guns for everyone." Hearing this, he was slightly disappointed. "Brother, I just praised you for being cool. Can you be a bit reliable?" Zai asked, "Does anyone here know how to fire a cannon?" The others in Tu Yitang blankly replied, "I only know guns. I saw it in movies. Li, you're overestimating me. Need to move fast." The little artillery suddenly raised a hand, saying, "I've made simple cannons before." Han Feng looked down, skeptical. Is this real? A talent like this among them? The kid stood before the large cannon, everyone with Li cheering, "Brother, I believe in you, go for it, lift your spirit, don't lose face." The small cannon analysis. This is a 105 mm caliber howitzer, produced in the 1970s, with a 34 cm barrel and a muzzle velocity of 662 ms when using standard ammunition. Maximum firing range of the tank cannon increases from 11,200 m to 14,700 m when using rocket-assisted shells. The range can extend to 18,000 m, with a barrel elevation angle from -5 degrees to 65 degrees, and a horizontal range of 23 degrees on both sides. It's equipped with a soft recoil system. Han Feng immediately shouted, "Stop reciting, get ready to fire." He pointed to the tall building in front. "Hey, gunner, do you see that building? The base personnel are inside." Han Feng asked about the possibility of total destruction. "Can we blast both the people and the building?" Tu Niang stared, puzzled. "How do you know the base personnel are in that building?" Han Feng replied, "I left some valuable items there. They see it, they won't be able to leave." The convoy of the base personnel stopped under the building. A soldier reported, "Captain, we've lost sight of the target recently, but we've discovered new supplies in the building." They entered the building. The soldier continued, "Captain, we've checked it and it's all fuel and food." The captain looked confused. Who would store supplies like this here? He was suspicious about the gathering of the supplies. The soldier asked, "What should we do with these supplies?" He ordered, "First, check if there are any traps around. Once confirmed safe, move them out." They immediately complied. "Understood, Captain." The captain thought to himself, supplies are scarce, whether fuel or food, there's no reason to ignore them. He then realized, wait, it's all fuel. His face darkened, the red light from outside reflected into his eyes, making them widen as he realized the trap had already been set. Han Feng pointed and ordered, "Fire the cannon." Immediately, the large cannons were ready to fire. The base personnel who were loading materials onto the trucks were startled by the sound of the cannon and looked up at the sky. The explosions rang out, shaking the ground, dust billowing everywhere. The cannon hit the supply barrels and flames erupted right in front of Captain Zhao. His subordinates were stunned, unable to react. The explosion sent the base personnel and rubble flying. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood, while soldiers screamed in agony as the fire consumed them. At that moment, Captain Zhao realized the situation. The entire floor of the building exploded and caught fire violently. Shells continued to fall around and the black smoke covered their vision. Tu Niang marveled, "Kid, your big gun is amazing." The loud noise made Han Feng hold his head and ask, What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." he reminded. After firing, our position will be exposed. When the shells run out, we need to move quickly. This time it was Brother Lee's turn. I can't hear you clearly. 10 minutes later, half of the building collapsed with smoke and flames still rising. The two Niang group rejoiced. Kid, this cannon is real. They were also happy. This feels so good. Han Feng was heroic. You're my idol. Han Feng reminded that their position was exposed. Don't waste time. Take this chance to escape. Tu Niang ordered. Brothers, move the big cannon. He thought to himself. The cannon is so heavy. How do we move it? Moreover, the cannon got stuck in the snow. Han Feng ordered. Leave all the cannons. We'll bury them here. When they come looking for the cannons, we'll blow them up. Tu Niang agreed. Kid, great idea. Brother Lee said, hurry up, brothers, let's bury them in the snow. The Tu Niang group responded in unison. Got it, boss. Han Feng asked, Li Ji, weren't you guys going to rescue General Liu? What's happening with him? Tu Niang replied, we don't know where General Liu is imprisoned. We just know they've been capturing prisoners for interrogation recently. Han Feng realized, I see, no wonder you attacked their patrol team. Han Feng asked, then where's that uncle with the mustache? Brother Lee replied, you mean Brother Hao? We split up to act before and recently we haven't been able to get in touch. Han Feng reassured, don't worry, we'll find him sooner or later. He would return to the happy neighborhood to rest for a while. Tu Niang wondered, why return to the happy neighborhood where we used to live? He replied cheerfully, I left plenty of weapons and supplies in the underground garage, enough to support everyone with strong troops. Brother Lee waved his hand at Han Feng, sighing, I really thank you, kid. The scene shifted to another area where a soldier pointed and reported, Captain, we've found the cannons that just launched the attack. Captain Zhao, sitting in a wheelchair, bandaged and covered in injuries, was pushed over by his subordinates. As he advanced, he asked, how many cannons have you found? The captain yelled, useless fools, I told you to find the cannons, not to go after those bastards and blow everything up. The wheelchair wheels hit the explosion site, making a clanking sound. He realized, with a cigar falling, followed by a curse. A huge explosion occurred, rocks flew, smoke and debris rose, and the red flames consumed him, turning him into minced meat. Han Feng stood by the binoculars, smiling in satisfaction. Oh, the landmine on the other side exploded. I wonder who's the unlucky one? Tu Niang approached from behind, blushing. Kid, what are you doing out here? Come back and drink some more. The two of them entered together. The Tu Niang group raised their glasses in joy after their victory, all shouting, cheers. Yuan Niang curled up, holding his head. After a while, the group moved forward to inspect the explosion site. Wang Hu ordered, collect the bodies, even if they're crushed, we still need them. There's not much food left. The soldiers responded in unison, understood, sir. He stood in front of Captain Zhao's upper body, reporting into the radio. Commander, Captain Zhao was ambushed and sacrificed. The voice on the other end of the line scolded, what a useless fool. Your team is now under your command, find the secret key. Dong Hu smiled smugly, roger that, Commander. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the 3rd Battalion, formerly a high cafe. The new captain of the 3rd Battalion, Zhang Donghu, sat drinking coffee, looking down at the snow-covered city. Han Feng picked up his cup and casually said, it's snowing outside, only a fool would go to work, just drink coffee. Donghu closed his eyes, took a sip of coffee, and enjoyed. He then ordered his subordinates to divide each team into groups of 3, search carefully, and don't slack off. His subordinates immediately complied. The subordinate felt anger, recalling how the captain used to share hardships with them, while the new captain only knew indulgence and laziness. On the table appeared a tray of rice balls, a luxury at this time. Dong Hut picked up a rice ball, thinking to himself. He predicted that once the two Engia Duong group ran out of supplies, they would have to go out for food, and when they attacked the patrol, he could find them. He used a group of 3 shivering soldiers as bait while he sat there enjoying the food, secretly thinking, this rice is delicious. Right now, only he could eat. He thought they were probably still gnawing on snow. But contrary to his thoughts, the two Engia Duong side was full, drunk, and continuously sighing. I really can't eat anymore, I can't drink another drop, it's truly delicious, I'm shaking. The group had been eating all night, constantly exclaiming. This was the first time he had eaten beef since the frost. Too extravagant, keep drinking, we can eat all the vegetables we want, even if we die, we won't regret it. Some raised their bottles, saying in unison, Brother Han Feng, if you don't mind, we pledge to honor you as our leader. He sat there silently cursing them for being shameless. Han Feng turned to ask quietly, Brother Li, why do you think they're so untrustworthy? Do they call everyone a leader? Zai Engia replied, don't mind that. He explained that they had recruited these men just over 10 days ago and didn't yet understand the world. He added, but brother, they all recognize you as the leader. Now you are the leader, so act the part. During this, Han Feng pulled out some cigarettes to offer. Brothers, do you want a Hua Zai? The group was shocked. Hua Zai, then they smoked together, exclaiming, Hua Zai is still the most refreshing. 1 month without smoking, I'm going crazy. Nguyen Engia and Thur using masks in the smoke kept complaining. Clearly magic was involved here. The boy approached Han Feng, I've completed what you asked. I'll return now. he replied. That makes sense. Han Feng said to Brother Li, I originally came here to distribute supplies. Now that the supplies have arrived, we should leave too. Zai Engia asked in surprise, What, brother, why are you leaving so quickly? He explained, I recently had a clash with the base, so I need to return quickly to avoid surprises. Brother Li was astonished. Really? Have they found your villa? Han Feng hurriedly covered Zai Engia's mouth, whispering, This must be kept secret. Brother Li realized, nearly let it slip. He recounted that after driving off the soldiers, he found a nearby warehouse. The warehouse was full of weapons and equipment. He had given them to the men. Zai Engia gave a thumbs up. You're truly righteous. Brother Li scratched his face, asking, But although there are enough weapons, could you give me a few more cigarettes? They had pawned off some older comrades and now wanted to get them back. Hearing this, Han Feng was puzzled. What are you saying? I never expected such a place existed in the city. Even living people could be traded. Zai Engia recounted everything. Cigarette butts filled the plate. Han Feng exclaimed, I never expected such a place in the city. Even living people could be traded. Brother Li held his head in confusion. They had entered despair with no choice but to pawn comrades. Han Feng frowned, truly greedy. And they had to pay 4 times the corner price to retrieve them. He pulled on his collar, asking, Are you sure we won't get killed? Zai Engia shouted, If those bastards dare kill us, I'll shoot them with a cannon. Kwang continued, Now, an adult man is worth only 10 kg of food, but 1 bag of cigarettes is worth 50 kg of food. Han Feng and Nguyen Engia said in unison, Damn, human lives are that cheap. Zai Engia explained, Meat is relatively cheap, but vegetables and fruit are absurdly priced. I heard someone exchanged 3 tomatoes for 3 beauties. Han Feng thought, What? That's really possible. Han Feng regained his composure. It's infuriating, he asked. So the base doesn't control the entire city? Zai Engia replied. The base uses subway tunnels to transport troops, so they only control the subway line. He added that they can't control areas without subway access, as transportation is inconvenient. Han Feng realized why they hid in the old district. Zai Engia stood up loudly. Brother Kwang, let's go reclaim our comrades. We'll still need them to rescue Director Lu later. Immediately, Brother Li trembled and Zai Engia fell to the ground unconsciously. Han Feng hurriedly asked, Brother Li, what's wrong? Don't scare me. A moment later, 3 fixed fans turned on, revealing a wound on Zai Engia's abdomen. Kwang observed, judging by the inflammation, the wound likely happened a few days ago. He endured it until now, a true hero. Everyone clamored, Brother Kwang, you must save Brother Lei and Brother Han, we beg you. Kwang replied, I want to save them, but I don't understand medicine. Han Feng said, Everyone, step outside for a moment while I try. They insisted, we want to stay with the brothers to protect this place. Kwang quickly pushed them outside. Stop making noise, get out. In the room, only Han Feng and the 2 boys remained. He used green energy on Zai Engia, thinking to himself, just try first. 10 minutes passed with no change. Han Feng, sweating, cursed, damn it, why is there no effect? Can I only heal myself? He asked Thur, do you have medicine there? She checked and shook her head. Han Feng asked Nguyen Engia, your place is a military warehouse, there must be medicine, right? Your sister was shot, how was she treated? The boy replied, the warehouse only has weapons, equipment, fuel, and food. Couldn't find any medicine. Huang's wound didn't get infected either. Han Feng sighed, calculating internally. If we don't treat it in time, Brother Li won't last much longer. Use the radio. Hello, Nurse Kim, are you there? Brother Li was shot and the wound is badly infected. Do you know how to treat it? She panicked. Brother Li is injured, yes. Tai Engin gave first aid instructions. First, remove the bullet, clean the wound with saline, then disinfect with iodine. Also, administer fever-reducing medicine and antibiotics. Nurse Kim explained to Han Feng how to treat the wound and the necessary medicine. Find the medicine, he decided to go to the black market with Kwang Ga. Han Feng hurriedly told Nguyen Engia, step on it, speed up. A Kwang sitting next to him exclaimed, damn, we're really flying low. The boy thought silently, again, they're treating me like a transport tool. He turned to ask Kwang about the location of the black market they mentioned and whether there was any risk of detection by the base along the way. He answered that it wasn't far, the market was under the river, and the river had frozen over, so boats could no longer operate. Nguyen Engia then guided the waves towards the indicated direction. Han Feng raised his hand to shield from the wind and asked Kwang if he was joking, wondering how the black market could be under the river. Kwang quickly responded that the market was in a tunnel under the river, just a few kilometers away. He reminded them that there could be an ambush along the way to the market, so they needed to be careful. Han Feng looked down at the sight of the destroyed vehicles and exclaimed that he didn't know how many people had died because of this. Kwang replied that those heading to the black market would certainly bring supplies, trees, so they were easy targets for ambushes. However, he added that not many people were armed, and with their team's equipment, they should not run into any problems. You could only hope so. The scene shifted to a quiet street where a man was trembling by the window, his gun barrel pointing outside. He complained that it had been 5 days with no luck, and tomorrow he would run out of rations. The girl sitting behind him scolded him. She told him she had asked him to wait until they got supplies from the black market before attacking, but he hadn't listened. She glanced over and continued, saying that as a result, he only brought back a few cigarettes which couldn't be eaten. Looking at the body lying there, Tiu Bok started crying and said he didn't want to live a life of eating people anymore. Tiu Hak suddenly brightened up, smiled, and said not to cry. There was a vehicle coming. He looked down at Han Feng's group and asked, "No, what is that?" Tiu Hak saw the snow wave glide past the street in front of him. He shouted that they were standing on snow, moving like the wind. They've encountered ghosts. Tiu Bok, curious, asked what he was talking about. A moment later, a Kwang spoke, saying that ahead was the entrance to the black market, and according to the rules, they could only walk in. The two men tightened their grips on their guns, and he reminded them that failing to follow the rules would result in the same fate as those who had encountered it before. Beneath their feet were frozen corpses, some dead right in their vehicles with bodies beginning to decompose. After stepping past the area, both Han Feng and Nguyen Engia simultaneously knelt down, vomiting violently. In front of them were people hanging, swaying in the wind. Huang patiently said that beyond this toll station was the black market territory. Han Feng wiped his mouth and asked, "So the tunnel ahead is the underground river tunnel where the black market is located?" The three continued towards the tunnel entrance. Han Feng looked somewhat puzzled and asked how they would enter. Huang pointed to the side and replied, "The entrance is over here." They quickly moved to the nearby building. Huang reminded them not to be scared by what they saw here. Han Feng carefully replied that there was nothing in the past few years that he hadn't seen. At that moment, a machine slid towards them, making a sound. The robot greeted them and asked for their membership card, causing Han Feng and Nguyen Engia to jump in surprise. You were surprised to realize that the robot was still operational. Huang handed over the card, and the robot announced that member number 250 had been verified. The robot led them inside and warned that the market was very peaceful and that no violent behavior was allowed. If not, they would shoot immediately and turn them into mush. Han Feng focused and observed, feeling that this place was indeed very dangerous. Robot continued, saying that they were about to enter the elevator and asked everyone to stay close. Han Feng jumped in surprise and muttered that this was ridiculous. After descending, Han Feng was still in awe. The robot, the elevator, and the lights were all working, indicating that there was electricity down here. You quietly glanced around and whispered that the forces behind this black market were definitely not simple. Huang nodded in agreement. Search supplies and residents across the city, then recruit young people into the army and hand out standard food. The elderly, children, and the poor are processed into food and given to the remaining civilians. After hearing that, Yuan Yi said in disgust, "That's revolting." Yiqing felt like throwing up. As I said angrily, the base organization isn't human anymore. I really want to blow them to pieces. Han Feng turned to the two girls and asked, "Why do I feel like none of you are surprised?" Jia Yan forced a smile. "Actually, Uncle Li Zhenghao told us a long time ago." Tutu beside her nodded. Hearing that, he turned livid, clenched his fists, and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, why didn't that old man tell me anything?" Han Feng then said worriedly, "Once the base destroys the Brotherhood Hall in the city, they might attack this underground warehouse." He also warned the villa we're hiding in isn't far, so it could be discovered. Then Han Feng made a proposal. "To stop the base from getting what they want, I want to take some weapons and equipment to support the Brotherhood Hall. Kid, what do you think?" Tutu frowned and replied, "I agree with your proposal." The scene shifted to the armory, which Han Feng had damaged earlier. He pointed and declared, "Bring all the cannons and shells and blast those base bastards to dust." Tutu stood in the middle of the room, pulling all the supplies into her storage space, and shouted, "Great Eye, show me your true power." Seeing that, Zai Zai couldn't help feeling delighted and exclaimed, "That skill is amazing. No wonder she's your big sister's big sister." Riding the momentum, Han Feng dragged Tutu from one room to another. There's still a lot of fuel and rations ahead. Over here there's another weapons storehouse with tons of guns and ammo. Take all these guns too. And these supplies as well, take everything. He stood there rubbing his chin and muttered, "Let me think, what else should we bring?" Meanwhile, the little girl trembled and groaned, "I'm full. I'm going to throw up." A crate was set down. Yiqing told everyone, "These are military radios with a 30-kilometer range. Carry them so we can stay in contact at any time." Tutu kept trembling and whining, "Stop it. I really can't cram in any more." Meanwhile, Han Feng kept trying to stuff something into Hu, and the kid finally managed it. Come on. On the other side, Zai Yi was trying to explain to the base personnel that they were surrounded. Li Zhenghao didn't appear, so there was no need to do that. Told you I can't do it, boss. A Kiang kept insisting, calm down, you can do it, keep going. At that moment, someone rushed in to report that the smart ones had tied their people to the armored vehicle as human shield, boss. Right now the vehicle is heading toward us. From the armored vehicle, a soldier shouted a warning, you're surrounded, surrender now. Otherwise we'll open fire. The base personnel kept threatening, you're surrounded. Surrender immediately, we have thermal cameras and have already seen you. Then gunshots rang out continuously. Those tied at the front shivered as random shots hit nearby buildings. Through the thermal camera, someone wondered why they couldn't see any living people on the road. They really be hiding nearby. The soldier next to him reminded him not to talk nonsense and just follow the captain's orders. If the captain says Zai Yi is here, then he's definitely here. Then he reported over the radio that the fourth team hadn't found the target. Captain replied the fourth team should stick to the original plan and continue scouting that street. The other end immediately complied. Understood, he then asked teams 1 and 2 to report, and they responded immediately. Team 1 found nothing, Team 2 also found nothing. The man in the back of the vehicle, Zhang Dong, smoked and sneered. Captain Zhao, are you doing okay? Reminded that last time a psychic had escaped under his watch, so he was punished by the commander. This time, couldn't even the normal people be handled. The captain held his cigar and replied, this is the old city with many closely packed buildings. It's not easy to find them quickly. As long as we keep tightening the siege, they won't escape. Dong Hu, smoking, said, don't explain, he got out of the vehicle haughty, wanting to toy with them some more. Dong Hu snapped his fingers. Blue flame appeared on his fingertip. He lit his cigarette and walked off, taunting, hope you can complete the mission this time. Good luck. After he left, the driver asked, Captain, who's that kid? Why is he so wild? He answered, he's basically not human. Captain Chu continued issuing orders over the radio. All teams pay attention, narrow the search, carefully check every room and basement. The other end acknowledged. Understood, Captain. Scene shifts to the mountain villa area where someone is skiing, Han Feng's group. Thur and Yuan Yi observed through binoculars. They got into the city so fast. His skill is really convenient. The kid thought to himself, and yet they treat me like transportation. He recalled how Han Feng had used supplies to buy access for Yuan Yi. These fresh foods aren't easy to get, and Hung, who only needed a little effort. Zai He also urged, agree quickly. Agree quickly, the kid told himself, I wouldn't help him without seeing meat and vegetables. Han Feng pointed the way, easily cross 2 streets and you'll get there. They stopped at an entrance. The kid said, the sewer below could lead straight into our block. Ika and I have been through here. Yuan Yi used his ability to move. Inside the sewer, they switched to walking. Han Feng pulled out his gun and reminded, stay close, the path here is complex and easy to get lost. He gently reminded, ahead is a residential area, someone might be hiding or living here, so be careful of ambushes. Han Feng used his red energy and told the two, step back a bit. In the happiness block 2F, the 3 entered. The kid exhaled, finally here. Looking inside, Han Feng said, can't believe we're back here. Recalled with some nostalgia, the events not long ago felt like they happened ages ago. Thur looked up and asked, where are we going to find those Li brothers? He rubbed his head, thought for a moment, then answered. They were in the old city area to the west, but the exact location was unclear. An hour later, the armored vehicle from the base was still moving slowly. Feng's voice echoed, these soldiers were heading to attack Li Ka. If we follow them, we'll definitely find Li Ka. They were standing on the top floor of a building. He wondered, but we've been tracking them for an hour, where has Li Ka gone? From afar, a tremor shook the ground. Han Feng turned, startled, seeing an explosion on the other side. Through binoculars, he saw a base vehicle destroyed. Han Feng noticed the 2 Engia group gathering near a building. Li Ka, are they attacking the base troops? He suddenly realized, no, that's not it. They are surrounded. On the other side, a Kwang handed a loudspeaker to 2 Engia and Li shouted, you base scum, your Li is here. If you have guts, come kill me. 2 Engia turned to his people, brothers, even if we die, take some of them with us. Their backs in unison, refusing to surrender, absolutely refusing. On this side, the captain ordered, everyone listen up. Open fire, spare no one. The line on the other end responded. But sir, our superiors instructed us to find the secret key in 2 Engia's hands. He scowled, almost shouting, don't forget we've lost many men. If 2 Engia refuses to surrender, then die, from the armored vehicle. They immediately obeyed, understood, Captain. Mortars were shouldered ready. Target locked, awaiting orders. The captain shouted, orders, open fire. At that moment, another massive explosion occurred behind them, thick black smoke rising. He peeked out the door, shouting, what's going on? Han Feng rode the snow wave of Nguyen Engia, howling, then threw a pile of grenades at the base troops. He smiled, taunting. Underlings of the defeated general, we meet again. Thur calmly handed weapons from thin air to Han Feng for continuous use. Explosions erupted continuously on the street where the base soldiers gathered, screams echoing endlessly. Captain recognized him, almost shouting, "It's that kid again." He thought clearly it wanted to lure us. Probably trying to save two Engia, but it's a skilled person. Catching it will earn me the commander's favor. From the vehicle, Captain Zhao gave a new order. Ignore the two Engia scum, just chase that kid. Convoy quickly pursued the snow wave. The captain tried to negotiate through the loudspeaker. "Mr. Han Feng, our commander says you only need to surrender. And you could become deputy commander," Nguyen Engia complained above. "And yet a child like me has to lead the enemy. Truly inhumane." From the thick snow, a streak of red energy appeared. Han Feng and Thur leapt up. He stood on the opposite building, waving repeatedly toward the two Engia group. Afterwards, they finally reunited after so many days apart. Two Engia rushed to hug Han Feng, bloody. "Brother, I thought this time we'd die for sure. Luckily you were here." He tried to push Li away, reminding him this matter could wait. "Talk later, this place is unsafe." The people in front were puzzled. "Who is he? Did he save us?" A Kwang gestured to introduce. "This is Brother Han Feng, one of ours." Two Engia clapped him on the shoulder, adding, "We are brothers, life and death together." Han Feng spoke, "Follow me, I have prepared something good for everyone." Li excitedly asked, "Little brother, what supplies did you bring this time?" "We were all starving." Two Engia glanced sideways, eyes wide. He and the others exclaimed in shock, "All cannons." A Kwang added, "In this place, how are there even grenades?" And Feng explained, "These guns were placed here earlier by the schoolgirl. Her abilities must remain secret." Li gave a thumbs up. "Got it, little brother." He clenched his fist to cheer. "Two Engia brothers, it's our turn to counterattack. Let's obliterate those base scum." Thur stood by and added, "The Phantom King has chosen your disciple. Accept your new mission and extinguish the fire of karma to cleanse the sins of this world." Han Feng ruffled the girl's hair. "All right, stop clinging." Two Engia ran over, excitedly praising, "Little brother, you're truly awesome." Meanwhile, a Kwang and the others were discussing Thur Zaiya's reaction when she grabbed Han Feng's hand and asked him to teach her how to fire the cannon, as she wanted to destroy the enemy. He replied, "How did you think I could shoot? I'm just here to bring the cannon for everyone." He seemed a bit disappointed and said, "Kid, you just got praised for being cool, but you're not reliable at all." Zaya turned back and asked, "Do any of you know how to fire a cannon?" The others in the group answered blankly, "I only know how to shoot a gun, I've just seen it in movies." "E.g., you overestimate me, let's hurry up." Little Cannon suddenly raised his hand and said, "I've made cannonballs before." Han Feng looked down suspiciously and thought, "How is there someone so capable among them?" The boy stood in front of the large cannon, and everyone, along with Li Ji, cheered him on. "Hey buddy, I believe in you, go for it. Little brother, give it your best, don't embarrass us." Little Cannon began to explain, "This is a 105 howitzer, produced in the 1970s, with a 30-form barrel and a muzzle velocity of 662 ms. Using regular shells, the maximum range is 11,200 m, but with rocket-assisted shells, it can go up to 14,700 m. The maximum range can reach 18,000 m. The elevation angle of the barrel is from -5 to 65 degrees, and the horizontal range is 23 degrees on both sides. It's equipped with a soft recoil system." Han Feng immediately interrupted, "Stop talking, just shoot." He pointed to the high-rise building and said, "Hey Cannon, do you see that building? The enemy is inside." He asked, "Can we blow it up along with them?" Ziyi asked in surprise, "How do you know the enemy is there?" Han Feng answered, "I left some nice things there. When they see it, they won't be able to escape." At that moment, the enemy's convoy stopped under the building. The soldier reported, "Captain, we lost track of the target recently, but we found some new items in the building." They continued to move inside, and the soldier continued, "Captain, we've checked everything. It's all just materials and food." The captain stepped forward, confused. Who would store things like this in such a place? He doubted, could it be the Tuyi Road? The soldier asked, "Captain, what should we do with these items?" He instructed, "First check for any traps around, and after confirming it's safe, move them away." They received the order. "Understood, Captain." The captain thought to himself, "Right now, supplies are scarce, whether it's materials or food, I can't afford to waste any." Suddenly, he was startled and thought to himself, "Wait, all of it is just materials." His face darkened as the red light from outside shone in, causing him to look up in surprise. He began to realize that a trap was being set up. Han Feng ordered, "Fire the cannon." Immediately, a series of cannons were ready and began firing shells. The enemy was moving materials. The sound of the artillery shells made them freeze and look up at the sky. Soon after, a loud explosion rang out around them. The deafening sound and thick smoke. The shell flew straight into the crates of materials, fire burning fiercely in front of Captain Zhao. Subordinates didn't have time to say anything before the explosion threw the enemy up into the air, along with debris. He fell to the ground, coughing up blood. The soldiers who were burned screamed in agony. At this moment, Captain Zhao realized the problem. Done for! The whole floor of the building exploded and flames blazed fiercely. Then, a series of shells continued to fall. From the cannon's perspective, there was nothing but a thick black smoke ahead. Ziyi sighed, "Kid, your big cannon is really something." Han Feng held his head and asked, What did you say?" "Didn't hear you clearly," he reminded. "After firing the cannon, our position will be exposed, so we need to move quickly." This time it was Li Ji's turn to react. "I didn't hear clearly." 10 minutes later, the fortress was almost completely destroyed and smoke and flames continued to rise. The 2-Yi Road group was very excited, cheering loudly. "Kid, this cannon really feels amazing. They finally got what they deserve." "Han Ji, you're my idol." Han Feng's face twisted as he reminded them. "Kid, this cannon really feels amazing. They finally got what they deserve." "Han Ji, you're my idol. Position has been exposed. Don't waste any more time. Seize this chance to escape." Ziyi turned to instruct everyone. "Brothers, move the cannon." He looked at them and thought silently. These cannons are so heavy, how can they move them? And they're stuck in the snow too. Feng stepped forward and told everyone, "Leave all the cannons behind. We'll hide around this area and wait for their men to come looking for them. Then we'll blow them all up." Ziyi jumped up in approval. "Perfect, little brother." Li immediately urged everyone, "Hurry, brothers, bury yourselves in the snow." Ziyi's gang shouted in unison, "Yes, boss." Han Feng turned to ask, "Brother Li, weren't you going to rescue General Liu? How is he now?" Ziyi replied, "We don't know where General Liu is being held. Lately, we can only capture prisoners to interrogate for information." He suddenly understood, so that's why they kept attacking our patrol. Han Feng asked again, "So where's that bearded uncle? Why haven't I seen him?" Li looked at Han Feng and answered, "You mean Brother Hao, right? We used to split up, but lately haven't been able to contact each other." Han Feng reassured, "Don't worry, sooner or later we'll find him. Everyone should return to Happy District for some rest." Ziyi looked puzzled. "Happy District, the place we used to live." "I go back," he replied excitedly. "I left plenty of weapons and supplies in the underground garage of the district, enough to arm everyone well." Li grabbed Han Feng's hand and shook it strongly, emotional. "I truly thank you, little brother." The scene shifted to another nearby area where a soldier was pointing and reporting. "Reporting, Captain, we found new cannons here." At this moment, Captain Zhao, sitting in a wheelchair heavily bandaged, was pushed forward by his subordinates. He groaned and asked, "How many cannons have you found?" Captain Zhao shouted, "Worthless. I told you to find the cannons, right? I told you to find those bastards. And blow them all to pieces." Just then, a clang rang out. The wheelchair wheel hit the detonator. He realized it. His expression instantly froze. The cigar in his mouth fell as Captain Zhao cursed, followed immediately by a horrific explosion. Debris and rocks flew amid smoke and the wheelchair fragments. The blazing fire reduced him to chunks. Han Feng stood aside, binoculars on the explosion, a satisfied smirk on his lips. "Oh, the landmine on the other side went off. I wonder which unlucky bastard that was." Ziyi, face flushed, came up from behind and asked, "Little brother, why are you out here? Go back and drink." And the two went inside. Ziyi's gang raised their glasses in celebration, shouting in unison, "Cheers." Only Yuan Yi sat curled up in a corner, holding his head in defeat. After a while, the echoes of the explosion faded and a group of soldiers came to inspect the scene. Dong Huk stood there giving orders, "Gather the bodies, even the shredded ones, because we don't have much food." The soldiers shouted in unison, "Understood, sir." He stood before Captain Zhao's frozen upper torso and reported over the radio, "Commander, Captain Zhao was ambushed and died heroically." A voice on the other end cursed loudly, "A worthless bastard. His team is under your command. You must find the secret key." Dong Huk smirked, "Roger, Commander." The scene shifted to Company 3's temporary headquarters. Company 3's temporary headquarters used to be a high-rise scenic cafe. New Company 3 Captain, Zhang Dong Huk, sipped coffee while looking down at the snow-covered city. He lifted the cup and blew lightly. He leisurely said, "It's snowing outside. Only fools would work now. Better to drink coffee first." Dong Huk closed his eyes, took a sip, fully enjoying it. Then he turned to give orders. "Split each team into 3-person groups. Search carefully, no laziness." His subordinate immediately obeyed. Subordinate muttered, "Captain Zhao used to endure hardships with us. Now this new captain only knows to laze and enjoy himself. Truly annoying." On the table appeared a tray of rice balls, a luxury these days. Dong Huk picked one up, plotting internally. Once Ziyi's gang runs out of supplies, they'll have to go out to find food. once they attack our patrol again. We'll track them. He used the trembling three-man squads outside in the cold as bait while he sat back enjoying himself, exclaiming, "This rice tastes amazing. Only people like me get to eat now," he thought to himself. They're probably still chewing snow by now. But contrary to that thought, Zai's gang was feasting and drinking, their moans of pleasure echoing endlessly. "I really can't eat anymore, I can't drink any further. It's really delicious, cheers." Are these people eating and drinking all night? Everyone was eating and drinking together, constantly expressing their admiration. After breaking through the quarantine, this was the first time I got to eat beef. It's so luxurious, just keep drinking. You can eat as many vegetables as you want, even if it kills me, I won't regret it. Some people even raised their cups in front of you, Dong Tang said. "Big brother Han Feng, if you don't mind, we would like to acknowledge you as our big brother." You just sat there, startled, silently sighing. Are these people really this shameless? Han Feng turned to ask quietly, "Li Ji, why do I feel like I can't trust them at all? They call everyone big brother." Zai Yi immediately replied, "Don't mind that, they're people I took in over 10 days ago, so they haven't had much experience with the world yet." Added, "But now that they've all called you big brother, you are the big brother now, so why not show it a bit?" Hearing this, Han Feng took out a few cigarettes and offered, "Brothers, would you like to try a cannabis flower?" The group was astonished when they heard about the cigarettes, cannabis flower. Then the group started smoking and exclaimed, "Still, the cannabis flower is the most refreshing. A month without smoking, I was dying from it." Yuan Yi and Shu Shu wore masks in the smoke. They constantly complained smoking in front of kids was immoral and clearly these were magical acts. Han Feng said, "I've done what you asked, so now I'm going to head back." You responded, "That's right," Han Feng told Li Ji. "I came here to distribute supplies for everyone. Now that the supplies have arrived, we should be leaving." Ai was startled and turned around to ask, "What? Why are you leaving so soon?" You explained, "I've had some recent run-ins with the base, so I need to hurry back to avoid any unforeseen problem." Li Ji exclaimed, "Is that so? Have they found your villa?" Han Feng quickly covered Zai's mouth, whispering a reminder, "This is confidential." Li Ji realized and said, "Ah, right, almost slipped up." At that point, you continued, "After driving off the soldiers, I found a nearby warehouse. It was full of weapons and equipment, so I brought it over to you guys." Zai gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "You're really something." Then he scratched his face and asked, "But even though we have enough weapons, can you spare a few more cigarettes? We've collateralized some old brothers and now we want to get them back." Han Feng frowned in confusion. "Huh, what are you talking about? I didn't expect a place like this in the city where even living people can be traded." Ai recounted everything to Han Feng, cigarette butts piling up on the plate. After hearing this, you could only exclaim, "I didn't expect there to be a place like this in the city, where even living people can be traded." Li Ji held his head in confusion. Back then, they had reached desperation and had no choice but to collateralize their brothers. Feng frowned and replied, "Such greed, and you have to pay 4 times the amount to get them back." You grabbed your collar and asked, "But are you sure they won't kill you?" Zai answered loudly, "If those bastards dare to kill them, I'll use a cannon to kill them." Qiang added, "Right now, a grown man can only exchange for 10 kg of food, but a pack of cigarettes is worth 50 kg of food." Han Feng and Yuan Yi exclaimed in surprise, "No way, life is so cheap." Zai explained, "Food is relatively cheap, but the prices for vegetables and fruits are ridiculously high. I heard someone exchanged 3 tomatoes for 3 beautiful women." Immediately, a dark thought crossed your mind. How could something like that happen? Han Feng regained his composure and said, "That's really frustrating." You asked seriously, "If that's the case, doesn't the base control the entire city?" Zai replied, "The base uses the subway tunnels to transport the army, so they can only control the subway line." Added, "Those people can't control areas without subways where transportation is inconvenient." Han Feng then realized, no wonder you guys kept hiding in the old district, because there really isn't a subway there. Suddenly, Zai stood up and shouted, "Little brother, brother Qiang, let's go get our brothers back. If we want to save General Liu, we still have to rely on them." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ji suddenly trembled. Then Zai instinctively fell backwards onto the ground. Han Feng quickly rushed over to ask, "Shit, Li Ji, what's wrong? Don't scare me like that." After a moment, 3 fans were turned on. Zai had a wound on his abdomen. A Qiang sat there dejectedly saying, considering the level of infection in the wound, "It's probably happened a few days ago to avoid interfering with us, but he has endured until now, truly a brave man." Everyone is buzzing, calling for Kwang to save brother Lai and brother Han. "They're begging you to," a Kwang replied. "I want to save him too, but I don't understand medicine." Han Feng spoke up. Han Feng asked everyone to step outside for a while to try something. They were adamant about staying with their elder brothers and guarding this place, but a Kwang quickly pushed them out and shouted, "What are you making noise for? Get out of here." Only Han Feng and the two kids remained in the room. Han Feng decided to use green energy on Ziyi, silently thinking to give it a try. 10 minutes passed with no results. Han Feng was sweating and cursed. "Damn, why is this completely ineffective?" Han Feng wondered if he could only heal himself, then turned to ask Thur, "Do you have any medicine?" The girl checked the space and shook her head. Han Feng continued asking Yuan Yi, "Your place is a military warehouse, there must be medicine, right? Your sister was shot, how was she treated?" Boy replied that the warehouse only had weapons, equipment, fuel, and food. No medicine was found. Moreover, the wound on Sister Kuang was not infected. Han Feng sighed, calculating that if not treated in time. Han Feng feared that Brother Lai wouldn't last long, so he used the radio. "Hello, Nurse Kim, are you there? Brother Lai was shot, the wound is severely infected, do you know how to treat it?" She panicked and replied, "Brother Lai is injured." Jai Yan guided the treatment. "First, the bullet needs to be removed, then wash the wound with saline solution." He continued, "Then use iodine to disinfect the wound. Also, fever medicine and antibiotics should be taken too." Nurse Kim had shown Han Feng how to treat the wound and what medicines to use, so he decided to go to the black market with Kwang Ga to find the medicine. Han Feng quickly told Yuan Yi, "Hurry up, speed up." A Kwang sitting beside him blurted out, "Damn, we're really flying close to the ground." The boy silently thought, "Once again I'm just a transportation tool," then asked, "Kwang bro, where is the black market? Will we be detected by the base on the way?" A Kwang replied, "Not far. The black market is under the river is frozen now, boats are like overturned." Yuan Yi created waves to quickly glide in the designated direction. Han Feng raised his hand to shield from the wind and asked, "Kwang bro, you're not joking, right? The black market is under the river." A Kwang answered quickly, "The black market is in an underwater tunnel just a few kilometers away. There are usually ambushes on the way to the black market, so we have to be careful." Han Feng looked down at the scene of the street, silently sighing at the sight of so many destroyed vehicles and no knowing how many people had died. Kwang replied, "The people going to the black market are definitely carrying supplies, so many are ambushed." He added, "There aren't many people with guns, based on our equipment it should be fine." Han Feng heard that and responded, "Hopefully." The scene shifted to a quiet street where a man was trembling, standing by the window, pointing his gun outside. He muttered, "Damn, it's been 5 days with nothing, and tomorrow the rations will run out." The girl behind him scolded, "I told you to wait until he gets supplies from the black market before attacking, but you didn't listen." She glanced to the side and continued, "As a result, he only brought a few cigarettes and cigarettes can't be eaten." Looking at the corpse lying there, Zio Bai cried, "I don't want to live this life of eating people anymore." Zio Hai suddenly brightened up, smiled, "Darling, don't cry, a car is coming." He was stunned, looking at Han Feng's group and asked, "Wait, what is that thing?" Zio Hai observed the snow wave sweeping through the street. He yelled, "They're standing on the snow, moving like the wind, it's like encountering a ghost." Zio Bai curiously asked, "What are you talking about?" A moment later, a Kwang spoke up, "In front is the entrance to the black market. According to the rules, we can only walk in." Both held their guns tightly. A Kwang added, "If not, you'll end up like these people." Below, the ground was full of frozen corpses. Some had died in their vehicles, bodies starting to decay. And Feng and the group approached the entrance to the black market, following the rule that they could only walk in, observing the horrifying scene under the ground. The scene here revealed frozen and decaying bodies, creating an extremely terrifying atmosphere. Stepping into the area, Han Feng and Yuan Yi simultaneously knelt down and began vomiting non-stop. Before them were people hanging suspended, swaying in the wind. Quan reminded everyone to be patient. After passing through this toll station, they would reach the black market area. Han Feng wiped his mouth and asked, "Is there an underground black market ahead in the tunnel under the river?" The three of them walked toward the tunnel entrance. Han Feng, slightly confused, asked, "How do we get inside?" Quan pointed to the side and replied, "The entrance is over here." They quickly moved to the building next to them. A Quan reminded, "Don't let what you see scare you." Han Feng responded carefully, "We've been through a lot these past few years, nothing strange anymore." A machine slid toward them, making a sound. "Welcome, please present your membership card." Startled Han Feng and Yuan Yi. He recognized it as a hotel robot. A Quan presented his card in front of the robot, which then made an announcement. "Member number 250. Welcome, please follow me." The robot led the group inside and issued a warning. "Dear guests, this market area is very peaceful. Please refrain from any violent actions, or we will open fire immediately and crush you into a pulp. Thank you for your understanding." Han Feng observed carefully. He was worried inside, realizing this place was truly dangerous. The robot continued, "We are about to enter the elevator, please stay close to me," he exclaimed in shock. "This is absurd, there's even an elevator here." After going down, Han Feng was still in awe. The robot, the elevator, and the lights were all functioning, which proved there was definitely power below. He glanced at a Quan and silently sighed. "The forces behind this black market are definitely not simple." A Quan nodded slightly in agreement. A moment later, standing in front of the door, the robot announced that they had arrived and invited Han Feng to enter. He placed his hand on the doorknob, turned it slightly, and wondered if the door led to an underground black market. In his mind, many worried thoughts appeared. Is this the gathering place for a group of extremely cruel people, specializing in murder, robbery, and lawlessness? Han Feng wondered if this place was just an illegal auction house. Cautiously, he peeked inside and reminded himself to stay alert no matter what. The sight of the corridor startled him, eyes wide when he saw the crowd. He exclaimed, "So many different kinds of people." At the end of the corridor, there was a shelf with a laptop and a neat arrangement of machine guns. The robot repeated the rules. "If customers engage in behavior that harms the market, we will open fire immediately. We ask for your understanding." All eyes were on the 6-barrel gun in front of them. Han Feng anxiously asked, "Brother Seng, are you sure there's nothing wrong with this place?" He replied, "Ah, Seng Zhen, and no matter what you say, we can only follow orders and comply." Yuan Yi shivered, complaining, "I want to go home." The robot requested the use of a computer to conduct transactions. The laptop powered up and the inventory appeared. Han Feng was still bewildered. Han Feng asked, "Brother Seng, don't you think this place is a bit absurd?" He quickly smiled and patted his shoulder, replying, "Brother, I understand how you feel. I think it's absurd too, but you'll get used to it." Seng typed on the keyboard, muttering, "First, get rid of Lao Cam, Lao Wen, and Lao Tui." On the screen, images of the previous hostages appeared. The robot detected the selection of 3 hostages and informed them, "Please pay 4.5 bags of Hua Zai." Han Feng quickly interrupted, "Wait, we also need to find some medicine." He typed the list of medical supplies Nurse Kim had mentioned: saline solution, iodine, mupirocin ointment, amoxicillin, and cephalosporin. A moment later, the robot calculated. "The total is 17 bags of Hua Zai. Please make payment." Singh quietly reminded, "Brother Han, we don't have enough medicine." He replied calmly, "It's okay, I brought other good stuff with me." After the items were placed in the robot, it announced, 6 bags of Hua Zai, 3 tomatoes equals 7 bags of Hua Zai, 1 banana costs 4 bags of Hua Zai. The robot announced, "Payment has been completed, please wait, the items will be delivered shortly." Han Feng anxiously asked, "They won't take our stuff and then kill us, will they?" Seng reassured him, "This night market should still have a reputation." After a while, the robot returned with the supplies in the compartment. "All types of medicine, please check." It then brought out the 3 people who had been expelled and announced they had been transferred, please check. Seng ran up to embrace them, "Brothers." Han Feng said, "You guys have suffered, I'm here to take you back." The robot handed over the items. 10 games and 30 albums of photos you requested have been sent, please check." Seng reminded, 30 albums? You should take it easy, young man." Yuan Yi led the group out of the black market, snowflakes swirling through the streets. Han Feng sighed, "I'm never coming back to this damned place." Seng blushed and pleaded, "Brother Han, could you give me a few albums? 5 would be enough." Han Feng held up 2 fingers, "Too many, I'll give you 2. Seng bargained, 3. Yuan Yi said, "I've been the transport for a long time, so I'm exhausted too. I want 2 albums as well." Both of them shouted in unison, "Kids shouldn't be looking at things like that." At that moment, a flash of light gleamed from a high window. A bullet struck Han Feng in the chest. Seng cried out in panic, "Brother Han." He widened his eyes and slowly fell backward. Above them, Zio Hai grinned, "I don't care who you are, you're all going to die." Gunfire continued to rain down and the group of Seng took cover behind a car. Seng stood up and shot back, shouting with anguish, "I will avenge Brother Han." He aimed at the building and fired. Zio Hai muttered, "We must eliminate the rest as soon as possible or it will be troublesome if someone else finds out." He turned and fired from the window, thinking, "Damn it, why don't you show your head?" Seng cried beneath, "Brother Han, you died so tragically, it's too much." With the sound of gunfire, a dark figure stirred and sat up. Han Feng thought, "Although I asked you to draw the enemy's attention, you're overacting, Brother Seng." Silently moved through the gaps between the cars, slowly approaching the building. He crept like a rat, closing in on the building where the gunshots had come from, using his red energy, and muttered, "You dare to ambush me, huh? Die." Above, Zio Hai was puzzled and asked. He asked, "What's that glowing thing?" The entire large wall behind them softened and began to collapse. The building shook and fell, causing Zio Hai to panic. Zio Bai jumped up and asked, "What's happening?" Moments later, he fell into the blinding snowstorm. The building was completely demolished and the dust began to settle. From the snow, Zio Hai poked his head out, panting, and exclaimed, "Surprise, shock." Han Feng aimed his gun at him and lightly pulled his shirt collar. "Isn't it normal to wear bulletproof armor outside?" Zio H2's eyes widened. "How could a normal person have bulletproof armor? Are you a soldier from the base?" He changed his attitude and explained, "Officer, I'm from the White Tiger Gang. We've pledged allegiance to the base. I know Captain Zhao and I even participated in attacking the gathering den. Before he finished, Han Feng shot him dead. He stood there solemn. Han Feng continued, then you're even more deserving of death. Don't try to hide anymore, I just heard a woman's voice inside the building. Zhao Bai trembled beneath the collapsed rubble, wide-eyed, covering his mouth to stifle a sound. Zhao Bai looked at the bag of cigarettes next to him, crawled out and explained, "Officer, don't shoot, I'm not with them. That scoundrel attacked me." Then she continued, "He held me captive for days, thank you for saving me." She held up the bag. "I still have the cigarettes that bastard stole. Please take them, officer." Zhao Bai softly cooed, "From now on, I'm yours." Continued, "You can ask me to do anything." Han Feng smiled perversely, hesitating as he looked down. "This isn't really appropriate." She knelt down, her eyes sparkling, and said, "But don't worry, we're not bad people." Zhao Bai thanked him but secretly grasped a knife in her pocket. She lunged at Han Feng, shouting, "You idiot!" But before she could reach him, the sound of a gunshot rang out. She looked at the gunshot wound on her body, weakly saying, "Lucky you dared to shoot at a beautiful woman like me. I wonder if you're still a man." Feng calmly replied, "A beauty held captive for days, clothes intact, body unharmed, still wearing makeup. Do you think I'm a fool?" She collapsed to the ground, dead just as Seng and the group arrived. He praised Han Feng as an exceptionally talented person. If it were him, facing such a beautiful woman, he would surely hesitate before taking action. In truth, he was also thinking that this girl reminded him of someone he once knew. Han Feng pondered and replied that it was only because she reminded him of someone from his past. He looked at the pile of supplies, puzzled as to why that group hadn't gone to the black market to trade for food. A Kwang explained that without a membership card, one could not enter the black market. Han Feng immediately asked how to obtain a membership card. Kwang replied that first, 5 herbs were needed as a membership fee. Han Feng looked into his bag and said it made sense that he only had 4. Then, the scene shifted to the old house where the members of 2 Engia Tang were taking shelter. On returning, Han Feng immediately treated Li Ka's wound. On the second day, Li Ka woke up, and the members of 2 Engia Tang rejoiced because they had been saved. The 3 rescued individuals also regained their spirits. Moreover, they were the first to join 2 Engia Tang. Seeing the delicious food before them, they all thanked Han Feng for saving their lives. A Kwang looked at Han Feng happily and said that after discussing with the others, they had decided to nominate Han Feng as the leader of 2 Engia Tang. Han Feng immediately stopped and declined, saying he only helped them out of respect for Li Ka and had no intention of taking the position. In his heart, Han Feng thought these people were trying to pull him into a life of selling his life, which he did not want. After 2 days, Han Feng went to the bedside and asked Li Ka about his wound, wondering if there were any problems. He also said it was time for him to leave. Li Ka grabbed his hand and cried, begging him to stay a few more days since he hadn't yet repaid the debt of gratitude. Han Feng thought to himself that if he didn't leave, everyone would continue persuading him to become the leader of 2 Engia Tang. He picked up the walkie-talkie and told Li Ka that he would send a large amount of supplies every month. He continued explaining that if Li Ka needed supplies, he only had to call him on the walkie-talkie. Li Ka responded with thanks, saying that Han Feng was truly a man of honor. 2 Engia stood up and declared that with Han Feng's help, they would certainly save Liu Zong. Han Feng still wondered whether Liu Zong was alive after so much time, as no one knew for sure. Li Ka's wound hadn't healed, but his actions were quite absurd, making him cry out in pain. Han Feng also thought that thanks to the supplies, 2 Engia was nominated as the leader of 2 Engia Tang, but that was a matter for later. For now, he was still helping everyone. Han Feng continued helping everyone and sat on the snow, telling the little boy that he had worked hard these past few days. After returning home, he would treat him well. Han Feng happily said that his home furnace was strong enough to raise the temperature by 10 degrees. Moreover, there was a TV and a game console for endless entertainment. Thur, standing nearby, thought differently, believing that a sauna and steam room were the real signs of civilization. Nguyen Engia blushed, thinking to himself that a game console and a bathroom weren't anything special, just simple, not even as good as their cave. Returning to his shelter, Han Feng was speechless at the devastation before him. He couldn't believe his mansion had been destroyed to this extent. He saw his wood stove buried in snow and screamed. He ran to the adjacent room, trembling uncontrollably. He saw that his generator was also broken. Finally, reaching the end of the cave, Han Feng collapsed and knelt on the ground, thinking about his vegetable garden. He sat down and fiddled with the heaters. Han Feng helplessly watched the blackened heaters and complained about the quality of current electric heaters. He suddenly remembered that when he left home, he had thought he would be gone only one day. Therefore, he hadn't turned off the heaters when he left. Han Feng fell to the ground, feeling powerless. He realized the heaters had been running continuously for days and nights, causing them to break. He forced himself to crawl to the generator, thinking that the first thing to do was restore power. Han Feng looked at the red warning message on the generator, confused as to why it had run out of fuel. He opened the fuel cap and grumbled, wondering if the fuel had frozen. He recalled that last time he started the generator, there had been no problem. Seeing the generator covered in ice, he sighed, thinking that to melt the fuel, he needed to raise the room temperature, but to do that, electricity and heaters were required. Han Feng felt confused, muttering to himself that he needed to start the generator for power but was stuck in a loop, not knowing what to do. He felt hopeless and didn't dare use fire to melt the fuel for safety reasons. Han Feng decided to use his psychic power. He placed his psychic hand down and began attempting to control the machine. Using his other hand to connect electricity to his psychic power, he hoped to melt the fuel without igniting it. His psychic power began to work and the ice on the machine slowly melted. As soon as the electricity touched the generator, he heard a strange noise. He saw the fuel in the tank start to blaze violently. Han Feng was startled and screamed as the flames erupted, while black smoke began to pour from the machine. He could only cover his face and cough. The room lights came back on and the black smoke gradually dissipated. At that moment, Thur arrived, pulling Nguyen Engia along. The girl waved her arms and said, "The dark messenger has arrived." Han Feng looked at the little girl, dusty-faced, and asked what she had said. Nguyen Engia and Thur tried to suppress their laughter and replied that it was nothing. Even with electricity restored, Han Feng worried that the heaters would break if used too long. He leaned against the machine, lost in thought, determined to find a way to heat long-term without issues. The machine suddenly hissed, startling Han Feng. He jumped up and shouted that it was too hot. He approached the machine, wondering what could be so hot. He realized it was the generator's cooling water tank. An idea flashed in his mind. He thought he had found a solution. Nguyen Engia stood outside the door and called Han Feng, asking if he could go home now. Han Feng rushed over, grabbed the boy's shoulder, and asked for a little help. Nguyen Engia avoided Han Feng's gaze and said he didn't know anything about the steel pipes. Han Feng didn't give up, continuing to hold the boy's shoulder and assuring him it was fine. They would find the steel pipes themselves once they reached the cave. Thur ran over and said that the warehouse was full of steel pipes. She also scolded Han Feng for saying that to her. The little boy, exhausted, complained that life was so hard. Thur suddenly laughed loudly, making both of them turn around. She decided to show off her new ability, raised her hand, muttered, and summoned an item. "Come here, spatial site number 2. She tossed it to Yuan Yi and said, "Keep this, and when you return, remember to store it there. I can retrieve it later." Han Feng looked at the item in Yuan Yi's hand, astonished. "You can even give this to someone else," Thur replied nonchalantly. "It's nothing special." Thur summoned another item, "Because I have another one." Han Feng was even more surprised. "How are you doing this?" Thur explained seriously. After the last incident, spatial site number 2 finally appeared. Han Feng looked at his hands and sighed. "Indeed, my power can grow stronger, so why wouldn't a high school girl's ability change?" He patted Yuanya's shoulder. "Then take care of the items we need." Half an hour later, Yuanya struggled to stuff each iron pipe into the spatial ring. Once inserted, they immediately appeared at the other end. Han Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly pulled out a pipe. It's here. Your new skill is really convenient. This is the power of the true eye of the evil king." After a while, the iron pipes were neatly arranged on the ground. "Next, let me continue." Han Feng pressed the red button on the machine. "First, turn off the generator so it's easier to repair." He used the iron pipes to connect the cooling machine. The generator is water-cooled, so he used hot water from the reservoir. Han Feng welded the pipes onto the machine, connecting the reservoir output to the iron pipes. He continued connecting the other pipes. Hot water from the reservoir could flow to every corner of the house through the piping system. Han Feng worked carefully, bending pipes and creating a simple heat exchanger. Han Feng wiped his sweat, looking at the finished product with satisfaction. Then he filled the area with the heat exchanger. He returned to the generator for the final step, using a water pump to move water from the lower floor, heating it up for use. He proudly pounded on the generator. The generator and heating system restarted. The generator vibrated and emitted a low hum. Thur touched the wall, feeling it wasn't warm enough. Han Feng calmly held a water can and sat down. "Don't rush, wait a little longer." Half an hour later, the food was on the table. Han Feng and Thur, dressed in summer clothes and soaked in sweat, lay on the sofa. "So, does the true eye of the evil king like you?" He leaned back, spoon in hand, pondering. "Why do I feel like I forgot something?" Han Feng suddenly remembered a place in the cave he hadn't visited. "Ah, right, my vegetable garden." The garden had withered, frost and mold covering the leaves. Some plants were completely frozen. Han Feng wearily stretched and looked at the completed basement heating repairs. He took off his gloves, sat down, and used his power to restore the vegetable boxes. He wasn't sure if the vegetables could survive. An hour later, Han Feng, exhausted, held up a box of vegetables to inspect. "Damn, no effect at all." He pulled up a radish. "This radish is too small." He bent down to pick a tomato. Though unripe, it had grown large and he didn't want to waste it. Han Feng didn't hesitate to cut a large piece and bite it. "Too sour, definitely." He sighed, dejected, and went upstairs. "Forget it, let's plant new ones." He looked at Thur playing a game on the sofa. "High school girl, all the underground vegetables are dead, give me some new seeds." Arthur took out 2 bags of seeds from her space. The evil eye said, "Besides vegetables, you should also grow fruits. Strawberries would be a good choice." Han Feng nodded, "No problem." Arthur frowned, reminding him, "And steak too, I want steak today." Han Feng held the seed bags, smiling stiffly. "Just said it's for the evil eye, now it's turned into what you want to eat." He suddenly remembered something. "All right, why did I forget?" Han Feng recalled. "Using beans and meat, combining blue and red light, you can create a larger piece of meat." In the basement, Han Feng took out the cabbage heart. He looked at the 2 seedlings in his hand and thought, "If I combine beans and cabbage core, can I grow a large cabbage?" After a moment, he clasped his hands and activated his power. "Now I'm more sensitive to energy. Just be patient and find the right energy oscillation rhythm to succeed." After a while, when he opened his hands, only ashes fell. Han Feng sighed, "It's not as easy as I thought." He took out 2 more plants to continue experimenting. "Beans and cabbage don't work, try lettuce and cabbage." But the result was the same, only ashes remained. Han Feng cursed, "Damn it." He shook the tomato in his hand, deciding to try it next. He grabbed a handful of seeds and carefully activated his power again. Feel the energy's oscillation and rhythm. Han Feng peeked and was overjoyed to see a giant tomato. It grew big. He lifted it to observe. "Why is it still green?" Curious, he bit a piece. "Maybe the flavor is better now." But like before, sour and astringent. Finally, Han Feng successfully merged a large radish. He bit it and cheered. "This tastes almost normal." He propped his chin, thinking, "Tomatoes are sour and astringent when unripe, but young radishes taste like regular radishes. Only fruits like meat retain their original flavor after growth." Thur watched, drooling. "If you can grow ripe strawberries and make them bigger, we can eat as much as we want." Finally, Han Feng realized something was off and hurriedly stepped back. "Whoa, when did you come down here?" Thur replied calmly. "When you made that giant tomato." She took out her phone. "Sister Kim just said she's back, we don't need to pick her up." Feng worried, "She went alone, isn't that dangerous?" Thur continued, "She said she picked up another pet." Han Feng was surprised, "A pet? She found a pet in this weather?" A snow bear with pitiful eyes and red cheeks appeared. "Here, the pet she found." Han Feng pointed at it, astonished. "Yes, Dabai is a polar bear who escaped from the zoo, but very cute and well-behaved." Jia Yan hugged it. "Look at it, starving and thin, probably hasn't eaten for months. We have to help it." Han Feng looked at the bear with some sympathy. "No wonder it's injured and scared." He continued, leading them into the cave. "Anyway, we'll adopt this bear, maybe because we have enough food." Han Feng looked at the bear, thinking, saving it is probably the right thing, but this situation feels really strange. He continued, guiding them into the cave, everyone ready for what comes next. After a few days, the polar bear had become friendly with us. Moreover, it was undeniable that the bear pulled the sled incredibly fast. Han Feng smiled faintly, silently calculating in his mind. The bear only needed synthetic meat, so there was no need to waste precious fruits and vegetables, making it more cost-effective. The bear lay exhausted on the ground when they returned home, and Han Feng leisurely took off his shoes and chuckled. "Did you really go all out?" Jia Yan excitedly ran out from inside. "Zio Bai, are you tired?" The bear trembled in fear and clung to Han Feng's leg. Jia Yan frowned. "I'm the one who brought you back, why are you so scared of me?" He sighed, blaming her overwhelming strength. A few days later, the 3 of them eagerly carried the strawberry baskets. Finally, the strawberries had ripened. Han Feng immediately began making enormous strawberries. Jia Yan and he sat together, devouring the strawberries, truly savoring the delicious flavor. On the other side, Thur opened a space door and transferred all the giant strawberries. "My blood clan, be grateful for this gift." The group led by Yuan Yu was stunned by the sight of the massive strawberries. "How can they be this big? Sister, is this really a strawberry?" After eating, they lay flat on the bed, their bellies full. "I'm done eating, I don't want any more strawberries, they're too filling." "Sister, your strawberries are really delicious." Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, rocks flew everywhere and the whole room shook. They immediately became alert. What was that sound? A person with special abilities appeared, his bloodshot eyes flashing in the darkness. His muscular body slowly advanced. Finally, they had reached their destination. In the underground chamber, the hurried footsteps of soldiers echoed. 2 rows of soldiers in full gear marched in, lining up on either side. In the middle, Dai Zhang staggered in. Then, a calm yet intimidating team leader appeared with an unapproachable demeanor. The 2 rows of soldiers stood at attention, allowing the 2 of them to walk in leisurely, with Dai Zhang following behind. Dong Hu raised his finger and gave the order, "Reserve team, it's your turn." Behind them, a group of people holding guns and wearing shiny patchwork clothes gathered together, while Yan was observing. "Search every room, don't let anyone escape." The faces of the soldiers were filled with greed, perversion, and cunning as they heard the promise. "Once everything is done, I'll make you all permanent staff and give each of you a woman." Those men excitedly rushed forward, disregarding everything. Dong Hu showed a wicked look, silently analyzing. The underground warehouse was complicated, with 3 dangerous special ability users. These useless soldiers were perfect for testing the path and avoiding ambushes. And Yan looked at him and reminded, Captain Zhang, you no longer have the authority to reward these people. He was unbothered, his voice full of intent. Only the living need rewards, the dead don't. Dong Hu pretended to bend down to ask, but his eyes gleamed with trickery. Then, Captain N, should we separate and take action on our own? And Yan raised an eyebrow. It's up to you. Dai Zhang watched him leave, looking awkwardly between the two sides. This, Lao Jin. Dong Hu gently taunted, his words somewhat provoking. I'm the team leader now, not that woman. Hearing this, Dai Zhang quickly followed him, while Yan trailed behind. Wait for me. She was irritated by his arrogant attitude. Turned back and gave orders to the soldiers. We'll guard here, prevent any surprise attacks from the enemy, and cut off their escape routes. Understood, Captain. Meanwhile, the group of beggars were still happily walking and daydreaming. They had no idea they were a danger to Dong Hu's group. He moved deeper inside, the soldiers and Dai Zhang surrounding him for protection. Everyone moved slowly, let the scouting team go ahead, no need to take unnecessary risks. Another corner, Yiqing sensed them through her mental connection, though they were unaware. She placed her hand on her forehead, observing her surrounding. She spoke to Yuan Yi and Zai Zai, who were sitting opposite her. There are 2 special ability users. They're coming toward us from the deepest part of the underground. Zai Zai asked in surprise, from underground, how can they come out from there? Yiqing recalled that she had set a trap at the entrance of the cave. No one had ever attacked from deep inside the cave before. Zai Zai had only set traps near the entrance. She looked at the girl holding Yuan Yi's sleeve, slightly worried. Yuan Yi's ability wouldn't work in the cave due to the lack of snow. Why are they coming through the tunnel? I don't know. Yiqing lowered her head, fearing the worst. She couldn't handle 2 special ability users on her own, especially with the possibility of more soldiers. Suddenly, the intercom crackled with Han Feng's voice. Hello, what kind of special ability users are they? What happened? Yiqing quickly reported. There are 2 special ability users deep underground. We weren't prepared and are getting ready to evacuate. Han Feng asked in a panic, who are these special ability users? Are they from the base? Did they bring any spirit stones? Yiqing sweated and described everything she had sensed. I've never seen them before. One of them is a massive special ability user, larger than a normal person. Han Feng remembered the vague figure earlier, the large frame emerging from deep underground. Could it be that one? Dark King stood close by, listening. The intercom crackled clearly. Sister, don't worry, we'll contact you when we're safely at the location. Han Feng stood in shock. The intercom continued. See you soon? He could only hesitate, acknowledging the situation. Wait, this is bad. Han Feng remembered the heavy vehicles entering and worried that if they escaped, weapons and ammunition would fall into the wrong hands. He thought about the panicked citizens running away, and Laika and the others in the city would be in danger. He imagined the worst that could happen, his location also near the cave. If the base controls the cave, they might discover them. Han Feng imagined the powerful cannons and grew even more fearful. Once the location was exposed, the base would certainly attack. He pondered over how to turn the situation to his advantage. He needed to regain the supplies or destroy everything if he couldn't. Suddenly, he stood up, startling the 2 people. We can't leave Miss Kwang alone. She's my ally. Han Feng looked at the Dark King with determination. She's also the sister of the high school girl. I have to save them. The girl cooperated, comforting him. It's okay. If they're in danger with their abilities, they can easily escape. Rushed over and grabbed the Dark King's shoulder, resolutely saying, she's the sister of the high school girl. I have to save them. The girl, too familiar with him, didn't respond. Your reaction is strange. Why do you care so much about my sister? The girl suddenly realized something. Oh, I see. The Dark King crossed his arms and said seriously, Tian Yan agrees to your marriage, but from now on you must call me Onya Shan. The girl's reaction left Han Feng puzzled. Marriage? Had her choice of words reached a point even he couldn't understand? At this moment, Zhai Nian turned to the Dark King, wondering what they were talking about. He couldn't make sense of any of it. The girl raised her hand and whispered an explanation. Zhai Nian's insight told him that Mr. Han Feng liked my sister and wanted to be a hero, saving the beauty. Zhai Nian felt enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. The scenery shifted. A snow vehicle sped over thick snow, a polar bear gasping for breath. Han Feng in protective gear drove impatiently. That's fine, I can go alone, you don't need to come. She only sat on the bear's back, exuding the poise of Mr. Han wielding a can. He's helped me many times, this time let me help him. You can only feel helpless, unwilling, it's really unnecessary. Mr. Han Feng, you don't need to be polite. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi and Zai Zai were also gasping, pushing the wheelchair for Yiqing. The 3 of them executed a perfect turn, but when they noticed a group charging from behind, they panicked. The beggars, seeing the 3, revealed their greed and rushed forward. That girl, don't fire. Catch the women alive. Quickly, Zai spun the vehicle with Yuan Yi's help. Yiqing reacted fast as well, raising her gun and firing continuously at them. They couldn't react in time and fell where they stood. From the east, upon hearing the noise, they quickly prepared. Gunshots rang out. Another group charged forward. They couldn't let them escape. Shoot them. Seeing the danger, Yiqing cast a spell and signaled Zai Zai and Yuan Yi behind her. The two gripped the wheelchair handles tightly. Firmly. Sister, what are you planning? She unleashed a spell, sending a force across a wide area. Right, hold on tight. However, the spell was so powerful that all three were flung backward at lightning speed. Awesome. The beggars ahead hadn't realized what was happening and stood there dumbfounded. Before they could react, they were swept away, leaving only panicked screams. De Zhuang roared, charging like a mad beast. Make a kill, I must make a kill. Yiqing, Zai Zai, and Yuan Yi were thrown into a room. De Zhuang continued his frenzied charge, terrifying Yuan Yi and Zai Zai. Sister. They looked back and saw their path blocked by massive boulders, impossible to continue. Qing gripped the wheelchair handles and cast a spell toward the boulders, ordering, hold on tight. She turned to Zai Zai, saying, blow open the cave entrance. The girl didn't hesitate and acted immediately. Got it. They saw De Zhuang clinging to a boulder, struggling against the spell and cursing. Damn it. Outside, a massive explosion drew everyone's attention. Han Feng and Zhai Nian turned, noticing it. That's a big commotion. Using his insight, he checked around. The three of them seemed to have escaped. Three were protected by Yiqing's shield and fell to the ground. Someone's coming. The wheelchair slid due to momentum and hit a protruding rock, hurling all three backward. De Zhuang charged out, head bloodied, swearing nonstop. How dare you explode, I'll kill you. Yiqing and the two kids panicked. They saw him charge, fists flying toward them in wild rage. Without hesitation, he swung down, cursing nonstop. Die! Suddenly, a spark from the cannon erupted behind him. Spark struck De Zhuang directly, startling him briefly. Han Feng drove forward while Zhai Nian kept firing the cannon. Big head, we meet again. The cannon's impact forced De Zhuang to raise his hands in defense. Han Feng rushed forward, reaching for Yiqing, shouting, move quickly. De Zhuang roared in fury, it's you again, this time I'll kill you for sure. Suddenly, Zhai Nian lunged in front, pushing the cannon backward. She used all her strength to push him back, shattering the cannon. Zai Zai watched, mouth agape in shock. Incredible. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the two kids before they could react. Zhai Nian tucked them under his arms while Yiqing held Han Feng tightly. Go! De Zhuang hadn't let go, got up and continued cursing. Damn it, I won't spare you. Han Feng looked back and saw him still in pursuit. This immortal bastard. He looked ahead at the three and shouted, can we use the snow to trigger an avalanche to stop him? Yes. Yuan Yi extended his hand, shaping snow as they ran. Snow piled up, forming the avalanche. Seeing the snow ahead, De Zhuang sneered, just some snow, I'll break it. Before he could gloat, a shard of ice streaked past, startling him. A massive ice chunk suddenly flew before him, giving him no time to react. Fragments of ice stormed toward De Zhuang, immobilizing him. He screamed in anger amidst the blizzard, no escape. A voice called from behind, stop chasing. Dong Hu, cold-faced, raised his hand to command. We have more important matters, just drive them away. Scene shifted to an ancient snow castle. Han Feng's group arrived. Everyone and the bear rested. Sister Kim, you were amazing back there, right? Han Feng stepped to Zhai Nian and instructed. Nurse Kim, take Miss Kwang and the others ahead. I'll stay and hold them off right. He grinned slyly as if trouble was about to unfold. If they chase, I'll open the drainage gate again. Yiqing, Zai Zai, and Yuan Yi shuddered. This guy is ruthless. Feng went outside, looking at his vehicle, his intent clear. Now it's my turn. He looked back at the rock-blocked cave entrance. Han Feng was hiding in a corner, observing. The cave entrance was completely blocked and no guards were present. He imagined encountering guards and being shot at. Even in danger, as long as he enhanced his suit, they'd pose little threat. Han Feng recalled Dong Hu and De Zhuang's images. Biggest threats were the big-headed man and the other capable one, but now they were deep inside the cave, so he wouldn't encounter them. Han Feng stepped onto a boulder, adjusted his rock-softening skill, and slowly squeezed through with difficulty. Getting stuck here would be a disaster. Han Feng adjusted the skill while crawling forward. Good, the cave entrance is empty. After struggling for a while, he finally squeezed through to the other side. After standing up, Han Feng carefully surveyed the surrounding. He walked slowly, wondering, something's wrong, why is no one inside? He reached the fuel storage and felt suspicious. Reclaiming the cave couldn't have been that easy. No one was moving supplies. Han Feng found it odd but didn't care, pulling explosives from his backpack. Never mind, as long as all fuel, weapons, and ammo are destroyed, my goal is achieved. After finishing, Han Feng continued searching for his next target. I remember the arsenal being right here, why can't I find it? Suddenly, he discovered a deep, endless passage. He entered the deep passage and sensed something off. Everything was silent, no one around. Then suddenly, he heard a sound from deeper inside and immediately felt lurking danger. Han Feng froze, listening to every sound. Soon, a figure emerged from the darkness. He gripped his gun, ready to respond to any situation. Inside, Dong Hu was urgently commanding his men to focus fire on the cave entrance, while Ran and several soldiers hid behind a large rock. She angrily shouted, "Zheng Donghu, how dare you rebel?" Outside, Han Feng quickly took cover and thought to himself, no wonder no one was moving supplies. It turned out there was an internal conflict. Donghu, with a victorious look, ordered team leader, and only the wise recognized their position. "If you surrender, I will treat you fairly." And Ran, hiding behind the rock, could only curse in her anger. Zheng Donghu, the commander who had just promoted her to team leader, was now rebelling. His face darkened with cold disdain. The commander saw capable individuals as nothing more than tools. "He had never seen us as human beings," she thought angrily, tearing at her collar in frustration. "Look at what happened to me and old Kim. If we follow him, we'll die even faster." And Ran paused, reflecting on her previous punishment. It's been a long time since they retrieved the supply cache. "How are you managing things?" she urged Kim Dacheng. "The underground passage must be opened in 10 days. And Ran tried to justify herself and her team, but Kim Dacheng's mind was starting to harden, and if he wasn't allowed to rest, they would lose their team leader. But she received only a look of refusal from him. "I only need supplies," he said, and Ran fell silent, realizing the truth. The commander no longer cared about their survival. Donghu waved his hand, signaling his soldiers, and continued speaking. "Right now, the only person with real power in the base is the commander and that useless glowing man. Supplies, weapons, and ammunition are becoming increasingly scarce. With Kim's power in this warehouse, why should we listen to him?" His face revealed clear malice. "Team leader, and you haven't completed your mission. Even if you escape, the commander won't spare you." He turned to brainwash the soldiers under Ran's command as well as the team members. "How long has it been since you ate?" "That's right, if you follow team leader Zhang, you'll get flour, food, and oil." The soldiers began to waver at the tempting offer. "Let's defeat that scum of a commander together and share the base's supply stock." One of Ran's soldiers also said, "Team leader and they're right." She sighed in helplessness, then slowly stood up and raised her hand in agreement. "All right, I agree to join," but seeing the injured soldiers, she made a condition. "First, you must treat my people." Han Feng, witnessing from outside, was shocked. "What? They've already reconciled this quickly. Why aren't they still fighting?" He felt a bit disappointed, pondering further, but if they attacked the base commander, it wouldn't be too bad. But if they gained access to supplies, it would pose a major future threat to him. Han Feng quickly turned and left. "Forget it. It's better to destroy all the weapons and ammunition." 10 minutes later, at the weapons depot, Han Feng busily placed bombs on the shelves. Then, he moved on to other supply areas, running between the storerooms to plant the bombs. When he finished, he looked at his controller and sighed quietly. Bombs were set, waiting for him to exit the cave before detonating. Han Feng recalled the positions where he had placed the bombs and felt a shiver. When thousands of barrels of oil and shells exploded, the shockwave would be unimaginable. He walked through the prison block looking for an exit. "I remember passing through this area, then a couple of turns and I'll find the tunnel exit." Suddenly, he saw a figure in one of the cells. It was his fellow student, eating bread. They both jumped in surprise upon seeing each other. He jumped up, crushing the bread, and yelled, "Where are the guards?" Before he could say another word, a dozen bullets pierced through his body. Han Feng nearly had a heart attack outside. "Damn, I forgot this guy was locked in here." Outside, Donghu and Ran, who were reconciling, were also startled by the gunfire. Han Feng rushed out in a panic. "I thought my fellow student was a scumbag. I should have killed him earlier, damn it." He noticed Donghu and Dacheng running toward him, realizing they'd been spotted and were now chasing him. They divided to block all possible escape routes, with the first team taking a shortcut and blocking the tunnel exit. "But team leader over here." Han Feng still took his time finding a way out. When he reached the final exit, he sighed with relief. "Finally, just one more turn and I'll find the tunnel." He ran to the front door, which was the same wall he had crawled through earlier. He had finally made it out. Behind him, soldiers were rushing toward him. "Hurry up!" Han Feng was startled to see them closing in. "Found it." He used his abilities to dodge the incoming gunfire. Couldn't understand why they were coming from the other side, damn it. The soldiers looked at Han Feng in confusion. "Impossible, why are the bullets ineffective against him?" Suddenly, the deadly bullets turned toward them, taking down soldier after soldier. He aimed his gun and shot at all the enemies in front of him, thankful for his quick reflexes. If not for that, he would surely be dead. Afterward, Han Feng ran to the large rock, retrieved the bomb controller, and set the timer. "I'll set the timer before I leave." The bombs began their countdown. 120 seconds should be enough. He continued using his powers to soften the rocks, regretting the supplies inside. So much valuable material, all of it going to waste in the explosion. He slowly crawled through the massive rock just as he had before. At that moment, Dacheng arrived, saw the scene, and shouted, "This purple light, it's you, the particle-powered man." Han Feng, furious, rushed forward to tear him apart. "Die!" Dacheng slammed his fist into the ground, shattering the earth and rocks. Han Feng struggled to crawl out, terrified. "Damn it, these uneven rocks are pushing me out." He was so close to escaping. He stood up, facing Dacheng's anger. "I'll kill you, you particle-powered bastard." "Is it this fat guy?" he cursed. Desperate, he fired frantically, thinking, I need to take him down quickly or else I'll be caught in the blast too. Dacheng hurled a rock to block Han Feng's bullets. He fired while swearing, damn it! Dacheng suddenly rammed through the wall, charging toward Han Feng. Han Feng used his abilities and his gun to defend but was still sprayed with blood. Dacheng charged again, swinging his arm violently, throwing him into a wall. Feng struggled to resist, his magic beginning to fade. Dacheng threw a punch but Han Feng narrowly dodged. He turned and fled with Dacheng roaring behind him. Stop! Han Feng kept running while pressing the controller. The remote control malfunctioned and the bomb timer couldn't be stopped. He turned around and saw Dacheng still chasing closely, the exit blocked. What do I do now? Han Feng remembered the bombs were still counting down, feeling heartbroken. I should have set the timer later. Dacheng slammed his hand down on the ground. Han Feng refused to give up, sitting down to cast his hardening spell. He quickly blocked the attack from the burly man. Not stopping there, Han Feng continued to cast a spell, softening. He pressed his hand firmly onto the stone ground, causing it to sink. The burly man looked at Han Feng, who was slowly sinking, and growled. That bastard, don't run. He ran quickly in the opposite direction, heading inside. Han Feng rushed to the supply depot, silently counting down in his mind. There was still more than a minute before the bomb would explode. He had to find a safe place. He continued to check the burly man's movements, but the big-headed guy no longer pursued him. Han Feng was startled and scared when he realized Dong, who was running toward him. At this moment, he and Ran led a group of soldiers, heading straight for Han Feng. However, when they arrived, no one was in sight. The whole team started searching around, while Han Feng quickly hid behind a tall supply depot. That was close, almost a confrontation. Dong Hu shouted angrily into the radio, "Did you let him escape? The opponent is a superhuman." And Ran, from behind, began analyzing the situation. If the opponent has powers, he will defeat us one by one. Dong Hu understood but was still worried. If they gathered together, it would be hard to find him. As the two discussed, Han Feng up above began to panic. What are you guys talking about? Get out of there now. He closed his eyes, remembering the bomb he had set earlier. The bomb was about to explode. Suddenly, Ran turned around, aimed her gun at Han Feng, and shouted, "Who's there?" Upon hearing this, all the soldiers aimed their guns at him. Han Feng broke into a sweat, trembling. What should I do? What now? How many guns are there? I can't handle this. Suddenly, he stood up, using his powers toward the wall behind him, opening it up. Everyone saw the stone wall above them covered with a red-type ability. At this moment, Han Feng seized the opportunity and quickly jumped down from his hiding place. Now, run fast. Dong Hu reacted quickly, using his ability toward Han Feng as he fled, but accidentally created a large hole leading to the outside. Dong Hu was both annoyed and angry, ordering, "Chase him down." Han Feng was running toward the oil storage area, panting heavily. He ran to check the bomb, wondering how many seconds were left. Still 11 seconds, 11 seconds. Han Feng accelerated, running out immediately. Damn it, run faster. Behind him were Dong Hu and the soldiers chasing him. Whoever catches that brat will get a reward of 100 kg of rice and 50 kg of beef. Suddenly in the distance, the burly man came running, shouting, "Captain, wait for me." Dong Hu stopped and turned to scold him. "You useless idiot, why do you always fail?" Suddenly, he heard a beeping sound, turned around and saw the bomb reaching its countdown. Massive explosion went off, throwing the burly man away, and Ran in front panicked and ordered, "Run, don't wait for them." The bomb exploded simultaneously. Han Feng, breathing heavily, also heard the sound. It's over, it's exploded. Unexpectedly, Ran and some soldiers were still stunned, giving Han Feng a scare. Damn, she was running and cursing, "You idiot, you dared to blow up the entire oil depot." Han Feng had to sprint again, running for his life. Damn it. He pressed his hand against the wall, using his ability. Wall formed, blocking Ran's path. Before the wall was fully raised, she skillfully slipped and jumped over, using all her speed to chase Han Feng, not forgetting to curse, "Damn it, I will kill you, don't you come near." Behind them, explosions continued, intensifying. The two kept chasing each other. "I won't let you go." "Sis, what's with this now?" Han Feng, panting and running ahead, shouted, "There's a cave up ahead." And Ran also saw the gate and urged, "Go in." At this moment, neither of them chased any more but just accelerated, racing away from the explosion that was rapidly approaching from behind. Luckily, both of them managed to run into this cave, and Ran quickly pointed toward Han Feng, shouting, "Use your ability to block it." As Han Feng used his ability to create a wall, the explosion also rushed in. Fortunately, the explosion was blocked and couldn't get through. The supply depots behind were being consumed by flames, turning into piles of ashes. Inside the fire, the screams of those who were burned could be heard. Outside the cave entrance, the heat from the fire could be felt. See you in the next videos. Lika and the others in the city would be in danger. He pictured the worst possibilities, and his own position wasn't far from the cave. If the base controlled the cave, they could discover him. Han Feng felt fear as he imagined a devastating artillery battery. Once his position was exposed, it would be attacked. Han Feng's face darkened as he analyzed the situation. weighing whether to seize the supplies back or destroy them. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, startling the other two. Can't leave Miss Jiang alone, she's my ally. Han Feng turned to the Dark King, speaking with conviction. She's also a high school girl's sister, so I have even more reason to save them. The girl chimed in to calm him. It's fine, if danger comes, with their abilities they can escape easily. All of a sudden, he lunged forward and gripped the Dark King's shoulders, resolute. She's a high school girl's sister, so I have to save them. The girl was so used to it that she didn't react. His reaction was strange. Why do you care about my sister? The girl suddenly realized something. Oh, so that's it. The Dark King folded his arms and said seriously. The Dark King agreed to let the two of them get married. But from now on, you have to call me Wan Yisen. The girl's reaction left Han Feng confused. Married. This high school girl's wording is so wild that even I don't understand it. At that moment, Tri Engin turned to the Dark King, puzzled. What are you two talking about? I don't understand any of it. The girl raised a hand and whispered an explanation. The Dark King's wisdom said Han Feng likes my sister. He wants to be a hero who saves a beauty, Tri Engin realized. Oh, so that's it. Cut to a snowmobile racing across thick snow while a polar bear panted hard. Han Feng, dressed in protective gear, sat at the controls with a reluctant expression and said, That thing, I'm fine going alone. You don't need to come with me. Jai leaned sideways on the bear's back, looking like he was handling a cannon, and said, Mr. Han, you've helped me so many times. This time, let me help you. Hearing that, he could only answer helplessly, There's really no need, Mr. Han. No need to be polite. Over here, Yuan Yi and Zai Zai were also panting hard as they pushed Yiqing in the wheelchair. The three of them worked in perfect sync, carving a flawless turn. When they spotted a group charging from behind, the beggars' faces twisted with lewd greed as they rushed in immediately. One of them shouted, That girl, don't shoot. Women should be taken alive. In an instant, Zio Zai whipped the wheelchair around with Yuan Yi's support. Qing reacted fast, raised her gun, and fired in rapid bursts at them. The beggars couldn't react in time, bullets hit and they dropped on the spot. Over on Dong Su's side, they also heard the gunshots and immediately went on alert as another group kept charging in. Someone yelled, They're here, don't let them get away, shoot them dead. Seeing things were going badly, Yiqing immediately lifted a hand to cast magic, while warning Zai Zai and Yuan Yi, You too, hold the wheelchair handles tight. Both of them quickly gripped the wheelchair handles. Zai Zai asked, Sis, don't tell me you're going too. She unleashed her magic, creating a powerful energy wave. Qing confirmed, That's right, hold on tight, but the magic was too strong, and all three were blasted backward at lightning speed. The beggars ahead still had no idea what happened and just stood there, stunned. Before they could even react, a fierce vortex swept through, leaving only panicked screams. At that moment, De Zhuang charged up, howling like a madman, I need merit, I have to earn merit. Qing, Zai Zai, and Yuan Yi were flung into a room. De Zhuang kept charging in crazily, terrifying Yuan Yi and Zai Zai. Zai Zai screamed, Sis, sis. All three looked back and saw the path blocked by huge boulders. Yiqing quickly gripped the wheelchair's armrest, cast magic at the rocks, and ordered, Hold on tight. He turned to Zai Zai and said, Blow up the cave entrance. Zai Zai didn't hesitate and carried it out at once. Got it. De Zhuang clung to a boulder, cursing, Damn it. Outside, a massive explosion thundered, making Han Feng and Jia Yan turn back. Jia Yan said, That was a huge commotion, then used her precognitive sense to scan the area. Looks like the three of them have escaped. Shielded by Yiqing's barrier, they dropped heavily to the ground. Han Feng saw them and said, Who came out? Wheelchair slid on momentum and clipped a large rock jutting up. All three were jolted and thrown backward by the impact. De Zhuang, now covered in blood, burst out, roaring curses nonstop. You bastards dared to blow me up, I'll kill you all. Qing and the two kids panicked as they saw him charging with a raised fist, rage completely out of control. Without another word, he swung his fist down, still cursing nonstop. Die! Suddenly, a flash erupted from a cannon behind them. The fiery blast slammed straight into De Zhuang, making him flinch for a split second. Han Feng drove forward, while Jia Yan kept firing continuously. Han Feng shouted, Big head, we meet again. The cannon's force made De Zhuang raise his arms to block. Han Feng surged in, reached toward Yiqing, and yelled, Hurry up. Zhuang grew even angrier and bellowed, So it's you again, you bastard. This time I'll definitely kill you. All at once, Jia Yan rushed right up to him and shoved the cannon backward with brute force. She struck with everything she had, blasting him away. The cannon shattered into pieces. Zai Zai gaped in shock. That's insane. A hand suddenly grabbed the two kids, leaving them no time to react. I tucked the two under his arms, while behind them Yiqing held Han Feng tight and said, Move. De Zhuang still hasn't used everything, he can still get up and keep cursing. De Zhuang kept roaring, Damn it, I won't let you off. Han Feng looked back, terrified to see he was still chasing. He turned to the three in front and shouted, "Can we use the snow beside us to trigger an avalanche to stop him?" Guan Yu raised a hand, shaping snow with his momentum as he ran. The snow began to rise after they swept past. De Zhuang still clung close behind. The snow cracked with a shrieking sound as an avalanche formed, forcing De Zhuang to stop and stumble back in alarm. He sneered at the snowbank ahead, treating it as nothing more than a minor obstacle. "Watch me smash it with one punch." Before he could even gloat, a sudden streak of ice shot past his face, leaving him stunned. A slab of ice abruptly appeared right in front of him, catching him before he could react. More ice blocks surged toward De Zhuang like a storm, stopping him from moving. He roared angrily through the blizzard, "Don't even think about running." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Stop chasing them." Dong Su, expression icy, raised a hand to signal, "We still have more important things to do. Just drive them off, that's enough." The scene shifts to an ancient castle blanketed in snow far away. Han Feng's group has arrived. Everyone is resting with the bear, and Kim just now looked incredibly cool. Han Feng walked up to Jia Yan and instructed, "Nurse Kim, take Miss Jiang and the others back first." Jia Yan asked, "I'm staying here to deal with them, right?" Han Feng wore the sly grin he always had when he was about to stir up trouble. "If they chase after us, I'll open the sewer floodgate again." Yiqing, Xiaozai, and Yuan Yi all turned pale when they heard that. "This guy is brutal." Han Feng went outside to look at his car, his intentions obvious. Now it was Han Feng's turn to act. He studied the cave entrance blocked by rocks. Hiding in a corner, he saw the passage had been completely sealed off with no one guarding it. He imagined running into sentries and getting shot at, but as long as he reinforced his clothes, the danger would be negligible. Han Feng thought about Dong Su and De Zhuang. The real threat was that big-headed guy and the other ability users. Right now, they were deep inside the cave, so Han Feng wasn't in immediate danger. He stepped down onto the rocks and used his skill to soften the stone. He slowly twisted and squeezed through the narrow gap, cramped and difficult. If he got stuck, it would be a disaster. Han Feng kept using his skill on the rock as he crawled forward. Good, no one at the entrance. After a struggle, he finally wriggled through to the other side. After standing up, Han Feng carefully scanned the area and muttered as he walked, "Something's off. Why isn't there a single person inside?" Reached the place where the fuel barrels were stored and frowned. It wouldn't be easy for them to take the cave back. Han Feng found it strange but didn't dwell on it. He slowly pulled an explosive cannon from his backpack, and they didn't even send anyone to move the supplies. However, as long as all the fuel, weapons, and ammunition are destroyed, the goal is met. After finishing here, Han Feng continued searching for the next target. "I remember the armory is here. Why can't I find it?" All of a sudden, he heard a northeastern shout and spotted a path that plunged into darkness. Inside, Dong Su and De Zhuang were directing people, aiming at the cave gate, while Ran hid behind a rock with a few scattered soldiers. He screamed in fury, "Zhang Dongsu, you actually dare to betray us." Outside, Han Feng thought to himself, "No wonder no one is moving supplies, it's a civil war." With a triumphant look, Dong Su ordered, "Captain N, the one who knows what's good for them is Zhuang Junji. If you're willing to surrender, I won't treat you unfairly." And Ran stayed behind the rock, able only to curse angrily. "Zhang Dongsu, the commander just promoted you to captain." He continued, "And you still rebel? Are you worthy of the commander?" His face darkened, cold and full of contempt. "That damn commander only sees ability users as tools and has never treated us like human beings." He yanked open his collar, raging like a madman. Dong Su said, "Look at what my body and old Kim have become. If we keep following him, we'll only die faster." And Ran thought back to when she was punished and remembered how long it had been since they recovered the supply depot. She worried about her approach and pushed Kim De Zhuang harder. "Within 10 days, we must open the underground passage," and Ran told herself, making excuses for herself and her teammates. Kim De Zhuang's mind began to strain. If she didn't let him rest, and Ran would get a look of outright refusal from him. She thought to herself, "I only need supplies." And Ran's face sank as she realized the current commander no longer cared whether they lived or died. Dong Su gave orders to the soldiers behind him and continued, "Right now, the ability users in the base are only the commander and that useless glowing freak, while supplies, weapons, and ammunition are getting scarcer by the day. With old Kim's abilities in this warehouse, we have no reason to obey him." His face clearly shows his sinister nature, while an Enhirn remains calm and composed. "With old Kim's abilities in this warehouse, what reason do we have to follow him?" His face reveals his cunning, while an Enhirn stays unshaken. Captain N, you still haven't completed your mission. Even if you escape, the commander won't spare you. He turns to brainwash the soldiers on an Enhirn's side, asking how long it's been since they ate and emphasizing that flour, rations, and oil are all available. He then targets an Enhirn's soldiers. How long has it been since you last ate? That's right, follow Captain Zhang, flour, rations, oil are all available. Soldiers begin to waver and whisper among themselves at the tempting offer. They suggest working together to defeat the damn commander. Let's take down that damn commander together and share the base's supplies. A soldier guarding an Enhirn speaks up as well. Captain N. You're right, she sighs in resignation, unwilling, then slowly stands and raises her hand in agreement. Fine, I'll join, but first, you must care for the wounded soldiers. She sets a condition for the injured soldiers first. You must treat my men first. Han Feng, watching from outside, is shocked. Oh crap. Was it really resolved so quickly? Why don't you keep fighting? You feel a bit disappointed and think it over, but if they attack the base commander, it's not entirely bad. So quickly resolved, why not keep fighting? You seem slightly disappointed, pondering further, but if they can attack the base commander, it's not entirely bad. If they capture the supplies, it will be a huge threat to me in the future. Han Feng quickly turns to leave, but if they gain the supplies, the future threat to me would be significant. Han Feng swiftly turns, ready to escape. He decides to destroy all weapons and ammunition before retreating. 10 minutes later at the armory, Han Feng busily installs bombs on the shelves, then moves to other supply areas, running back and forth between warehouses. Han Feng meticulously places bombs on each shelf, then moves to other supply areas, running constantly between warehouses. Once finished, he looks at the remote and tells himself the bombs are ready, set to detonate once he leaves the cave. After finishing, he looks at the remote, thinking the bombs are set and will explode once he leaves the cave. Han Feng recalls the bomb placements and fears the destructive power if thousands of barrels of oil and ammunition explode simultaneously. He can't even imagine the force if thousands of oil barrels and countless shells detonate together. He passes the detention area to find the exit, remembering he must go through 2 corners to reach the tunnel. I need to go through this detention area, then 2 corners, and I'll reach the tunnel exit. Suddenly, Han Feng sees a figure in a cell. It's a fellow student eating bread. Turns out it's a fellow student nibbling on bread. Both are startled to see each other. The student jumps up, crushes the bread, and shouts, "Who's there?" Before he can say more, dozens of bullets pierce him. Han Feng outside narrowly avoids being hit. He remembers the student is still imprisoned and that the outside is dangerous. Damn, I almost forgot he's still trapped in there. Enhirn and Dong Huk, making peace, are startled by the gunfire. Han Feng panics, thinking the student is an enemy and should have been killed earlier. And Enhirn and Dong Huk are shocked by the gunfire. Han Feng frantically runs out, thinking the student is a scoundrel who should have been eliminated earlier. He shouts when he sees Dong Huk and Dai Trang running toward him. They've clearly noticed and are chasing. Damn, I just realized Dong Huk and Dai Trang are running this way. They've spotted me and are chasing. Over there, they assign teams to block all exits. The first team follows the map, takes a shortcut, and blocks the tunnel exit. Understood, Captain. Han Feng calmly searches for an exit, steadily moving toward the tunnel's end. Han Feng cautiously searches for a way out, moving calmly toward the tunnel exit. Finally, Han Feng finds the exit as he remembered, climbs over the wall, and escapes outside. Perfect, just one more step and I'll find the tunnel exit. Han Feng reaches the front exit, climbs over the wall he initially passed, and finally escapes. Behind him, soldiers are chasing, urging each other to run faster. Han Feng is startled to see the pursuing group. Behind him, soldiers rush, pushing each other to run faster. Han Feng is startled to see the chasing group. Finds the exit, dodging deadly bullets, wondering how they came from the other side. Found it. He dodges lethal bullets, wondering how they came from the other side. The soldiers look at Han Feng in confusion, unable to understand why bullets have no effect on him. Damn, the soldiers stare at Han Feng in utter disbelief. How can bullets have no effect on him? Suddenly, deadly bullets take down each enemy as he aims. Suddenly, deadly bullets strike down each enemy as he aims his gun at them. Luckily, he reacted quickly or he'd be dead. Afterward, Han Feng rushes to the large rocks. Luckily, I reacted fast or I'd be dead. Afterward, Han Feng hurries to the large rocks. He takes the bomb remote, sets the timer before leaving, starting a 120-second countdown. He continues using his power to soften the rocks. He grabs the bomb remote, sets the timer before leaving, starting a 120-second countdown. He keeps using his power to soften the rocks. Han Feng feels regret thinking of all the supplies inside the warehouse, now all set to explode. So many supplies all going to explode. What a waste. You carefully crawled over the huge boulders just like Han Feng had done earlier. At that moment, Big Strong Man charged in, spotted you, and shouted, "This purple light, it's you, the superpowered operator." He flew into a rage and rushed at you, trying to tear you apart. Die! Big Strong Man slammed a heavy punch into the ground, sending rocks and dirt exploding everywhere. Han Feng was crawling out when he jolted in surprise and cursed under his breath. Damn it! The boulders heaved all at once, shoving him out into the open. Han Feng got to his feet and faced the furious Big Strong Man. "I'm going to kill you." The bean-powered freak was this fat guy? What rotten luck. Han Feng fired wildly at him, anxiety tightening in his chest. "I have to deal with him fast or even I'll get caught in the blast." Big Strong Man flipped up a slab of rock to block every bullet from Han Feng. Han Feng stood there, shooting non-stop and cursing. Damn it! Big Strong Man suddenly lunged at Han Feng and smashed straight through the wall. Han Feng cast spells while firing to hold him back, but he still got hurt, blood starting to seep out. Big Strong Man kept charging and threw a brutal punch at Han Feng. Han Feng crashed into the wall beside him, struggling to brace himself, and his magic began to fade. Big Strong Man charged again and swung at Han Feng, but luckily Han Feng dodged aside in time. He whipped around and ran, while Big Strong Man roared behind him, "Stop!" Han Feng ran while yanking out the remote control, but when he pressed the button, he realized it was broken. The bomb couldn't be stopped. He looked back and saw Big Strong Man still right on his heels. The exit was blocked and Han Feng panicked. "What am I supposed to do?" He remembered the bomb counting down and winced. "If I'd known, I wouldn't have set a timer in advance." Big Strong Man slammed his hand into the ground again. Han Feng refused to yield, crouched down, and cast a hardening spell. He successfully stopped Big Strong Man's attack at once. Without pausing, Han Feng immediately followed up with a softening spell. He pressed his palm hard into the stone floor, making it sink. Big Strong Man saw it and bellowed, "You little bastard, stop running." Han Feng sprinted the other way, straight toward the supply depot, silently chanting to himself, "There's still more than a minute until it blows. I need to find somewhere safe." He kept an eye on Big Strong Man, but the big-headed brute didn't chase. As he moved, Han Feng suddenly spotted Dong Su running this way. Dong Su and Enran led a squad rushing over, but when they arrived, no one was there. Soldiers searched all around. Han Feng quickly hid behind a pile of supplies. "That was close, I almost ran into them." Dong Su, furious, shouted into the radio, "You let him get away. The other side is a bean-powered super." Enran spoke up, analyzing calmly. "If the enemy is superpowered, then if we split up to search, there's a good chance he'll pick us off one by one." Dong Su understood, but Enran continued, "But if we stay together, it'll be very hard to find that guy." Up here, Han Feng started trembling, thinking to himself, "What are you talking about? Get out of there now." He shut his eyes, remembering the bomb he had planted earlier. "It's about to blow." Suddenly, Enran turned back, aimed his gun at Han Feng, and shouted, "Someone's there." Enran's soldiers immediately pointed their guns at Han Feng. By now, he was drenched in sweat, shaking violently. "What do I do? What now? How many guns is that? I can't handle this." All of a sudden, Han Feng stood up and used his skill on the wall behind him. "Open up." Everyone saw the stone wall above Han Feng wrapped in a red superpower. Han Feng leapt down from his hiding spot and bolted. "Run." Dong Su reacted fast and fired his power at the fleeing Han Feng. However, he accidentally blasted a huge hole straight to the outside. Dong Su angrily ordered, "Chase him." Han Feng ran to the oil storage area, panting as he ran, then rushed to a bomb to check it. "How many seconds are left?" Han Feng looked at the timer. "Still 11 seconds, 11 seconds, he sped up. "Get out of here fast." He sprinted, with Dong Su and his soldiers chasing close behind. "Whoever catches that kid gets a reward of 100 kilos of rice and 50 kilos of beef." Then suddenly, Big Strong Man came running in, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Captain, wait for me." Dong Huk stopped and turned back to scold him. "You're useless guy, why do you fail every single time?" Suddenly, he heard a beeping sound, turned around just as the bomb exploded at the exact countdown moment. A massive explosion threw him far away. An Enheen in front panicked and shouted, "Run!" Before they could escape, all the bombs exploded at once. Han Feng, panting heavily, heard the explosions. It had detonated. Suddenly, An Enheen and a few remaining soldiers flinched, terrifying him. "This is bad." She ran up to him and yelled, "Idiot, did you just blow up the entire fuel depot?" Han Feng dashed off again, shouting, "Damn it, use your powers to hold the wall for me." A wall formed, blocking An Enheen's path. Before it was fully built, she expertly leapt over it. She sprinted after Han Feng at full speed, still yelling, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Don't come here." Behind them, the explosions raged on as they chased each other. "I won't forgive you, sis. Now is not the time for that," Han Feng panted and shouted. Ahead there was a cave. An Enheen spotted the gate and urged, "Get inside!" They stopped struggling and sprinted, trying to outrun the approaching blasts. Luckily, they made it into the cave safely. An Enheen quickly pointed at Han Feng and shouted, "Use your powers to block it. No need to tell me." Immediately, Han Feng used his powers to create a wall. The explosion surged forward but was luckily stopped, unable to break through. The supply depots behind were burned to ruins, leaving only wreckage. Amid the flames, the screams of those caught in the fire rang out. Outside the cave, the heat from the fire could be felt. See you in the next videos.